Outside the Tianqi Rift at North City 7th Middle School in Longting, Shanghai, an elderly man in a fiery red robe was sternly addressing over 3,000 students dressed in novice outfits. This man, named Zheng Yun, was the principal and a level 49 flame mage, warning the students who were about to enter the novice village. Once you enter the novice village, you'll be enveloped by game rules and become players. Some of you will awaken professions. The higher the level and rarity of the profession, the richer the rewards from the Galactic Federation. But remember, you're governed by game rules, not playing a game. Death is real, with no chance of resurrection. Among the crowd, a handsome young boy named Ling Yan's eyes gleamed. He was a reborn individual, who in his previous life awakened the seemingly powerful but actually useless unique profession, Passive Plunderer. Due to the pitifully low plundering success rate, he managed to plunder a rare passive Rebirth from a ghost-type monster just before he died. Unexpectedly, this unique profession had once attracted numerous Galactic Federation elites eager to take him as a disciple. But upon discovering the abysmally low plundering success rate, they all left disappointed. Even after killing billions of low-level monsters, he couldn't copy even the most basic passive. The most lamentable thing was that Ling Yan, after finally obtaining the Rebirth passive, was ambushed and killed by someone before he could report it. To his surprise, he truly reborn on the day of his 15th birthday, the day of profession awakening. At that moment, the massive spatial rift suddenly fluctuated, and a grand voice echoed across the square. This year's novice village is open. Non-players aged 15 and above, please enter. With the principal's command, all students surged forward. A flash of white light, and Ling Yan found himself in a vast grassland, surrounded by fellow students. This was the novice village on the Tianqi continent, where each novice village had the same monster zones. Reaching level 10 would allow them to venture to the real Tianqi continent. Suddenly, not far away, Zhou Tong burst into a dazzling light. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, Ling Yan shook his head quietly. This future holy light paladin was arrogant and would eventually challenge the level 6 Wind Wolf Nest at level 5, only to be bitten to death. However, at that moment, a prompt sounded in Ling Yan's mind. Congratulations, player, on awakening the unique profession, Child of Destiny. Ling Yan was stunned. In this world with tens of thousands of years of history, a unique profession had only appeared once in his previous life. This time, the awakened profession sounded incredibly powerful, countless times stronger than the previous life's profession with its abysmally low plundering success rate. After all, it took killing billions of monsters to plunder the lowest level passive. So how many trillions would it take to copy a high-level passive? Ling Yan stood still, his eyes scanning the attribute table before him, a storm of emotions raging in his heart. He knew that those powerful figures could easily annihilate billions of high-level monsters with just a thought, yet he was merely an S-class professional at best. If these resources were used elsewhere, they could cultivate dozens of S-class or even S-class powerhouses. However, his identity as a child of fortune gave Ling Yan hope for a comeback. Without hesitation, he opened the attribute table and carefully examined each piece of data. Name: Ling Yan. Race: human. Professions: Passive Plunderer, Child of Fortune. Level: LV10. Strength: 9 agility, 9 constitution, 9 soul, 10. Profession passives. 1. Passive Plunder. Can plunder the passives of those defeated or killed, with a success rate of 0.0001 for LV1 wild monsters. The higher the monster's level, the lower the success rate. 2. Fortune's Wheel. With this passive, any action can trigger the Fortune's Wheel to greatly increase the success rate. 3. Rebirth LV1. 0.01 chance to resurrect once after death. Resurrection time point is random. Skills: none. Weapon: Novice Sword LV1. Equipment: Novice Clothes LV1, Novice Shoes LV1. Money 0. Ling Yan stared at the attribute table, his brow furrowed. Wait, why is my Passive Plunderer still here? He muttered, momentarily dazed. Dual professions weren't unheard of, but they usually involved a combat profession paired with a secondary one, or 2 professions of the same type. Who had ever seen someone like him, awakening a unique profession before and after rebirth? Suddenly, a thought crossed Ling Yan's mind. Could his Child of Fortune talent also increase the chances of copying passives? With this realization, Ling Yan's eyes lit up, and he was filled with determination. He quickly closed the attribute table and gripped the humble novice sword in his hand despite it only increasing his attack power by 1 point. Ling Yan headed towards the Fire Rabbit Forest, determined to test his hypothesis. Fire Rabbit Forest was one of the more dangerous areas in the beginner zone. As Ling Yan reached the forest's edge, he spotted a familiar figure, Zhou Tong, who had just awakened the profession of Holy Light Paladin. Zhou Tong was fiercely attacking a poor LV1 fire rabbit, shouting, "Knight of Light slash. Evil monster die." Ling Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes at Zhou Tong's overly dramatic lines. Ignoring Zhou Tong's performance, Ling Yan approached a solitary fire rabbit. He carefully observed the little beast's attributes. Wild monster, fire rabbit. Level, LV1. Innate passive, flame mastery LV1 100 increase in fire spell power. Health, 100,100. Mana, 100,100. Attack, 10. Defense, 10. Skill, small fireball deals fire damage and inflicts 10 burn damage per second for 10 seconds. Cost, 20. Ling Yan calculated. The fire rabbit's attack power, combined with the ongoing damage, could deal a total of 20 points of damage. Just 3 or 4 small fireballs, along with a few normal attacks, would be enough to kill a typical LV1 person. For someone like him, with 8 or 9 points of attack, it would take at least a dozen attacks to take down this little beast. Without solid combat experience, it's impossible to win. Ling Yan glanced around and realized that apart from Zhou Tong, a teenager with an A-level profession, there was no one else. However, he smirked slightly. As in his previous life, he had slaughtered at least 1,000,000 fire rabbits and knew their weaknesses and attack patterns inside out. Without hesitation, Ling Yan charged at the fire rabbit with his sword. He deftly dodged its tail and thrust his sword precisely into its weak spot. Squelch. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, the system notification sounded a critical hit, dealing triple damage and ignoring defense. Ling Yan felt a surge of pride, attributing this high-difficulty attack to his unrivaled luck in this life. The enraged fire rabbit suddenly turned and spat out a fist-sized fireball. Ling Yan easily sidestepped it, watching as the fireball crashed into a nearby tree, leaving a small crater. He thought, if an ordinary student were hit, the real pain might render them unable to fight. Not giving the fire rabbit a moment to recover, Ling Yan swiftly reversed his grip and thrust his sword straight into its mouth. The sword pierced through the rabbit's throat and into its stomach. After a few seconds of struggle, the fire rabbit's health bar emptied, transforming into a beam of experience absorbed by Ling Yan. On the ground, a fiery red dagger appeared. System notifications followed. You have slain a LV1 fire rabbit, gaining 10 experience points and 1 star coin. Fortune wheel activated, granting a 10,000x drop rate. Acquired weapon, fire rabbit dagger blue. LV1 weapon, strength 20, sharpness 20, continuous fire damage 3. Ling Yan was overjoyed. This was the legendary beginner's artifact. He quickly picked up the dagger, feeling a surge of power. The fire rabbit dagger was considered a top-tier item in the entire fire rabbit forest, with a market value of 10 million star coins. In his previous life, even with the help of a level 100 expert, he had never obtained it despite killing millions of fire rabbits. Yet now it came easily to him. With this artifact, Ling Yan estimated that his speed in hunting fire rabbits would increase significantly. Each rabbit provided 10 experience, meaning he only needed to kill 9 more to reach LV2. With this in mind, he pressed on towards his next target without pause. Radiant Night Slash. Zhou Tong roared, his sword slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. In front of him, a massive fiery red rabbit struggled desperately. The sword flashed, and the rabbit's body was instantly cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. Panting heavily, Zhou Tong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Phew, that was exhausting. These fire rabbits are really tough-skinned. It took all my magic to take down just one. He muttered to himself, a satisfied smile on his face. But if I can kill one in 3 minutes, and with my magic and health auto-recovery time, I can take down another in about 15 minutes. At this rate, I can level up to LV2 in just 2 hours. Then, killing these LV1 fire rabbits will be as easy as pie. With this thought, Zhou Tong's spirits rose even higher. However, he suddenly noticed a figure out of the corner of his eye. Huh? What's someone else doing here? He turned to see a young man heading deeper into the fire rabbit forest. Is this kid crazy? Zhou Tong sneered. This is the fire rabbit forest. Does he think it's like a simulation game where you can just respawn? Every year, there are students like this looking for trouble. Shaking his head, Zhou Tong ignored him and continued searching for more LV1 fire rabbits. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away in the dense forest, Ling Yan was cautiously hiding behind a large tree. His eyes were fixed on an LV1 fire rabbit leisurely grazing nearby. Holding his breath, Ling Yan waited for the perfect moment. Suddenly, like an arrow released from a bow, Ling Yan dashed forward, his dagger glinting coldly. Take this, Millennium Strike, he muttered, plunging the dagger into the rabbit from behind. Splurt. Blood spurted as the rabbit's eyes widened in shock. The intense pain made it let out a sharp, agonized cry. Squeak. The sound echoed through the forest. A system prompt sounded in Ling Yan's mind. You landed a critical hit on the fire rabbit, dealing 147 damage. The rabbit's health bar instantly emptied, and it struggled for only a few seconds before losing all signs of life. At that moment, a surge of life energy flowed from the dead rabbit into Ling Yan's body. The system prompted again. You have slain an LV1 fire rabbit, gaining 10 experience points and 1 star coin. Passive Plunder activated, allowing you to plunder the fire rabbit's passive, Fire Affinity LV1. Plunder success rate 0.0001. Fortune wheel activated, increasing success rate by 10,000 times, but passive plunder failed. Ling Yan raised an eyebrow. Failed again, huh? Even with a 10,000 times success rate, it's still only a 1% chance. But he quickly smiled. Is 1% low? Not at all. With this fire rabbit dagger, I can easily kill dozens of fire rabbits in an hour, even without leveling up. Plus, the stronger I get, the faster I can take them down. He took a deep breath, determination gleaming in his eyes. If I can't succeed in one try, I'll try 100 times. If not 100, then 1,000. Once I succeed, I'll gain fire affinity. Becoming a fire mage is within reach. If I can raise the mastery level to LV3, I'll be in a rank fire mage. If I reach LV6, I'll be Shrank. With this resolve, Ling Yan's determination soared. He quickly checked his gear and ventured deeper into the forest, seeking his next fire rabbit target. In the fire rabbit forest, the fire rabbits were about to face a catastrophe. Ling Yan, known as the explosive chrysanthemum monster, swept in like a whirlwind, and each of his attacks was incredibly precise. In just over 10 minutes, the 10th fire rabbit fell to his assault. As the last fire rabbit went down, the Wheel of Fortune suddenly activated. Ling Yan felt a dizzying sensation, followed by the system notification. Congratulations. You've obtained a 10,000x drop rate. Acquired armor, Fire Rabbit Battle Armor Blue. Congratulations. You've leveled up to LV2. All attributes 3, gained 10 free attribute points. A gleam of delight flashed in Ling Yan's eyes, and without hesitation, he allocated all the attribute points to speed. The system promptly responded. Ding. Speed 10. Current speed, 22. At the same time, a set of fiery red armor appeared out of thin air, adorned with intricate fire rabbit runes. Ling Yan quickly checked its attributes. Fire Rabbit Battle Armor Blue. Level, LV1. Attributes, Constitution 20, Defense 30, Fire Damage Reduction 30. Without a second thought, he equipped it. Instantly, a warm current swept through his body, evidently the effect of the Constitution boost. Just as Ling Yan was basking in the joy of leveling up, a sharp squeak suddenly came from behind. Instinctively, he sidestepped as a basketball-sized fireball whizzed past him, crashing into a nearby small tree. The tree trunk snapped with a loud crack, flames erupted, and the surrounding bushes quickly caught fire. Furious, Ling Yan turned to see a fire rabbit the size of a wolf dog glaring at him, flames swirling in its mouth, clearly ready to launch another attack. What the heck? Aren't there only LV1 fire rabbits here? Where did this big one come from? Ling Yan wondered, hurriedly checking its attributes. Wild Monster, Fire Rabbit Elite. Level, LV1. Passive Talent, Fire Mastery LV2 increases fire skill power by 200. Health, 10001000. Mana, 500,500. Strength, 30. Speed, 30. Constitution, 30. Soul, 30. Skill, Fireball can cause wide area splash damage and 20 burn damage per second for 10 seconds. Cost, 50. Ling Yan was immediately thrilled. An elite monster. It's an elite monster. If I take it down, won't it drop something huge? He calculated. This kind of thing is rare. You might not encounter it even a few times a year in the novice village of High Bay City. However, alongside his excitement, Ling Yan couldn't help but feel a bit worried. The Fire Rabbit Elite's attributes were nearly 3 times his own, and without the boost from his new equipment, he wouldn't even stand a chance in a direct confrontation. Even the skill is a fireball, but it's no ordinary fireball. One blast can cause an astonishing 60 points of damage. However, the truly terrifying aspect is its lasting effect: 12 points of burning damage per second for 10 seconds, totaling 120 points. A single skill can inflict 180 points of total damage, enough to instantly take out a low-level student with just over 100 health points. What's even more frightening is that it's an area attack, causing those caught in its range to suffer the burning effect as well. One fireball can easily wipe out 7 or 8 ordinary students. Ling Yan, experienced in countless battles and with years of hunting fire rabbits, was not intimidated at all. With the aid of his weapon and breastplate, he charged forward without hesitation. The elite fire rabbit let out a sharp cry, spewing scorching flames directly at Ling Yan. However, Ling Yan, with his exceptional speed, deftly sidestepped, causing the fireball to miss. The rabbit was startled and was about to gather a second attack, but Ling Yan had already leaped in front of it, his dagger stabbing directly at its eye. Although its 30 points of defense reduced the critical damage, the burning effect was significant. In excruciating pain, the fire rabbit roared and spat a fireball at close range. Ling Yan couldn't dodge it and was blasted several meters away. Yet he smiled. The newbie god-tier equipment truly lived up to its name. Such a fierce attack only broke through 1 point of defense, and even more gratifying was the complete immunity to the burning effect. Ling Yan quickly got back on his feet. Since the opponent's strongest attack couldn't harm him, what was there to fear? He charged again. The fire rabbit, both furious and alarmed, sent another basketball-sized fireball his way. This time, Ling Yan neither dodged nor evaded, using his dagger to meet it head-on. The collision was explosive, the fireball shattered. Though slightly damaged, Ling Yan pressed forward with unstoppable momentum. Seeing its ranged attacks fail, the fire rabbit roared and swiped its claws at Ling Yan. Instead of retreating, Ling Yan advanced, his dagger clashing with the beast's claws. In an instant, blood splattered. The rabbit's claw was severed, while above Ling Yan's head, the word miss appeared, indicating that the physical attack did not penetrate his defense. The ensuing battle was one-sided, with Ling Yan relentlessly attacking, damage numbers continuously popping up above the elite fire rabbit. Although the rabbit hit Ling Yan a few more times, it had little effect, causing a total loss of less than 10 health points, not even matching Ling Yan's natural recovery rate. In just a few minutes, the fire rabbit's massive health was completely depleted. As it collapsed with a thud, a stream of light emerged from its body, flowing directly into Ling Yan. The victory came swiftly and decisively. Ling Yan's sword sliced through the air, striking precisely at the vital point of the elite fire rabbit. With a piercing screech, the level 1 elite monster collapsed to the ground. In an instant, a series of system notifications flooded into Ling Yan's mind. Solo kill of LV1 elite fire rabbit. Experience 500, star coins 10,000. Passive plunder activated. Can plunder elite fire rabbit's passive. Fire affinity, LV2. Plunder success rate, 0.00005. Fortune wheel activated. Success rate increased by 100 million times, now 50. Plunder successful. Obtain passive. Fire affinity, LV2. Fortune wheel activated again. Drop rate increased by 10,000 times. Obtained armor. Fire rabbit shoes, LV1 blue quality. Obtained accessory. Fire rabbit necklace, LV1 blue quality. Obtained skill book. Fireball, LV1 green quality. Level up to LV3. All attributes 3. Gained 15 free attribute points. Ling Yan's eyes lit up instantly, and a smile crept across his face. Success. The passive plunder finally succeeded once. He recalled how in his previous life, it took years and killing millions of low-level monsters to plunder a single passive rebirth. Now, with the identity of the Chosen One, he had plundered an LV2 passive in less than half an hour. Ling Yan understood the value of fire affinity LV2. Typically, when a fire mage awakens, their fire affinity is only LV1. Reaching LV2 is rare. If one reaches LV3, their class level jumps to a grade. LV6 signifies the title of Enscraved Fire Mage. This rule applies not only to fire mages, but to almost all professions. The higher the passive level, the stronger the class power. However, the only way to increase passive levels is through rebirth. Only a few can trigger a rebirth quest upon reaching a certain level. Completing the quest raises the passive by 1 level but resets the character to LV1, starting from scratch. Unless near death or at a very high level, most would choose rebirth upon receiving the quest. Ling Yan, with his passive plundering ability, didn't have to worry about this. He could continuously enhance his power by plundering higher-level passives. At that moment, another system notification chimed. Loading fire affinity, LV2. Suddenly, a brilliant light surged into Ling Yan's body. He could clearly feel the fire elements around him dancing joyfully, as if welcoming their new master. To his surprise, Ling Yan found he could easily manipulate these fire elements. Fire affinity LV2 allows control over fire element power and increases fire skill potency by 200. Ling Yan was thrilled, recognizing that fire affinity was indeed the core passive of a fire mage. LV2 brought a direct twofold increase in power, a force that was truly exhilarating. A smile curled at the corner of Ling Yan's lips as his gaze settled on the virtual attribute panel in front of him. Although Flame Mastery at LV1 didn't enhance his power, it allowed an ordinary flame mage to cast fire skills. The strength of these skills depended on the caster's soul intensity. He quickly calculated in his mind. An elite fire rabbit with a soul strength of 30 points, possessing only LV1 Flame Mastery, could inflict a maximum of 30 points of fireball damage. However, with LV2 Flame Mastery, the damage could double to an astonishing 60 points. Let's check out the stats of the Fire Rabbit Necklace and Fire Rabbit Boots. Ling Yan murmured to himself, immediately pulling up the attribute panels for both pieces of equipment. The Fire Rabbit Necklace was displayed before him. Green quality, LV1 attributes. Soul 20. Spell damage 30. Mana 300. Next came the data for the Fire Rabbit Boots. Blue quality, LV1 attributes. Speed 20. Defense 20. Fire damage reduction 20. Ling Yan's eyes widened slightly. The high attributes of these two pieces of equipment were astonishing. Combined, their full attributes could rival those of typical LV10 gear. The title Newbie Divine Gear was well-deserved. Without hesitation, Ling Yan decisively commanded, equip the Fire Rabbit Boots and Fire Rabbit Necklace. Also, allocate all my attribute points to Soul, and learn Fireball. As soon as he finished speaking, a cool sensation swept through Ling Yan's consciousness. Then, 3 system notifications sounded in quick succession. Ding! Congratulations to the host for equipping the full Fire Rabbit set, gaining set effects. All attributes 10, Fire attribute damage reduction and damage 20. Ding! Your soul 15, soul value reaches 61. Ding! Congratulations to the player for learning green skill, Fireball LV1. Effect, 20s continuous damage, upgrade requirement, 01000, consumption, 50 mana. Ling Yan was well aware of the full Fire Rabbit set's effects. After all, it was worth at least 30 million star coins. At this level, the set's effects were top-notch. At this moment, all of Ling Yan's attributes were nearly around 50. He began analyzing the power of Fireball. 20 continuous burn meant 200 damage over 10 seconds. Adding the direct attacks damage, that totaled 3 times the damage, including the boost from Flame Mastery. So, one Fireball can unleash a total damage 6 times my soul value. Ling Yan murmured. No wonder fire mages are known for being the fastest at monster hunting. He couldn't help but marvel at the value of this green skill book, which even the principal couldn't afford with its price exceeding tens of millions. Even more exciting was that the level of Fireball could be upgraded. Looks like I'll need to use it often, Ling Yan resolved internally. Ling Yan smiled slightly, recalling that, like equipment, skills were divided into 7 grades: white, green, blue, purple, gold, dark gold, and red. Skill level improvement relied on proficiency. The higher the level, the stronger the power. Even a white skill, when trained to LV10, could surpass an ordinary blue LV1 skill. Then, Ling Yan opened his attribute table, carefully examining each piece of data. Attribute table. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human. Profession, Passive Plunderer, Child of Fortune. Level, LV30. Strength, 45. Agility, 55. Constitution, 45. Soul, 61. Innate passives. Rebirth LV102. 0.01 chance of resurrection upon death. Resurrection time point is random. Flame Mastery LV204. Fire damage 200. Ling Yan's eyes scanned these data points, already planning his next steps for improvement. Ling Yan stared at the attribute table, lost in thought. His eyes scanned back and forth over the skills, weapons, and currency sections, his mind racing. Fireball skill LV1 green, 01000, 20s. Fire Rabbit set LV1 blue, fire attribute damage reduction 50, damage 50, 10,000, and 10 star coins. The potential behind these numbers excited him immensely. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ling Yan's mind. He suddenly realized the secret to upgrading passive skills. By duplicating 4 Fire Mastery LV1 or 2 LV2 Fire Mastery, he could raise Fire Mastery to LV3. In his previous life, this would have been unbelievable. But now, with the Destiny's Child profession, anything was possible. Just 4 passives. Ling Yan's lips curled up slightly. Looks like I still need to hunt fire rabbits. His gaze fell on the Fire Rabbit Elite's corpse not far away. This corpse was worth a lot, at least several thousand star coins. Without hesitation, Ling Yan stored it in his backpack space. Although the initial backpack had 20 slots, corpses couldn't be stacked, so he only took this elite corpse. As for the ordinary fire rabbits, each wasn't even worth 1 star coin, so he ignored them. Ling Yan gripped his weapon and headed deeper into the fire rabbit forest. He hadn't gone far when a few LV1 fire rabbits appeared in his view. Without a word, he quickly formed a seal with his right hand. Whoosh! A fireball larger than a basketball shot out, hurtling toward the group of fire rabbits. Boom! The fireball smashed into one fire rabbit, instantly blowing it to pieces. Explosive flames scattered, igniting the surrounding fire rabbits. Squeak! 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 The fire rabbits let out sharp, painful cries, scattering in all directions. But it was too late. Within just 5 seconds, all 7 or 8 ignited fire rabbits were down. Streams of light flowed into Ling Yan's body. The system prompt sounded immediately. Ding! Player killed LV1 Fire Rabbit 8. Gained 16 experience points, 2 star coins. Passive Plunder activated. This time Fire Mastery Plunder probability is 0.0008. Luck Roulette increase is 8. Plunder failed. Luck Roulette drop rate increased by 1,000 times. You obtained item, Fire Rabbit Long Sword Blue. Wow, no wonder it's a green skill. Ling Yan excitedly muttered to himself. This power is simply overwhelming. He began to imagine the future. When he reached the level of a high-level player, the diameter of the fireball skill would be at least 10 meters. With just one hit, ordinary creatures within hundreds of meters would likely not escape unscathed. A smile played on Ling Yan's lips. With such skills, acquiring passive skills would no longer be an issue. As for leveling up, that was another matter. With each small level increase, the experience gained would halve. With 2 level increases, the experience might even decrease by 5 times. Once the level gap reached 10 levels, experience would be completely unobtainable. This is why the gap between ordinary players and those who could defeat higher-level monsters grew larger. Ling Yan knew he had to fully utilize his current advantages to grow quickly in this harsh world. Ling Yan stood at the edge of the fire rabbit forest, gazing deeply into its depths. He contemplated the nature of this world that had descended from a game. Despite its game-like appearance, it was fraught with danger. The wild monsters were generally stronger than players of the same level, a gap that widened as levels increased. In later stages, even a class professional would struggle to take on a single level 100 creature alone. This setup resulted in a harsh reality. Players' growth would gradually slow, and death meant true death. Most people, seeking safety, only dared to challenge weaker opponents, relying on level advantages to win. Ling Yan understood that the only way to grow quickly in this world was through challenging higher-level adversaries. However, such ventures were extremely perilous, with the slightest misstep leading to death, loss of experience, and a reduction in hard-earned star coins. This high-risk, high-reward mechanism made survival challenging for ordinary individuals, even in this future game-like world. After careful consideration, Ling Yan decided to venture deeper into the fire rabbit forest. He switched from his fire rabbit dagger to a more fitting fire rabbit longsword and resolutely stepped into the forest. As he ventured further, the scenery gradually changed. Level 1 fire rabbits became more abundant, and level 2 and level 3 fire rabbits began to appear. With the advantage of 50 points of fire damage reduction, Ling Yan moved unhindered and quickly reached the forest center. The scene here was breathtaking. Large groups of fire rabbits gathered together, with each group numbering from 7 to 8, up to more than a dozen. The weakest were level 3, and level 5 fire rabbits were common sights. Ling Yan carefully observed the attributes of these high-level fire rabbits. Monster, Fire Rabbit. Level, LV5. Innate Passive, Fire Mastery LV1 enhances fire spell power by 100. Health, 10001000. Mana, 500,500. Attack, 40. Defense, 40. Skill, Small Fireball deals fire damage and 10 burn damage per second for 10 seconds. Cost, 20. Although the attack power of a level 5 fire rabbit seemed higher than that of an elite 1, its actual combat strength was much less. A level 1 elite fire rabbit could easily defeat a group of level 5 ordinary fire rabbits, let alone level 3 ones. Ling Yan targeted a group of level 3 fire rabbits and unleashed a fireball without hesitation. With a loud boom, the fireball exploded among the rabbits, instantly igniting them. The group erupted in angry and pained squeals. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the next moment, all the fire rabbits, as if coordinated, simultaneously launched fireballs at Ling Yan. The sound of explosions was incessant as fireballs burst against Ling Yan's fire rabbit armor, but the system kept showing miss, indicating that the attacks failed to penetrate his defense. Even level 5 and level 6 fire rabbits couldn't harm Ling Yan, fully showcasing the power of his superior equipment. Ling Yan felt a surge of joy, recognizing the formidable power of the Fortune's Child class, far superior to Passive Plundering. With this class, he could ensure his equipment remained top tier among those of the same level. With a confident smile, Ling Yan raised his long sword and fearlessly charged into the rabbit horde. The sound of thump, thump, thump was continuous as, under the fortune wheel's blessing, each strike hit its mark. Simultaneously, his left hand conjured massive fireballs, hurling them at the surrounding fire rabbits. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed, flames soared, and the entire fire rabbit forest seemed to transform into a sea of fire. Explosions echoed through fire rabbit forest, deafeningly loud. Ling Yan moved like a flash of lightning among the fire rabbits, his blade glinting coldly as it claimed the life of each rabbit it struck. The surrounding fire rabbits snarled angrily and charged at Ling Yan, but their attacks were nothing more than a tickle to this indomitable youth. The system notifications chimed repeatedly. You have slain a LV3 fire rabbit. Gained 30 experience points, 3 star coins. You have slain a LV5 fire rabbit. Gained 100 bonus experience points, 5 star coins. You have slain a LV4 fire rabbit. Gained 60 bonus experience points, 4 star coins. Suddenly, a special notification rang out. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully copied the talent, Flame Mastery, LV1. As the number of kills increased, Ling Yan's level rose rapidly. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV4. All attributes 3, gained 20 free attribute points. Ling Yan didn't hesitate to allocate all the points to his soul, propelling it to 84 points. This enhancement significantly boosted the power of Ling Yan's fireball spell, dealing 168 damage per attack, with ongoing damage reaching 33 points per second. Even a single ignition could leave a LV3 fire rabbit with half its life, and a follow-up strike would finish it off. Though the experience gained from low-level fire rabbits diminished as his level increased, Ling Yan remained unfazed. His goal was clear-stack passive levels. Driven by this objective, Ling Yan became a precise killing machine, continuously harvesting the lives of fire rabbits. When his mana was depleted, Ling Yan resorted to slashing with his sword. Once his mana replenished to 50 points, he unleashed a fireball spell at the densest cluster of fire rabbits, causing widespread damage. Soon, Ling Yan leveled up again. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV5. All attributes 3, gained 25 free attribute points. By now, he had slain hundreds of fire rabbits and had copied another Flame Mastery LV1. Even more exciting, Ling Yan had already acquired a complete set of LV5 fire rabbit gear, which he could now equip. This gear not only added 50 to all attributes, but also reduced fire damage, increased damage by 80, and boosted mana and health regeneration by 5 points per second. Ling Yan promptly donned the new gear, feeling an instant 20-point boost in his overall attributes. He again allocated all free attribute points to his soul, skyrocketing it to 129 points. This enhancement further amplified the power of his fireball spell, making it lethal even to LV3 fire rabbits caught in its splash damage. Most importantly, the regenerative effects of the LV5 fire rabbit gear greatly enhanced Ling Yan's ability to sustain combat. What followed was a relentless slaughter in Fire Rabbit Forest. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, a group of ordinary students, forced to team up here due to other low-level monster zones being occupied, witnessed a shocking scene. Zhou Tong, a youth radiating a white aura, was effortlessly slaying fire rabbits as if he were in a realm of his own. "Look, that's Zhou Tong," someone exclaimed, their voice filled with disbelief. In less than an hour, Zhou Tong had already reached level 2. The students were astonished and buzzed with discussions about the prowess of this rank professional. Zhou Tong was effortlessly taking down 3 to 4 level 1 fire rabbits by himself, skillfully slaying these low-level creatures. The envious glances and exclamations from the students reached Zhou Tong's ears, making him smile with pride. "Humph, with my rank profession, I'm destined to be the brightest talent in High Bay City this time," Zhou Tong thought to himself, already envisioning prestigious universities extending invitations to him. However, reality soon delivered a harsh blow. It's a pity, though he's a rank professional, without skills and equipment, he can only handle level 1 and level 2 fire rabbits. Yeah, level 3 fire rabbits live in groups, with at least 7 or 8 level 1 underlings. Zhou Tong might not be able to manage. Upon hearing these regretful comments, Zhou Tong's face darkened instantly. He thought angrily, can't beat them? A rank professional can't beat a level 3 fire rabbit? That's a joke. With this in mind, Zhou Tong decisively kicked away the fire rabbit he was attacking and headed straight into the depths of the fire rabbit forest. The students were stunned by this sight. They dared not follow, fearing encounters with swarms of higher-level fire rabbits. However, when Zhou Tong reached the level 3 fire rabbit forest, he was dumbfounded by the scene before him. The area was empty, with only scorched corpses scattered around. What's going on? Why aren't there any fire rabbits? Zhou Tong looked around, puzzled. He suspected that a high-level elite fire rabbit might have slaughtered its kind, but quickly dismissed the idea. Just as Zhou Tong was wondering, a deafening explosion sounded from afar. He quickly climbed a large tree and looked towards the source of the noise. What he saw left him wide-eyed and speechless. A boy clad in fiery red armor was surrounded by hundreds of fire rabbits. These level 3, even level 5 fire rabbits attacked frantically, yet none could penetrate his defense. Zhou Tong recognized the equipment of fire rabbit set. How is this possible? How could there be such a wealthy student in our school? Zhou Tong's mind was in turmoil. Even a super-rich kid couldn't have acquired the fire rabbit set within the first 3 days. Nothing from outside, except for attributeless beginner sets, can be brought in. While Zhou Tong was still in shock, the Ling Yan suddenly swung his left hand. A fireball the size of a basket formed instantly and hurled towards the densest cluster of fire rabbits. Boom! The explosion echoed through the forest. More than 10 fire rabbits were blasted apart, with 2 or 3 reduced to charred remains. The remaining dozen or so, though they escaped, were engulfed in flames, screaming as they ran for a few seconds before all perishing in the blaze. Zhou Tong stared in awe at the scene, his mind filled with only one thought. This is at least a rank fire mage, and he possesses skills of at least green quality. Zhou Tong was dumbfounded. He had thought he would be the most impressive guy at school, but standing in front of Ling Yan made him realize the stark reality. The gap between them was like night and day. As Zhou Tong was plunged into self-doubt, a sharp squeak pierced the silence. A level 5 fire rabbit, about the size of a Shiba Inu, suddenly sprang from the bushes and launched a scorching fireball at Zhou Tong, who was perched on a tree branch. Boom! The fireball hit Zhou Tong squarely, catching him off guard. The impact knocked him off the tree, and he crashed heavily to the ground. 2 glaring damage numbers flashed above his head, followed by a continuous loss of 4 health points per second. Damn, it's a level 5 fire rabbit. Zhou Tong's face turned pale. Despite the searing pain in his chest, he stumbled to his feet and tried to flee. However, the fire rabbit's speed was beyond his expectations. With a powerful leap, It caught up to him and sank its sharp teeth into his right leg. With a crack, the sound of bone breaking was unmistakable. The system notification chimed in. The fire rabbit has inflicted a crippling injury on you. Ah! Zhou Tong screamed in agony as his right leg went numb. In a moment of desperation, he activated his innate white skill, Holy Night Slash. A flash of white light appeared, and although the damage was minimal, it managed to drive the fire rabbit back by 2 meters. Zhou Tong, dragging his crippled right leg, desperately tried to escape, his health dwindling to a perilous level. But the squeak from behind sent a shiver down his spine. The fire rabbit was engulfed in flames, which quickly coalesced in its mouth. A low hum resonated as the fire rabbit formed an even hotter fireball. Zhou Tong realized in despair that if this strike landed, it would be the end for him. It's over. I can't believe I'm going to die here today, taken down by a low-level monster before I even got started, Zhou Tong thought, filled with regret. Just as the fireball was about to be unleashed, a sudden thud echoed. A fiery red longsword descended from the sky, piercing the fire rabbit's head with precision. A crimson number floated above the creature. Critical hit. The system notification sounded at the perfect moment. There is a 1 in a million chance to trigger a fatal attack when dealing damage that would be considered lethal in normal circumstances. Once triggered, regardless of the opponent's health, they are instantly defeated. The fire rabbit, with its health depleted, struggled briefly before collapsing on the ground. Zhou Tong sighed in relief, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Ling Yan frowned at Zhou Tong, his tone a mix of confusion and reproach. Zhou Tong? What are you doing here? Don't you know it's dangerous? Ling Yan thought to himself. This kid is so reckless, daring to venture here at just level 2. No wonder he perished in the novice village in his previous life. If I hadn't heard his scream by chance, he would have become roasted rabbit by now. Zhou Tong awkwardly struggled to his feet and quickly explained. Cough, cough. It's just that all the fire rabbits on the way were dead, so I came to take a look. Thanks for saving my life, brother. He regretted his earlier arrogance, realizing that he was the one who had been overconfident. Ling Yan understood the implication in Zhou Tong's words. Although these fire rabbits would respawn after death, they did so slowly, taking at least a day or 2, sometimes even longer, depending on luck. This explained why other ordinary monster areas often lacked enough monsters to hunt. Of course, the main reason was that Zhou Tong had taken the same path as Ling Yan. Otherwise, the number of fire rabbits Ling Yan had eliminated wouldn't have even reached 1%, making it impossible for the monsters to respawn quickly enough. We're classmates. No need to be so formal, Ling Yan said. You can check the sides. I've only cleared the monsters on this path, but in your condition, it's better to rest up before coming back. Before he finished speaking, Ling Yan turned and hurled a fireball behind him. With a boom, more than 20 fire rabbits were blasted and burned to death. Zhou Tong witnessed this and swallowed hard. Thanks for the advice, classmate. I'll be off then, he said, not hesitating as he leaned on his sword and headed towards the safe zone. Ling Yan watched Zhou Tong leave and nodded slightly. The kid had some sense, after all. If he had been more stubborn, Ling Yan wouldn't have bothered with his fate. Several hours passed, and Ling Yan was still surrounded by hundreds of flame rabbits. Wielding his long sword with the speed of the wind, each strike found its mark with precision, piercing the vital points of the fiery creatures. Bright red blood splattered through the air, highlighting his resolute expression. Suddenly, a system notification rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV8. All attributes 5, and you have gained 40 free attribute points. This was followed by a series of notifications. You have successfully plundered the passive skill, Flame Mastery LV1. Flame Mastery proficiency reached 44. Upgraded to LV3. You have successfully plundered the passive skill, Flame Mastery LV1. Flame Mastery proficiency reached 88. Upgraded to LV4. Flame Mastery LV4. Allowing control over fire elements and increasing fire skill power by 400. Ling Yan felt a surge of joy. His Flame Mastery had finally reached LV4, marking a significant leap in his abilities. This meant he had achieved the level of an A-rank profession, and if he could reach LV5, he would advance to a rank. Without hesitation, Ling Yan commanded the system. System, boost all my attributes except for the soul to 100, and allocate the remaining points to the soul. The system promptly responded. Points allocated successfully. The next moment, Ling Yan's attribute panel appeared before him. Attributes. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human. Profession, Passive Plunderer, Child of Fortune, Flame Mage. Level, LV80. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Constitution, 100. Soul, 185. Innate passives. Rebirth LV1, 02, 0.01 chance to be reborn once after death. Rebirth time point is random. Flame Mastery LV4, 016, fire damage 400. Skills, Fireball LV1 green, 580, 1000, 20s. Weapon, Flame Rabbit set LV5 blue, Fire attribute damage reduction 80, damage 80. Currency, 11,151 star coins. Ling Yan contemplated silently, realizing that such attributes were extraordinary for a novice village. Even the second generation of those powerful families couldn't bring such strong equipment to a novice village. However, once they left, they would acquire at least purple, if not gold, level powerful sets. Nonetheless, Ling Yan was not worried. With his profession as a plunderer, he could amass a substantial number of passive skills. In the future, he might even replicate some profession passives that grant additional attribute boosts. By then, every level up would bring a qualitative leap in his attributes. At that moment, another system notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 10,000 flame rabbits and earned the achievement, Flame Rabbit Hunter LV1. Flame Rabbit Hunter LV1, when equipped, grants a 20 damage boost against flame rabbits, and the effect, Flame Rabbit's Revenge, increasing hatred value by 20 within 100 meters. Ling Yan raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on his lips. Finally, he had earned the Flame Rabbit Hunter achievement, which would likely multiply his monster-killing speed several times over. He glanced around, noticing more and more flame rabbits converging on his location. Unlike the usual range of 10 to 20 meters, these rabbits seemed to be drawn from much farther away. Ling Yan tightened his grip on his longsword, ready to face an even fiercer battle. Ling Yan stood at the edge of the beginner's village, his eyes shining with excitement. He had just increased his attack range to 100 meters, with an additional 20 points of damage, thinking that this would greatly enhance his speed in defeating enemies. Of course, he also knew that while this achievement could significantly speed up his leveling, it also came with risks. Accidentally attracting a high-level wild monster could have dire consequences. However, for Ling Yan, these weren't really concerns. After all, this was the beginner's village, and the highest level monster here was only a LV-10 fire rabbit. Suddenly, a series of rapid squeak sounds echoed from all directions. Ling Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Just as he had expected, a large number of fire rabbits were rushing towards him. Fireball spell! Ling Yan shouted softly, waving his hand. A fireball the size of a wash basin formed instantly and smashed into the dense group of fire rabbits. With a loud boom, the fireball exploded. In the dazzling light, damage values burst forth like raindrops. A total of over 1,000 damage points instantly killed some low-level LV-3 fire rabbits. Within a radius of more than 10 meters, 30 to 40 fire rabbits were ignited, with burning damage values continuously emerging. System notifications sounded one after another. You have slain 25 LV-3 fire rabbits. Gained 25 experience points, star coins 2. You have slain 3 LV-5 fire rabbits. Gained 18 experience points, star coins 2. You have slain 7 LV-4 fire rabbits. Gained 14 experience points, star coins 1. With just one fireball spell, Ling Yan managed to kill 35 fire rabbits, and more continued to fall around him. Although these low-level fire rabbits offered very little experience points to Ling Yan, he didn't mind at all. He picked up his weapon and started to harvest the remaining fire rabbits. Ling Yan knew he wasn't just after experience points. What mattered more were the passive skills. Even if the experience points were low, his leveling speed was still far superior to others. This was thanks to his incredible luck, where nearly every strike was a critical or a heart strike, effectively doubling or tripling his attack power. Occasionally, there would even be an instant kill with a deadly blow. At his current pace, Ling Yan could kill at least 100 fire rabbits per minute, which meant over 6,000 in an hour. Even with a low probability of looting passive skills, an hour was enough for him to acquire at least 4 or 5 passives. However, Ling Yan's relentless hunting soon cleared out the surrounding fire rabbits. He had to venture deeper into the fire rabbit forest, expanding his range. After every hour or two of slaying, Ling Yan would take a brief rest to organize his gear and recover his state. In this frenzied slaughter, within just 2 to 3 hours, the nearby fire rabbits were wiped out. Ling Yan had no choice but to push further into the depths of the fire rabbit forest. Here, he encountered LV-8 and even LV-10 fire rabbits, which significantly reduced his efficiency, as a single fireball was no longer enough to kill them all. However, the experience points gained also increased significantly, and Ling Yan's previously stagnant level began to rise rapidly again. And so, Ling Yan tirelessly hunted for an entire day and night. With Ling Yan's direct kill of a LV-10 fire rabbit deep in the forest, a series of system notifications followed. Ling Yan swung his sword, and the LV-10 fire rabbit fell to the ground. A system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, player. Your level has increased to LV-13, all attributes 10, and you've gained 65 free attribute points. The Wheel of Fate has activated, Plundering Flame Mastery LV-1, and you've acquired Fire Rabbit Armor LV-101. Ling Yan's eyes lit up as his Flame Mastery finally reached LV-6. Feeling the surge of power within, he quickly allocated his free attribute points. He raised his hand and cast a fireball spell at the charging group of fire rabbits. The 1-meter diameter fireball tracing a dazzling arc through the air. Boom! After the loud explosion, a cascade of damage numbers appeared. The LV3 fireball spell, combined with the LV10 fire rabbit set and LV6 flame mastery, resulted in explosive damage. The base explosion damage was 130, plus an additional 600 points of continuous burn damage per second, totaling nearly 9,000 points over 10 seconds. Ling Yan marveled at the damage, realizing it could instantly deplete the health of an LV10 fire rabbit. His high critical hit rate allowed him to one-shot most targets. Indeed, only a powerful class can wield such formidable strength. Ling Yan mused, also realizing the importance of leveling up. It said that after reaching level 100, each small level increase grants tens of thousands of free attribute points. He opened his attribute panel to carefully examine his growth. Name: Ling Yan. Race: human. Class: Passive Plunderer, Child of Fate, Flame Mage. Level: LV 13-1. Strength: 200 Agility, 200 Constitution, 200 Soul, 315. Passive Talents: Rebirth LV 102, 0.01 chance to resurrect after death, random timing. Flame Mastery LV 6064, fire damage 600. Skills: Fireball Spell LV 3 green, 17,000, 30s, 130. Weapon: Fire Rabbit Set LV 10 blue, fire attribute damage reduction 400, damage 400, mana regen 2 seconds. Currency: 48,000 star coins. Ling Yan nodded in satisfaction but also recognized the difficulty of further leveling up. The fire rabbit forest had been mostly cleared by him, and even finishing off the remaining ones wouldn't get him to LV 14. After all, the highest there were LV 10 fire rabbits, each providing only 12 experience points. It seems it's time to move to another monster area. Ling Yan pondered for a moment and decided to head to the nearby Wind Wolf Den. The Wind Wolf Den, a forbidden area in the novice village, housed less than 30,000 wolves but with a minimum level of LV 6. Each group had at least one LV 8 leader, all possessing wind mastery. They were swift, aggressive, and far more powerful than the same level fire rabbits. Ordinary LV 10 novices would find it uncertain if they could leave alive. However, the experience points from wind wolves were 3 times that of same level monsters, making it an ideal leveling ground for talented players. Clad in his fiery red fire rabbit set, Ling Yan confidently stepped into the Wind Wolf Denver. He thought to himself, even though my backpack contains thousands of fire rabbit sets worth hundreds of billions of star coins, releasing too many at once might cause a stir. It's better to focus on enhancing my strength and gradually sell them off in the future. It is said that deep within the Wind Wolf's lair lies a legendary Wind Wolf set, whose attributes slightly surpass those of the fire rabbit set. Ling Yan contemplated this in his heart and decided to investigate personally. His gaze swept over the vast plains before him, where countless wind wolves lay curled up, sound asleep. Without hesitation, Ling Yan strode boldly into the heart of the wind wolf pack. As soon as he stepped into the alert range of the wolves, a large LV8 alpha wolf raised its head warily. Ling Yan quickly brought up the wolf's attribute panel. Wild Creature, Wind Wolf Alpha. Level: LV8. Innate Passives: Wind Mastery, LV2. Enhances wind spells by 200. Speed Boost, LV1. Increases speed attribute by 150. Health: 50005000. Mana: 10001000. Attack: 100. Defense: 100. Skill: Wind Blade deals massive slashing damage and inflicts a bleeding effect of 10 per second for 10 seconds. Cost: 30. A glint of excitement flashed in Ling Yan's eyes. This LV8 Alpha Wolf not only had Wind Mastery LV2, but also the rare Speed Boost talent. With this boost, his speed attribute could soar from 200 to 300, marking a qualitative leap in his power. Suddenly, the Alpha Wolf let out a long howl. A woo! In an instant, over a dozen wind wolves charged at Ling Yan like arrows released from a bow. They all bared their fangs, and sharp wind blades howled through the air, tearing towards Ling Yan. Ling Yan smirked disdainfully. Foolish! With a casual wave of his hand, a large fireball appeared out of thin air, hurtling towards the oncoming wind blades. Whoosh! 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 The fireball collided with the wind blades, instantly consuming them all. Before the wolves could react, the powerful fireball crashed heavily onto them. Boom! The fireball exploded, and searing waves of heat swept the area. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so wind wolves were reduced to charred corpses. The system prompt immediately sounded. You have defeated 17 LV6 wind wolves, gaining 17 experience points and 1 star coin. You have defeated 1 LV8 wind wolf, gaining 5 experience points and 1 star coin. Passive Plunder activated, allowing you to plunder elite wind wolf passives. Wind Mastery, LV2. Plunder success rate 0.00005. Speed Boost, LV1. Plunder success rate 0.0001. Wind mastery, LV1. Plunder success rate 0.0001 inch. Fortune wheel activated, granting a 100,000 fold success rate. You have acquired the passive, Wind Mastery, LV1. Fortune wheel activated, granting a 10,000 fold drop rate, and acquired armor, Wind Wolf, Armor Blue. Ling Yan raised an eyebrow, feeling secretly pleased. Obtaining a passive skill on his first attempt was indeed lucky. At that moment, a gentle breeze suddenly arose, softly caressing Ling Yan's entire body. He could clearly feel a vast amount of wind energy continuously pouring into him. Ling Yan closed his eyes, savoring this newfound power, a satisfied smile naturally forming at the corner of his mouth. Ling Yan felt the power of the wind circulating within him, as easy to control as flames. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he thought to himself, "Is this what mastery of wind feels like? Truly impressive." With a single thought, Ling Yan infused his sword with wind power. In an instant, a 2-meter-wide wind blade howled forth, slicing through the oncoming pack of wind wolves. The sound of whoosh was incessant, and wherever the wind blade passed, the wolves were torn in half. Experience points flooded in like raindrops. The system notifications soon chimed. Player has learned a basic skill, Windblade. Deals massive slashing damage, causing 10 bleeding per second for 10 seconds. Cost, 30. Ling Yan smiled slightly. So this is the white skill Windblade? Not bad. He knew well the strength of element wielders. By attaching elements to their weapons, they could create various white skills. Those with exceptional talent could even create powerful green or blue skills. However, Ling Yan also understood that Windblade still had a considerable gap compared to Fireball. Each level of a white skill only increased its power by 5 and its sustained damage by 2, whereas the green Fireball increased power by 15 and sustained damage by 5 per level, with an added splash effect. Let's finish off all the wind wolves in this den first, Ling Yan decided. Without hesitation, he charged into the wolf pack, slashing with his sword and casting Fireball. The sound of explosions echoed throughout the wind wolf den, and many wolves were either blasted or burned to death. In comparison, Windblade's lack of splash damage made it less efficient for killing. As Ling Yan continued his slaughter, system notifications kept popping up. You have killed 50 LV6 wind wolves, gaining 50 experience points and 5-star coins. You have killed 20 LV7 wind wolves, gaining 44 experience points and 4-star coins. You have successfully looted passive, Speed Enhancement LV1, granting 150 speed boost. You have killed 10 LV9 wind wolves, gaining 80 experience points and 8-star coins. You have successfully looted passive, Wind Mastery LV2, increasing passive level to LV3, with wind power boosted by 300. Ling Yan chose to silence most notifications, keeping only those related to passive looting. As he increased his kill count, he ventured deeper into the core of the Wind Wolf den. By now, Ling Yan had swapped his Fire Rabbit set for the Wind Wolf set. The system displayed Wind Wolf set LV10, all attributes 100, wind damage reduction and damage 400, mana recovery speed 2s, health recovery speed 2 second. This set had similar attributes to the Fire Rabbit set, with the only difference being the shift to wind damage reduction and augmentation. Suddenly, a series of notifications rang out. Your level has increased to LV14. All attributes 10, free attribute points 70. You have successfully killed 10,000 wind wolves, earning the achievement Wind Wolf Slayer LV1. Damage to wind wolves increased by 20, and you gain 20 points of aggro from wind wolves within 100 meters. Ling Yan continued his hunting journey, the den resonating with the howls of wolves and the sounds of battle. Finally, the number of wind wolves slain by Ling Yan reached an impressive 10,000. As the system notifications sounded, he unhesitatingly allocated all his attribute points to his soul. Looking around, almost all wind wolves below LV8 in the entire den had fallen to his sword, leaving only the elite LV9 and LV10 wolves. With a slight smirk and a glint of battle spirit in his eyes, Ling Yan tightened his grip on his longsword and charged towards the remaining pack of wind wolves. Thanks to the Wind Wolf Slayer achievement, his attack power against the wind wolves was significantly enhanced. As the number of prey dwindled, his killing speed only increased. Time flew by, and in just over 5 hours, almost all the wind wolves in the den had been slaughtered by Ling Yan. He paused to check his attribute table. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human. Class, Passive Plunderer, Child of Destiny. Level, LV 1498. Strength, 210. Agility, 210,500. Constitution, 210. Soul, 395. Innate passives. Rebirth LV 102. 0.01 chance to be reborn after death. Rebirth time point is random. Flame Mastery LV 6 1564. Fire damage 600. Wind Mastery LV 5 3032. Wind damage 500. Speed Enhancement LV 52832. Speed Boost 500. Skills. Fireball LV 3 Green, 17,000, 30s, 130. Wind Blade LV 1 White, 121000. Weapon. Fire Rabbit Set LV 10 Blue, Fire Attribute Damage Reduction, Damage 400, Health, Mana Recovery 2s. Currency, 64,000 star coins. Although the Wind Wolf set was stronger, Ling Yan preferred the Fire Rabbit set, which complemented his flame mastery, allowing him to unleash greater destructive power. Seeing the experience bar just 2 away from leveling up, Ling Yan decided to make quick work of it. He strode confidently towards the last group of wind wolves. Sensing the threat, the remaining wolves roared in unison, surging towards him like a tidal wave. Unfazed, Ling Yan discovered that channeling the power of fire or wind into his blade significantly enhanced his combat effectiveness. With 210 base strength and an additional 400 from the wind attribute, his normal attacks could deal up to 600 points of damage, and critical hits just over 2,000. However, by infusing wind power, normal attacks could reach 2,000 damage, with criticals soaring to 6,000. The only cost was 3 mana per second, exactly matching his recovery rate. Using fire power was even more formidable, with normal attacks dealing 2,500 damage. However, the cost increased to 4 mana per second. Ling Yan calculated that for dealing with mobs, using Fireball or Wind Blade was more efficient. But when facing a boss, these melee techniques were undoubtedly the best choice. As Ling Yan pondered, the last Wind Wolf fell to his sword. The system notification promptly sounded. Ding! Player level increased to LV 15. All attributes 10. Gained 75 free attribute points. With a level 15 character and its level profession, entering Longting University should be within reach, right? Ling Yan thought as a slight smile appeared on his lips. However, he quickly realized that only 2 out of the 3 days in the novice village had passed, and there were still 28 days until the college entrance exam. A trace of ambition flashed in Ling Yan's eyes. Perhaps by then, Longting University would no longer be his ultimate goal. Suddenly, a series of howls interrupted Ling Yan's thoughts. Awoo! Awoo! The remaining wind wolves around him howled into the sky, their cries echoing throughout the wind wolf lair. At first, Ling Yan thought it was due to the wind wolf slayer, but he soon sensed something was amiss. As the howling spread, all the wind wolves in the lair joined the chorus, creating a chilling atmosphere. Frowning, Ling Yan thought to himself, this isn't just because of the wind wolf slayer. A level 1 wind wolf slayer couldn't possibly provoke all the wind wolves within a radius of more than 10 kilometers to howl like this. Sure enough, a more ferocious roar came from the depths of the plains, deafening in its intensity. The surrounding wind wolves immediately crouched low to the ground and looked towards the source of the sound with reverence in their eyes. Damn, is a boss spawning now? Ling Yan was startled. Could it be the legendary Wind Wolf King? Seeing the scene before him, Ling Yan grew serious. He knew that ordinary elite wind wolves, or even leader-level wind wolves, couldn't possibly have such an overwhelming presence. Only one of the most powerful bosses in the novice village, the Wind Wolf King, could command such respect. With another earth-shaking roar, a massive silver wind wolf came charging from afar. This wind wolf stood 3 meters tall, stretched 5 to 6 meters in length, and moved with astonishing speed. If not for Ling Yan's level 5 speed boost, he wouldn't have been able to even catch its shadow. Ling Yan made a quick decision, allocating all his attributes to speed. Fireball. Without hesitation, he conjured a fireball and hurled it with all his might. The Wind Wolf King showed no fear, roaring as it swiped its claws through the air. Slash. The sound of air being torn echoed, and a massive spiral wind blade tore towards Ling Yan's fireball. Boom. The two forces collided, and Ling Yan's fireball was instantly shattered by the drill-like spiral wind blade. However, the wind blade's power was undiminished as it continued its path towards Ling Yan. Fortunately, with the level up and an additional 75 points in speed, Ling Yan's speed attribute skyrocketed to 295. Coupled with the 5-fold speed mastery, his actual speed reached an astounding 1475. With a light step, Ling Yan became a blur, narrowly avoiding the attack of the 4 wind blades. Boom, boom, boom. The massive wind blade, 3 meters long and 1 meter thick, slammed into the ground, creating a huge crater several meters in diameter. Witnessing such terrifying power, Ling Yan couldn't help but gasp in shock. The Wind Wolf King's spiral wind blade truly lives up to its reputation. Ling Yan thought to himself, if that had hit me, I'd have been pulverized. Facing such a formidable opponent, Ling Yan knew a tough battle was about to begin. Ling Yan gazed at the scene before him, letting out an involuntary exclamation of awe. He knew well that defeating a formidable opponent could yield great rewards, but the power he now faced seemed beyond his imagination. Simply escaping alive might be the greatest fortune. At that moment, a series of shocking announcements swept through the novice village of Longting Star. Announcement: Longting Novice Village, 125-5841, has encountered the ultimate boss, the Wind Wolf King. All residents of this novice village, please be aware, the ultimate boss disregards regional boundaries. The safe zone cannot block it. Please take caution. This announcement was broadcast 3 times, instantly causing an uproar among all the novices. What the hell is happening in Novice Village 125-5841? How is there an ultimate boss? Legend has it that to summon an ultimate boss, you must kill 99 of the beasts before they respawn, and you have to hit a 9,000 chance. Who could kill so many wind wolves in just 2 days? Maybe the boss wandered out on its own? Although the odds are slim, it has happened in history. Amidst the shock, some of the awakened class professionals fell into deep thought. Even the strongest among them could only battle a level 7 wind wolf. How could anyone clear the entire wind wolf nest in just 2 days? Could it be an S-class professional awakening? In Longting Star's population of 20 billion, not even 100 S-class geniuses appear in a year. As for S-class, they might appear once in several decades. Unless an S-class genius simultaneously acquires top-tier equipment and skills, reaching such a level in 2 days is impossible. Meanwhile, students from the 17th middle school in the safe zone were also in a panic. Zhou Tong, having returned from healing injuries yesterday, hadn't ventured out, so no one suspected he had triggered the boss. But if not him, then who? Zhou Tong recalled the mysterious figure who casually cast a fireball. Could that person really be an S-class professional? It seemed impossible. When he saw them before, their attack power wasn't even at the S-class standard. Zhou Tong took a deep breath, deciding to leave the safe zone with the others. Originally, he planned to follow Ling Yan's advice to hide for 3 days before venturing out for equipment rewards. But now the situation was dire. If they didn't retreat, even the safe zone might fall. The combined force of over 3,000 students wouldn't be enough against the Wind Wolf King boss. Ling Yan calculated silently. If he could slay the Wind Wolf King, he might make it to the planetary announcement. His name would echo throughout the Yanshan galaxy, marking him as a super genius. He quickly assessed the attributes of the Wind Wolf King. Wild creature, Wind Wolf King level. Level, LV10. Innate passive, Wind Mastery, LV3, 300 boost in Wind spell power. Speed enhancement, LV3, 300 boost in speed attribute. Health, 300, 000 300 000. Mana, 5, 0005, 000. Attack power, 1500. Speed, 300. Defense, 2000. Skills. Spiral Wind Blade LV1 Blue, 200 damage burst. Additional 30 bleed damage per second for 10 seconds. Cost, 500. King's Blood Fury LV1 Purple. Burns all blood, doubling all attributes. Consumes 1 health per second. Ling Yan took a sharp breath. These attributes were terrifying. Even 100 level 15 novices would just be fodder. With 2,000 defense points, only a class professionals focused entirely on attack could break through. Not to mention the staggering 300,000 health. No wonder it's one of the ultimate bosses in the novice village, requiring an S-class professional just to summon. To kill it would need several S-class professionals teaming up, or hundreds of A-class professionals from the novice village risking their lives. As for soloing it, in the history of the Yanshan galaxy, it's only happened a few dozen times. Those who managed it were all super geniuses with S-class professions. And to do it within the 3-day novice period? That would be an unprecedented feat. Ling Yan continued analyzing the boss's skills. With 1,500 attack power, plus the 200 spiral wind blade boost, and 300 wind mastery enhancement, a hit would mean 9,000 damage instantly. Adding the subsequent 30 per second tier damage, the total damage easily exceeds 25,000. Who the hell can withstand that? Ling Yan muttered to himself, a trace of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Ling Yan witnessed the scene before him and was left speechless. The disparity in strength between the players and the boss was so vast that it was intimidating. He realized that handling a king-level boss was beyond the capability of any single individual. This realization made Ling Yan's expression turn serious. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he couldn't help but ponder how to defeat it. After all, even a glancing blow from a spiral wind blade could knock him out instantly, given his 1,000 defense points and 2,200 health points, let alone a direct hit. Worse still, if the opponent unleashed its Blood Rage skill, its 4,000 defense points would make it difficult for Ling Yan to inflict any significant damage, even without triggering a critical hit. However, Ling Yan wasn't completely without hope. He was secretly relieved to possess 1,500 speed points, which gave him a clear advantage over his opponent. As long as he remained vigilant, it was nearly impossible for the opponent to hit him. After weighing the pros and cons, Ling Yan raised an eyebrow and made his decision. Abandoning the challenge against this king-level boss would be a disservice to himself. As for the Blood Rage skill, even a boss would only use it when its health was low, and it required at least a 5-second delay before activation. By then, Ling Yan could simply make a mad dash to escape. With his speed advantage, it would take the opponent at least 10 to 20 seconds to catch up, and by that time, the boss's health would likely be critically low. With this in mind, Ling Yan acted without hesitation. "Fireball!" he shouted, unleashing a blazing fireball. Fortunately, having just leveled up, his magic and health were at their peak. Roar! The Silver Wind Wolf King snorted disdainfully at the sight and charged towards the 1-meter diameter fireball. Boom! As soon as the Wind Wolf King made contact with the fireball, it exploded instantly. A massive critical hit value appeared above the Wind Wolf King's head, and the 2,000-point damage reduction had little effect on Ling Yan's attack. Even more terrifying was the fire that engulfed the entire wolf, igniting it with searing heat. Burn damage numbers continuously appeared above the Wind Wolf King's head as its health began to slowly decrease. Although the burn damage was mitigated by its defense, the effect was not significant. Originally dealing 1030 burn damage per second, totaling 10,800 over 10 seconds. Even with a 2,000-point defense reduction, the total damage still amounted to 15,000 points, enough to reduce the Wind Wolf King's health by 1/20th. Ling Yan thought that as long as he maintained the pressure, he would eventually exhaust it. However, the Wind Wolf King was not one to be easily defeated. It suddenly let out a furious roar, unleashing a terrifying gale that extinguished the flames surrounding it. The ongoing damage effect abruptly ceased. Seeing this, Ling Yan's pupils contracted, and he cursed under his breath. "Damn, this beast has another trick up its sleeve." Before he could ponder further, a massive spiral wind blade came hurtling toward him. Ling Yan reacted swiftly, dodging the deadly attack just in time. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded behind him, but Ling Yan had no time to assess the damage. Without hesitation, he charged directly at the Wind Wolf King. Thanks to his incredible speed, he reached it before it could react. At a speed of 1,500, far surpassing the Wind Wolf King's 900, flames gathered on the tip of Ling Yan's sword in an instant. Without hesitation, he thrust the fiery blade towards the volleyball-sized eye of the Wind Wolf King. Thud! The sound of the sword piercing through the eyeball was accompanied by a system notification. A massive damage number appeared, crippling attack, 10-fold damage, ignoring defense. Additionally, it inflicted continuous bleeding, dealing 2,500 damage per second. This kind of attack should have had only a 1 in a million chance of triggering, but Ling Yan, with his Child of Fortune talent, executed it effortlessly. The Wind Wolf King roared in agony, a violent gust erupting from its body. Although Ling Yan was blasted dozens of meters away, he quickly used wind and fire forces to form a protective shield around himself, avoiding injury. The system promptly announced, "Player has combined wind and fire forces to create skill. Wind-fire shield LV1 green, significantly boosting defense." Ling Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. This green skill increased defense by 200, and with wind and fire enhancement, it could go up to 1,200. While it couldn't fully block the spiral wind blades, it was more than sufficient against other attacks. Losing an eye, the Wind Wolf King charged at Ling Yan, surrounded by countless wind blades, clearly wary of letting Ling Yan get close. Ling Yan frowned and immediately cast Fireball. A massive fireball flew towards the Wind Wolf King's head, and then he swiftly moved to its side, launching another fireball. With two powerful fireballs attacking from different directions, the Wind Wolf King found itself in a perilous situation. The battle reached a fever pitch, with every move Ling Yan made posing a deadly threat. The Wind Wolf King let out a low growl as wind blades swirled furiously around its body. 2 fireballs struck it, but the flames were instantly shredded by the wind blades, significantly reducing their impact. Seeing this, Ling Yan couldn't help but ponder, how am I supposed to fight this? The Wind Wolf King only has around 240,000 to 250,000 health left, meaning I need 100 fireball spells to take it down. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait, earlier I combined the powers of wind and fire, which seemed to unleash a stronger attack. What if I incorporate wind power into the fireball spell? Wouldn't that greatly enhance its power? Creating new skills in elemental professions involves risk, but Ling Yan, being the Child of Fortune, didn't worry about bad luck. Without hesitation, he conjured a massive fireball with a diameter of 1.5 meters. Then, a stream of azure wind power surged into the fireball, spinning it like a spiraling wind blade. The fireball twisted into a fiery drill, trembling violently, as if it might explode at any moment. At this moment, the luck wheel in Ling Yan's consciousness spun, stabilizing the fiery drill, which continued to compress. Ultimately, a sharp drill with a diameter of 1 meter and a length of 3 meters took shape. With a sound like metal tearing, the fiery drill ignited the surrounding grassland for over 10 meters and sped towards the distant Wind Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King roared disdainfully, its wind blades spinning wildly, ready to withstand the attack. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion echoed across the land. The windfire drill obliterated the Wind Wolf King's wind blade defense, piercing through its skull. The drill then exploded, and the terrifying windfire force scorched the grassland black over dozens of meters, blasting the soil down several centimeters. A massive crimson damage figure appeared above the Wind Wolf King's head, followed by sustained crippling damage. This strike nearly took half of the Wind Wolf King's life. The system notification sounded, announcing that Ling Yan had successfully created a blue skill, Windfire Rending Drill. This new skill, derived from the Fireball spell, was so powerful that Ling Yan couldn't help but admire it. As the dust settled, the charred and scalp-torn Wind Wolf King appeared before Ling Yan. Its eyes were hollow, and its skull was riddled with cracks, looking utterly miserable. However, the Wind Wolf King suddenly howled towards the sky, and the surrounding wind wolves joined in. An endless surge of blood energy emanated from its body, turning its fur blood red. A system warning alerted Ling Yan that the Wind Wolf King had activated its King's skill, King's Blood Fury. Knowing the situation was dire, Ling Yan immediately turned to flee. But before escaping, he didn't forget to unleash another Windfire Rending Drill. The massive Windfire Drill tore through the air, slamming into the charging Wind Wolf King. Boom! In a thunderous explosion, the Wind Wolf King's skull was shattered, its brain churned and incinerated to ashes. A huge black damage number appeared, and the Wind Wolf King's massive body crashed heavily to the ground. The system notification sounded again. Congratulations, player, for solo killing the ultimate boss of the Novice Village, the Wind Wolf King, announced to the entire server. Just as Ling Yan sprinted over 100 meters away, an unexpected notification echoed in his mind. He abruptly stopped, eyes wide with disbelief, muttering to himself, "No way, the Wind Wolf King is dead?" Though he hadn't witnessed the event, Ling Yan was certain that he had dealt a fatal blow. The system remained silent, and Ling Yan chose to keep it that way. He planned to reveal his talent selectively to gain resources, but never fully. At most, he would disclose his identity as an S-level Flame Mage, but his two unique professions were secrets he intended to keep. Reflecting on his past life, Ling Yan remembered when his abilities were first exposed. The Flame God, one of the top 30 human powerhouses in the Flame God galaxy, personally came to protect him. During that time, assassins from other major civilizations in the galaxy made repeated attempts on his life, nearly succeeding several times. Once, an entire galaxy larger than the solar system was destroyed in the crossfire. If not for the Flame God's extraordinary strength, Ling Yan would have perished. However, once other civilizations realized how low his success rate was, they ceased their attacks. Eventually, even the human race abandoned him. Ling Yan felt a sense of relief, knowing that if his ability to replicate talents at will was exposed in this life, it would attract resources but also increase the threat of assassination. Other civilizations might even send someone more powerful than the Flame God to eliminate him. Damn it, a full server announcement? A galaxy-wide announcement to all humans? Do they want me dead faster? Ling Yan cursed silently, thinking, staying alive and leveling up is the way to go. With this in mind, Ling Yan approached the Wind Wolf King's corpse. Soon, he stood before the fallen beast. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst from the Wind Wolf King's body, flowing into Ling Yan. System notifications followed in quick succession. You have soloed the boss, Wind Wolf King, gaining 3 million experience points and 10 million star coins. Your level has increased to LV16. All attributes 10, gained 80 attribute points. Your level has increased to LV17. All attributes 10, gained 85 attribute points. Your level has increased to LV18. All attributes 10, gained 90 attribute points. More astonishing notifications came. Discovered passive skills, Wind Mastery LV3, Speed Enhancement LV3, Plunder Success Rate 0.00001 inch. Fortune Wheel activated, success rate increased by 100 million times. Copy successful. Congratulations, player, Wind Mastery upgraded to LV6264, Speed Enhancement upgraded to LV6064. Fortune Wheel activated, drop rate increased by 10,000 times. The system continued to list the obtained equipment and items. Congratulations, you have acquired the following equipment. Wind Wolf King Sword LV10 Purple, Wind Wolf King Armor LV10 Purple, Wind Wolf King Necklace LV10 Purple, Wind Wolf King Boots LV10 Purple. Skills, King's Blood Rage LV1 Purple, Spiral Wind Blade LV1 Blue, Wind Blade Barrier LV1 Green. Items, Backpack Expansion 100 slots Purple, Essence 10, Equipment Level Scroll LV30 Purple 5, Wind Wolf King Remnants Soul 1. Congratulations, you have slain the Wind Wolf King. Achievement, Wind Wolf Hunter, earned, gaining 1 million experience points, upgrading to LV3. Hate range increased to 1,000 meters. Hate value 50, damage value 50. Ling Yan quickly examined the attributes of the Wind Wolf King set. Weapon, Wind Wolf set. Level, LV10. Attributes, all attributes 500, Wind attribute damage, damage reduction 2000, mana and health regeneration 20-second. Effect, Armor penetration 30 below, LV30, with a 10 reduction every 10 levels above. Additional 30 damage to wolf-type creatures. Skill: Wind Wolf King's Rage Purple. Gains 1 rage point per wild monster killed. Releasing it deals 1 damage per point. Max 100,000. Rage dissipates when equipment is removed. Ling Yan was thrilled to discover that this set not only added 500 points to all attributes, but the Wind Wolf King's Rage skill was incredibly powerful. With a storage capacity of 100,000 rage points, it could handle any formidable opponent. He immediately used the LV30 equipment level upgrade scroll to enhance the Wind Wolf set to LV15. He also expanded his backpack capacity from 50 slots to 150 slots. The upgraded Wind Wolf set's attributes were even more impressive. Weapon: Wind Wolf set. Level: LV15. Attributes: all attributes 800. Wind attribute damage. Damage reduction 3000. Mana and health regeneration 30-second. Effect: armor penetration 30 below LV35, with a 10 reduction every 10 levels above. Additional 40 damage to wolf-type creatures. Skill: Wind Wolf King's Rage Purple. Gains 1 rage point per wild monster killed. Releasing it deals 1 damage per point. Max 150,000. Rage dissipates when equipment is removed. Without hesitation, Ling Yan donned the complete Wind Wolf King ensemble. In an instant, he was enveloped in the sleek, silver armor of the Wind Wolf King, wielding a massive sword measuring 1.5 meters long. The armor and sword were etched with the Wind Wolf King's totem, perfectly complementing Ling Yan's handsome appearance. If he were to step out, he would undoubtedly draw the adoration of countless young girls. Boom! The moment Ling Yan donned the suit, a powerful force surged through his body like a tidal wave. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked with a series of sharp sounds. Not far away, a tree as thick as a barrel stood silently. Without hesitation, Ling Yan swung his fist at it. With a loud crash, the tree snapped in half, breaking at the waist. Over 1,000 points in strength attribute, truly formidable. Ling Yan couldn't help but smile. He calculated in his mind that an average adult's strength was only around 7 to 10 points, with each point equivalent to 10 pounds of explosive force. Now, his total attributes had skyrocketed to over 1,000, equating to a force of tens of thousands of pounds. System: allocate all upgrade points to the soul. Ling Yan decisively commanded. Immediately, he felt his consciousness becoming clearer, and his ability to manipulate the forces of fire and wind around him became more adept. The system's notification sounded. Points successfully allocated, soul value, 1350. System: learn all skills. Ling Yan continued to instruct. In an instant, a flood of memories about skill usage rushed into his mind. Among them, Spiral Windblade and Windblade Barrier even included complete training methods. At the same time, an aura of dominance emanated from Ling Yan, causing the surrounding wild creatures to tremble. The system issued consecutive notifications. Congratulations, host, on learning the skills. 1. King's Blood Fury LV1 Purple, 0-100, usable once per day. After use. All attributes 200, consuming 1 health per second. 2. Spiral Wind Blade LV1 Blue, 0-1000. Gather countless wind blades into a spiral for an attack. Causes 200 damage and 30 tearing damage. 3. Windblade Barrier LV1 Green, 0-1000. Use wind power to form wind blades for protection. Greatly increases personal damage. Ling Yan was pleased, knowing that although he already had similar skills, these newly acquired ones were superior in precision. He decided to experiment immediately, first trying to integrate the wind and fire attributes into the Windblade Barrier. Under Ling Yan's control, the forces of wind and fire erupted wildly around him. The wind fueled the fire, and the elements became increasingly overwhelming. Just as they were about to spiral out of control, the Wheel of Fortune activated, calming the rampaging elemental forces. Ultimately, countless wind blades swiftly circulated around Ling Yan, forming a shield interwoven with wind and fire. The system prompted once more. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading the Windfire Shield to blue quality. Windfire Shield LV1 Blue, 0-1000. Enhanced with wind and fire power, forming a shield of windfire blades that greatly increases defense and reflects 200 spell damage to enemies using physical attacks. Consumes 20 mana per second. Next, Ling Yan followed the technique of Spiral Windblade to upgrade his Windfire Tearing Drill. Moments later, the system notification rang again. Congratulations, player. The blue skill Windfire Tearing Drill LV3 has been enhanced. Power increased to add 300 spell damage, with 50 burning and tearing damage lasting 10 seconds. 147000 consumes 300. Though it hadn't reached purple quality, its power was already nearing that level. Ling Yan thought to himself that if he could merge more elemental forces, he might create a gold-level skill. He then opened his attribute panel to closely examine the data. Name: Ling Yan. Race: human. Class: Passive Plunderer, Child of Fortune. Level: LV 1812. Strength: 950. Agility, 102, 5600. Constitution, 950. Soul, 1350. Innate passives. Rebirth LV 102, 0.01 chance to revive after death. Revival time is random. Flame Mastery LV 6, 1564, fire damage 600. Wind Mastery LV 6, 264, wind damage 600. Speed Boost LV 6, 064, speed increased 600. Skills. Windfire Tearing Drill LV 3 Blue, 147000, 50s, 300. Windfire Shield LV 1 Blue, 121000. King's Blood Fury LV 1 Purple, 200 all attribute boost, 0100. Weapon. Wind Wolf King set LV 15 Purple. Wind attribute damage reduction. Damage 3000. Health. Mana recovery 30s. Rage 0150000. Currency 10.124 million star coins. Ling Yan looked at the attribute panel with satisfaction, delighted by the rapid enhancement of his abilities. Ling Yan gazed at his newly upgraded attribute sheet, a confident smile playing on his lips. At this moment, if he were to encounter the Wind Wolf King again, he could probably defeat it effortlessly with a mere wave of his hand. The 4 ultimate bosses of the Novice Village included the Wind Wolf King, and it takes a whole year for it to respawn. Ling Yan stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with ambition. If I can defeat all 4 bosses, my level might break through to LV20. More importantly, I could gain more passive skills. With a decision made in his heart, Ling Yan swiftly collected the Wind Wolf King's corpse and headed towards the next wilderness without hesitation. The 4 ultimate bosses of the Novice Village are the Wind Wolf King from the Wind Wolf Nest, the Lizard King from the Lizard Wasteland, the Slime King from the Slime Prairie, and the Goblin Priest from the Goblin Tribe. Among them, the Wind Wolf King is undoubtedly the most formidable. Ling Yan chose the nearest Goblin Prairie as his next target. The moment he stepped onto the prairie, he saw groups of goblins wielding wooden clubs, cautiously patrolling their territory. These LV1 goblins may not have the individual strength of fire rabbits, but they possess the highest intelligence in the entire Novice Village, and their communal nature makes this area just as dangerous as the Wind Wolf Nest. Unfazed by these obstacles, Ling Yan headed straight into the depths of the prairie. Every goblin he encountered along the way was effortlessly slain with a single strike. His casual blows now unleashed over 4,000 damage, thanks to the 3,000 points of wind attribute enhancement and nearly 1,000 points of strength attribute. As he progressed, the system notifications kept ringing. Ding! You have slain an LV5 goblin. No experience points or star coins gained due to a level difference exceeding 10 levels. Fortune Wheel activated, successfully looting passive skill, Throwing Mastery, LV1. Ding! You have slain an LV8 goblin. No experience points or star coins gained due to a level difference exceeding 10 levels. Ding! You have slain an LV10 goblin. No experience points or star coins gained due to insufficient experience. Fortune Wheel activated, successfully looting passive skill, Throwing Mastery, LV1. Despite Ling Yan slaying thousands of goblins along the way, even upgrading Throwing Mastery to LV2, the significant level gap meant he couldn't gain any experience points. However, this did not deter his determination, as his main target was the Goblin Priest, a unique entity possessing the passive skill Ling Yan coveted. When Ling Yan reached the deepest part of the tribe, the sight before him was slightly startling. A dense swarm of goblins surged towards him, surrounding him in an instant. Faced with this sudden encirclement, Ling Yan did not panic. Instead, he wore a look of anticipation. Boom! A massive explosion erupted among the goblin horde, signaling the onset of an exhilarating battle. Ling Yan unleashed a terrifying whirlwind of blades, instantly shredding the goblins within a 2-meter radius into pieces. Amidst the flying flesh and blood, a series of astonishing damage values appeared. His mastery of wind had reached level 6, with a soul value of 1350, causing his basic wind attribute damage to soar to around 8,000. Combined with the 3,000 additional damage from the Wind Wolf King set, the total damage reached an astounding 11,000. Even the strongest goblins, at level 10, only had 10,000 health points. It was no surprise that they were instantly killed by such overwhelming damage. The surviving goblins were so terrified by the horrific scene that they dared only to attack from a distance by throwing stones. However, the rain of stones that hit Ling Yan was incinerated by the flames surrounding him. Ling Yan continued to unleash the power of the wind, consuming 10 mana points per second. This consumption was negligible for him, as it didn't even match his mana regeneration rate. Without hesitation, he expanded the range of his wind blades, extending the circle of carnage to a 5-meter radius. This increased his mana consumption to 35 points per second, exactly matching his regeneration limit. With a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth, Ling Yan dashed forward like a whirlwind towards the surrounding goblins. His speed, exceeding 6,000, allowed him to flicker across the battlefield like a phantom, while the goblins, with only 10 speed, were on a completely different level. Wherever he went, goblins within 5 meters were shredded without exception. As goblins fell in droves, a series of system prompts echoed in Ling Yan's mind. He acquired the throwing mastery skill, quickly advancing it to level 308. More exciting was achieving the Goblin Slayer title, which increased his damage to goblins by 20 and added 20 points of aggro within a 100-meter radius. This achievement had an unexpected effect. The goblins, who had been fleeing in all directions, suddenly stopped, seemingly entranced by some force, and charged at Ling Yan. Naturally, they were marching to their deaths, significantly boosting Ling Yan's killing efficiency. Meanwhile, his Silver Wind Wolf King set absorbed the power of the fallen creatures around him, gradually taking on a blood-red hue. In just over an hour, the entire Goblin Plains, home to 190,000 goblins, lay defeated under Ling Yan's blade. The system prompted again, upgrading his Goblin Slayer title to level 2, increasing the damage bonus to goblins to 30 and expanding the influence range to 300 meters. Simultaneously, his throwing mastery level skyrocketed to an astonishing 710-5128. In this breathtaking massacre, Ling Yan demonstrated fearsome strength, completely wiping out the goblin tribe. After slaughtering an entire goblin tribe, Ling Yan felt a surge of powerful energy flooding into his body. His proficiency in throwing suddenly skyrocketed to an intimidating level 7. This astounding boost was undoubtedly due to the sheer number of goblins he had slain. Although his throwing skills weren't as formidable as his mastery of fire or wind, their power was still significant. However, Ling Yan's excitement was quickly dampened by reality. His experience points barely increased by even 1%. Even the highest level goblins, at level 10, couldn't provide him with a sliver of experience. This is precisely why players who reach levels 11 or 12 quickly leave the beginner village. Just as Ling Yan was sighing to himself, an unexpected change occurred. A gray mist suddenly swept in from afar, carrying an overwhelming aura of dominance. Across the entire Goblin Plains, every goblin within tens of kilometers fell to their knees, bowing fervently in Ling Yan's direction. A glimmer of expectation flickered in Ling Yan's eyes. As anticipated, as the surrounding mist rapidly condensed, an elderly goblin appeared before him, wielding a black staff and clad in black robes. The eyes of this goblin shaman, filled with wisdom, set him apart from ordinary goblins. At that moment, a series of system announcements echoed through the void, spreading across the skies of the entire beginner village. Announcement: in Longting Beginner Village, ID 125-5841, an ultimate boss has appeared, the Goblin Shaman King level. All residents of this beginner village, please be aware that the ultimate boss ignores regional boundaries, and the safe zone cannot block it. Please take caution. This announcement not only resounded in Ling Yan's beginner village, but also spread across all beginner villages on the Longting Star. Instantly, millions of new players paused in shock. The Goblin Shaman has appeared too? What's going on? Wait, isn't this the beginner village where the Wind Wolf King appeared earlier? Wow, 2 ultimate bosses in a row. Could there really be an SS-level super genius? Players were abuzz with discussion, utterly astonished. Each generation, beginner village bosses appear only a handful of times, typically requiring an S-level genius to reach levels 12 or 13, fully equipped with a blue starter set and blue skills to draw them out. But now, even before the beginner trials had ended, a single beginner village had produced 2 ultimate bosses in succession, which was unheard of. SS? It must be SS level. Otherwise, there's no way 2 ultimate bosses would be triggered at once. Suddenly, the entire Longting Star was in an uproar. Everyone realized what this mean-tan SS-level genius, a phenomenon not seen in a millennium on Longting Star. Even across the entire Yen God galaxy, such talent would be considered a super genius. Thinking of this, those level geniuses who had already reached level 7 or even 8 felt a deep sense of discouragement and dejection. Originally, I thought I was in class genius destined to be one of the brightest talents of this generation on Longting Star. However, with the emergence of a super genius, our brilliance is destined to fade. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Wind Wolf Den in Novice Village number 1255854 on Longting, a young girl dressed in white was surrounded by hundreds of fierce wind wolves. This was the Novice Village for the first high school of High Bay City. Upon hearing the announcement, the girl paused briefly before elegantly waving her slender wrist, unleashing a surge of ice. Crack, crack, crack. Ice crystals spread rapidly, instantly freezing the surrounding wind wolves. Continuous damage numbers appeared above their heads. When the wolves' health was halved, the girl clenched her right hand in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The frozen wolves shattered, and massive damage numbers erupted above them. A total of 10,000 points of damage, enough to instantly kill even a level 10 wind wolf. An SS class practitioner, perhaps? Sumyaron thought to herself. I didn't expect such a genius to appear on Little Longting Star. And they're in the same city as me. Her eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. It seems I can't underestimate the world's geniuses. Sun Yaron recalled her master's words. Although she is currently only an S-class practitioner with a 900 power boost, she can trigger a Rebirth quest once she finds the corresponding materials. Completing the quest would upgrade her to SS class, and she could continue to advance even further. With this thought, the surrounding cold became even more intense. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ling Yan was facing the Goblin Priest. This novice village boss had appeared multiple times, each time slaughtering the entire village before disappearing, never having been defeated. Humans? It's you again. The Goblin Priest's face turned icy upon seeing Ling Yan. Ling Yan smiled slightly, thinking, of course, who else would it be if not humans? He opened the Goblin Priest's attribute panel. Wild Monster, Goblin Priest King. Level, LV10. Innate passives. Throwing Mastery, LV6. 600 power boost for throwing. Poison Mastery, LV3. 300 boost for poison skills. Health, 300, 000 300 000. Mana, 5, 0005, 000. Attack, 1500. Speed, 300. Defense, 2000. Skills, 1. Deadly Javelin Blue. Throws a weapon with full force, dealing 200 physical damage with piercing effect, causing 30 bleed over time. 2. Bone-crushing Poison Mist LV1 Blue. Upon contact, inflicts 50 spell damage per second in poison damage, lasting 10 seconds, consuming 500 mana. 3. Deadly Poison Explosion LV1 Purple. Detonates all body toxins, dealing 500 spell damage to all targets within 100 meters, causing 1 health loss per second over 10 seconds. Usable once per day, consuming 50 health. Ling Yan carefully analyzed these statistics, preparing for the impending battle. The Goblin Priest, though not as powerful as the Wind Wolf King, is the most insidious of beings. Its poison not only inflicts damage but also causes discomfort throughout the body, significantly reducing mobility and cognitive abilities. Especially deadly is its Poison Explosion, which can deal 500 damage, enough to instantly kill someone like Ling Yan. Even more terrifying is its skill that causes health loss based on total HP. Even Royal or Emperor level monsters will lose 1 of their health each second. For a level 100 Royal monster, 1 equates to tens of millions of health points. As the level increases to 2 or 5 per second, any creature could lose half its health in an instant. Ling Yan stared coldly at the Goblin Priest before him. Old thing, are you going to make a move? If not, I'll attack first. Upon hearing this, the Goblin Priest's eyes flashed with malice. It growled, ignorant human, since you've come here to die, don't blame me. With that, it waved its black staff in the air. Buzz! Instantly, a cloud of toxic mist surged towards Ling Yan. If touched, it would cause a loss of 750 health points per second. Wind and Fire Shield. Ling Yan immediately cast his upgraded blue-level Wind and Fire Shield. The boundless power of wind and fire transformed into countless wind blades, enveloping him. The toxic mist was blocked by the shield and couldn't harm Ling Yan at all. Seeing this, the Goblin Priest's expression changed dramatically. As a poison-type mage, it feared wind and fire elements the most, and Ling Yan had mastered both. Before the Goblin Priest could react, Ling Yan made his move. Wind and Fire Rending Slash. He swung his sword through the air. Clang! The sound of the sword's cry erupted as a rapidly spinning wind and fire sword aura rushed towards the Goblin Priest. This move was an improved version of the wind and fire rending drill, equally powerful but more suited to Ling Yan's use. The Goblin Priest hastily released a cloud of poison to protect itself, but the wind and fire rending slash easily cut through the poison and struck it heavily. Boom! The sword aura exploded, sending the Goblin Priest flying over 10 meters before crashing into a boulder. A series of damage numbers appeared above the Goblin Priest's head, and just that one strike took away nearly a third of its health. Ling Yan marveled at the power of his fully purple gear. Combined with the boost from his near-purple skill, his attack power had increased 7 or 8-fold. Impossible! How can a human possess such strength? The Goblin Priest roared incredulously as it crawled out of the debris. Although it had been dormant for years, only awakening when summoned, it had slaughtered thousands of humans. To it, humans were mere ants, possessing some power but unable to withstand a single blow. Yet, Ling Yan had taken a third of its health with one sword strike, leaving it utterly panicked. Clutching the large wound on its shoulder, the Goblin Priest stared in shock at Ling Yan's gear. Wait, purple gear? He's covered in purple gear? How is this possible? How can a mere human possess such equipment? Before it could recover from the shock, Ling Yan had already dashed forward. Enveloped in flames and wind power, his sword slashed down on the Goblin Priest's chest, producing another massive damage number and sending the Goblin Priest flying once more. How can he be so fast? At a speed of 6,000 points, the Goblin Priest had no time to react. Human, even if I die, I'll take you with me. The goblin priest roared furiously, realizing that without using its ultimate move, it might perish. It immediately activated the purple skill, Deadly Poison Explosion. Buzz! Instantly, a massive cloud of black mist erupted from its body, enveloping the goblin priest, forming a 2-meter diameter black sphere. As the sphere darkened, the aura around it grew more terrifying. King-level boss is using a purple skill, Deadly Poison Explosion. Players beware. A warning sounded in Ling Yan's mind. That quick to use the ultimate move? Ling Yan frowned slightly. Boom. As he pondered, the giant poison sphere exploded violently. The terrifying toxic mist surged in all directions, and a massive damage number erupted from above the goblin priest's head. Wind and fire shield. Ling Yan immediately enveloped himself with his defensive ultimate. Boom. The toxic shockwave crashed into Ling Yan's shield. Crack. The shield, formed by the power of wind and fire, began to crack. This poison ultimate could unleash 500 terrifying damage, combined with 1500 base attack and triple poison mastery. This move could deal over 20,000 attack points. Even Ling Yan's blue skill, Wind and Fire Shield, barely withstood it. Fortunately, he had upgraded the Wind and Fire Shield to blue, or this move would have killed him outright. Hiss! Ling Yan quickly noticed something was wrong. His Wind and Fire Shield was beginning to dissolve in the pervasive toxic mist. This poison is incredibly strong. Ling Yan gasped. Without hesitation, he charged towards the goblin priest at full speed through the toxic air. Only by killing it could the poison dissipate. Otherwise, once the Wind and Fire Shield was corroded and shattered, death would be his only fate. How is it possible that he's still alive? The goblin priest watched in horror as Ling Yan charged, eyes full of fear. As Ling Yan charged towards the goblin priest, the latter was filled with terror. He wanted to flee, but his mere speed of 300 was no match for Ling Yan. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yan was right in front of him. Wind and Fire Slash. Ling Yan roared, raising his massive sword high and striking fiercely at the goblin priest's head. The goblin priest hurriedly lifted his black staff to block the attack. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the terrifying Wind and Fire Slash struck the staff. Crack! The staff was instantly split in two, and the sword continued its unstoppable descent, cleaving into the goblin priest's head. Splat! The goblin priest was sliced in half like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. A massive damage value floated above the corpse. Thud! Thud! The two halves of the body hit the ground heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ling Yan looked at the goblin priest, who was even frilier than a typical goblin, and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the opponent seemed weak, if Ling Yan hadn't previously gained strength by defeating the Wind Wolf King, it might have been him who perished this time. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Ling Yan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the player for solo killing a king-level monster, Goblin Priest LV10. You have gained 5 million experience points and 5 million star coins. Would you like to announce your solo kill of the LV10 king-level monster, Goblin Priest, to the entire server? Since Ling Yan had leveled up 3 times before, the experience points he received this time were halved. However, this still increased his level experience to 68, and one more kill would level him up. Of course, doing so would prevent him from leveling up further in the novice village. No announcement. Ling Yan replied decisively. The system continued to report the rewards. Discovered passive skills, Throwing Mastery, LV5. Loot Success Rate 0.000003. Poison Mastery, LV3. Loot Success Rate 0.00001 inch. Fortune Wheel activated. Success rate increased by 1 million times. Copy successful. Congratulations, player. You have acquired passive skill Poison Mastery LV3. Upgraded Throwing Mastery to LV88256. Fortune Wheel activated. Drop rate increased by 10,000 times. Congratulations, you have obtained the following equipment. Poison King Staff LV10 Purple. Poison King Robe LV10 Purple. Poison King Necklace LV10 Purple. Poison King Boots LV10 Purple. Skills. Deadly Poison Blast LV1 Purple. Clinging Poison Mist LV1 Blue. Deadly Javelin LV1 Blue. Items. Backpack Expansion 100 slots Purple. Essence 10. Equipment Level Scroll LV30 Purple 5 inch. Ling Yan couldn't help but smile at the generous rewards. Killing the Goblin Priest not only granted him a large amount of experience and star coins, but also several valuable purple equipment and skills. It seemed his strength was about to undergo another significant leap. Ling Yan's mind was suddenly filled with a series of notifications, announcing yet another victory. Defeating the Goblin Priest not only earned him the Goblin Hunter achievement, but also granted him a whopping 1 million experience points, instantly leveling him up to LV3. Along with this came an increase in his aggro range, now an impressive 1,000 materces, well as a significant boost in his aggro and damage values. While still basking in the joy of leveling up, a set of gear emitting an eerie green glow appeared out of nowhere in his inventory space. This was none other than the legendary Poison King set, renowned for its formidable power. Ling Yan quickly opened his inventory to inspect it, thankful that he had previously expanded it to 250 slots, easily accommodating these new treasures. His attention was drawn to the Goblin Priest's lethal javelin. Ling Yan calculated that, combined with his LV-8 throwing mastery, this weapon's power might even surpass the Windfire Rending Slash, becoming his most potent single-target attack. This thought brought a sly smile to his face, realizing it was the perfect weapon for ambushes. Driven by curiosity, Ling Yan carefully examined the attributes of the Poison King set. Weapon, Poison King set. Level, LV-10. Attributes, all attributes 500, poison attribute damage. Damage reduction 2000, mana and health regeneration 20-second. Effect, armor penetration 30 for LV-30 and below, above LV-30. Effect reduces by 10 every 10 levels. Skill, Poison King Domain, dealing 1000 poison damage per second to enemies within 10 meters. Trait, can be infused with various poison attributes to enhance poison damage, up to a maximum of 10,000 second. Upon comparison, Ling Yan found that the Poison King set's base attributes were quite similar to the Wind Wolf King set. However, what truly caught his eye was the unique skill Poison King Domain. This skill not only continuously inflicted damage on surrounding enemies, but could also be enhanced through poison infusion to increase its power. Although the single instance damage didn't match the astonishing 100,000 of the Wind Wolf King set, its sustained effect and potential were undeniable. Ling Yan's mind began to strategize how to utilize this set in various combat scenarios, as tactical plans quickly formed in his thoughts. Ling Yan stood still, a shrewd glint in his eyes as his mind raced, weighing the value and potential of the equipment at hand. The Wind Wolf King set had accumulated 150,000 rage points, meaning that wearing it would allow Ling Yan to unleash deadly attacks anywhere. However, switching to the Poison King set would reset the rage points to 0, forcing him to start over. Moreover, Ling Yan only had 6 equipment level-up scrolls, far from enough to upgrade 2 sets simultaneously. After careful consideration, Ling Yan decided on the Wind Wolf King set. As for the Poison King set, he planned to become a deconstructor later and break it down. A level 10 piece of equipment typically yields 4 to 5 purple essences, and the entire set would yield about 20. Combined with the 20 he already had, Ling Yan would have 40 purple essences. Ling Yan calculated that upgrading a level 20 purple equipment to gold would require about 1,000 purple essences. Although he was still far from that goal, he had a large stock of blue equipment to deconstruct. The level 10 blue equipment had accumulated to over 100,000 pieces, each yielding 4 to 5 blue essences. Once deconstructed, he expected to obtain around 500,000 blue essences, valued at nearly 5 trillion star coins. If he used these 5 trillion star coins to purchase purple essences, he could buy about 500. With a bit more effort, he could upgrade the Wind Wolf King sword to level 20 and enhance it to gold. This thought brought a slight smile to his lips. The price of gold equipment is almost 100 times that of the same level purple equipment. A level 10 purple piece is priced around 10 billion star coins, while gold reaches 1 trillion. As the level increases, the price grows exponentially. Level 20 purple equipment costs 4 to 5 times more than level 10, and level 30 is another 4 to 5 times more than level 20, and so on. Despite the ability to use essences for enhancement, the risk of failure during the process cannot be ignored. A single failure not only wastes all efforts, but could also result in losing the weapon entirely. The success rate of upgrading from purple to gold is extremely low, often requiring 20 to 30 attempts for a single success. A single mishap could mean the weapon vanishes completely. Ling Yan was well aware of these risks, yet his eyes remained resolute. It was a high-stakes gamble, but the rewards, if successful, would be immense. In theory, purchasing golden weapons directly is indeed more cost-effective than enhancing them with essence. The outrageous prices stem from the rarity of equipment above blue tier, which is not designed for ordinary people. In this world, if an average warrior can own a set of green equipment, they are considered middle class. Purple and golden equipment are the exclusive possessions of disciples from prominent families, because even the family's elders struggle to afford purple equipment of the same level. However, Ling Yan is an exception. His unparalleled luck, combined with the Sunto-be-acquired profession of an enhancer and the fortune wheel's blessing, almost guarantees a 100 success rate in enhancement. In the near future, with a full set of golden equipment and numerous passive support skills, his strength is bound to surpass countless others. System, learn the 3 skills. Ling Yan commanded without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. As the command was given, 3 massive streams of memory flooded into Ling Yan's mind. These memories contain the usage methods and learning essentials of 3 skill books. The most powerful of them is undoubtedly Deadly Poison Explosion, which, although it consumes 50 of his blood, has undeniable power. Fatal Javelin is also formidable, especially when paired with Ling Yan's exceptional throwing skills. If used with the Wind Wolf King's greatsword as a javelin and combined with a critical or crippling attack, it can even cause over 200,000 damage. Next, Ling Yan set his sights on the Lizard Wasteland. There was still a full day and night before the Novice Village assessment ended, and he planned to solo the remaining 2 bosses during this time. Once the monsters in the Fire Rabbit Forest and Wind Wolf Nest respawned, he could stack his passive skills again. Ling Yan's plan was to elevate his passive skills to the SS level standard, which means a 10-fold power boost at level 10, before leaving the Novice Village. After all, his feat of killing 4 ultimate bosses would eventually spread, and showcasing his talent appropriately would avoid suspicion. With this in mind, Ling Yan headed straight for the Lizard Wasteland. With an overwhelming advantage in level, equipment, and skills, Ling Yan slaughtered 95 of the lizards in the wasteland in just over an hour. When the Lizard King, one of the 4 ultimate bosses, appeared, Ling Yan immediately used King's Blood Rage, boosting all attributes by 200. Then, a single fatal javelin obliterated the Lizard King's head, leaving it no chance to use any skills. This battle catapulted Ling Yan's level to LV19. Notably, the Lizard Clan's passive skill, Constitution Enhancement, significantly boosted Ling Yan's Constitution attribute. With the Lizard Tribe's numbers exceeding 100,000, Ling Yan's Constitution Enhancement reached LV6, multiplying his Constitution attribute 6-fold. This meant his health, defense, and regeneration rate all received a tremendous boost. Now, with 1,000 Constitution points, his health soared to 600,000 points, far surpassing that of King-level bosses like the Wind Wolf King. Skill-wise, Ling Yan acquired 2 new skills. One is the purple skill, Abyssal Bite, which, despite its formidable power, requires close-range biting, so Ling Yan decided to list it for sale in the marketplace. The other is the blue skill, Earth Stomp, capable of causing ground fractures, and if used on an enemy, the effect is astonishing, making it practical for intimidating foes or in actual combat. The appearance of the Lizard King triggered another global announcement, shocking everyone. Just over an hour after the Goblin Priest's appearance, the Lizard King was slain, indicating that the mysterious super genius had slaughtered over 90 of the monsters in the Lizard Wasteland in a short time. However, Ling Yan ignored these speculations and left the wasteland. Ling Yan then arrived at the Slime Plains. The slimes here are the weakest monsters, attracting many students to grind experience. Especially some weaker girls, unable to handle stronger monsters, slowly accumulated experience here. As Ling Yan entered the Slime Plains, he felt a twinge of fatigue. Despite his sole attribute exceeding 1,000, 2 days of continuous battle without rest had taken its toll. He silently decided to take a good rest after the 3-day Novice Village assessment ended. Just as Ling Yan was about to delve deeper into the plains, a familiar voice suddenly called out. "Hey, isn't that Ling Yan? Why is he still in the Slime Plains?" One of Ling Yan's female classmates recognized him, and several girls teaming up to kill slimes turned to look. It really is Ling Yan. He disappeared as soon as he came in, never seen him grinding. He must have been hiding in the safe zone. Yeah, for a guy to be so afraid of dying. He's even worse than the girls. Xiao Yuan, a girl, reached LV4 yesterday and went to the wild chicken plains to kill chickens. Why is he a guy so timid? The girl's chatter was filled with disdain and ridicule for Ling Yan. Upon spotting Gu Ling Yan, the nearby girls immediately wore expressions of disdain. They exchanged comments, belittling Ling Yan as if he were less than a girl. Ling Yan, known for his handsome looks, was quite popular at 7th High School, often receiving love letters from girls. However, he was always focused on preparing for the Novice Village, ignoring these letters. Over time, some girls, unable to win his affection, began to resent him and secretly rejoiced in his misfortunes. Suddenly, a girl exclaimed, "Look, a level 4 slime is charging at Ling Yan." The others turned to see a green, jelly-like creature over half a meter tall leaping toward Ling Yan. The slime opened its mouth, unleashing a jet of green water aimed straight at him. The girls were shocked, assuming Ling Yan was doomed. But what happened next left them speechless. Boom! A terrifying flame erupted from Ling Yan's body. Sizzle! In an instant, the water jet and the slime itself were consumed by the flames. A damage value of 700 points appeared above the flames, instantly killing the level 4 slime. A fire mage? Ling Yan is a fire mage. 700 damage? How is that possible? A regular level 10 fire mage with full intelligence only deals about 200 damage. Is Ling Yan an A-level fire mage? Wow, a level? That makes him more powerful than Zhou Tong. No wonder we haven't seen him lately. He must have been leveling up elsewhere when he was just level 1. The shocking damage value left the girls speechless. Nearby classmates, also leveling up, were drawn by the commotion. Seeing Ling Yan engulfed in flames, everyone was astounded. Little did they know, if Ling Yan unleashed his full power, a single skill could deal tens of thousands of damage. With the luck wheel and critical hits, he could even deal up to 900,000 fatal damage. After dealing with the oblivious slime, Ling Yan continued striding deeper into the slime plains. Wherever he went, level 1 to level 4 slimes rushed at him, only to be reduced to ashes by his flames. He's so strong. Isn't that Ling Yan? The one from class 13. Not only is he handsome, but he also awakened as a fire mage. His strength seems even greater than Zhou Tong's. Of course, Zhou Tong only went out to grind for 3 hours on the first day and has been hiding in the safe zone ever since. After the Wind Wolf King appeared yesterday, he vanished. Now he probably needs several skills just to kill a level 4 slime. But he's still stronger than us. Sigh, why didn't I pursue Ling Yan earlier? If I had, I wouldn't have to stay in the ordinary zone and could enjoy a better life. You? Forget it. Even Lu Xiyuan from his class tried to pursue Ling Yan and failed. The astonishing display captivated everyone present, and the eyes of all the girls were filled with admiration and awe. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and geniuses can quickly rise to power. Ling Yan not only possesses extraordinary abilities, but also has striking looks that captivate many young women. However, he didn't linger and swiftly vanished from sight, heading straight for the central area of the slime plains. This region is fraught with danger, where even the lowest level slimes are at LV5, making it inaccessible for ordinary students. Among the 3,000 students, fewer than 10 could face an LV5 slime alone, yet Ling Yan fearlessly ventured deep into it. After more than an hour, Ling Yan's efforts finally paid off. A system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations to the player for successfully acquiring the passive skill, Water Mastery, LV1. Water Mastery level increased to LV70128. Hearing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Ling Yan's face. Through relentless effort, he had finally raised Water Mastery to LV7. To achieve this feat, he had slain a staggering 130,000 slimes, a number that would intimidate ordinary players. Ling Yan attempted to merge the newly acquired water power with his mastered wind and fire powers, but found the results unsatisfactory. The attributes counteracted each other, weakening the wind-fire slash. He realized that to enhance the skill's power, he needed to find more compatible elemental attack attributes. As Ling Yan pondered a solution, the surrounding puddles began to churn violently. The ground shook crazily, then rapidly sank, transforming a 1-kilometer radius into a lake. Ling Yan quickly harnessed his water power, standing steadily on the water's surface, vigilantly observing the changes around him. Suddenly, the water beneath him surged dramatically as a massive, 5 to 6 meter wide red jelly-like creature slowly emerged from the lake. Almost simultaneously, a system-wide announcement echoed. Announcement: in Longting Newbie Village at coordinates 125-5841, the ultimate boss, Slime King, has appeared. King-level boss ignores territorial restrictions, and the safe zone cannot stop it. Please be cautious. This announcement was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire Longting Star. Millions of new players were abuzz with discussions. Again? Are all 4 newbie village bosses being lured out? Is this super genius trying to take the whole newbie village down with him? What is he planning? Does he want the 4 bosses to fight each other? Could be. It's rumored that the 4 ultimate bosses have a connection. If they fight each other and he reaps the benefits, he'd be unstoppable. Should we try that too? What are you thinking? Even to reap the benefits, you need the strength. I heard if the ultimate boss isn't attacked, it'll disappear within a day. It seems the gap between geniuses and ordinary people only widens. Even shortcuts are reserved for geniuses. Faced with this unprecedented challenge, Ling Yan remained exceptionally calm. He knew that the real test was just beginning. Countless discussions echoed throughout the tens of thousands of beginner villages on Longting Star. Ling Yan's achievements were astonishing. In just 3 days, he managed to lure out all 4 ultimate bosses. This feat not only showcased his incredible prowess, but also offered new strategies for countless talented players. Bosses could be defeated in this way. However, replicating Ling Yan's success is no easy task. One would need at least an S-level talent, trained diligently in the beginner village to reach at least level 15, be fully equipped with purple gear, and have skills upgraded to the purple level. Even with all these, the key to success still lies in luck. Even if one scours the wild zones dozens of times, a boss may not appear, let alone all 4 at once. At this moment, in the center of the Slime Prairie Lake, Ling Yan was engaged in an intense battle with the Slime King. The Slime King possessed 2 lethal skills: the purple skill, Deep Sea Heavy Water, and the blue skill, Endless Water Arrows. Deep Sea Heavy Water was incredibly powerful, capable of transforming surrounding water into heavy, ionized water, inflicting massive damage while corroding the enemy's body. However, the skill consumed a large amount of mana, allowing the Slime King to use it only twice. Therefore, the Slime King opted for Endless Water Arrows. This was an upgraded version of the ordinary slime's small water spout, capable of firing countless powerful water arrows from the lake's surface. Although a single arrow was not as powerful as Ling Yan's Wind Wolf King's Fury, the cumulative damage was significant when dealing with large bosses or high-level wild creatures. Yet, Against Ling Yan's wind and fire shield, these water arrows failed to penetrate. Within a few rounds, the Slime King's health had dropped below 100,000. Wind and fire rending slash. Ling Yan shouted, suddenly appearing above the Slime King with his giant sword striking down. With a thunderous crash, a massive fissure appeared on the Slime King's enormous body, reducing its health to less than 20. In a moment of crisis, the Slime King's entire body, along with the surrounding lake water, rapidly changed color, eventually turning jet black. A system warning immediately sounded. The Slime King is using the skill Deep Sea Heavy Water. Proceed with caution. Ling Yan wasted no time, instantly unleashing his ultimate move. Wind Wolf King's Fury. Instantly, his Wind Wolf King set erupted into a blood mist, coalescing into a 5-meter turtle, nearly 10-meter-long blood-red giant wolf. The giant wolf charged at the Slime King with a roar, exploding upon impact. The terrifying force shattered the now-black Slime King into countless fragments, and a massive damage number appeared in the air, declaring the Slime King's ultimate demise. System notifications followed in quick succession, awarding Ling Yan a wealth of experience points, star coins, and numerous rare items, including the Slime King set, purple skills, and backpack expansion. His level also rose to 19, with significant enhancements to his attributes and skills. Ling Yan quickly checked his status screen and found substantial increases in strength, agility, and constitution. His passive and active skills were also bolstered, especially the newly acquired purple skills Deep Sea Heavy Water and Deadly Poison Explosion, which greatly enhanced his combat capabilities. With the defeat of the 4 ultimate bosses, Ling Yan's attributes underwent a significant transformation. His equipment slot gleamed with the purple glow of the Wind Wolf King set, its level 15 status highlighting its exceptional quality. The set not only provided wind attribute damage reduction, but also added an extra 3,000 points of damage, with a recovery of 30 health and mana points per second. Ling Yan's wealth had reached 150,000, and his star coins soared to an impressive 24,124,000. The most notable development was Ling Yan's acquisition of 7 or 8 new passive skills, which significantly bolstered his overall strength. These passives enhanced the 4 major attributes: strength, speed, constitution, and soul. Among them, soul enhancement overlapped with elemental enhancement, including skills like water mastery and poison mastery. Ling Yan was secretly delighted, knowing that he was just 1 strength enhancement away from completing the full set. He was aware that the novice village did not offer wild creatures with strength enhancement, which meant he needed to revisit areas like Fire Rabbit Grassland and Wind Wolf Nest. Ling Yan estimated that after completing these challenges, his passive skill levels could potentially rise to level 7 across the board. With this in mind, Ling Yan headed straight for the initial Fire Rabbit Grassland. Although only a little over a day had passed, all the fire rabbits had respawned. Without hesitation, Ling Yan plunged into a new round of monster hunting. 5 hours later, Ling Yan once again conquered the 4 ultimate boss areas. As he had anticipated, all his passive skills had reached level 7. Notably, Throwing Mastery had shot up to level 9, and Water Mastery had risen to level 8. Ling Yan felt the significant enhancement in his strength and immediately turned his attention to the remaining monster areas on the map. With 15 hours of exploration time left in the novice village, the monsters here were relatively easy to handle, and there were some unique monsters with valuable passive skills. Ling Yan decided to make full use of this time to continue enhancing his abilities. He first arrived at the Scorpion Desert at the edge of the novice village, home to numerous poison attribute monster scorpions. Ling Yan's goal was clear: to elevate his poison mastery. Within an hour, he reduced over 100,000 scorpions to ashes, successfully raising poison mastery to level 7. In the following 10+ hours, Ling Yan tirelessly swept through 9 monster zones. His speed enhancement, fire mastery, and constitution enhancement all reached level 8, while water mastery climbed to level 9, reaching the level of an S profession. Just a step away from level 10, he could join the ranks of S-level super geniuses. However, meeting the requirement of 512 passive skills was still a challenge for Ling Yan. Besides enhancing existing skills, Ling Yan acquired 3 entirely new passive skills. From the Earthworm Grassland and Earth Lizard territory, he gained Earth Mastery level 8, which allowed him to wield the power of the Earth for attacks, boosting Earth skills by 800. Thorn's Armor level 8 granted him a 40 chance to inflict 40 counter damage on attackers. Although this skill's practicality was not as high as Earth Mastery, for Ling Yan, a 40 chance was almost equivalent to certainty. Nevertheless, Ling Yan could not completely negate damage. He would still suffer attacks, but his enemies would also endure 40 counter damage. Ling Yan stared at his attribute panel, his brows slightly furrowed. The LV1 Thorn Armor could only barely reach a rank in the profession ranking, and might even fall to an A rank. However, he calculated silently in his mind that if he could upgrade it to a level in the teens, its power would be formidable. He imagined the scene where an enemy attacks him, only to be blown away by the reflected damage, and a cold smile curled at his lips. His gaze continued downward, catching on the last passive skill flash strike LV8. When health drops below 10, it can unleash a shocking strike with a 400 boost to all attributes. Compared to the LV1 flash strike, which could only increase attack power by 50 from wild creatures, the power of this LV8 was terrifying. Ling Yan had to admit, high-level passive skills were indeed extraordinarily powerful. However, Ling Yan's brow furrowed again. Although this passive skill had an all-attribute bonus, the trigger condition was that his health had to be below 10. Even if his health was high, losing 9-0 was an extremely dangerous situation, making him vulnerable to a fatal sneak attack. He silently warned himself not to use this passive unless absolutely necessary. After all, no one could guarantee that their luck would ensure a successful rebirth. If rebirth failed, it would truly be game over. While Ling Yan was deep in thought, a grand voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Attention, the 3-day trial period for all novice players has ended. In 10 seconds, you will be forcibly transported out of the novice village. All new players, please prepare. Upon hearing this, Ling Yan's eyebrows raised slightly. 3 days had passed so quickly. He glanced at his list of passive skills with a sense of nostalgia. He had reached over a dozen, nearly all at LV8. Reaching LV8 required at least 200 passive points, which meant Ling Yan had stacked over 2,000 layers of passives. Calculating that a single passive required killing about 800 wild creatures, Ling Yan had slain nearly 1.6 million creatures. The number was staggering. Ling Yan's gaze grew deep. He knew that the next time he entered the game, he wouldn't need to return to the novice village and could proceed directly to the continent of Apocalypse. The novice village was merely a stepping stone. The real battlefield lay on the continent of Apocalypse. The total number of monsters in the novice village was only around 4 to 5 million, and most were low-level passives, some without any passives at all. In contrast, any random wild area on the continent of Apocalypse was teeming with countless monsters waiting for him to farm. As Ling Yan pondered, thousands of streams of light suddenly burst from the sky, enveloping all players in the novice village. In the next moment, all players vanished from their spots simultaneously. The scene shifted abruptly to the Apocalypse Square at 7th High School, where the principal and a group of teachers were eagerly watching the spatial rift at the center of the square. A swordmaster holding a large sword turned to a nearby teacher, his tone slightly self-deprecating. Yeah, if the school hadn't declined, would we ordinary professionals at level 20 or 30 be teaching here? As the swordmaster's words faded, the entire square erupted into excitement. The teachers began to discuss the importance of professional ranks. Even the lowest a rank was significantly stronger than an average student. At 7th High School, out of 3 to 4,000 students each year, about 3 to 400 could awaken to a profession. Among them, 90% were rank, 20 to 30 were drank, and only 2 or 3 were crank. As for a rank, it was extremely rare among the million students in Beihai City, let alone a rank. The principal recalled the incident when Zhou Tong awakened as a Holy Light Paladin but failed the trial, still feeling a pang of frustration. At the time, he was so upset that he ended up in the ICU, and even with advanced medical help, he remained unconscious for 10 days. Suddenly, a dazzling light emanated from the celestial rift, interrupting everyone's thoughts. In a cascade of light, the figures of over 2,000 students gradually appeared. As soon as they emerged, they eagerly began to exchange stories. Finally out. These 3 days were hell. I leveled up to 5, put all points into strength, and feel like I could take down a bull with one hand. If it weren't for the boss, I could have leveled up a few more times. Speaking of which, aside from announcements, it seems no one has actually seen the 4 major bosses. Zhou Tong spotted Ling Yan in the crowd, noticing his beginner's gear and couldn't help but internally comment, "This guy is really low-key. He had a full set of Fire Rabbit gear before." Just then, the principal's voice boomed across the square, "Quiet." Instantly, the bustling square fell silent. The principal and the mentors were relieved to see over 2,000 students return safely. Although 7 to 800 had died, this mortality rate was considered low. However, as they began to check the students' levels, their brows furrowed. Most students were only at level 3 or 4, with very few reaching level 5. This was a whole level lower than the average in previous years. The principal felt a bit irritated, wondering if these students were too afraid of death. While valuing life was good, being overly cautious in this era would lead to nothing. Still, considering they had just faced life and death trials, the principal held back his anger. "Welcome back, everyone." The principal slowly began. "Now, all students who have awakened to a profession, please step forward." As soon as the words were spoken, the young men and women who had awakened to professions strutted out from the crowd, their faces beaming with pride. As professionals, their future paths are vastly different from those of ordinary people, provided they can survive in this dangerous world. The principal scanned the crowd, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. With over 300 professionals, the number finally brought a smile to his face. "Are there any level professionals? Please step forward." The principal called out eagerly, his voice echoing across the field. As a B-level flame mage with LV2 flame mastery, he once single-handedly elevated the 7th high school to 7th place in the city. However, a reincarnation mission over 20 years ago, which he thought would be a turning point in his life, became his shackle, forever locking his level at LV49. Over time, the 7th high school gradually declined to its current state. As the principal's words faded, the scene fell silent, with no one stepping forward. Over 2,000 students simultaneously turned their gaze to Zhou Tong, while the female students who had witnessed Ling Yan's strength looked at Ling Yan. For those who had seen Ling Yan's formidable power, it was unthinkable that he was merely in a level. He was a super genius capable of summoning the 4 ultimate bosses. Just as I thought, none. The principal sighed. His hopes of breaking into the top 30 dashed once more. Clevel and Level, step forward, he continued to call out. Immediately, over 40 students stepped forward. Among them were 5 Clevel professionals, all of whom had reached LV6 or higher. Seeing this number, the principal smiled once again. Very good. The principal encouraged. Although the average level of your cohort is relatively low, with hard work, you can catch up. And for the rest, don't be discouraged. Even without a profession, as long as your level is high enough, you can easily surpass high-level professionals. Remember, in this world, level comes first, profession second. The principal's words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting hope in the students without professions. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they saw endless possibilities in their futures. However, the mentors around them sighed inwardly at this sight. They too had been this naive once, until they experienced firsthand how difficult it was to level up without a profession. For ordinary people without professions, no matter how strong their combat skills, it is hard to bridge the attribute gap with professionals. They struggle even against monsters of the same level, let alone challenging those above their level. This harsh reality is something these dream-filled students will eventually experience firsthand. Improving one's abilities is a slow process if there's no way to surpass stronger opponents. Most individuals who don't have a specific profession find it difficult to break through the level 30 barrier, as monsters above this level become significantly stronger. Historically, the highest level reached by someone without a profession barely exceeded 100, which is merely the average level for those within a great profession. The principal stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping across the students below, and announced in a booming voice. Anyone who has reached level 5 or a great profession will receive a reward of 10,000 star coins. Those who have achieved a great profession will get 1,000 star coins. After collecting your reward, you may go home and rest. All classes are canceled before the college entrance exams. Focus entirely on leveling up. He paused briefly before continuing. If you reach level 10 by the exams, you'll receive a guaranteed reward of 10,000 star coins. Achieving level 15 and getting into a top university will earn you a staggering 1 million star coins. Remember, the higher your level, the greater the reward. The students were visibly excited by this announcement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, they all knew that without a great profession, reaching level 15 in a short time was incredibly challenging. Even the top-performing students over the next month might only reach around level 11. Just as the principal was about to leave, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Zhou Tong confidently emerged, drawing curious looks from the principal and other instructors. In the next moment, Zhou Tong was enveloped in a dazzling light, capturing everyone's attention. The principal and instructors watched in disbelief. An elemental profession, and it's light-based. Zhou Tong's homeroom teacher exclaimed, "He's from my class, Zhou Tong. This kid is going to make it big." The principal eagerly approached and asked, "Could you show us your passive level?" Zhou Tong smiled and readily displayed his level 3 mastery in the light element and his profession, Holy Light Paladin. This revelation was like a bombshell, leaving everyone stunned. The principal laughed exuberantly, while Zhou Tong's teacher couldn't help but scold. "Why didn't you step forward earlier?" Zhou Tong responded proudly. "The principal only asked about great professions, not a grade ones. Why should I have stepped forward?" His words left everyone around him speechless. Even Ling Yan couldn't help but think, this guy sure knows how to show off. If he hadn't died in the previous timeline, he'd probably have been bragging for years. The principal chuckled wryly and admitted, "You're right, that was my oversight. So, are there any other students within a great profession?" However, there was no response to his question. This was expected, as having just one Zhou Tong was already a stroke of luck for the 7th high school, making the existence of a second one highly unlikely. The principal's words made Zhou Tong's heart skip a beat. The thought that Ling Yan's talent was beyond a grade flashed through his mind instantly. He secretly pondered whether Ling Yan was the super genius who could summon the 4 ultimate bosses. Such astonishing ability couldn't possibly be just a grade. Zhou Tong estimated that Ling Yan's talent was at least S grade, maybe even reaching SS grade. However, at that moment, the principal's gaze suddenly fixed on Zhou Tong, with a furrowed brow. "Wait, Zhou Tong, why are you only at level 2? The principal's voice carried a clear note of confusion. Even someone who slacked off couldn't possibly remain at level 2. Isn't level 2 something anyone could achieve easily? This question caused Zhou Tong's proud expression to freeze on his face. He couldn't possibly admit that he was too scared of the fire rabbit and had been hiding in the safe zone. The surrounding students heard the principal's words and couldn't help but laugh. They recalled seeing Zhou Tong every time they returned to the safe zone, initially thinking he was just taking a break. However, as time passed and they surpassed his level, they realized he hadn't gained any experience points for 3 whole days. Principal, there's a reason for that. Zhou Tong hurriedly defended himself. Our novice village had an ultimate boss appear. Running around recklessly could have gotten me killed, so I didn't go out to level up. What? An ultimate boss? As soon as Zhou Tong said this, the principal and all the instructors widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at him. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. A deafening roar erupted from the sky, spreading instantly across the entire city of Haibei. The familiar engine sound made everyone instinctively look up. Even those startled by the term ultimate boss, including the principal, subconsciously raised their heads. But what they saw made everyone gasp. In the sky, a massive spaceship, stretching several kilometers, was slowly descending. On its surface was an imposing 5-clawed golden dragon, causing a wave of astonishment throughout Haibei City. It's Longting University's spaceship. Exclamations burst from the crowd. It really is Longting University's spaceship. So the visitors should be instructors from Longting University, right? What's going on? Why would instructors from Longting University come to Haibei City? Could it be that Haibei City has produced a super genius, and Longting University is here to recruit? For a moment, everyone was filled with confusion. Longting University, the top academy on Longting Star, was led by the strongest individual on the planet, the Star Lord Longting. Every instructor at Longting University was a super powerhouse of level 150 or above. It was well known that Longting University's admissions were extremely rigorous, selecting only 1,000 individuals from billions each year, with each one being a prodigy, their professions at least a grade or higher. Of course, no school would directly limit career levels. Doing so would stifle the motivation of ordinary people because no matter how hard they strive, they couldn't enter a top university. Therefore, Longting University has set just one requirementa level threshold. Only those who reach level 25 before the college entrance exam are eligible to take the entrance exam for Longting University. Training from 0 to level 25 within a month is an incredibly demanding requirement. Even those from prominent families must rely on their own abilities. It's impossible to reach level 25 in such a short time with just equipment and skills. As for finding someone to train with, it's a fantasy. Having a training partner can lead to reduced experience points due to insufficient output, slowing down the leveling process and affecting drop rates. Generally, players only choose to team up when they cannot clear a dungeon alone. Now, with a mentor from Longting University personally coming to recruit, it signifies that the selected individual's career level is at least S level. Only a handful of people enjoy such treatment each year. Today, such a genius has appeared in Haibei City, which is simply unbelievable. As a massive spaceship silently hovered a kilometer above Haibei City, all eyes were drawn to it. Suddenly, with a soft sound, the hatch slowly opened. A woman in a fiery red robe leapt out, swiftly descending toward the ground. Flight magic, a standard skill for level 80 elemental mages. This young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, has already reached such a high level. Among the crowd, knowledgeable, strong professionals instantly recognized her identity: Si Kong Xiun. Throughout Longting Star, who else but the new mentor of Longting University, the S-Flame Psychic Si Kong Xiun, could possess such immense talent? Her power is not just at level 80, but as high as level 99. It is rumored that this genius recently took on a rebirth mission. If successful, she will advance to SS level and even have the opportunity to enter the Flame God Academy. Si Kong Xiun is hailed as the most powerful genius on Longting Star in decades. 10 years ago, she gained fame when she was admitted to Longting University. Coupled with her stunning beauty, various rumors about her are widely known. To think she's also a flame magethis is a true powerhouse, Zheng Yun said with admiration and envy. Suddenly, the principal's expression changed. Wait, why is she flying toward our school? Indeed, Si Kong Xiuyan's flight path was directly aimed at their school. Accompanied by a terrifying blaze, her figure was already suspended above the square. The powerful aura she emitted instantly suppressed the entire 7th high school. Ling Yan looked up at Si Kong Xiuyan, a hint of surprise on his face. I didn't expect it to be her. He raised an eyebrow, already guessing the purpose of her visit. After all, the news of him summoning the 4 ultimate bosses had spread globally. Now, not just Longting Star, but even other planets are likely aware of this astonishing feat. Such a genius would never be overlooked by Longting University. Ling Yan was no stranger to Si Kong Xiuyan. In fact, they were acquainted in a previous life. During the first 2 years after awakening his profession, Ling Yan held a status so high that even the Star Lord had to treat him with utmost respect. Sikong Shiyun was initially one of the bodyguards arranged for Ling Yan by the Star Lord. Sikong Shiyun had reached the peak of level 99, but found herself at a standstill due to a reincarnation task, unable to level up and unable to complete the task. The result was that Ling Yan never heard of her breaking through this bottleneck until his dying day. Both were prodigies, yet their fates were similarly different. Sikong Shiyun remained at the pinnacle of level 99, while Ling Yan barely reached the threshold of level 60 before his death. As Sikong Shiyun descended in front of the principal and others, the temperature within a radius of over 10 kilometers suddenly soared. This was the terrifying power of a level 99's fire mage. The 2,000 students watching were in awe, their admiration evident. After all, she was not only a top-tier genius of the younger generation on Longting Star, but also an exquisite beauty. Are you Principal Zheng Yun of Hebei City's 7th High School? Sikong Shuyun's fiery hair fluttered in the breeze as she asked. Principal Zheng Yun quickly stepped forward and respectfully replied, "Yes, I am Zheng Yun. It's an honor to have you here, and I apologize for not welcoming you sooner." As a level 99 tutor from Longting University, even the mayor of Hebei City would show courtesy, let alone a mere principal. Sikong Shuyun calmly stated her purpose. "I am here under the orders of the Star Lord to investigate the appearance of the ultimate boss in your 7th High School's novice village. Do you know who summoned the 4 ultimate bosses?" "What? All 4 ultimate bosses appeared in our school's novice village? How could this be?" the principal exclaimed, with the surrounding tutors also wide-eyed in disbelief. In Longting Star, the bosses of novice villages appeared less than 10 times a year during the student's novice period, and such occurrences during a 3-day assessment were unheard of. Although Zhou Tong had mentioned the appearance of an ultimate boss earlier, their thoughts were interrupted by the sudden arrival of a spaceship. Now, Sikong Shuyun was saying that 4 ultimate bosses appeared simultaneously, which seemed unbelievable. Sikong Shuyun frowned slightly. "You didn't know about this? Such a significant matter, and the school leadership is completely unaware." The principal immediately broke into a cold sweat and hastily admitted fault. "We truly didn't know. It's my negligence. I beg for your punishment." The principal was completely unaware of such a major event, and if pursued, he might lose his position. Sikong Shuyun replied calmly, "I suppose you couldn't have anticipated such an occurrence. Let's put aside the matter of negligence. In a remote city's small school, no one could have anticipated the emergence of the 4 ultimate bosses." Sikong Shuyun didn't pursue the matter further, but her intense gaze swept over the more than 2,000 students below, carefully examining each one's level and attributes. If the 4 ultimate bosses were indeed summoned by someone, the levels would reveal clues. Ling Yan sighed inwardly, realizing that keeping a low profile was no longer an option. Since Longting University had sent Sikong Shuyun, there was no need for him to hide anymore. He stepped out from the crowd and calmly declared, "No need to search. It's me." The crowd erupted in shock, all eyes focused on Ling Yan. His homeroom teacher, Old Wu, hurriedly scolded, "Ling Yan, what nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you an A-level professional? This is not something to joke about." Old Wu feared provoking someone as powerful as Sikong Shuyun. Ling Yan explained helplessly, "I never said I was a level. According to normal classification, my profession should be S." The principal only asked about those below a level twice and never about S-level. His words left everyone present dumbfounded, especially Zhou Tong, who silently lamented that his line was stolen. However, Ling Yan's revelation was undeniably more impressive. The principal and mentors were instantly excited. An S-level profession. It was hard to believe that such a genius would appear in a small school like theirs, but they knew Ling Yan wouldn't joke at a time like this. Sikong Shuyun scrutinized Ling Yan, sensing a flame power in him that rivaled her own. She was puzzled, wondering if a fire mage of this level could indeed summon the 4 ultimate bosses. She then used an appraisal spell. LV19. Sikong Shuyun couldn't help but exclaim. Even at the end of her 3-day trial period, she had barely reached level 11. A level 19 attribute was more than twice that of level 11. If an S-level professional had a level 19, their strength could indeed rival a typical SS professional at level 11. The crowd was once again astonished. Reaching level 19 in just 3 days was simply incredible. Everyone speculated whether Ling Yan had indeed summoned the 4 ultimate bosses, especially since Sikong Shuyun had acknowledged it. Suppressing her astonishment, Sikong Shuyun asked Ling Yan, "Are you really just an S professional? Could you show me a screenshot of your passive skills?" Ling Yan nodded in agreement and displayed part of his attribute table. The crowd saw 4 passive skills, each with a minimum of level 8 elemental mastery, further shocking them. For elemental majesty, this was unheard of. Sikong Shuyun pondered. Even for a professional with 4 elements, the highest level 9 passive could at most compare to an ordinary SS level. Unless Ling Yan possessed a blue area attack skill, it seemed impossible to summon the 4 ultimate bosses in a short time. But everyone had their secrets, and since Ling Yan wasn't revealing his, she wouldn't press further. Sikong Shuyun, with a serious expression, said, "Ling Yan, filled with curiosity, asked Sikong Shuiyun about the specifics of the rewards. Sikong Shuiyun smiled and explained in detail. Firstly, you can choose any golden set under level 50. What's even better is that you can upgrade to a higher level set by recycling your old one. Beyond level 50, the reward upgrades to a purple set, up to level 100. She paused and continued. In addition, you can select a purple skill worth up to 1,000,000,000 from the Tianqi store. And of course, there's a reward of 3,000,000,000,000 star coins. Sikong Shuiyan added, this is just the basic reward. The final reward will be based on the latest standards of the Human Alliance. If you achieve an SS rating, the reward will be even higher. As she finished speaking, everyone present widened their eyes in shock. Choosing any golden set under level 50? Even the lowest level 20 golden set costs hundreds of billions for a full set. Ling Yan rubbed his chin thoughtfully and nodded slightly. A full golden set, huh? Not too bad, he remarked calmly. This reaction caused Sikong Shuiyun to twitch slightly at the corner of her mouth. Not too bad. Such astronomical rewards were merely not too bad in Ling Yan's eyes. She took a deep breath to calm herself. The second matter is rather special, Sikong Shuiyun continued. It not only concerns you personally, but involves all S-level geniuses in the entire Tianbei star system. All geniuses who have reached S-level must participate. Her words immediately sparked surprise among everyone present. Involving the entire Tianbei star system? This is a mid-level planetary system that governs over 1,000 life planets, including Longting Star. Sikong Shuiyun explained. This time, an extremely rare novice dungeon is opening. The dungeon level is LV20 with a dark gold difficulty. Since it appeared in the Tianbei star system, Lord Yan has designated it for us to attempt the first raid. The raid period is 10 days. If successful, this dungeon will become an exclusive dungeon for the Tianbei star system. Otherwise, it will be open to the entire Yin star system. Her tone conveyed the importance of this event. For the Tianbei star system, it concerns the growth of future newcomers. Novice dungeons are extremely rare throughout the Yin star system and inevitably trigger a frenzy whenever they appear. Upon hearing about the LV20 Dark Gold Dungeon, Ling Yan's eyes lit up. He recalled that the Dark Gold Novice set he initially used in his past life seemed to have come from this dungeon. The set's attributes were incredibly powerful, allowing him to easily defeat enemies above his level. When does it start? Ling Yan asked eagerly, his eyes shining with anticipation. Ling Yan announced decisively, we'll begin in 2 days. We'll set off tomorrow. His voice carried a hint of excitement. He added, during this period, your level must not exceed LV20, or you won't be able to participate. You'll complete your talent level assessment on the way, so you can earn the golden set reward before the dark gold instance opens. Sikong Shuiyun nodded slowly, a touch of anticipation flickering in her icy, snow-like eyes. All right, I understand. See you tomorrow. Ling Yan nodded slightly, but his mind was in turmoil. Not over level 20? This disrupted his plans. He had intended to dive into the continent of Apocalypse and level up rapidly, but now that seemed impossible. Even spending just 1 day there would surely boost his level above 20, possibly much higher. He calculated silently. If he missed this chance, the opportunity to explore the dark gold level beginner instance would slip away. Ling Yan clearly remembered that pioneering the dark gold level instance had a very low probability of yielding some extremely special items, obtainable only during the initial exploration. At that moment, Sikong Shuiyun took out a scroll glowing with a faint golden light from her bosom and handed it to Ling Yan. Her tone became serious. This is a one-time LV-150 protection scroll, usable outside the continent of Apocalypse. If anyone attacks you, use it immediately. The Vice Dean will come to your aid promptly. Ling Yan accepted the scroll, feeling the powerful energy within. Such protection scrolls without level restrictions were incredibly rare, valued even more than ordinary level 200 protection scrolls. They were typically used to protect super talents like Ling Yan or by prestigious families to safeguard their members from being killed by rival factions. There were probably fewer than 10 such scrolls on the entire Longting Star. This one was specially brought by Sikong Shuiyun for Ling Yan on the orders of the Star Lord. Although Ling Yan's professional level wasn't as formidable as imagined, he was undoubtedly qualified to use this scroll. Ling Yan accepted the scroll with a cheerful smile, saying, then I'll gladly accept it. Thank you. Upon seeing this, Sikong Shuiyun suddenly erupted in terrifying flames. She soared into the sky, quickly returning to the massive ship above. The ship then disappeared over the horizon with a deafening roar. Principal Zheng Yun approached excitedly, his face beaming with smiles. Ling Yan, I never expected you to awaken for professions. You're truly a genius. Our humble 7th high school is incredibly fortunate to have a talent like you. To ensure Ling Yan's safety, Zheng Yun and all the teachers escorted him to the principal's office. Meanwhile, the other students on the playground were still in shock, unable to recover from the astonishing scene they had just witnessed. It would likely become an unforgettable memory for them. Left behind was Zhou Tong, whose face was filled with despair. He had thought he was about to make it big, only to have Ling Yan steal the spotlight. With a sigh, he helplessly realized the vast chasm between him and Ling Yan, as if they were from entirely different worlds. Half an hour later, at the gate of the 7th high school, Ling Yan said to the principal, "No need to be so formal, principal. Please take care of this matter." Ling Yan gratefully said to the principal, "I'll head home first and meet you at number 1 high school in an hour." The principal waved his hand with a smile. "No worries, no worries. Going to the beginner's village at number 1 high school is no big deal. There's no need to stand on ceremony, Ling Yan." Ling Yan nodded in thanks and then strode out of the school with purpose. His destination was clear the beginner's village at number 1 high school. Although all beginners' villages have the same basic setup with areas inhabited by 33 types of wild creatures, their scale and capacity vary. The beginner's village at number 7 high school is the smallest, accommodating only about 10,000 people for exams at the same time. In contrast, the beginner's village at number 1 high school in High Bay City is much larger, capable of hosting nearly 200,000 people simultaneously. Although number 1 high school doesn't have that many students, its capacity of 50 to 60,000 is more than enough to make full use of the village. As the scale increases, so does the number of wild creatures. The beginner's village at number 1 high school also includes areas like the Fire Rabbit Forest and the Wind Wolf Nest, with creature numbers similar to those at number 7 high school. However, the biggest difference is that each type of creature area at number 1 high school has 20 identical instances. In other words, the beginner's village at number 1 high school has 20 Fire Rabbit Forests, 20 Wind Wolf Nests, and so on. This design introduces an interesting possibility. If the number of creatures in any Wind Wolf Nest is reduced to 5 of the original, there's a chance to summon the Wind Wolf King. However, this opportunity is limited once the Wind Wolf King is summoned. Regardless of whether it is defeated, the Wind Wolf King will not appear again in that beginner's village for the next year. Ling Yan's goal on this trip is these vast numbers of creatures. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could already see himself making a name for himself in the beginner's village. With 20 times the number of wild creatures, this should be enough to level up both Fire Mastery and Wind Mastery to level 15. Ling Yan quickly calculated, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Level 15 was already considered SS rank, just one step away from SS at level 16. With his current strength, he could easily sweep through 50 to 60 wild areas within 24 hours. Naturally, during this massacre, his power would continue to grow, speeding up his ability to defeat creatures. With this in mind, Ling Yan didn't hesitate to quicken his pace, soon arriving at the Maglev train station a kilometer away from his school. He skillfully swiped his student card and boarded a cylindrical train suspended within a tube. With a slight hum, the train started. Ling Yan felt a barely noticeable centrifugal force, and in the next second, the train turned into a streak of white light, vanishing instantly. This maglev train wasn't the old relic of the 21st century, barely reaching the speed of sound. In this era, short-distance maglev trains could reach an astonishing 50 times the speed of sound, while long-distance ones could soar to 200 times. Even more impressive was its ability to accelerate to 20 times the speed of sound in a second and reach 50 times in 5 seconds. Traveling through the city was almost like arriving at the next stop the moment it started. For Ling Yan, who had lived in this world for decades, all of this was already commonplace. After all, in a world where even spaceships could perform space jumps, such technological advancements were hardly surprising. A few minutes later, Ling Yan stood in front of an alloy skyscraper on the outskirts of the city, taking a deep breath. In this world, Ling Yan also had his own family, not only parents, but also an older sister, 3 years his senior. However, in his previous life, after finishing his college entrance exams, he was taken away by the human high command and never returned to his family. The reason was heartbreaking. During the great battle between the Flame God and the powerful beings of alien civilizations, the entire Longting star, along with hundreds of surrounding planets, was completely destroyed. After that incident, Ling Yan became completely on his own. Though abandoned, he wasn't simply discarded. Instead, he was settled on his ancestral planet, Earth. As the only professional, he still had the potential to awaken. However, life's ups and downs can be hard to bear. Whenever Ling Yan felt like giving up, the image of his family would flash through his mind, motivating him to persevere. If he were to give up then, his passive skill of rebirth would also be lost, and all possible turning points would vanish. With this in mind, Ling Yan took a deep breath and stepped into the high-rise building. As the floating elevator slowly ascended, he arrived at the 16th floor. The smart door emitted a beep, accompanied by a welcome back prompt as it opened slowly. A small but cozy home came into view. "Xiaoyan, is that you?" A middle-aged man with eyes full of endless stories emerged from the study, his smile tinged with surprise. He had evidently noticed Ling Yan's undisguised level. "What? Xiaoyan is back." A voice full of delight came from the kitchen. Soon, a graceful woman wearing an apron stepped out. Ling Yan's father, Ling Yan, had formed a small guild with friends in his youth, earning a living by fighting monsters. Although the exact level was unknown, Ling Yan estimated it to be over 30, enough to support the family's basic needs. His mother was a full-time housewife. Despite the era's abundance of automated robots, she insisted on cooking warm meals for the family herself. The 3-day trial period is over, isn't it? Were you hurt? His mother asked, examining Ling Yan with concern. Mom, I'm fine. It's just a 3-day trial. By the way, where's Sis? Ling Yan attempted to change the subject. Suddenly, a sharp flick landed on Ling Yan's head. Ouch, that hurts. Sis, why did you hit me? Ling Yan exclaimed. Why do you keep calling me old sis? Do I look old? A cool voice came from behind. A stunning girl, at least a 9 out of 10, with a striking figure had appeared behind Ling Yan. All right, my bad, Ling Yan said, rubbing his head in resignation. It hurt a bit, but the joy of reuniting after so many years was overwhelming. Since his last live's college entrance exam, he hadn't seen his sister, who was 3 years older than him, for over a decade. Why are you staring at me like that? By the way, didn't you get a new job? What profession did you awaken to? Ling Yan asked curiously, starting to probe Ling Yan's level. What? Level 19. She exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. What? 19 levels? Doesn't that make Xiao Yan quite impressive? His mother looked delighted. Mom, that's an understatement. It's incredibly impressive. Ling Yan corrected her, exasperated. Your mom doesn't quite get it, Ling Yan interjected. Reaching level 19 in just a 3-day trial period. Xiao Yan, did you awaken an S-level talent? S-level? I think it's at least S-level. Ling Yan quickly added. Ling Yan chuckled, and then displayed a screenshot of his passive abilities list. 4 professions. Ling Yan looked at Ling Yan in shock. His mother was full of joy, believing that the more professions, the stronger. All right, enough questions for now. We'll talk during dinner. I need to go train afterward. And tomorrow I'll be heading into a dark gold-level dungeon with teachers from Longting School. Ling Yan interrupted the conversation. Hearing that Ling Yan was going into a dangerous dark gold-level dungeon, his mother became worried. Ling Yan reassured her. The child's talent is exceptional, and he's being nurtured accordingly. Don't worry, Xiao Yan knows what to do. Even if he didn't have talent, I'd be here to support him. Even if the sky falls, there's still me, his old man. Reluctantly, his mother accepted this and remembered something important. Oh, Xiao Yan, I made your favorite dishes. Let's eat first. With that, she took Ling Yan into the kitchen. At the dinner table, his mother repeatedly reminded Ling Yan to be careful while hunting monsters, and Ling Yan offered several suggestions. Ling Yan listened attentively, feeling the warmth of this long-missed family scene. He knew that to protect his family, he needed to be strong enough. He also understood the importance of keeping a low profile only. By doing so, leveraging his 2 passive skills, could he quickly grow into the strongest of the human race. After dinner, Ling Yan bid farewell to his family and headed straight to Haibei City's first high school. The principal, already notified by the principal of 7th High School, was anxiously waiting at the school gate with a group of mentors. Upon seeing Ling Yan, everyone was thrilled. Ling Yan, you finally made it. The principal of 1st High School greeted him excitedly. Hello, principal. Sorry for the trouble, Ling Yan replied with a smile. Not at all. Ling Yan coming to our school's novice village is the greatest honor for us. Are you in a hurry? Please follow me. The principal of Yizhong quickly put on a smile and respectfully ushered Ling Yan towards the Apocalypse Rift of Yizhong, accompanied by several instructors. Their deference was due to Ling Yan's rarity as an elemental professional with Force level and S careers. The hallmark of elemental careers is the ability to fuse elements, though the process is exceedingly difficult. However, successfully merging 2 elements can greatly amplify the power of skills. If Ling Yan could combine all 4 elements, even an S-level career could unleash power comparable to an SS level. Such a professional is destined to achieve no less than level 200 in the future, far surpassing ordinary individuals. In contrast, the principal's own potential might only cap at level 99, and even that would require risking his life. The vast gap between level 200 and level 99 is unimaginable. A level 100 expert, breaking through a bottleneck, could easily overpower a level 99 opponent. As levels increase, this disparity becomes even more terrifying. This overwhelming difference in strength naturally compelled the principal to treat Ling Yan with utmost respect. A few minutes later, with a ripple of space, Ling Yan's figure vanished into the Apocalypse Rift of Yizhong. When he reappeared, he found himself in a vast safe zone. The safe zone was bustling with people. Many novice students were hawking various items. Hey there, student. I've got a brand new white weapon, a Poro longsword, with full durability. Wanna grab one? Honest deal, just 300 star coins. Hey, my white chest armor is only 500 star coins. You won't regret it, it's a bargain compared to the 600 at the Apocalypse shop. Looking to buy a level 5 green weapon, offering 10,000 star coins. These calls to buy and sell echoed throughout the safe zone. With the end of the 3-day assessment period, external items could now be brought into the novice area. Some students from ordinary families were selling obsolete and idle weapons from home, but buyers were scarce. White weapons, while having low durability, could be used for only a month or two before needing replacement. However, this time was sufficient for a person to level up significantly. By then, white novice weapons would be obsolete. As a result, white novice weapons were extremely cheap, while green weapons of the same level were worth hundreds of times more. Ling Yan ignored these sales pitches and, with a light step, headed towards the familiar Fire Rabbit Forest. This novice village had 20 Fire Rabbit forests, and Ling Yan planned to clear them all. After that, he intended to hunt two other types of fire attribute creatures, which were even more numerous than those in the Fire Rabbit Forest, equivalent to about 70 Fire Rabbit forests combined. Ling Yan estimated that after completing these tasks, his passive level should reach 14 or even 15. Next, he planned to seek out the Wind Wolf Nest, aiming to significantly enhance both his wind and fire powers. These two elements could be fused, and with sufficient levels, they could allow Ling Yan to achieve a remarkable leap in strength in a short time. Ling Yan stepped into the Fire Rabbit Forest, and a tremendous surge of fiery energy erupted around him, instantly engulfing a 10-meter radius in flames. The fire rabbits let out harrowing screams as they were incinerated one after another. The system notifications flashed continuously, displaying terrifying instant kill numbers. Even though Ling Yan only utilized basic fire attribute damage and the Fire Rabbit Hunter LV2 bonus, without any additional skills, his attack still reached an astounding 15,000 damage points, effortlessly one-shotting fire rabbits below LV10. The system reminded Ling Yan that as an LV19 player, killing creatures below LV9 no longer granted experience. However, Ling Yan's aim wasn't experience points but the enhancement of his passive skills. With a swift step, he shot forward like an arrow. Wherever he went, fire rabbits vaporized instantly, like water droplets on a scorching iron plate. Despite this, the fire rabbits within a 300-meter radius continued to charge at him recklessly, a direct effect of the Fire Rabbit Hunter passive. As numerous fire rabbits were slaughtered, Ling Yan's flame mastery level rapidly increased. The system notifications chimed in succession. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Passive plunder successful. Flame mastery LV8, 31256 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Passive plunder successful. Flame mastery LV8, 12526 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Passive plunder successful. Flame mastery upgraded to LV90512 inch. In just 20 minutes, Ling Yan swept through the entire fire rabbit forest, massacring over 100,000 fire rabbits, finally raising his passive level to LV9. Unsatisfied, Ling Yan pressed on. With the power of wind and fire enhancing his speed beyond expectations, he raised two more fire rabbit forests, increasing his flame mastery to LV10010000. Then, after sweeping through another 4 forests, his level soared to LV11020000. Meanwhile, the Fire Rabbit Hunter level increased to LV3, boosting his damage bonus against fire rabbits from 40 to 50. Though just a 10 increase, considering Ling Yan's nearly 20,000 fire attribute base damage, the actual damage increased by an astounding 2,000 points. However, as his level rose, the requirements for passive enhancement also surged dramatically. Ling Yan had to clear 8 more fire rabbit forests to elevate his passive level to LV12030000. Clearly, the difficulty of leveling up beyond LV10 had significantly increased, no longer stacking as terrifyingly as before. Maintaining the previous rate of progression, reaching LV15, let alone LV14, seems increasingly daunting. Ling Yan breathed a sigh of relief as he noticed the system's upgrade requirement had increased from 2,000 to 3,000 passives. He silently calculated his future upgrade path, recalling the system's previous explanation. Before reaching LV15, each level required an additional 1,000 passives, but moving from LV15 to LV16 needed 10,000 passives, with each subsequent level increasing by another 10,000. His eyes flickered with thoughts of future possibilities. Going from LV19 to LV20 requires 50,000 passives, which is 50 times more than from LV10 to LV11. Ling Yan muttered to himself. If it continues to double, going from LV19 to LV20 would need at least 1,000,000 passives. That's a 1,000-fold increase. Considering the challenges ahead, Ling Yan frowned. If it keeps going like this, reaching LV30 would demand 1,000,000,000 passives? He shook his head to dismiss the daunting numbers. But now that the growth rate has decreased, my upgrade speed should be much faster. Taking a deep breath, Ling Yan's gaze became resolute. Reaching SSS rank in 6 or 7 days would shock a lot of people. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Once I get to the Apocalypse continent, finding monsters with base LV3 or even LV4 fire passives will skyrocket both my level and passive upgrade speed. With determination, Ling Yan returned to the task of hunting fire rabbits. His flames were like the scythe of death, harvesting one fire rabbit after another. Along the way, he encountered many students from his school, but chose not to interact with them, carefully controlling his flames to avoid harming innocents. However, Ling Yan's actions did not go unnoticed. His sudden appearances and disappearances with large fireballs caused a stir on the school's forum. Whoa, a giant fireball just passed by me. All the fire rabbits on the path were burned to ashes. The fireball swallowed me whole, but strangely, I wasn't harmed. Did you guys see it too? Could it be the fire rabbit leader emerging? Impossible. Why would the fire rabbit leader kill its own kind? I heard something similar happened in other fire rabbit forest areas, and now you can hardly find any fire rabbits there. What the heck is going on? I heard a fierce guy from another school awakened 4 professions, including a fire mage and fire sword master with fire mastery. He's the one who summoned the 4 ultimate bosses. Is he in our school's newbie village? No way. What's he doing here? Probably not him, right? The forum buzzed like boiling water with various speculations and questions. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, Ling Yan, remained focused on his path to upgrading, oblivious to the uproar he had caused. Is he planning to take on the 4 ultimate bosses? This idea spread like wildfire across the internet. Countless posts frantically shared and discussed the incident of the giant fireball, with some even uploading photos. However, the fireball's power was so terrifying that the photos only showed a blazing inferno, making it impossible to discern if anyone was inside. A small group of people started speculating whether Ling Yan had arrived at their school. After all, in the entire Hebei city, only Ling Yan possessed such formidable strength. However, Ling Yan was completely unaware of these speculations and discussions. At that moment, Ling Yan was weaving through the forest, happily harvesting fire rabbits. With each kill, his experience points slowly increased. Although there were no king-level bosses in the fire rabbit forest, Ling Yan encountered more than one leader-level boss. One of the fire rabbit leaders had intimidating attributes. Level, LV10. Passive talent, Fire Mastery LV3 enhances fire spell power by 300. Health, 150, 000150000. Mana, 3, 0003, 000. Attack, 800. Speed, 100. Defense, 1000. Skill, Explosive Fireball Blue skill, deals 200 damage with an additional 30 burn damage per second for 10 seconds. Cost, 300. This fire rabbit leader had a health pool of 100,000, making it exceptionally formidable among ordinary monsters. However, it faced Ling Yan. Without hesitation, Ling Yan used King's Blood Fury, doubling all his attributes. He then unleashed a purple skill Deep Sea Heavy Water, dealing 500 water damage. Combined with a 900 water bonus and a 50 strength boost from the Fire Rabbit Hunter, a terrifying scarlet number appeared above the Fire Rabbit leader's head. The horrifying heavy water, like a mountain pressing down, instantly crushed the Fire Rabbit leader into a pool of blood. This was just an ordinary strike, without even triggering a critical hit. This demonstrated just how terrifying Ling Yan's strength had become under the influence of King's Blood Fury. Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh. I used 2 purple skills and had a level advantage of 9 over this fire rabbit, yet it took all that to take it down in one hit. The gap between wild monsters and players is astounding. Indeed, with a 9-level difference, the disparity in strength was like night and day. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding! You have slain a LV10 fire rabbit leader, gaining 400,000 experience points. Ling Yan calculated in his mind that augmentation-type purple skills like King's Blood Fury were worth far more than ordinary purple skills, by hundreds of times. They could enhance other skills, and were incredibly rare. Unless one's talent level reached SSS, acquiring such augmentation skills was nearly impossible. A notification sound chimed, and Ling Yan's experience bar increased by 4%. Despite defeating a boss-level monster, the experience gained was minimal due to the significant level difference. Ling Yan calculated that this amount of experience was still a decent gain. Suddenly, he thought of Su Miaoran, the genius girl from first high school, an S-level existence, considered the brightest star in any class. Unfortunately for her, she encountered Ling Yan. Even after Ling Yan's information was sealed, the emergence of his unique profession had already spread across Longting Star. Ling Yan recalled that Su Miaoran, through completing numerous rebirth tasks, had raised her talent to SS level in just 10 years. If Ling Yan hadn't passed away, Su Miaoran might have even reached SSS level or higher. Comparing their growth rates, Ling Yan felt a sense of pride. At his current pace, he would reach SSS level in just a few days, far surpassing the effort Su Miaoran had put in over more than a decade. In this life, he wouldn't be overshadowed by her like in the past. With this thought, Ling Yan refocused on his monster hunting journey. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at First High School, the principal was staring in awe at the blue-haired girl before him. Su Miaoran was enveloped in ice, her gaze cold, exuding a chilling aura. Her presence surpassed that of any wealthy heiress in Hebei City, and despite her stunning beauty, few dared to approach her. Level 9 ice power? An S-level professional? The principal exclaimed. Our school has produced such a genius. Why didn't you reveal your professional level earlier? The principal laughed excitedly, even offering an explanation to Su Miaoran. Oh, I get it. You must want to keep a low profile. There aren't many down-to-earth geniuses like you nowadays. Su Miaoran ignored the principal's conjectures and got straight to the point. Principal, I heard there's a dark gold-level dungeon that only S-level geniuses can enter. I want to participate. The principal was taken aback. He had only heard about this from Principal Zheng Yun of 7th High School. If not for their good relationship, 7th High School would have been downgraded long ago to the 70th or even 80th rank in High Bay City. You know about this too? The principal realized. It seems you've met our first high school's novice village student, Ling Yan, from 7th High School, right? You super geniuses always have a mutual appreciation when you meet. Since you want to participate, I'll report your professional level. You'll definitely get a spot. The principal chuckled slyly, thinking he might play matchmaker for these two geniuses and maybe be invited to their wedding someday. Su Miaoran found the principal's inexplicable smile a bit bewildering. However, his words piqued her interest. Could this Ling Yan be the legendary super genius who summoned the 4 ultimate bosses? A strong sense of competitiveness surged within Su Miaoran. Her mentor once said that although her ice profession level wasn't high, her potential was remarkable, with the possibility of reaching SSS level or beyond. Now encountering a super genius who summoned the 4 ultimate bosses during the 3-day trial period, she was eager to see whose achievements would ultimately be greater. Su Miaoran was puzzled about Ling Yan's purpose in going to the novice village. Although 1st High School's novice village had more monsters than 7th High School's, under experience reduction conditions, no amount of monsters could significantly level him up. Was he planning to summon the ultimate boss again? Even if he was lucky enough to summon it, without a gold set, he probably didn't have the strength to defeat it. With this in mind, Su Miaoran said to the principal, I'll leave the matter of the dark gold level novice dungeon to you, principal. I'm going to level up now. Alright, Su, you go ahead. I'll notify you as soon as I've reported it. The principal replied enthusiastically. 14 hours had passed since Ling Yan entered 1st High School's novice village. Ding! Congratulations on killing the monster flame-spitting silkworm. Passive looting successful. Fire mastery upgraded to LV1501000. As Ling Yan defeated the last Spitfire silkworm in the grasslands, his passive level finally reached LV15. However, progressing to LV16 required an astounding 10,000 passive points. Glancing at the time, Ling Yan calculated silently. With only 8 hours left, it seemed impossible to raise the wind power to LV14. At that moment, Ling Yan noticed he was just a sliver away from reaching LV20. Defeating just one more leader-level boss would allow him to cross that threshold. Once he reached LV20, all his attributes would undergo a qualitative leap. In that case, I'll make the Wind Wolf King my target. Ling Yan decided resolutely and headed towards the Wind Wolf lair without hesitation. Compared to the Spitfire Silkworm grasslands, the Wind Wolf lair had fewer monsters. However, each Wind Wolf not only possessed wind mastery, but also speed enhancement. A single monster with 2 passives was quite a bargain. Upon arriving at his destination, Ling Yan unleashed a mighty wave of fire power, commencing a frenzied monster-slaying spree. In an instant, the surrounding wind wolves, as if injected with adrenaline, charged at him. Thanks to his previous experience defeating the Wind Wolf King, Ling Yan's Wind Wolf Hunter passive had reached LV3, extending its range to an impressive 1,000 meters. The wind wolves were incredibly fast, yet Ling Yan found his efficiency in slaying them was even higher than in the Spitfire Silkworm grasslands. The system notifications kept coming. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Passive plunder successful. Wind mastery LV825256 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Passive plunder successful. Speed enhancement LV888256 inch. Within just a few minutes, Ling Yan swept the entire Wind Wolf lair clean. At that moment, his Child of Fortune passive suddenly activated. Instantly, the leaders of over a dozen Wind Wolf lairs within a few miles howled in unison, shaking the heavens and earth. This terrifying howl alarmed hundreds of students who were hunting nearby, causing them to panic. Oh no, it's summoning a boss. Could it be an elite Wind Wolf? No, even a Wind Wolf leader wouldn't cause such a commotion. Wait, could it be one of the 4 ultimate bosses, the Wind Wolf King? No way. How could the Wind Wolf King appear in the beginner village? Who summoned it? I heard the guy who can summon the 4 ultimate bosses came to our school. It must be him. Stop discussing. Do you want to die? Run. Amidst the chaos, a system announcement echoed throughout the area. Announcement. In Longting Beginner Village, 125-5801, an ultimate boss, the Wind Wolf King level, has appeared. All residents of this beginner village, please be aware that the ultimate boss ignores regional boundaries, and the safe zone cannot block it. Please take caution. An announcement echoed through every novice village on Longting Star, shocking countless players. The ultimate boss, Wind Wolf King, had appeared in Longting Novice Village 125-5801. This news was like a bolt of lightning, instantly igniting the entire gaming world. Surprisingly, the players remained calm. After all, the 3-day trial period had ended, and some level geniuses from major families had already obtained the purple set's blessing. Summoning an ultimate boss was no longer a difficult task for them. It just required a bit of luck. However, observant players soon noticed something amiss. The ranking of this novice village was so low that the probability of even an A-level genius appearing was minimal, let alone an level 1. How could an ultimate boss be summoned here? An astonishing discovery on the forums sparked a huge uproar. Someone pointed out that this novice village's number was not far from the ones that had summoned the 4 ultimate bosses during the trial period, suggesting it might be in the same city. A bold hypothesis emerged. Could it be that the Maverick had gone to another novice village to summon it? Was he planning to solo the ultimate boss? This speculation was like a bombshell, causing a massive stir among players. Many speculated that Longting Star might indeed have produced at least an SS-level super genius this time. In reality, Ling Yan's power had already surpassed the ordinary player's imagination. His mastery of fire had reached the peak of SS level, just a step away from breaking through to SS. More importantly, Ling Yan had Fortune's blessing, allowing him to easily deliver critical hits, decisive strikes, and even crippling damage, exponentially increasing his combat power. As the students from a certain school fled the novice village, the battle in the Wind Wolf lair had already begun. The duel between Ling Yan and the Wind Wolf King was intensely fierce, but just a few minutes later, a piercing scream tore through the sky. The Wind Wolf King fell in a sea of flames, turning into a charred corpse. The system notification immediately followed. Congratulations, player, for defeating the Wind Wolf King and earning 1 million experience points. 1 million star coins. Congratulations, player, your experience points are maxed out, leveling up to LV20. All attributes 200, and you gain 200 free attribute points. The fortune wheel activates, increasing the drop rate by 10,000 times. You have obtained the Wind Wolf King set. A series of reward messages flashed continuously, marking another qualitative leap in Ling Yan's strength. This thrilling battle not only proved Ling Yan's extraordinary power, but also foreshadowed the impending storm he would stir in this gaming world. As the life of the Wind Wolf King faded away, a series of notifications sounded in Ling Yan's mind. Apart from rewards almost identical to the last time, Ling Yan's level skyrocketed to LV20, with a massive 200-point increase in all attributes. This was exactly what Ling Yan had mentioned earlier about the significant gap between LV19 and LV20. Without any equipment, an LV19 player's average attribute value is around 200, whereas reaching LV20 nearly doubles all attributes. However, the strength of LV20 wild monsters is not to be underestimated, far surpassing ordinary LV19s. This also explains why the LV20 Dark Gold level dungeon was scheduled 2 days after the end of the 3-day trial period. Ling Yan spent an entire day leveling up, mainly because he didn't venture to the Apocalypse continent. Had he gone there, he could have reached LV20 in just half an hour. Without hesitation, Ling Yan commanded the system. System, allocate all attribute points to my soul. As soon as he spoke, a cool sensation spread throughout his body. His soul value surged from over 1,400 to more than 1,800, excluding the 200 points from the all-attribute boost. The Wind Wolf King set should be upgradable to LV20, Ling Yan thought, then said aloud. System, use the weapon level enhancement scroll to upgrade the Wind Wolf King set to LV20. Despite the imminent acquisition of a gold set, Ling Yan knew well that ordinary gold sets are typically of mediocre quality. Only SS-level geniuses could obtain slightly better gold sets. As for Dark Gold, unless one is an SSS-level genius, has made significant contributions to humanity, or belongs to a top family capable of purchasing it with vast resources, it's practically unattainable. The system quickly responded. Ding. Upgrade complete. Consumed LV30 Purple Equipment Upgrade Scrolls 4. Your Wind Wolf King set level has been upgraded to LV20. Ling Yan distinctly felt a qualitative leap in both his physical and soul states at that moment. He immediately checked the attributes of the LV20 Wind Wolf King set. Equipment, Wind Wolf set. Level, LV20. Attributes, all attributes 1200, wind attribute damage, damage reduction 5000, mana and health regeneration 50 second. Effect, armor penetration 30 below, LV40. For every 10 levels above, effect reduces by 10. Additional 40 damage to wolf-type creatures. Skill, Wrath of the Wind Wolf King Purple, gain 1 rage point for each monster killed. Release to deal 1 point of damage per rage point. Max 300,000. Rage dissipates upon unequipping. The all-attribute boost soared from 800 to 1200, and the wind attribute damage boost increased to 5000. This enhancement was undeniably impressive. The rage point cap of the Wrath of the Wind Wolf King also increased to 300,000, making it comparable to a highly powerful purple skill when fully unleashed. Ling Yan smiled with satisfaction. Although the Wind Wolf King's set was low level, it was undoubtedly top-tier purple equipment. Most people would choose to use upgrade scrolls to enhance its level. Of course, the price of LV30 purple equipment upgrade scrolls far exceeds that of ordinary LV30 purple equipment, and their drop rate is extremely low. Only top-tier purple equipment like the Wind Wolf King set is worth using an upgrade scroll on. As a strong player who had defeated 5 ultimate bosses, Ling Yan had as many as 25 upgrade scrolls, having used 8, leaving him with 17. Even with a gold set on the horizon, he opted to upgrade, thanks to his wealth. Let's keep stacking those passives. Ling Yan didn't dwell on the equipment. He unleashed a surge of flames and charged towards the next Wind Wolf nest. Over the next 3 hours, he repeated the process and annihilated all 20 Wind Wolf nests. System notifications continued to ring. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully killed a wild Wind Wolf. Passive Plunder succeeded. Wind Mastery upgraded to LV13040000. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully killed a wild Wind Wolf. Passive Plunder succeeded. Speed Mastery upgraded to LV13040000. Unfortunately, the number of wind and speed attribute monsters was limited, and Ling Yan's mastery levels only reached LV13 before stopping. But he didn't pause, moving on to the slime plains, where he spent 5 hours slaughtering nearly 4 million slimes. He then found another water-type monster area and continued his rampage, claiming the lives of over 3 million more monsters. During this time, Ling Yan also effortlessly dealt with the refreshed Slime King and 50-liter level monsters. This series of frenzied killings brought his level close to LV21, reaching 99 of LV20. Fortunately, Ling Yan had locked his level. Otherwise, the leader level monsters would have caused him to level up several times. Just then, the system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the slime monster. Passive Plunder successful. Water Mastery has been upgraded to LV16 020000. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. There were indeed far more slime monsters than the ones on the Fire Rabbit Plains. With Water Mastery at LV16, it was equivalent to an SS level. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Although Ling Yan currently favored fire and wind elements for monster hunting, his most powerful skill was the purple-grade Deep Sea Heavy Water. The difference between purple and blue skills was significant, with base damage increased by 500. When unleashed, its power was terrifying. Coupled with LV16 Water Mastery, Ling Yan estimated that his water element combat strength could easily crush the combined wind and fire slash. With this in mind, Ling Yan immediately opened his attribute panel for a closer look. Attribute panel. Name: Ling Yan. Race: human. Class: Passive Plunderer, Child of Fortune. Level: LV 2099. Strength: 1560. Agility: 163513000400. Constitution: 1560600 Soul: 2260. Innate passives: Fire Mastery LV15 010000. Fire damage 1500. Wind Mastery LV13 264. Wind damage 600. Water Mastery LV16 020000. Water damage 1600. Poison Mastery LV9 0512. Poison damage 900. Thorn Armor LV8 0256. 40 chance to reflect 40 damage to the enemy. Skills: King's Blood Rage LV1 Purple 200. All Attribute Enhancement 0100. Deep Sea Heavy Water Purple 500 heavy water damage plus 60 penetration damage per second. Deadly Poison Blast Purple 500 poison damage plus 1 health loss per second. Weapons: Wind Wolf King set LV20 Purple. Wind Attribute Damage Reduction. Damage 5000. HP, MP Recovery 50s. Rage 300 000300000. Money 44.124 million star coins. Ling Yan quickly scanned through the attribute panel. Despite hiding most of his passives, the list was still extensive. He glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. It's time to head out, Ling Yan muttered to himself. I've acquired tens of thousands of passives this time. My combat power at the same level is absolutely unrivaled in the entire Yin God Galaxy. If a fight were to break out, with critical hits, decisive strikes, and even crippling effects, even an SS-level powerhouse with equal equipment and skills might not stand a chance against me. A slight smile played on Ling Yan's lips. This dark gold-level dungeon is definitely in the bag. He took one last look at the time and chose to leave the novice village. As a burst of light enveloped him, Ling Yan's figure vanished in a flash of radiance. Meanwhile, a massive spaceship named Longting once again descended above the city of Haibei. This spaceship was even larger than the one from the day before, and its grandeur immediately captured the attention of the entire city's residents. That's a ship from Longting University. It looks bigger than yesterday's. Could it be a Tier 4 ship? A Tier 4 ship? Only those at level 200 and above can afford that. On Longting Star, apart from the Star Lord, only the Vice Dean of Longting University, Sikong Jian, has such power. Yes, Sikong Shuyun, who came yesterday, is his granddaughter. I wonder why this esteemed person has come in person. The crowd buzzed with speculation and discussion. Wait, didn't they say there was an S genius at First High School? How did 7th High School produce someone even more impressive? I heard the one from 7th High is a 4-profession genius 1S and 3s levels. That's insane. Apparently, he even went to the beginner's village of First High and cleared out dozens of wild monster zones. Who knows why? With the spaceship's arrival, the entire city of High Bay was abuzz with excitement, sensing that the city was about to gain fame due to these prodigies. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Apocalypse Rift at First High, the space suddenly fluctuated, and a girl exuding a chilling aura emerged. Her appearance immediately drew the attention of the nearby teachers and students. It's Su Miaoran. No wonder she's the school beauty of First High. She's stunning. What a terrifying chill. I feel like the temperature around us dropped by over 10 degrees. An S genius our First High is finally making a name for itself. However, when Su Miaoran heard the discussions about Ling Yan, she frowned slightly, looking puzzled. Why would Ling Yan, who was already level 19, go to clear the wild monster zones in the beginner's village? Even clearing billions of monsters wouldn't increase his experience. I know, a student suddenly said with a serious tone. It said that the Wind Wolf King and the Slime King were summoned by him, but no one has seen these two boss-level entities. They were likely defeated by him. These words sent a shock through everyone present, including Su Miaoran. Yeah, going to the beginner's village at LV19 must be for the ultimate bosses, right? At that moment, the space rift suddenly fluctuated violently, and a handsome young man appeared in front of the rift. All eyes were drawn to Ling Yan. At this moment, he was enveloped in the Phone Wolf King set. His overflowing rage manifested as a fiery red Wolf King phantom, striking awe and shock into the hearts of the surrounding novice players. It's the Phone Wolf King set. The entire set, someone exclaimed, their voice filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Did it drop from a kill? Another player speculated. What are you thinking? Killing one Phone Wolf King and getting the entire set? Dream on. Normally, you might not even get a single piece after 10 tries, an experienced player immediately retorted. The crowd buzzed with discussion, quickly concluding that the set must have been a reward from the higher-ups at Longting Star for Ling Yan. The idea that Ling Yan purchased it himself was dismissed as impossible. The Phone Wolf King set was exorbitantly priced due to its rarity. Only players below level 10 could access the novice village, and defeating the Phone Wolf King was extremely challenging, keeping the set's price sky-high. Anyone who could afford the full set wouldn't still be in a small place like High Bay City. They'd have moved on to the capital. What was even more astonishing was that Ling Yan had already reached level 20. This was an almost unattainable feat in the novice village. The highest level monsters there were only level 10, and once the level gap reached 56 levels, ordinary level 10 monsters no longer provided any experience. Reaching level 19 was already outrageous. Level 20 defied all logic. The only one not surprised was Su Miaoran. She frowned slightly, keenly sensing Ling Yan's true prowess. As a fellow level 20 genius player, Su Miaoran had chosen to head directly to the Apocalypse continent, leveraging her S profession level to defeat higher-level monsters. With a purple ice set from the Apocalypse Mall, her leveling speed was rapid, reaching level 20 in just one day. However, Ling Yan's situation was clearly different. He had remained in the novice village, so theoretically, he shouldn't have reached such a high level. Su Miaoran quickly deduced that Ling Yan might have reached this level by defeating elite or boss-level monsters, or even king-level ones. She also speculated that Ling Yan might have gone to the Apocalypse continent to train for a few hours, otherwise breaking the level 20 barrier would be impossible. As Su Miaoran pondered, Ling Yan noticed her icy expression. Memories from his past life flooded back. He was all too familiar with this fellow genius. As the two most outstanding talents of the same cohort at Longting Star, they were often compared. Initially, Ling Yan had a crushing lead. His profession was rated at the highest human level, equivalent to SSS level. This was undoubtedly an astounding achievement. Su Miaoran's strength was initially only at S level, which was slightly inferior compared to Ling Yan. However, as time went by, the situation changed dramatically. A few years later, Su Miaoran rose to SS level, while Ling Yan's professional evaluation fell to S level. If it weren't for his unique and singular profession, he might have dropped to B level or even lower. By this time, it was no longer just the residents of Longting Star comparing their strengths, but the entire Yenshin galaxy. In theory, the two should have had no interaction, but reality proved otherwise. Ling Yan remained in the area of low-level monsters, while Su Miaoran continually underwent reincarnation. Each successful reincarnation meant her level reset to 0, starting anew. As a result, they often ended up in the same area battling monsters, becoming familiar to each other. Ling Yan was the only one who knew Su Miaron's secret. He thought to himself, that senior must have just awakened now, right? It's better not to let her notice me in this life. With that, he chose to ignore Su Miaron. This senior, Ling Yan referred to as Su Miaron's teacher. This teacher had a special identity, being a soul entity. In this world, soul entities truly existed. Professions that focused on soul value, once reaching a certain level, could achieve undying souls and immortal bodies. However, reaching such a high level was extremely rare among the human race. Su Miaron's teacher was precisely such a super powerful being. Ling Yan knew very little about her specifics. He had only witnessed Su Miaron's teacher saving them during an unexpected encounter with powerful enemies from another race while they were fighting monsters together. Faced with this unfathomable superpower, Ling Yan chose to keep a low profile. After all, even in his previous life, he hadn't been able to uncover this powerful being's true identity and purpose. At that moment, the fourth-tier spaceship in the sky suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The light cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping Ling Yan and Su Miaron on the ground. Their bodies rapidly ascended within the light, entering the large open hatch of the spaceship in an instant. As the hatch slowly closed, a spacious cabin unfolded before Ling Yan and Su Miaron. Inside, 70 to 80 young people stared intently at the newcomers. The handsome Ling Yan and the coldly beautiful Su Miaron instantly captured everyone's attention. An LV-20 Wind Wolf King set, someone exclaimed. I didn't expect this kid to choose that set. And he's fully charged with rage. Could he be planning to use this gear for a dark gold level dungeon? You can't choose reward equipment until the certification ends, another person added. The crowd began to discuss animatedly. It's worth noting that among these people, more than 10 were from the imperial capital, with the rest mostly from prominent families. While obtaining a profession depended on luck, the offspring of high-level professionals indeed had a significantly higher chance of awakening high-level professions. In every era, the second generation always has privileges. This truth is fully reflected among the young people on the spaceship. Most of them know each other, the result of generations of effort. However, a stranger's beautiful face disrupted this familiar atmosphere. Did you notice? That classmate is even more beautiful than those so-called campus beauties in the imperial capital. A young man couldn't help but whisper in awe. Tell me about it. I noticed ages ago. Another one muttered. But with that icy aura, do you dare to go up and talk to her? A girl nearby rolled her eyes. Humph. All you guys ever do is ogle pretty girls. Can you say that after taking your eyes off that pretty boy over there? A guy teased. You dare call my brother a pretty boy? Are you asking for trouble? A petite girl immediately jumped in to defend her so-called brother. The conversation quickly veered off topic as the young people chatted animatedly. Some girls couldn't help but be drawn to Ling Yan, their eyes sparkling with infatuation. Noticing these glances, Ling Yan felt secretly pleased. Being too handsome can be a problem. Suddenly, a deafening roar interrupted everyone's thoughts. A powerful centrifugal force enveloped the entire spaceship, and everyone instinctively looked out the window. The spaceship was ascending at an incredible speed, soon breaking through the atmosphere and heading beyond the Lungting star system. As the speed continued to increase, the stars in the distance began to blur. The amount of incoming light grew, making the spaceship's interior exceptionally bright. Just as the speed reached light speed, the blinding light vanished, plunging the surroundings into endless darkness. This phenomenon didn't surprise anyone present, as they understood it was normal for superluminal travel. At that moment, the spaceship's interior lights suddenly came on, dispelling the darkness. Everyone, a powerful voice called out, immediately drawing all eyes to its source. An elder carrying a flaming longsword appeared, flying out from the depths of the cabin. As the elder emerged, the temperature not only inside the spaceship, but also in the surrounding space for dozens of kilometers began to rise rapidly. Thankfully, he quickly reined in his fiery power, or his mere presence could have incinerated these young people, who were at most LV-20, including Ling Yan. Beside the elder stood a graceful woman, the strength flame, mage Sikong Xiun. Her red robe accentuated her curves, making the young onlookers swallow hard. It's Master Sikong Jian, someone exclaimed. I didn't expect Master Sikong Jian to personally lead us this time. This dark gold level quest must be really important. No kidding, another person chimed in. This is our Tianbei star system's first LV-20 novice dark gold level quest in tens of thousands of years. Even the master of the Tianbei system is personally overseeing the quest. Sikong Jian surveyed the students before him and nodded with satisfaction. His gaze lingered for a moment on Ling Yan and Su Miaron, and a slight smile played on his lips. Students, Sikong Jian began solemnly. The importance of this dark gold level dungeon is something you can surely guess without me having to elaborate. While there's an option to exit at any time, the mortality rate remains alarmingly high. Historically, about 30 of participants have lost their lives. These words were like a cold shower over the gathered prodigies. A 30 mortality rate meant at least 20 to 30 would perish in the dungeon. Even those at S level and above were not spared from this fate. Suddenly, the eager students hesitated, and many showed signs of reconsidering their involvement. Yet, seeing some wanting to withdraw, Sikong Jian instead smiled slightly. Therefore, he continued slowly. In response to this situation, the Tianbei Council, consisting of thousands of Star Lords, has established a set of assessment criteria. Only those who pass the assessment can participate in this dark, gold-level dungeon. Before he finished speaking, Sikong Jian made a sweeping gesture with his hand. With a crack, a massive fissure suddenly appeared beneath everyone's feet. The students scrambled to the sides in panic. Then, a spatial rift accompanied by a platform slowly rose from the ground, with a purple crystal beneath the fissure. "Is this a mobile spatial rift?" someone exclaimed. Everyone was astounded by the rift's capability to move with the crystal. Ling Yan pondered silently, knowing that such mobile rifts typically led to dungeons, the Apocalypse Continent, or beginner villages, with dungeon connections being the most precious. Given that this was an assessment, he speculated that the rift likely connected to a specific dungeon. Sikong Jian continued to explain. This is one of only 5 level 20 purple mobile dungeons on Longting Star, the Purple Gold Thunderbird dungeon. The creatures inside wield the power of thunder, similar to the attributes of this dark gold level dungeon. The dungeon consists of 5 stages. Passing 3 stages solo or surviving the beast horde in the 4th stage as a team grants you eligibility to enter the dark gold level dungeon. With these words, the atmosphere instantly electrified. Everyone was taken aback by this unexpected assessment method. "The Purple Thunderbird?" someone exclaimed, their voice filled with shock and a hint of fear. The news hit like a bomb, causing an uproar among the gathered geniuses. The Purple Thunderbird not only possesses the power of thunder, but also has dual passive skills that enhance its speed, making it far more formidable than ordinary wild creatures. The dungeon requires a solo challenge through 3 stages, a daunting task indeed. Without ensrank profession and a full set of purple gear, it's unlikely anyone can make it to the 4th stage, someone analyzed. "That's not necessarily true," another voice countered. "Someone with rich battle experience might be able to outmatch higher-level professions." "Dream on," someone nearby scoffed. "Such people are rarer than S professions. Soloing is out of the question. Forming a team is the only way." After much debate, the consensus was clear. Soloing was nearly impossible. Teamwork was the only viable option. Instructor Sikong Jin announced, "The Purple Dungeon allows teams of up to 8. With combined efforts, reaching the 4th stage shouldn't be a problem. However, each individual must still pass the first 3 stages alone, which remains highly challenging." He scanned the crowd. "Start forming your teams now. Once ready, you may enter the dungeon. Instructor Sikong Shuyun will be monitoring your performance." After speaking, Sikong Jian's gaze fell on Ling Yan. Noticing Ling Yan's Wind Wolf King armor, his brow furrowed. To his knowledge, Ling Yan hadn't applied for any equipment rewards, so where did this gear come from? Turning to Sikong Shuyun, he quietly asked, "Shuyun, do you know what's going on?" Sikong Shuyun looked serious. "I'm not sure, but I have a feeling this kid is not that simple. It's possible these were dropped after he defeated a boss." "Drop?" Sikong Jian was incredulous. "How is that possible? He's only fought the Wind Wolf King twice. Even if he killed it both times, there's no way he could have gotten a full set of gear." As an experienced instructor, he knew how low the drop rate for purple weapons was. Sikong Shuyun rolled her eyes at her grandfather. "I don't know, you can ask him yourself." "You cheeky girl." Sikong Jian shook his head helplessly. Meanwhile, the scene was chaotic. Forming a team. "I'm in Shrank Bloodthirsty Demon Warrior. Who wants in?" "Sonic Swordsman? Too weak. No thanks." "Shrank Lethal Poison Master here. Join quickly." The Shrank talents began forming teams, creating a momentary frenzy. Ling Yan, however, stood aside with a smirk. "A creature with both thunder power and speed power? That's a gift for me." He was secretly delighted. Thunder power, as an extremely potent elemental force, would be solidly S rank at LV13. It was a whole level stronger than ordinary elements like fire and wind at the same level. Most importantly, the destructive power of thunder power at LV1 far surpassed that of fire power, and its speed boost was superior to wind power. It also dealt significant damage to spirit-type creatures. What excited Ling Yan even more was that this creature, besides its thunder power passive, also had the speed power he currently needed most. This challenge seemed tailor-made for him. Ling Yan stood at the entrance of the dungeon, contemplating the challenges ahead. He thought to himself, "I wonder how many wild creatures are inside. If there are enough, my passive skill level could increase significantly." With that thought, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. At that moment, a young man clad in a purple outfit approached confidently, accompanied by an intimidating giant beast. Ling Yan took a closer look and realized it was a towering LV-20 Berserk Bear leader, standing 7 to 8 meters tall. "Hey there," the young man said with a hint of arrogance in his voice. We're short of a frontline warrior, and you seem like a perfect fit. Interested in joining us?" Ling Yan quickly assessed the situation. This young man must be a summoner. In this world, summoners are regarded as one of the highest base-level professions. Even at LV1, a summoner's rank is comparable to an A-level professional. This is due to the immense power of wild creatures, especially those of high levels, which are terrifying. A regular LV100 wild creature requires a B-level professional to handle alone. Summoners, however, can tame these powerful creatures as their summons. Not to mention leader-level creatures. Even regular wild creatures can significantly boost one's strength during battles. Ling Yan couldn't help but be drawn to the Berserk Bear, marveling at its terrifying attributes. Wild creature, Berserk Bear leader. Level, LV20. Passive abilities. Berserk power, LV5. In Berserk mode, strength increases by 500 for 30 seconds. Constitution enhancement, LV5. Constitution attributes receive a 500 boost. Health, 2, 500, 0002, 500, 000. Mana, 5, 0005, 000. Attack, 2000. Speed, 300. Defense, 4000. Skill, Berserk Hammer Blue skill unleashes 300 of total damage, inflicting fear, reducing all attributes of the target by 15. Summon bonus. Life link. A percentage of the summoner's health is linked to the summon, and damage taken by the summoner is proportionally transferred to the summon. Ling Yan was impressed, realizing that the Berserk Bear's strength could easily crush the 4 ultimate LV10 bosses. Not only was it level 20, but it was also a leader-class creature. However, in an actual battle, it was uncertain if it could defeat the Wind Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King was incredibly fast, making it difficult for the Berserk Bear to land a hit. Additionally, the Wind Wolf King possessed a purple skill, King's Fury, which could obliterate the beast if unleashed. Ling Yan noted that the Berserk Bear's passive abilities were at LV5. He pondered. It seems the higher the wild creature's level, the higher the passive ability level. If it's a king-level creature, the passive ability might reach LV7 or even LV8. With this in mind, Ling Yan raised an eyebrow. If a king-level creature was already this formidable, how terrifying must the emperor-level creatures in the Dark Gold dungeons be? He calculated that with his current strength, without a gold set, he might not be able to defeat them. As Ling Yan was lost in thought, the arrogant young man spoke again. "So what do you say? If we join forces, conquering the Purple Gold Thunderbird dungeon will be a breeze." Wu Yi noticed Ling Yan staring at his rampaging bear in a daze and couldn't help but flash a smug smile. As an LV4 S-class summoner, his success rate in taming was 16 times higher than that of an ordinary person. More importantly, he hailed from the most powerful summoner family on Longting, Star the Wu family. With the help of his family's ancestor, he was able to tame this ferocious rampaging bear. Feeling secretly proud, Wu Yi thought that with this rampaging bear, along with his full set of purple summoner equipment and skills, he could easily crush S-class opponents of the same level, and even some S-geniuses wouldn't be a problem. If he could recruit Ling Yan, he believed he might even be able to conquer the Purple Gold Thunderbird dungeon. The people around watched Wu Yi inviting Ling Yan with envy, knowing that only a very wealthy and influential family could assemble such a powerful team. However, when faced with Wu Ye's invitation, Ling Yan simply smiled and said, "No thanks. Your team is too weak. I'm planning to solo it." These words instantly darkened Wu Ye's expression. Not just him, everyone around couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Wu Ye's strength was comparable to S-geniuses, and yet Ling Yan dared to belittle him? Wu Yi suppressed his anger and sarcastically probed, "Are you so confident because you're the genius who defeated the 4 ultimate bosses?" Ling Yan calmly responded, "Not a genius, just a newbie boss. I'm entering the dungeon now, so if there's nothing else, don't block the way." With those words, the people around suddenly realized who he was and turned their attention to Ling Yan. So, it really was him, no wonder he was so arrogant. Wu Yi cursed inwardly but had no choice but to step aside. Without hesitation, Ling Yan stepped into the Purple Gold Thunderbird dungeon. After failing to recruit Ling Yan, Wu Yi turned his attention to Su Miaoran nearby. With anticipation, he invited, "Would you be interested in joining our team?" His eyes gleamed with eagerness. However, Su Miaoran noticed Wu Ye's sinister gaze and coldly warned, "If you keep looking at me with those disgusting eyes, I'll gouge them out." This statement brought a sudden silence to the cabin. Everyone looked at Wu Yi in shock, and his face turned as dark as coal. "Damn it, you slut, you're asking for it." Wu Yi exploded in anger and ordered, "Rampaging bear, kill her for me." The rampaging bear let out a furious roar and raised its massive paw to strike Su Miaoran. At this critical moment, Sikong Shiyun, not far away, snorted coldly, ready to intervene and stop the violence. The arrogance of the Wu family had reached an outrageous level, daring to act in broad daylight. However, their actions were quickly met with retribution. Sikong Jin swiftly intervened, blocking the attack. This scene left Sikong Shiyun stunned, unable to believe what she was witnessing. Yet, the real surprise was yet to come. Su Miaoran let out a cold snort, and her long sword plunged into the ground. Frost Divine Sword. Her voice was icy and low, instantly causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Several meters away, Wu Yi suddenly felt a piercing chill. Before he could react, an ice-blue sword materialized out of thin air, speeding towards him. No! Wu Ye's face changed dramatically as he tried to flee, but it was too late. Thud! The ice sword burst forth, piercing through Wu Ye's chest, clad in purple armor. A massive damage number appeared above his head, the terrifying damage completely depleting his more than 20,000 health points. At the critical moment, the life link activated. The nearby berserk bear let out a wail, a similarly horrifying damage number appearing above it. The wound on Wu Ye's chest was instantaneously transferred to the berserk bear. With a thunderous crash, the massive body of the berserk bear slammed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Everyone present was stunned. The Frost Divine Sword, a top-tier purple skill, wasn't it only obtainable by defeating the level 150 royal boss Ice Queen in the Ice Kingdom? Who exactly was this woman? Even Xikong Jian and Xikong Shuyan gasped at this move. As one of the top purple skills, the Frost Divine Sword boasts a basic combat power boost of 600, along with terrifying piercing and tearing damage. If Wu Yi hadn't been a summoner with a life link protecting him, he would have been instantly killed. Having narrowly escaped death, Wu Yi finally came to his senses. Looking at the fallen berserk bear, he cried out in grief and anger. My bear! My berserk bear! Overcome with rage, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Su Miaoran snorted disdainfully and walked into the Zijin Thunderbird dungeon without looking back. Her strength was astounding. An S-level genius indeed lived up to the reputation. After all, an S-level elemental class can boast up to a 900 damage boost. Coupled with a complete set of purple equipment and skills, who among ordinary people could withstand such a full-force attack? Wu Yi fell to the ground, surrounded by the disdainful gazes of the other students. A summoner attacking an elemental class without thinking was simply asking for humiliation. Without the protection of his summoned beast, he was no better than an ordinary person. Just activate an elemental shield, and it can block most damage, even if it's purple, blue, or green. One student shook his head and sighed. Stop talking and let's get on with the assessment, another student urged. I wonder if we can make it to the 4th stage in one go. If not, we'll have to try multiple times. With that, the crowd hurried towards the entrance of the dungeon. Even the 8th class geniuses who had originally teamed up with Wu Yi sought new partners. Without the berserk bear, Wu Ye's combat abilities were inferior to even a class talent. And with no one from the Wu family to provide him with another summoned beast, who would want to team up with him? As the crowd dispersed, only Xikong Jian and Xikong Shuyun remained standing there. This Su Miaoran isn't simple, Xikong Jian remarked. Xikong Shuyun appeared calm. A level 150 king-class monster requires at least an S-class fighter of the same level to defeat, or an S-class fighter 30 levels higher. It seems she has some expert guidance behind her. She recalled how, after her talent awakening, many strong figures had wanted to take her as a disciple. Unfortunately, her reincarnation task was too difficult. Without the assistance of an SS-level fire attribute genius of the same level, it would be hard to complete. Such a level of genius was beyond the Xikong family's reach, not to mention the requirement for them to be between level 95 and 100, which made it even more challenging. Meanwhile, Ling Yan had already entered the dungeon. As the space twisted, he was instantly transported to a dilapidated city. Looking up, the entire sky was shrouded in clouds filled with lightning, which surged wildly. He could faintly see numerous birds and beasts darting through the clouds. The city was littered with charred corpses, evidently massacred by the purple-gold thunderbirds from the sky. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Ling Yan's mind. Player has entered the dungeon. Purple-gold thunderbird. Level 20, quality purple. Note, the dungeon consists of 5 waves of monsters. The first wave will arrive in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. You cannot leave the dungeon during combat, but you may choose to exit when not in battle. Ling Yan curiously observed the sky, thinking, I wonder how many monsters are in each wave. If there are too few, it won't be enough for me to kill. As for the option to leave the dungeon, he didn't give it any thought. If we can't even handle a purple level LV20 dungeon, there's no point in thinking about the dark gold level ones. Better to wash up and get some sleep now. As the 10-second countdown ended, the sky erupted with noise. Chirping sounds filled the air, as if countless thunderbirds were crying out from the clouds. Then, a deafening roar of thunderclaps exploded, shaking the heavens. In a flash, thousands of giant birds, wrapped in purple-gold lightning, descended from the sky at incredible speeds, like bolts of lightning cutting through the air. Ling Yan quickly opened the attribute panel of these purple-gold thunderbirds and examined them closely. Wild Beast, Purple-Gold Thunderbird. Level, LV15 Common. Passive Talents. Thunder Power, LV2. Can harness the power of thunder, unleashing 200 lightning damage. Speed enhancement LV2. Speed attributes receive a 200 boost. Health 50 00050 000. Mana 2 00002 000. Attack power 800. Speed 150. Defense 1000. Skill Thunderstrike White skill deals 100 lightning damage and inflicts 10 lightning damage per second. Ling Yan compared them silently, noting that these Thunderbirds were indeed much stronger than the LV-10 Wind Wolves. Both Thunder and Speed enhancements reached LV2, making them formidable foes. If it came to a fight, even a single Thunderbird could easily decimate dozens of LV-10 Wind Wolves. The first wave alone consisted of tens of thousands of monsters, and they were all LV-15. Ling Yan began to wonder how overwhelming the numbers would be by the third or fourth wave. He looked up at the sky, where clouds were slowly gathering. Although only 1,000 Thunderbirds were currently diving down, there were clearly tens of thousands more poised within the clouds. If he could defeat them all, his level would undoubtedly increase significantly. Unfortunately, Ling Yan's level was currently capped. He could earn experience points, but couldn't use them to level up just yet. He knew well that each time he leveled up, any remaining experience points would be halved. Once his level surpassed a monster's by 10 levels, any excess experience would be wiped out. Thus, unless necessary, such as for dungeon raids, almost no one chose to suppress their level. Power of wind and fire, ignite. Ling Yan shouted without hesitation. Boom. Instantly, the terrifying forces of wind and fire erupted from his body. In a blink, roaring flames engulfed an area over 10 meters around him, forming a scorching barrier. The Thunderbirds, not foolish, screeched sharply and spat bolts of lightning at the flames surrounding Ling Yan. Sizzle. However, as soon as the lightning touched Ling Yan's flames, it was incinerated by the intense heat, leaving no trace behind. Seeing the purple-gold Thunderbirds intimidated by his flames, Ling Yan decided to take the initiative. Wind and fire rending slash, he yelled, swinging his sword fiercely toward the sky. Boom. With the roar of fire and wind, a terrifying sword aura of flames, several meters long, shot into the sky, slashing down upon the 1,000 Thunderbirds. The sword aura moved as fast as lightning, striking the Thunderbirds in an instant. Boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted, and wherever the fiery sword aura reached, the Thunderbirds turned to ash. This strike seemed to signal the beginning of an impending fierce battle. In an instant, Ling Yan's sword energy surged like a raging tornado of wind and fire, sweeping through the air. The terrifying force of the wind shredded the Thunderbirds into pieces, followed by the fiery power that incinerated them into nothingness. Countless ashes drifted in the air, accompanied by a series of damage numbers popping up. These Thunderbirds only had 50,000 health points, making them utterly vulnerable to Ling Yan's formidable attack. Although the power of a single sword energy was astonishing, it could only reach and slay a dozen or so Thunderbirds. However, Ling Yan did not stop there. Explode, he shouted, causing the sword energy of the wind and fire rending slash to explode violently. Amidst the thunderous roar, the terrifying flames and wind force spread like a giant net, sweeping out in all directions. In an instant, all the surrounding Thunderbirds were engulfed in this land of destruction. The explosion's power decreased with distance, but within a radius of over 10 meters, none of the Thunderbirds with just 50,000 health points survived. All were reduced to ashes. Following this, a series of system notifications echoed in Ling Yan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing LV-15 Purple Gold Thunderbirds 256, gaining 25,600 experience points. Experience bar filled. Obtained 2,560 star coins. System announcements followed one after another, with rewards from the fortune wheel pouring in, passive skill duplication, drop rate increase, and acquisition of equipment and skill books. Ling Yan was delighted, as this haul was bountiful. As a player who had already reached LV-20, the experience points gained from this kill were only enough to fill the last 100 points, but were still quite substantial. Even more surprising was acquiring a complete set of LV-15 Purple Gold Thunderbird equipment. Typically, such equipment only drops from boss-level monsters, and the odds of ordinary monsters dropping it are slim. However, with Ling Yan's 10,000-fold drop rate bonus, he could almost get a piece of equipment with every monster he defeated. In addition to this, a large number of skill books and elemental cores were also collected. Although white skill books and elemental cores are relatively common and not highly valuable, their sheer quantity adds up to a considerable fortune. While Ling Yan was calculating his gains, his body was suddenly surrounded by a massive amount of thunder power, with crackling electric sparks flying around. This unexpected change immediately put him on alert, preparing to face any new threats that might appear. In an instant, blue lightning surged around Ling Yan like a storm, crackling with electric energy. A notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your thunder power has been upgraded to LV3. Ling Yan felt a surge of joy. 2 LV2 passive skills were equivalent to 4 LV1 skills, propelling his thunder power directly to LV3. According to the standard where a thunder mage ranks one level above regular elemental mages, he had now entered the ranks of an 11 thunder mage. A flash of insight crossed Ling Yan's mind as he pondered. What if I integrate thunder power into the windfire domain or windfire slash? Could it enhance my strength? He had previously attempted to combine water power and earth power, but the elemental conflicts had prevented any increase in power. However, thunder, being a purely offensive element, might yield different results. With this thought, Ling Yan immediately began experimenting. In an instant, blue lightning threads intertwined with the wind and fire energies. Suddenly, the system chimed. Congratulations, player, windfire domain has fused with thunder power, upgraded to blue level. New information flooded Ling Yan's mind. Thunderfire domain, a fusion of wind, thunder, and fire elements. It deals 150 spell damage per second with continuous damage. Consumes 50 mana per second, covering a 10-meter radius. Increasing the range will raise consumption. Ling Yan was secretly thrilled that the windfire domain, originally at a green level, had ascended to blue through the integration of thunder power. He had always relied on his own exploration for such domain skills. If he could acquire high-level skills of the same type, leveraging his multi-elemental advantage, he was confident he could create even more powerful skills. With a power of 150 per second, a significant increase from the previous 100 continuous damage, it was a perfect tool for clearing large numbers of monsters. Ling Yan couldn't help but wonder if infusing thunder power into the windfire slash could elevate it from blue to purple. However, that experiment could wait. The immediate priority was hunting monsters to further enhance his thunder power level. Just then, the surrounding 1,000 or so purple-gold thunderbirds, enraged by the fall of their companions, charged at Ling Yan with bloodshot eyes, seemingly maddened. Seeing this, Ling Yan couldn't help but smile. Sometimes, aggro can actually be quite useful. The sound of impacts echoed continuously as the thunderbirds collided one after another with the fiery barrier surrounding Ling Yan. In an instant, a barrage of damage numbers erupted from the thunderbirds. Although their normal attacks couldn't instantly kill these thunderbirds, the power of Ling Yan's wind, thunder, and fire was astonishing. The thunderbirds entering the domain found their flight speed drastically reduced, as if trapped in a quagmire, struggling to escape. It takes at least 2 to 3 seconds to cover a distance of 10 meters. However, the power of Ling Yan's flames was so terrifying that the first wave alone dealt 45,000 points of damage. The thunderbirds didn't even have time to react before they were reduced to charred birds with just a sliver of health, falling to the ground completely scorched. The second wave of attacks followed swiftly, turning these roasted birds into ashes. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 thunderbirds around were all consumed by Ling Yan's sea of flames. The air was filled with the incessant cries as another wave of thousands of purple-gold thunderbirds dived down frantically. Yet, to Ling Yan at this moment, they were merely experience points being delivered to him. Countless thunderbirds collided with Ling Yan's thunderfire domain, emitting a puffing sound. 90% were instantly burned to ashes by critical hits, while the rest struggled briefly before succumbing within the domain. Seeing their companions fall one after another, the remaining 50,000 thunderbirds finally launched a coordinated attack. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning poured down like torrential rain, crashing fiercely against Ling Yan's thunderfire domain. However, this seemingly formidable assault was completely absorbed upon contact with the domain. Despite their considerable strength, these thunderbirds' full-force damage was only about 1,600 points, far less than the power of Ling Yan's domain, which was over 30 times more potent. Driven by hatred, the purple-gold thunderbirds recklessly charged at Ling Yan after launching their attack, only to meet their end in his terrifying flames. The system notification sounded, reporting Ling Yan's achievements. 54,150 level 15 purple-gold thunderbirds slain, yielding massive experience points and star coins. The fortune wheel activated multiple times, replicating numerous passive skills, and the drop rate astonishingly increased by 10,000 times. Various equipment, skills, and items poured into Ling Yan's backpack like raindrops. Listening to the series of notifications, Ling Yan couldn't help but smile slightly. Just the first wave of monsters had elevated him to level 8, and he began to anticipate how far the subsequent waves could push his level. However, at that moment, a piercing screech suddenly echoed from the thunderclouds above. Immediately after, a lightning bolt as thick as a fist descended from the sky, striking Ling Yan's thunderfire shield with a thunderous impact. Despite its astonishing power, the lightning was still absorbed by the shield. The system promptly issued a warning. The first wave boss is about to appear. Please prepare yourself. Crack! Thunderous roars erupted from the storm clouds. A massive bird with a wingspan of 4 to 5 meters and a body length of over 2 meters burst through the clouds. It was the elite purple-gold thunderbird. The system immediately displayed the detailed attributes of the wild creature. Purple-gold thunderbird elite LV15. Passive talents. Thunder Power LV3 can control Thunder Power, unleashing 300 lightning damage. Speed Enhancement LV3 speed attribute receives a 300 boost. Health 150 000150000. Mana 5 0005000. Attack 1000. Speed 200. Defense 1500. Skill Thunderfall Green causes 150 lightning damage, with 10 lightning damage per second. Ling Yan nodded slightly, thinking, not bad, considering it's an elite. However, before he could ponder further, the purple-gold Thunderbird charged headlong into Ling Yan's Thunderfire domain. Instantly, a massive damage number appeared. The Thunderbird's feathers turned to ash in an instant, and it plummeted heavily to the ground, featherless. Boom. With a loud crash, the elite Thunderbird let out one last mournful cry before it fell to its death. The system notification immediately sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the player for defeating the LV-15 Purple-Gold Thunderbird Elite, earning 2,000 experience points. Experience bar filled. Earned 500 star coins. Fortune Wheel activated. Successfully copied passives. Thunder Power LV3. Speed Enhancement LV3. Fortune Wheel activated. Drop rate increased by 10,000 times. Acquired equipment. LV-15 Purple Gold Thunderbird Set Blue 1. Skill. Thunderfall Blue. Item. LV-15 Thunder Core Elite 1. Ling Yan watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but feel a bit resigned. An elite monster, yet so easily defeated. Oh well, let's wait for the next wave. The system prompted again. The second wave of monsters will arrive in 20 minutes. Please adjust accordingly. Hearing he had to wait 20 minutes, Ling Yan felt a bit speechless. The first wave didn't take nearly as long to clear, but considering that purple dungeons usually take several hours to complete, he was at ease. Suddenly, Ling Yan realized he hadn't eaten all day. Although he had nutrient solutions and energy gels to replenish his strength, their taste was monotonous. Looking at the still not complete lion-cinerated elite Thunderbird, a thought struck him. A barbecue would be nice. Without delay, Ling Yan swiftly chopped off the Thunderbird's leg, removed the charred surface, and began roasting it slowly with his flame power. He was surprised to find that the meat of the elite monster was extraordinarily tough, and ordinary flames might take an entire day to cook it thoroughly. Watching the bird legs sizzle with oil in the flames, Ling Yan couldn't help but marvel. It truly is an elite monster. The enticing aroma quickly spread, making his mouth water as he eagerly awaited the feast. Compared to Ling Yan, the other participants were not exactly relaxing, but they weren't struggling either. After all, they were working in teams, and there's strength in numbers. In another instance, 10 class geniuses were calmly dealing with the fierce attacks of tens of thousands of purple-gold Thunderbirds. Endless Poison Mist and class Deadly Poison Master shouted, unleashing a powerful blue poison skill. Instantly, the space with a diameter of several dozen meters was enveloped in thick poisonous mist. Once the Thunderbirds entered it, their health points began to drop rapidly. Damage numbers kept popping up, and at this rate, the poisoned Thunderbirds could be killed in just 10 seconds. However, holding them off for 10 seconds was no easy feat. Just then, a guardian knight stepped up from the group. Holy Shield. A powerful shield instantly enveloped the entire team. The Thunderbirds attacked frantically, but couldn't break through the solid defense. Facing tens of thousands of level 15 Thunderbirds, this team handled it with ease. The first wave of attacks was quickly neutralized, and in less than half an hour, almost all participating teams successfully cleared the challenge. Meanwhile, on the Longting spaceship, temporary administrator Xikong was closely monitoring the messages coming from the Instance Rift. She was secretly amazed at Ling Yan's speed, as he had already started to rest. She couldn't help but wonder if he could clear the instance solo. Xikong weighed her thoughts. While a purple instance wasn't particularly difficult, and a team of 10 class geniuses could clear it, soloing was entirely different. It required at least S-class strength to kill. As for a dark gold instance, even an SS-class genius needed to form a minimum SS 10-person team to have a chance. Soloing? Even an SSS-level genius couldn't manage that. The terrifying strength of dark gold imperial monsters was beyond ordinary imagination, possibly even rated at SS. Hopefully, we can clear it, Xikong sighed, so that our entire Tianbei galaxy still has a sliver of hope to conquer this dark gold instance. She knew full clearance was impossible, but at least reaching the ultimate boss stage was crucial. Reaching the final stage would mean the entire instance was explored. This way, the dark gold instance would belong to the Tianbei galaxy. Of course, other galaxies could still use it, but they would need to pay a substantial amount of resources. Originally, without an S-class genius, Longting Star had no qualification to participate in the ultimate conquest, at most playing a minor role. But if a genius joined the conquest group and successfully reached the final stage, their home planet could share 1/10 of the dark gold instance's benefits. 2 geniuses would mean 20. The annual 10 yield from a dark gold instance would surpass Longting Star's GDP for several years. This made Sikong Shuyan take the situation very seriously. At this moment, Ling Yan was facing the second wave of monsters. As the 20-minute countdown ended, the sky's endless thunderclouds began to surge wildly, heralding the arrival of a new challenge. In an instant, Ling Yan's vision was filled with an overwhelming swarm of thunderbirds. Within the clouds, hundreds of thousands of these creatures converged wildly, amassing a force of 2 to 300,000 in mere seconds. Each one was at LV2, and this sheer number filled Ling Yan's heart with delight. However, before he could ponder further, the sky suddenly erupted. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts crashed down like a torrential downpour, all targeting Ling Yan's location. Such an attack, even if only partially endured, would inflict tens of thousands of damage points. Without hesitation, Ling Yan unleashed the full power of his lightning and fire. Amidst the deafening roar, flames, lightning, and fierce winds intertwined, forming a domain of thunder and fire within a 10-meter radius around him. The dense lightning strikes were instantly absorbed by this field. Next, the boundless thunderbirds transformed into a massive torrent, diving toward Ling Yan on the ground. Raising an eyebrow, Ling Yan thought to himself, why not test the power of adding lightning to the wind and fire-rending slash? With a resonant clang, the sword in Ling Yan's hand, the Wind Wolf King's sword, trembled lightly. In an instant, immense flames and wind energy converged wildly upon the sword's blade. The power of wind and fire coursed rapidly through the sword, and the terrifying aura it emitted caused the surrounding air to shudder violently. Suddenly, a crackling sound emerged. Blue lightning burst from Ling Yan's hand, racing along the trajectory of the wind and fire-rending slash within the wind and fire energy. With the addition of the lightning power, the previously stable wind and fire-rending slash began to shake violently, on the verge of losing control. At that moment, Ling Yan's fortune will passively activated. An invisible force instantly stabilized the rampaging wind and fire-rending slash. The perfect fusion of blue lightning, red flames, and green wind energy caused the Wind Wolf King's sword in Ling Yan's hand to tremble slightly, as if it might shatter under the strain of this power. The system prompt chimed in timely. Congratulations, player. You have successfully combined lightning power, upgrading the skill, wind and fire-rending slash, to purple level. Thunderfire Annihilation / LV3, purple. A powerful strike formed by combining lightning, fire, and wind power, boasting a massive 650 spell damage boost. It also inflicts continuous damage from the 3 elements of wind, lightning, and fire, 60 spell damage per second, lasting 10 seconds. Consumes 1000 mana, increasing with level. A system notification suddenly caught Ling Yan's attention. Thunderfire Annihilation / a purple skill, he thought with delight, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he gripped his sword tightly and swung it fiercely towards the sky. Boom! A deafening roar echoed for hundreds of meters around. A terrifying sword aura, 7 to 8 meters long and crackling with thunder and flames, shot straight into the sky, slicing toward the descending swarm of tens of thousands of thunderbirds. Pop, pop, pop! Wherever the sword aura passed, thunderbirds vaporized. Massive damage numbers emerged from where the thunderbirds disappeared, like a storm of digits. Suddenly, the Thunderfire Annihilation / exploded in the center of the dense bird flock. The elements of thunder, fire, and wind raged violently in all directions. The surrounding thunderbirds either instantly vaporized, turned to char, or were torn into countless pieces. In an instant, within a 50-meter radius, 2 to 3,000 purple-gold thunderbirds were completely annihilated. Its power far surpassed that of deep-sea heavy water. Witnessing this, Ling Yan couldn't help but marvel. He thought, although deep-sea heavy water is also a purple skill, it's only LV1, which is far inferior to the LV3 Thunderfire Annihilation / Then a thought crossed his mind. If the level were higher, wouldn't its power be even more terrifying? However, he quickly came to terms with it. For ordinary people, blue and purple skills are almost unattainable in a lifetime, and even green skills are hard to reach. Even if one practices white skills their entire life, their power cannot compare to blue or purple skills. High-level skills are often only usable by geniuses. Ling Yan continued to ponder. Geniuses increase their strength rapidly and can soon reach above LV 100. By then, even if the skill's power increases 10-fold or 20-fold, it won't make much of a difference in strength. Moreover, the skills of wild creatures are constantly upgrading, with levels only going higher. He thought about the skill upgrade feature unlocked after reaching LV 100, which allows skill proficiency to be increased using skill books. For others, this might be almost useless, as even disciples of great families can't afford to waste purple skill books on upgrading purple skills. But Ling Yan was different. His drop rate was extremely high, so he would not lack purple, gold, or dark gold skill books in the future. With this in mind, Ling Yan resolved, I must reach LV 100 as soon as possible to achieve a qualitative leap in strength. Then, Ling Yan unleashed the Thunderfire domain. Violent thunder and flames swept around him instantly. Numerous Thunderbirds charged into the Thunderfire domain, only to turn to ashes upon contact. As time ticked by, the second wave of Thunderbirds was completely defeated. The boss guarding this stage was a group of 10 elite-level purple-gold Thunderbirds, glaring menacingly at Ling Yan. Ling Yan's sword light flashed like lightning, instantly obliterating the vast flock of purple-gold Thunderbirds. The sky crackled with electricity as countless Thunderbird corpses rained down. A system notification chimed in, announcing this astonishing victory. Congratulations, player. You have slain 315,000 LV-15 purple-gold Thunderbirds. You gained 31.5 million experience points, and your experience bar is now full. A torrent of rewards followed, marking a significant leap in Ling Yan's power. You have received 3.15 million star coins. The fortune wheel activated, successfully replicating the passive skill. Thunder Power LV2, upgraded 495 times, now reaching LV10, progress 254-1000. The fortune wheel activated again, replicating the passive skill. Speed Enhancement LV2, upgraded 522 times, now reaching LV14, progress 121-4000. The fortune wheel erupted, increasing drop rate by 10,000 times. A vast array of equipment and skills came next. You obtained 64,115 pieces of the LV-15 Purple Gold Thunderbird Set Blue. You acquired the skill, Thunderstrike White 315,000 copies. You collected 315,000 LV-15 Thunder Crystals. Finally, a special achievement illuminated Ling Yan's honor board. Congratulations, player. You have surpassed 100,000 Purple Gold Thunderbird kills, earning the achievement, Purple Gold Thunderbird Slayer LV2. Your damage against Purple Gold Thunderbirds is increased by 40. Additionally, you gain a 50-point aggro bonus within a 300-meter radius. Ling Yan silently calculated his gains. Although Thunder Power only reached LV10, he wasn't discouraged. After all, this was just the beginning, with more challenges awaiting him. Each run takes less than 6 hours, so I can farm at least 4 times a day, Ling Yan pondered. However, these star coins seem to be locked, and it looks like they will have with level increases. He mused. Indeed, there's no shortcut to earning or leveling up. Just then, the system's notification sounded again. The second wave of monsters has ended. The third wave will begin shortly. Rest period, 30 minutes. Please prepare. Without hesitation, Ling Yan found a comfortable spot to lie down. Instead of dawdling, I might as well rest, he thought, quickly drifting into sleep. The 30 minutes passed in a flash. The sky's thunderclouds rolled again, forming even larger Thunderbirds than before. Each bird's wingspan exceeded 2 meters, surging with more potent thunder power. The system immediately provided detailed information on these new monsters. Wild Monster, Purple Gold Thunderbird Common. Level, LV20. Innate Passives. Thunder Power, LV3. Can manipulate thunder power, unleashing 300 thunder damage. Speed Enhancement, LV3. Speed Attribute receives a 300 boost. Health, 100, 000100000. Mana, 4, 0004000. Attack, 1200. Speed, 200. Defense, 1500. Skill, Thunderstrike White. Inflicts 100 thunder damage and 10 sustained thunder damage per second. Ling Yan gazed at these stronger adversaries, gripping his sword tightly, ready to face the new wave of challenges. In the sky, flocks of violet gold Thunderbirds circled, each boasting an impressive power level of 20. These Thunderbirds not only had significantly enhanced attributes, but their passive abilities, Thunder Power and Speed Enhancement, were also upgraded to level 3. Each Thunderbird's strength was equivalent to that of 2 level 2 counterparts. Despite the daunting scene, Ling Yan remained calm and composed. He lay still, suddenly unleashing his Thunderfire domain, which instantly enveloped the surrounding area. Amidst the deafening roar, a terrifying fireball with a diameter of over 10 meters formed in the sky, its intense energy waves striking fear into those who witnessed it. The level 20 violet gold Thunderbirds in the sky immediately sprang into action. The first wave, numbering in the tens of thousands, flapped their wings vigorously, unleashing a cascade of lightning like a waterfall. However, these formidable attacks were absorbed entirely by the Thunderfire domain. Driven by the will of the instance, the Thunderbirds seemed to lose their sanity, frantically diving towards Ling Yan. As they collided with the Thunderfire domain, their feathers ignited instantly, and their bodies were charred by the combined assault of thunder and fire. The less fortunate ones exploded into fragments of charcoal, disintegrating into ash in an instant. Critical hit, 183,000. The system notifications flashed continuously as vast numbers of damage figures emerged from the Thunderfire domain. This astonishing damage was largely due to the 40 power boost provided by the Violet Gold Thunderbird Slayer Level 2 achievement, elevating Ling Yan's Thunderfire domain's single-target damage to an extraordinary level. Even so, it took Ling Yan over half an hour to eliminate the hundreds of thousands of level 20 Violet Gold Thunderbirds in the sky. As the last Thunderbird fell, a series of system notifications followed. Ding, congratulations on slaying 600,000 level 20 Violet Gold Thunderbirds. You have gained 3 billion experience points, filling your experience bar. You have received 300 million star coins. The fortune wheel has activated. You have successfully copied the passive Thunder Power level 3 1022, increasing Thunder Power to level 131, 0543, 000. The fortune wheel has activated. You have successfully copied the passive Speed Enhancement level 3 1101, upgrading Speed Enhancement to level 15, 54110, 000. Ling Yan was secretly delighted. A single level 20 Violet Gold Thunderbird provided 5,000 experience points, 100 times more than a level 15 monster. Remembering the 16-fold experience reduction for level 20 players killing level 15 monsters, he found the 5,000 experience points less surprising. Even more exciting was the fact that each level 3 Thunder Power was equivalent to 4 level 1s, meaning 1,000 level 3s could increase Ling Yan's passive proficiency by 4,000 points. This haul strengthened Ling Yan's resolve to hunt high-level monsters. The higher the level, the higher the passive level, and naturally, the greater the rewards. Ling Yan couldn't help but wonder what the passive level of a level 100 monster might be. Although he couldn't recall the exact figures, he estimated it wouldn't be lower than level 10. This thought filled him with anticipation for future challenges. Ling Yan raised an eyebrow at this sight. The world was never short of monsters, with each level teeming with countless enemies. Even a purple level challenge could have millions of creatures, so he couldn't help but wonder about the terrifying scene an epic dark gold level might present. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from the sky. Ling Yan looked up to see a massive creature with a wingspan of 10 meters appearing high above. He quickly used his appraisal skill to unveil all the attributes of this beast. Wild creature, Purple Gold Thunderbird Leader. Level, LV20. Innate passives. Thunder Power, LV5. Can harness the power of thunder, unleashing 500 thunder damage. Speed Enhancement, LV5. Speed attribute, receives a 500 boost. Health, 500, 000500000. Mana, 10, 00010, 000. Attack, 2000. Speed, 300. Defense, 3000. Skill, Furious Thunder. Blue skill unleashes 3 bolts of Furious Thunder, dealing a total of 300 thunder damage and causing 30 thunder damage per second. Ling Yan was secretly amazed. This leader-level monster was indeed powerful. In a blue-level challenge, it would undoubtedly be the ultimate boss. Yet here, it was merely a minor player. He began to ponder what the ultimate boss of the 4th wave might be like, suspecting it wouldn't be as simple as just a leader-level monster. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If this was the ultimate boss of the 4th wave in a dark gold level challenge, wouldn't he be facing more than one Emperor-level monster? The idea made his brow furrow. The 1st wave's ultimate boss in a dark gold level challenge might very well be king level, with even the minions potentially being elite level. The later waves might all consist of leader-level creatures. No wonder the rumor was that a dark gold level challenge required an SS-level genius, alongside 9 SS-level geniuses, all equipped with gold, or even dark gold gear and skills, to clear it. Ling Yan realized that with his current strength, even passing the 2nd round would be difficult. With this in mind, Ling Yan unhesitatingly drew the Wind Wolf King's great sword from his back. He resolved to quickly enhance his abilities. Before the dark gold level challenge began, he needed to raise his thunder power to at least LV17. By then, with a gold set from the Alliance, he could attempt to solo the 4th wave. Being a thunder element dark gold level challenge, it might significantly boost his thunder power level. With a powerful leap, the ground shattered beneath him as Ling Yan shot skyward like an arrow, heading straight for the purple gold Thunderbird leader. Meanwhile, other teams found themselves in a tough battle. They were surprised by the sheer number of monsters in the 2nd wave. Although these creatures were only LV15, they were grateful they weren't LV20. Otherwise, clearing the challenge would have been even more daunting. A level 20 monster with at least 100,000 health points. This figure made all participants gasp. A single set of skills wasn't enough to take it down. It required 2 sets to barely manage. Any mistake could lead to casualties. This level of difficulty even surpassed the capability of 10 level pure combat professions teaming up to defeat monsters. After the 2nd wave of monsters ended, the 2 weakest teams were already showing signs of fatigue. They exchanged glances and ultimately chose to withdraw. After all, the 3rd wave consisted of a staggering 500,000 level 20 monsters. A slight misstep could result in someone's death. Although a few combat professionals were reluctant, seeing their teammates leave, they had no choice but to follow suit. Inside the spaceship, in the rift of the purple-gold Thunderbird dungeon, spatial fluctuations arose, and figures appeared before Sikong Xiun. A young boy, looking dejected, said, "Instructor Sikong, we've forfeited." Others also looked frustrated and helpless. Hearing this, Sikong Xiuyan smiled and reassured them. "Your decision was the right one. Unnecessary sacrifices are meaningless, and most of you are from non-combat professions, not meant to take on such battle tasks." These words made everyone present feel a bit better. However, at that moment, a system notification sounded from the rift. Ding! Player Ling Yan has initiated the fourth wave of monsters. This announcement was like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's mind. They were all stunned, incredulously looking at Sikong Xiuyun. They hadn't even managed to reach the third wave as a group of 10, yet Ling Yan had already advanced to the fourth wave alone. Was this the power of a super genius? Seeing their expressions, Sikong Xiuyun slowly explained, "A team of 10 with equivalent talent is like having 10 times the attack power and skill count, making their combat power nearly tenfold. Yet, even so, those 10th-level combat geniuses couldn't keep up with Ling Yan." These words left everyone present in awe. Just how terrifying was Ling Yan's strength? This question puzzled not only them, but even Sikong Xiuyan found it incredible. It wasn't just them. Even Sikong Jian or the Star Lord would likely be astonished. Ling Yan's power had far surpassed theirs in their prime. An hour later, Ling Yan had already defeated the fourth wave of purple-gold Thunderbirds, including 3 leader-level ones. He thought to himself, thankfully it wasn't 10 leaders, otherwise even those 10th-level geniuses might have struggled to clear the fourth wave. The system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the player for defeating 2 million level 20 purple-gold Thunderbirds, gaining 10 billion experience points. Experience points have been accumulated into the experience bar. The sound of gaining star coins rang out, triggering Ling Yan's fortune wheel. A series of system notifications followed. Fortune wheel activated. You successfully copied the passive, Thunder Force LV33210. Thunder Force level upgraded to LV15505410000. Fortune wheel activated again. You successfully copied the passive, Speed Enhancement LV33101. Speed Enhancement upgraded to LV16254120000. With the end of the fourth wave of monsters, Ling Yan let out a long sigh of relief. It had taken him over an hour to clear out 2 million monsters, making him realize he had underestimated the scale of the purple dungeon. At this rate, I can only clear the dungeon once every 8 hours, Ling Yan calculated to himself. I need to increase the efficiency of the earlier waves. But after 3 more dungeon runs, my Thunder Force should reach around LV19, maybe even LV20. Ling Yan's thunder abilities were equivalent to an SS-level profession. If revealed, they would undoubtedly surpass the strongest talents of the Yin God Galaxy. He thought of the dead girl, who had once mocked him the strongest genius of the Yin God Galaxy, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. In his previous life, he had always suppressed her until he fell from grace, and she reveled in her success. This time, I'm going to show her what true strength is. Ling Yan's eyes gleamed with anticipation and determination. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Fifth wave of monsters approaching. Prepare yourself. Boom. In the sky, endless thunderclouds began to gather frantically. Ling Yan looked up to see countless purple-gold Thunderbirds flitting in and out of the clouds. This wave was far larger than the previous ones, with an estimated 3 to 4 million birds. 4 million, enough to level up my passive skill again. Ling Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap erupted from the sky. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning cascaded down like waterfalls, engulfing Ling Yan in a sea of lightning. Meanwhile, in a distant spaceship, waves of spatial fluctuations flashed, and one squad after another appeared. "Sigh, the purple dungeon is really tough. Until our skill levels are up, it's hard to break through," one team member lamented. "No kidding, it's a beginner's dungeon. Unless you don't want to level up, once your skill levels are up, you won't be able to handle this level 20 dungeon," another replied. These squads had all chosen to withdraw after the fourth wave. They weren't confident in defeating the final king-level boss in the fifth wave. Typically, it requires at least 4 or 5 S leaders and a group of levels to clear. Clearly, these teams didn't have that capability yet. Unless we have golden equipment and a golden skill, or upgrade our purple skills to LV5 or higher, then maybe an S-level genius could solo it, one team member dreamily suggested. Too bad. The others shook their heads, understanding that this was just an unattainable dream. Unfortunately, a complete set of golden equipment is something that geniuses on Longting Star rarely have the chance to encounter. Even a single piece would be the limit for their families. Suddenly, a girl shrouded in frost emerged from a spatial rift, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Sun Yaron's appearance sparked a wave of surprised murmurs. Wait, is she coming out just now because she also cleared the fourth wave? What are you thinking? Although she's an S-level genius, soloing the fourth wave isn't that easy. The crowd speculated, as Su Miaoran was the second strongest among this year's talents, only after Ling Yan. However, most found it hard to believe that a genius from a small place could break through such a formidable fourth wave. Contrary to her usual demeanor, Sikong Shuyun looked at Su Miaoran with admiration. Not bad, not bad. She successfully broke through the fourth wave. Her words caused an immediate uproar among the crowd. Did she really clear the fourth challenge? Wow, just how strong is Su Miaoran? Maybe she got a special item that boosted her attribute points? Impossible. Such items only drop in dungeons of golden level or higher. Amid the shock, people began discussing ways to surpass higher-level geniuses. Equipment superiority and skill superiority are the most common, but typically only disciples of superfamilies can achieve these. Another method is attribute superiority, where special items provide permanent attribute boosts. The most basic example is a strength fruit, rated golden, which can increase strength by 100 points at a minimum level of 20. However, these items are extremely rare, requiring the completion of a golden dungeon or the defeat of an emperor-level monster. Therefore, those who can use such special items are invariably top human geniuses or disciples of elite families. The final method is battle talent. Some people are natural combat prodigies, able to exert several to even 10 times the combat power of an ordinary person under the same conditions, capable of single-handedly facing hundreds with ease. These kinds of geniuses are true powerhouses. Not only are they exceptionally gifted, but they can also continually enhance their abilities through combat. The Flame God Galaxy once had such a remarkable genius who defeated an S-level opponent with an S talent. Unfortunately, this super genius eventually fell at the hands of an alien race. Those present speculated that Su Miaoran might be such a rare combat genius. Although her potential might not match that legendary figure, it was still enough to be astonishing. At that moment, a booming voice suddenly resonated throughout the area. Attention! Player Ling Yan has initiated the Purple Gold Thunderbird Dungeon, Wave 5. This unexpected announcement stunned everyone. Numerous talents widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at the display screen. Wave 5. How dare he? As expected of an S-level genius, he's got guts. Wait, how did he reach Wave 5 so quickly? Isn't there supposed to be a rest period? Could he be aiming for an SS rating? If he succeeds, he'll be the strongest genius in our North Star system. Exactly. He might even break into the top 100 of the Flame God rankings. Ling Yan's actions sparked a flurry of exclamations and discussions. The boss of the fifth wave was no pushover, and everyone held their breath for him. Upon hearing this news, Su Miaoran furrowed her brows. She was confident she could defeat the minions of the fifth wave, but the ultimate boss was far beyond her current capabilities. Just then, an ethereal voice echoed in Su Miaoran's mind. Don't worry, once you've mastered the dark gold level skills I've taught you and raised your level to SS, even dark gold level dungeons will be a breeze. I understand, Master. Su Miaoran replied earnestly with a nod. Indeed, while dark gold level skills can be learned, they require an extraordinary amount of time and talent. More importantly, a mentor with a deep understanding of these skills is essential. Su Miaoran was chosen by her master for precisely this reason. Time ticked by. Shortly after Ling Yan, a team of 10th-level geniuses also began the fifth wave. At this point, only 2 teams remained in the dungeon, both having entered the fifth wave. One was Ling Yan's solo challenge, while the other was a 10-person squad. Many speculated that the 10-person squad had a higher chance of clearing the wave compared to Ling Yan. After all, the combined strength of 10 individuals should, by all logic, surpass that of Ling Yan alone. However, just as discussions continued, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Buzz, accompanied by a spatial fluctuation, 6 battered and terrified youths suddenly appeared before the crowd. Did Zhao Wu's team fail? Why are only 6 of them back? There's no success notification, so it must be a failure. The remaining 4 are probably in grave danger. Judging by the timing, they must have encountered the boss by now. Having 6 return alive is already quite fortunate. Seeing Zhao Wu and his team's disheveled state, everyone couldn't help but sigh. The power of the ultimate boss was evidently beyond imagination. Gasping for breath, Zhao Wu said with difficulty, "Yes, as soon as we faced him, he used a skill to instantly kill 4 of our teammates. The power was terrifying, impossible to evade. If it weren't for classmate Zhu Sheng using a deadly poison to reduce the boss's health by 10, slowing down its attack, we might not have escaped alive." Unwilling to be underestimated, Zhao Wu and the others immediately shared the ultimate boss's attribute sheet and the dungeon footage with everyone. In the video, a terrifying giant bird with a wingspan of over 10 meters unleashed 4 bolts of lightning, instantly killing the slowest moving student amidst the flashes. Only then did the onlookers realize that Zhao Wu and the other 5 survived not because of their speed or strong defense, but simply because they ran faster than the other 4. Watching this video, Zhao Wu and his team looked extremely embarrassed. They had originally intended to capture their moment of glory, but instead exposed their own awkwardness. The attribute sheet clearly showed the detailed information of the wild creature. Purple Gold Thunderbird King level. Level LV20. Innate passives. Power of Thunder LV8. Can control the power of thunder, unleashing 800 lightning damage. Speed boost LV8. Speed attribute enhanced by 800. Health 3, 000, 0003, 000. Mana 100, 000, 100. Attack 5000. Speed 600. Defense 10,000. Skills 1. Thunder Fury LV3 Blue Skill. Unleashes 4 bolts of furious thunder, dealing a total of 400 lightning damage and inflicting 40 lightning damage per second. Cost 1000. 2. Endless Thunder Purple. Summons countless heavenly thunders to attack the enemy. Each bolt deals 100 lightning damage, with a cap of 600. Inflicts 10 damage per bolt, totaling 60 sustained damage. After hitting 6 bolts, subsequent thunder deals no damage but adds a 1 armor-breaking effect. Can break up to 50 of armor. Cost 10,000. Seeing these astonishing attributes, everyone gasped. Although they had seen similar attributes before, facing them firsthand revealed the true terror. With an attack of 5,000 points and an 8-fold boost from Power of Thunder LV8, it equated to 40,000 magical damage. Even if a bolt of furious thunder only had 100 damage, it would still deal 40,000 damage points. Those who survived were indeed extremely fortunate. Except for those super tanks that can significantly boost defense and constitution, almost no one could withstand such an attack. Unfortunately, this year there was no such super tank among them, which was undoubtedly the greatest misfortune. Suddenly, someone asked in confusion, "Wait, why hasn't Ling Yan come out yet?" This question struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone present bewildered. Indeed, all 10 of Zhao Wu's group had come out, so why hadn't Ling Yan appeared? Just then, a burst of hearty laughter came from not far away. Everyone turned to look and saw that it was Wu Yi, who had lost his summoned beast to Sun Yaoran. Without his summoned beast, his strength was less than that of an ordinary person wearing a set of purple equipment, so he naturally chose to forfeit. Wu Yi sneered. Ha ha ha. If he hasn't come out by now, he must be dead. You don't seriously think he could still be alive, do you? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone frowned. It was well known that Ling Yan's monster clearing speed was faster than Zhao Wu and the other 10 combined. With Ling Yan's speed, he probably encountered that ultimate boss long ago. This thought made everyone's hearts sink, and they couldn't help but worry about Ling Yan's safety. What a pity, an S-level genius has fallen just like that. The students were buzzing with chatter. Some were gloating, others were deeply regretful, and some were filled with doubt. Could that guy really have died in there? Such questions echoed throughout the crowd. Sikong Shuyun's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. As the examiner, she could only see that Ling Yan had reached a certain level, but she had no authority to know his fate. This uncertainty brought a deepening anxiety to her expression. Just when everyone thought Ling Yan might have met his end, a crisp notification sound suddenly rang out, like a loud slap on the face of everyone present. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Yan. Successfully cleared the dungeon, Purple Gold Thunderbird Dungeon, in purple. This sudden announcement exploded like a bomb among the crowd. Everyone gasped in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. He cleared it, soloed it. So powerful, this is definitely SS-level strength. Who would have thought our Longting star would produce such a genius? And he's handsome too. Such a handsome genius. We better act fast before someone else snatches him up. Su Miaoran raised her eyebrows in surprise. Ling Yan's strength clearly exceeded her expectations. Sikong Shuyun, however, showed a relieved smile, though she was still deeply shocked inside. Just then, an unsettling voice abruptly broke the atmosphere. Wu Yi suddenly jumped up from his seat, shouting hysterically. Impossible. How could he clear it? It's fake, definitely fake. No sooner had he spoken than a mocking voice came from the spatial rift. What? Were you hoping I'd die? Well, too bad, I'm not dead. Ling Yan emerged from the rift, his gaze coldly sweeping the surroundings. He raised his hand, and with a wave, a gust of wind slammed into Wu Ye's face. Smack! The terrifying force spun Wu Yi around dozens of times, knocking out all his teeth, leaving him severely injured and unconscious on the ground, barely clinging to life. Ling Yan glanced coldly at the fallen Wu Yi and said indifferently, I come out and hear you whining. How annoying. The scene left everyone present gasping, swallowing hard. Ling Yan had casually dealt a damage of 16,000 without using any skills. People couldn't help but think, if he used a purple skill, wouldn't he unleash 80 or 90,000 damage? Such strength is truly terrifying. Cheers echoed outside the dungeon as the feat of Ling Yan, who single-handedly cleared the Purple Gold Thunderbird dungeon, left the present geniuses in awe. Ling Yan is incredible. The ultimate king-level boss was so powerful that our 10-member team lost 4 people just to barely escape. yet he managed to clear it alone. One of the geniuses exclaimed, admiration shining in his eyes. If this achievement gets reported, Ling Yan will at least receive an SS rating, right? A golden advanced set is just around the corner. Another genius chimed in, his voice full of envy. The surrounding geniuses all congratulated Ling Yan, aware of the importance of maintaining good relations with someone so strong. Ling Yan smiled in response. Thank you all, it was nothing. His gaze then shifted to Sikong Shuiyun. Instructor Sikong, am planning to enter the dungeon 2 more times, is that okay? Everyone was stunned by his words. Enter the dungeon again? The idea was unexpected. Sikong Shuiyun asked curiously. Of course, as many times as you like. Are you aiming to farm some purple equipment? That doesn't seem necessary. Once we reach the dark gold level dungeon on High Z Star tomorrow, you'll have a complete golden set. Ling Yan explained. I'm just using the time to rack up more experience points, maybe level up a bit more. Besides, if I get any skill drops, I can always sell them. His explanation made everyone realize the wisdom in his plan. Indeed, they had been wasting time holding back their levels, so accumulating more experience was a good idea. The fact that the most talented among them, Ling Yan, was so diligent made him a role model. Their admiration for him grew even stronger. Sikong Shuiyun smiled and reminded him. Go ahead, just don't lose track of time, or you'll miss the dark gold level dungeon. That won't happen, Ling Yan said before turning back into the dungeon without hesitation. Others, inspired by Ling Yan, also formed teams to re-enter the dungeon, including Su Miao Ran. Watching these motivated young people, Sikong Shuiyun couldn't help but reminisce about her own youth. Unfortunately, ever since taking on the reincarnation quest, she had rarely farmed monsters. After all, no amount of farming would increase her level anymore. Once inside the dungeon again, Ling Yan immediately activated the Thunderfire domain. Ignoring the purple gold Thunderbirds in the sky, he opened the system interface to check the rewards for defeating the 5th wave of Thunderbirds and the Thunderbird King. The system notification sounded. Congratulations, player, for defeating LV20 purple gold Thunderbirds 4 million, earning 20 billion experience points. Experience points stored. Earned 2 billion star coins. Fortune wheel activated. Successfully copied passive. Thunder Power LV 34510. Thunder Power level increased to LV 17315430000. Fortune wheel activated. Successfully copied passive. Speed enhancement LV 34701. Speed enhancement level increased to LV 17125 for 1300000. These were minor rewards. The major ones were yet to come. Congratulations, player, for solo killing LV20 King level boss, Purple Gold Thunderbird King, earning 10 billion experience points. Experience points stored. Earned 10 billion star coins. Fortune wheel activated. Successfully copied passive. Thunder Power LV8. Fortune wheel activated. Successfully copied passive. Speed enhancement LV8. Fortune wheel activated. Drop rate increased by 10,000 times. Acquired equipment. LV20 Purple Gold Thunderbird King set. Acquired purple skill. Thunder Fury LV3. Acquired blue skill. Endless Thunder LV1. Acquired items. LV20 King level Thunder Crystal Core 1. LV40 Purple Equipment Upgrade Scroll 5. Backpack Expansion 200 slots. Purple Essence 100. Purple Gold Thunderbird King Remnant Soul 1. This haul not only included a complete set of equipment and a substantial amount of money and experience, but also a variety of items. What Ling Yan valued most was the Purple Gold Thunderbird set, a fully purple battle armor paired with a spear. The spear felt exceptional in his hands, and he didn't mind swapping his Wind Wolf King greatsword for it. After all, his skills were self-created and could be adapted. The attributes of the Purple Gold Thunderbird set were as follows. Level, LV20. Quality, purple. Attributes, all attributes 1200, thunder damage, damage reduction 6000, mana and health regeneration 60 second. Effect, armor penetration 30 below LV40. Effect decreases by 10 for every 10 levels above LV40. 40 extra damage to thunder element creatures. Skill, Thunder Burst Purple, can continuously absorb surrounding thunder energy to accumulate energy and unleash it in one burst. Energy accumulation, 0200000. Ling Yan was very satisfied with this set. As one of the top-tier sets, the damage bonus from the Purple Gold Thunderbird set surpassed that of the Wind Wolf King set. The set skill was also impressive, allowing continuous energy accumulation rather than requiring monster kills to build rage. With that in mind, Ling Yan promptly donned the new set and learned the Endless Thunder and Thunder Fury skills. The system notification sounded. Congratulations, player, for learning skills. Thunder Fury LV3 Purple. Endless Thunder LV1 Purple. Feeling the Endless Thunder technique in his mind, Ling Yan raised an eyebrow, finding it a potent move for defeating enemies. He turned his attention to the swarm of purple gold Thunderbirds attacking from the sky. Endless Thunder. Ling Yan activated his full thunder power and struck the sky with his palm. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening sound of thunder reverberated through the entire dungeon space as powerful lightning energy surged like a tidal wave, crashing into the purple-gold Thunderbird swarm. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning, as thick as arms, erupted from Ling Yan's hands, hurtling like furious electric serpents towards the densely packed flock of purple-gold Thunderbirds. The air was filled with a cacophony of thunderous explosions as the Thunderbirds struck by the lightning burst into fragments of charred remains. Within a mere second, thousands of damage points erupted above the heads of these level 15 Thunderbirds from the first wave, and with a single strike, Ling Yan obliterated 4,000 to 5,000 of them. Though each bolt of lightning only delivered 100 spell attack power, Ling Yan was clad in the purple-gold Thunderbird King set, which increased his damage against lightning-type monsters by 40. Coupled with his level 3 purple-gold Thunderbird Slayer achievement, which boosted his damage by an additional 50, his 1,800 soul points, enhanced by level 17 Thunder Power, unleashed a staggering damage of over 70,000 points. If all 6 attacks hit, the total damage could exceed 400,000. Incredible. Absolutely mind-blowing. Ling Yan couldn't help but exclaim. He finally understood why it was said that an SS-level genius could effortlessly solo a purple dungeon. Such explosive power was formidable enough to challenge even an ultimate boss. Not to mention, his monster-killing speed was dozens of times faster than simply using the Thunderfire domain. However, Ling Yan quickly realized a problem: each attack consumed 10,000 mana points, while his current mana reserve was only 18,000. Looks like I need to find a passive skill that can quickly restore mana or significantly increase my mana reserve, he thought with some frustration. If his mana were sufficient, slaying these monsters would be a breeze, and the remaining 10+ hours would be enough to clear several instances. Unfortunately, with insufficient mana, he could only take a break. Meanwhile, in the control room of the spaceship, a middle-aged man stood atop a 1,000-meter-tall black dragon, looking at Sikong Jian and Sikong Shuyun with uncertainty. This man was Longting, the Star Master of Longting Star. Upon awakening his profession, he had obtained a black dragon egg. With this magic dragon, his power could rival that of ordinary S-level geniuses. Of course, this profession had its limitations, with 90% of his strength relying on the black dragon and his passives enhancing the dragon. As a dragon knight, he not only had passives to strengthen the black dragon, but also to enhance his own physique. Are you sure Ling Yan soloed the purple dungeon successfully? How is that possible? Longting's shock was not without reason. This generation of the Tianbei galaxy saw the emergence of several S-level geniuses at once, bringing new hope to those who had previously thought reaching the 5th wave of the dungeon was nearly impossible. If these top talents teamed up and were supported by abundant resources, they might indeed reach the 5th stage. For this, thousands of Star Masters collectively petitioned the Alliance for 10 sets of high-grade gold armor. As for top-tier gold armor, only those at SSS and SSS levels were eligible to receive it. Regarding dark gold armor, one would either need to be an SS-level genius to obtain it or have an level talent. Longting Star had finally produced such a genius, and naturally, Longting pulled some strings to secure a testing opportunity for Ling Yan. This so-called testing opportunity was merely a chance to qualify for the selection of the strongest team members and didn't guarantee a place in the team. However, just moments ago, the news brought by Sikong Jian left Longting dumbfounded. Ling Yan had actually soloed the purple-gold Thunderbird dungeon. This was nothing short of a fantasy. The difficulty of the purple-gold Thunderbird dungeon, being a lightning-type dungeon, far exceeded that of ordinary purple dungeons. This explained why Zhao Wu and his team nearly faced total annihilation at first sight, as they were usually able to clear standard purple dungeons. Do I look like I'm joking? Sikong Jian explained helplessly in response to Longting's skepticism. He had been busy managing Longting Star's affairs and had delegated this matter to Sikong Shuyun. Therefore, when he learned that Ling Yan had soloed the dungeon, his shock was no less than Longting's. Upon hearing this, Longting was instantly convinced of this unbelievable news. He burst into laughter. Ha! Who would have thought that Longting Star could produce at least an SS genius? Damn, I had to beg those old geezers for a mere testing spot, and soon they'll be the ones begging me. Sikong Jian and the others couldn't help but imagine the scene of the usually arrogant Longting humbly pleading, realizing how determined he must have been. After all, missing such a rare opportunity would affect the future resource allocation of Longting Star, so his desperation was understandable. Hurry up, I'll be waiting for you in the Heisei Galaxy, Longting instructed Sikong Jian and Sikong Shuyun with a serious tone. Then, I'll reveal Ling Yan's talent. Those old geezers will have to give back everything they took, and double it. Make sure Ling Yan is safe. Rest assured, Star-Lord. Sikong Jian replied with a slight smile, indicating his understanding. Longting suddenly remembered something and added, Oh, Shuyun, I recall Ling Yan also has a fire talent. Perhaps you could ask him for help with your reincarnation task. But first, you have to build a good relationship with him. Sikong Shuyun, who was once a super genius Longting had high hopes for, replied helplessly. I know, uncle. But Ling Yan is either grinding or grinding. Building a relationship is tough. It turned out that Sikong Shuyan's mother was Longting's sister. The intricate intermarriages among these high-ranking families were undeniable. Longting was unfazed. Isn't that simple? Use a beauty trap if you must. I refuse to believe that my niece can't win over a young lad. As soon as Longting finished speaking, Sikong Shuyun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Despite her usually bold demeanor, she was taken aback by his audacious words. Uncle, she retorted, glaring at Longting in annoyance. I've recorded everything you said. I'll let my mom hear it when we get back and see how her brother educates his niece. Longtung's expression changed instantly at her words, and he quickly defended himself. I didn't say anything. Don't slander me. Before he could finish, he abruptly cut off the connection. The projection of the black dragon disappeared immediately, clearly afraid that Sikong Shuyun would actually complain to his sister. Time flew by, and more than 10 hours passed. In the vast universe, there is a galaxy known as Heisei. The most striking feature here is the deep black hole. Its surrounding area, spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers, is pitch black, as if it has swallowed all light. Even light from hundreds of millions of kilometers away is distorted, creating a bizarre sight. However, in the empty starfield over 2 billion kilometers away from the black hole, numerous ships were docked. The largest among them, with a staggering diameter of hundreds of thousands of meters, resembled a massive city floating in space. On the platform of this gigantic ship stood a large space rift. Thousands of formidable warriors, exuding an intimidating aura, surrounded it, their eyes fixed on the rift. This was the legendary dark gold-level dungeon, a Hell Thunder Dragon instance. At that moment, a giant, towering 1,000 meters tall, stepped forward. He wore blood-red battle armor and carried a massive sword of the same color, emanating an intimidating LV-245 aura. This was none other than Juek, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Tianbei Galaxy, a fifth-order peak warrior with an S-class profession known as the Berserk Demon. Juek surveyed the area and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, we need to finalize the list for the strongest 10-member team. We all know how rare it is for our Tianbei Galaxy to have a dark gold-level beginner dungeon. Therefore, we can't afford any mistakes in the selection. Those with non-combat talents, like life skills, shouldn't be considered. As soon as he finished, the face of one of the Star Lords turned somber. Juek's implication was clear. Their planet's S-class spiritual botanist was deemed useless in this context. Despite his resentment, the Star Lord couldn't argue, as spiritual botanists were indeed less effective in battle compared to typical S-class talents. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, an elder in a black robe, with his eyes slightly lowered, slowly spoke. He seemed to be surrounded by the wails of countless lost souls, causing those nearby to instinctively step back. Juek has a point, the elder said, his voice hoarse yet authoritative, but this approach may seem a bit harsh. In my opinion, we should base the selection on strength. Upon hearing this, everyone present nodded slightly in agreement. When it comes to venturing into dungeons, strength naturally becomes the key factor for selection. Although geniuses may be categorized by their professional levels, true combat power is not confined by these distinctions. Some low-level prodigies, with their unique skill combinations, can overpower higher-level opponents in battle. Meanwhile, those who diligently practice their skills often surpass even the most naturally gifted geniuses in certain aspects. However, selection is not just about comparing strength. A graceful woman, exuding a powerful life force, slowly suggested, I have a proposal. Why not select according to the standard dungeon raid formation? 2 healers, 2 tanks, and 6 combat roles. Healers could be evaluated based on their recovery and endurance, tanks on their health, defense, and comprehensive skills, while combat roles would be purely about strength. As soon as she finished speaking, Longting, standing atop a 1,000-meter black dragon, shared his thoughts. As a formidable contender ranking in the top 50, though not quite at the level of Juek, he was not far behind. I agree with this proposal, Longting said. This way, we can maximize our chances of success. With Longting's endorsement, nearly everyone present expressed their agreement. Those who had intended to support Longting and were considering a voting system were taken aback. They had anticipated some room for maneuver, not expecting Longting to propose a selection based solely on strength. This development left the geniuses from Longting's star with little hope. Longting, however, smiled to himself. Go ahead, choose however you like, but I don't believe you can exclude Ling Yan, he thought. He was confident in Ling Yan's abilities, convinced that no one else in the Tianbei Galaxy could solo the purple gold Thunderbird dungeon. Just then, spatial wormholes opened up all around the Heisei Galaxy. One by one, over 1,000 ships slowly emerged, commenced docking with the main battleship. With this announcement, the ships extended their passageways to connect with a colossal vessel stretching hundreds of thousands of meters. This massive ship, named the Tianbei Starship, was the most powerful vessel in the Tianbei Galaxy, under the control of its strongest leader, the Tianbei Star Master. The current assessment was to take place aboard it. Longtung Star, being a relatively small planet, had only over 80 geniuses participating. As the talents from various planets boarded, millions of staff aboard the Tianbei starship curiously observed these newcomers. Under the protection of the starship's powerful shields, it had become a moving city capable of accommodating millions. So many people are ensuring the smooth operation of this massive spaceship, resembling a powerful city in the sky. Among the crowd, a young man with an eerie expression, clad in blood-red armor, caught everyone's attention. "Is that Ji Wuxue?" someone whispered. Rumor has it he's the heir of the Ji family from Yurwa Star and holds an S-level void hunter profession. He kills without spilling blood, hence the name Ji Wuxue. "That's right, it's him," another person added. It's said that after his 3-day trial in the novice village, he single-handedly defeated 2 ultimate bosses with only the equipment and skills he acquired. His strength is formidable, and he was even recruited early by the Yanshin Academy. In another part of the crowd, a towering young man, standing 10 meters tall, also drew many eyes. His intimidating height was visible from afar, causing people to glance his way. "That's Lo Song, a genius from Mengbei Star," someone explained. His awakened profession is the Berserk Giant, another S-level super talent. He's also a direct disciple of Master Ju, and his strength is likely on par with Ji Wuxue. Professions like these giant types will grow even larger over time. Someone with experience analyzed. He might eventually grow as tall as Master Ju, reaching a kilometer in height. The crowd marveled at these geniuses, not only for their immense strength, but also for the powerful factions backing them. This dark, gold-level dungeon promised to be thrilling. However, at that moment, someone noticed that although the Longting had extended its transmission channel, no one had emerged. This unusual occurrence immediately drew everyone's attention. Meanwhile, inside the Longting, Sikong Jian and Sikong Shiyun were anxiously watching the crack leading to the Zijin Thunderbird dungeon. "Why hasn't Ling Yan come out yet? The assessment is about to start," Sikong Shiyun remarked in frustration. "I clearly reminded him not to forget the time." Sikong Jian smiled slightly, reassuring her. "No worries, judging by the time, it should be soon. Just wait a bit longer." With Ling Yan's talent, even if he misses the selection, he'll definitely be chosen for the 10-member team. Just then, a projection of a middle-aged man standing on a massive black dragon appeared in the cabin. The enormous dragon instantly drew everyone's focus, and the students exclaimed excitedly. "It's the Star Lord. It really is the Star Lord. That demon dragon is so impressive, even more stunning than in the news." All the geniuses looked up to Star Lord Longting in admiration. As one of the top 50 figures in the entire Tianbei Star, his prowess was something they might never reach in their lifetime. Sikong Shuiyun explained to her uncle that Ling Yan hadn't yet emerged from the dungeon. Surprisingly, Longting didn't seem concerned but instead smiled. "No worries, let Ling Yan come out last," Longting said calmly. "A true powerhouse doesn't need to participate in such so-called assessments. Sikong, you take the others first. Shuiyun, you stay here and wait for Ling Yan." With that, before Sikong Shuiyun could say more, Longting's projection vanished. "Grandfather, will everything be alright?" Sikong Shuiyun still seemed worried. Sikong Jian, however, responded confidently. "You're underestimating the value of an SS genius. There's absolutely no chance of anything going wrong." The corners of Sikong Jian's mouth curved into a confident smile. In an instant, terrifying flames erupted from around him, like a massive fiery beast awakening. The intense light engulfed a 100-meter radius, enveloping all the geniuses present. Leading the charge, Sikong Jian swiftly guided everyone toward the outside world, leaving Sikong Shuiyun alone to face the rift in the dungeon. "Ling Yan, you better hurry," Sikong Shuiyun muttered to himself, gazing at the rift with a touch of helplessness. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Ling Yan was focused on his backend data. LV 192541150000, just a step away from the target. With a raised eyebrow, Ling Yan felt a surge of joy. Finally, just a little more. Late or not, I plan to solo this anyway. Now I have the perfect excuse. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in the sky. "Wave 4 is starting, please prepare." At the same time, on the Tianbei starship, numerous geniuses were eagerly discussing the upcoming LV-20 Dark Gold-level Dungeon Hell Thunder Dragon. The focus of their discussion was on the selection of the strongest 10-member team. The S-level geniuses remained calm, knowing that in this level-dominated era, their chances of being selected were over 99. However, Ling Yan's presence added an element of uncertainty to the discussion. Some speculated, does that genius have what it takes to join the 10-member team? Others analyzed, Ling Yan's final assessment might also reach S level, taking up another spot. Due to the locked profiles of high-level geniuses, only the Flame God had access to their information. Even the Star Lords were unaware of Ling Yan's true identity, or even his gender. In the command center of the Tianbei starship, over 1,000 powerful Star Lords were intently watching the real-time projection, the atmosphere tense and silent. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura swept over them like a colossal wave, crushing the entire deck of the Tianbei starship. Caught off guard, most geniuses stumbled, except for those S-combat geniuses who barely managed to stand firm. In that moment, everyone felt a twinge of annoyance, wondering which unscrupulous powerhouse dared to ambush the younger generation. Yet, in the next moment, a dazzling golden light spread over them like the warm sun of spring. All the geniuses felt an immediate sense of comfort, as if bathing in a gentle spring breeze. Their earlier anger dissipated instantly. Impressive, so many of you can withstand the power of this Star Lord. A booming voice resonated in their ears, filled with a tone of approval. A brilliant golden light suddenly descended from the sky, causing everyone present to instinctively look up, squinting against the blinding brightness. Whoa, that's bright, was the immediate thought that flashed through everyone's minds. As the golden light gradually coalesced, an elderly figure shimmering with a golden aura emerged. He smiled down at the people below. Cries of astonishment rose from the crowd. It's the Star Lord of Xuanjin Star, Jin Xian. Rumors had long circulated that Lord Jin Xian had a penchant for all things glittering and flashy, and today, his reputation proved true. After all, he had awakened as the bright golden warlord, a profession that made his golden glow visible from miles away. Almost everyone couldn't help but silently critique him. Jin Xian, the Star Lord, seemed accustomed to such murmured comments. He began, "That was just a basic test. Aside from support classes, anyone who fell is eliminated. But since you're here, you can form teams as you wish and enter and exit this dark golden dungeon freely for the next 10 days." His words caused an uproar. Some of the talented individuals quickly protested. "Lord, we weren't prepared. Isn't it too harsh to eliminate us like this?" "Yes, we should at least get some preparation time." "I protest." However, Jin Xian merely let out a cold snort, his powerful aura instantly making everyone dizzy. The previously noisy venue fell silent. He sneered, "Preparation? Should I serve you all tea to relax? You're exploring a dungeon, not going on a vacation. One misstep and you could fall. Those who just spoke, get lost. You won't be participating in the dungeon exploration." With a wave of his hand, those who had wanted to complain vanished instantly. Seeing this, the others dared not utter a word. Jin Xian continued, "According to the discussion among all the Star Lords of the Tianbei Galaxy, this dungeon exploration requires 2 supports and 3 tanks. These 5 positions have been determined based on data. The remaining 5 combatants will be chosen from among you." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 strongest tanks and supports were called out, including the renowned troll, Luosang, known for his thick skin and high defense. Though others were discontent, they dared not argue. After all, in a dungeon, team composition is crucial, and strong support can be even more vital than combatants. Suddenly, with a thunderous sound, 500-meter-wide platforms rose from the ground, towering before the crowd. Jin Xian announced the rules. Each of you has 3 challenge opportunities. If you successfully defend the platform, you'll earn one of the remaining 5 slots. Moreover, this contest has no restrictions on life or death. If you can't win, surrender quickly. Don't think that being a genius means someone will save you. As soon as Jin Xian finished speaking, the atmosphere around the arena became tense. Everyone suddenly realized that although this tournament format seemed slow, it was a fairer way to select the strongest competitor. Those participants who knew they were not strong enough only needed to glance at their opponent's stats to decide to withdraw, thus avoiding the disappointment of top contenders being eliminated prematurely. Jin Xian had just announced his intention to take the first arena when, before he could finish his sentence, a shadow flashed onto the central platform. The spectators' eyes widened as they recognized the terrifying speed of the S-level genius, Ji Wuxue. Although neither of his abilities had reached S-level individually, their combined power surpassed that of an ordinary S-level. The surrounding participants sighed in resignation, acknowledging Ji Wuxue's claim to a spot, fearing to provoke this ruthless figure. Subsequently, 2 other combat-oriented SS geniuses quickly claimed arenas. In no time, 3 top fighters occupied 3 of the arenas, leaving the other participants helpless. Among the 5 S-level spots, 1 was for support and 3 for combat, with only the life skills S-level position remaining. However, the S-level life skills genius merely smiled and chose to forfeit. She had only come to make an appearance and had no interest in the violent competition. As the battle for the last 2 spots began, the arena became increasingly intense. Competitors vied for positions, shouting over each other. "I want one of those spots." "Me too. Who do you think you are?" "I'm taking it." At that moment, Su Miaoran, standing below, curiously asked her mentor, "Master, should I solo or team up?" Her mentor's lazy voice echoed in her mind. "Silly girl, what are you thinking? Last time I didn't let you team up to train you. This is a dark gold level instance. Your skills are decent, but far from enough to clear it, even with the golden skill I taught you. If you team up and that Ling Yan joins, you might reach the 5th wave. As for clearing it, forget about it unless you're all SS level geniuses." "Solo? Wait until you've reincarnated a few times, reached SS level talent, and learned a few dark gold skills. Hearing this, Su Miaoran felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she had overestimated her abilities. She curiously asked again, Master, do you also think that with Ling Yan leading, we might reach the 5th wave? Upon hearing her master's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Miaoran's eyes. She quickly reasoned in her mind. The 5th wave follows the 4th, and the 3rd wave already had Emperor-level monsters surpassing the King level, with the 4th wave having more than one. This implied that Ling Yan had the capability to lead them in defeating multiple Emperor-level monsters. Even with the Alliance's golden equipment and skills as a reward, this was an extremely challenging feat. Su Miaoran couldn't help but ponder. The seemingly ordinary young man might possess strength far beyond imagination. Being able to solo the purple gold Thunderbird dungeon, his combat power was at least comparable to an average SSS level, if not entirely, then very close. If he were to acquire a golden set and skills, combined with the team's united effort, the chance of breaking through the 5th wave would be as high as 90%, and they might even have a chance against the ultimate boss. However, what surprised Su Miaoran even more was the mysterious expert's higher evaluation of Ling Yan. Her interest in Ling Yan's hidden strength grew, but now was not the time to explore this further. At that moment, a cool voice broke the silence in the arena. Anyone else want to try? If not, I'll claim this stage. A figure gracefully leaped onto the 10-meter-high stage, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. The crowd erupted instantly, with exclamations echoing throughout. Wow, she's stunning. What's her name? Su Miaoran. What a beautiful name. Forget it. With your looks, how could she possibly be interested in you? Who are you calling ugly? Your face looks like a shoehorn. The chatter continued, but more people were focused on whether she was the rumored genius of Longting Star. After all, Ling Yan had yet to make an appearance. On the stage, Jingyu looked at Su Miaoran across from him, licking his lips with a hint of malice in his eyes. Interesting. I didn't expect the legendary genius to be a beauty. Such a pity. Since you dared to come up, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Miaoran responded coldly. Your strength is decent, but your gaze is disgusting. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying chill erupted from her, enveloping the entire battlefield. Jingyu felt as if his blood had begun to freeze at that moment, his face changing dramatically. This is bad. It's a domain-type skill, and it's above purple quality. He was well aware of the power of domain-type skills. Although elemental professions could release white-quality elemental domains, the power of purple and above domain skills was entirely different. Jingyu's expression became serious as he realized this battle was far more difficult than he had anticipated. However, this type of domain doesn't enhance one's strength significantly and is not very effective in battle, mostly useful for cleaning up weak creatures. In stark contrast, a purple-level domain skill is vastly different, boasting a terrifying damage rate of at least 200 per second, with each domain possessing unique abilities. At this moment, Su Miaoran unleashed her ice domain, which had the special ability to slow down opponents with its chilling aura. For someone like Jingyu, who relied on speed, this reduction was a devastating blow. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a sword broke the silence. In Su Miaoran's hand appeared an ice-blue longsword, emitting a fierce cold light. She spoke coldly. I said your gaze is disgusting. For disgusting people, the best outcome is death. Before finishing her sentence, Su Miaoran sprang forward, transforming into a streak of ice-blue light, rushing towards Jingyu with speed amplified several times by the ice domain. Seeing this, Jingyu's expression changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, arrogant. Even with a purple-level domain, so what? Shadow Flash Kill. Without any hesitation, Jingyu executed a purple-level skill. Instantly, he vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Su Miaoran, his black dagger slashing fiercely at her neck. This Ice Maiden is done for. The thought crossed the minds of all spectators simultaneously. Die! Jingyu's frenzied roar echoed across the arena. With a slicing sound, Su Miaoran's neck was severed. However, to everyone's shock, as her head fell, her entire body turned into an ice sculpture. No, it's an ice substitute. Jingyu's face changed dramatically, alarm bells ringing in his mind. As he reeled in shock, a piercing cold suddenly emanated from behind him. Jingyu attempted to flee but realized his legs had been frozen in place by ice. This, impossible. Jingyu's pupils contracted violently, disbelief etched on his face. In the next moment, accompanied by the sound of a weapon tearing through flesh, Jingyu's head fell. A terrifying damage number appeared above his head. Though it was a simple attack, it was lethal enough. As an assassin, Jingyu's attack power was indeed formidable, but his defensive capabilities were nearly non-existent. Or rather, he had no time to employ any defensive measures. As Jingyu's head rolled to the ground, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Dead. That's the legendary substitute skill, at least gold level. No wonder this genius from Longting Star dared to challenge Jingyu. She had a gold level skill backing her. In an instant, the entire square erupted in chaos. Everyone stared in disbelief at the seemingly frail Su Miaoran, astonished by her ability to unleash such terrifying power. A gold-level skill, the Ice Substitute. Where on earth did Su Miaoran acquire such a skill? Shocked murmurs echoed continuously, reverberating throughout the arena. In the distance, Sikong Jian stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him. His mind raced as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. Could it be that Su Miaoran's master is a super powerful ice elementalist? He murmured to himself. And at least a 7th tier, which means being above level 300. Otherwise, how could they casually bestow a golden substitute skill? Sikong Jian understood the rarity of substitute skills. This wasn't just an ordinary golden skill. It could block a fatal blow and instantly counterattack. In a life-and-death battle, it was an ace in the hole. Meanwhile, in the control room, the Star Lords were also staring at Su Miaoran on the screen in shock. They whispered among themselves, full of speculation. Long Tongue, where on earth did you find this genius? Even possessing a golden substitute skill. Yeah, even we don't have such skills. Could it be that the Ice God of the Ice Galaxy has taken Su Miaoran as a disciple? Impossible. The Ice God is an 8th-tier powerhouse. Why would they take someone who hasn't even reached SSS level as a disciple? Besides, how could she know about such a genius on Long Tongue Star? It's highly likely to be Lord Extreme Cold, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Flame Galaxy. That's what I think too. For a moment, everyone was caught in a whirlpool of speculation. The Ice God they spoke of was the ruler of a large galaxy named Ice, with a terrifying level of LV 385. Although not as powerful as the Flame God of the Flame Galaxy, they were not far behind. As for Extreme Cold, he was the most powerful ice elementalist in the Flame Galaxy, ranked 17th on the Flame Galaxy's list of powerhouses, with a level of LV 321. Only such powerful figures could casually grant a golden skill. It's worth noting that they had applied for 10 sets of advanced golden gear for this assessment, but didn't even get approval for the most ordinary golden skill. Unless they paid out of their own pocket, but even then, it would empty a Star Lord's entire savings. The value of a golden substitute skill was astronomical, likely requiring hundreds of Star Lords to bankrupt themselves to acquire it. At this moment, a Star Lord hidden in the shadows suddenly cursed, "Damn!" recklessly harming a human genius. This Su Miaoran is out of control, and with a mysterious golden skill. Could this person be a spy from another civilization? This was none other than Kyoryu's master, the Star Lord of Shadow Star, Kajichiro. As an SS-ranked shadow assassin with Fuso heritage, he had just found a disciple with almost identical attributes to himself, only to see them slain at the start. How could Kajichiro not be furious? However, the other Star Lords did not share Kajichiro's opinion and began to mock him. Come on, if you can't handle losing, just say so. Accusing someone of being a spy is low. Who would have thought that hiding in the dark all the time would make you so petty? Ladies and gentlemen, how can you speak of Star Lord Kajichiro like that? He's just a bit petty, unreasonable, and quick to accuse. No need to be so harsh. The Star Lords exchanged jibes, their sarcasm evident. Someone bluntly pointed out, that's right, the assessment itself carries a risk of death. Being killed means being outmatched, nothing more to say. Kajichiro, if you can't handle losing, you should have left at the start instead of making a scene now. In an instant, the surrounding Star Lords began to mock, their words cutting into Su Miaoran like sharp blades. Ing Yilong's gaze turned as cold and sharp as a knife, calculating silently. If this overwhelming pressure can't bring Su Miaoran down, then I'll find a chance to strike from the shadows. As a shadow assassin, he was confident he could eliminate Su Miaoran without anyone noticing. However, just as Ing Yilong's murderous intent was forming, a thunderous dragon's roar suddenly erupted. In a flash, a terrifying aura crashed towards Ing Yilong like a tidal wave. The force was so overwhelming that it brought the stealthy Ing Yilong to his knees, causing him to cough up blood. Simultaneously, a shocking damage number flashed above his head. As an assassin, Ing Yilong's physical defense was his weakest point. He quickly channeled all his shadow power to barely withstand the aura that almost crushed him. When he looked up, he realized that the attack came from Longting's mount, the infamous Black Dragon, the Dark Demon Dragon. Longting, how dare you attack me? Ing Yilong shouted, his voice tinged with an uncontainable panic. Are you declaring war against me? Standing atop the Dark Demon Dragon's head, Longting spoke coldly, his voice filled with disdain and warning. Humph, so what if I did? Ing Yilong, if you have any objections, come find me. But I warn you, if I discover any malicious intent towards the geniuses of my Longting Star, don't blame me when my Black Dragon flame reduces you to ashes. Amidst this tense standoff, the surrounding Star Lords were shocked to notice that Longting's Dark Demon Dragon seemed to be undergoing some sort of transformation. A faintly visible crown was forming atop its head, exuding an awe-inspiring royal aura. Gasps of disbelief echoed around. This Dark Demon Dragon is about to evolve into a Dark Demon Dragon King. Someone recalled an old, long-forgotten rumor, their voice filled with incredulous astonishment. I once heard that the Flame Lord predicted Longting's talent was among the finest of the Flame Star. Who would have thought it was true? If this evolution is truly successful, then Longting and we are on entirely different levels. In an instant, everyone present was filled with shock. Their eyes were fixed on the dark demon dragon, which exuded a faint, almost imperceptible aura of royalty. Although there was still a long way to go before a complete evolution, this subtle sign was already enough to strike fear into their hearts. Someone whispered, if there's another rebirth mission, it might actually evolve successfully. Another person agreed. That's right, Longting's talent level must have reached SS by now, maybe even SS. Ing Yan watched this scene, his face turning pale. He murmured to himself in disbelief. Impossible. How can this be? Longting glanced at Ing Yan coldly, his voice as icy as ever. Possible or not, that's none of your concern. You just need to know that people from Longting Star are not for someone as filthy as you to touch. Unless, of course, you have a death wish. As Longting finished speaking, the surrounding Star Lords felt a chill in their hearts. The strongest individuals from the Tianbei star system, whose levels ranged from LV-260 to 280, exchanged worried glances. Just last night, they had extorted resources from Longting. Now, not only had Longting's genius rightfully earned a spot, but Longting himself had become someone they might not be able to reach. They were racking their brains on how to return the resources without causing any discord. Ing Yan, hiding in the black mist, glared at Longting with resentment. In the end, he retreated unwillingly. He didn't want to risk his life against the current Longting. After all, his pride in his instant kill technique was useless against such a powerful Dragon Knight. Longting's health was astonishingly high, and his defense was terrifyingly strong. At this moment, one of the Star Lords spoke up. Longting, let's just let this go. I doubt Ing Yan has the nerve now. By the way, all 5 arenas are stable, so I think we should finalize the teams for this time. At this moment, an elderly man in a white robe stepped forward and began to speak slowly. He was the most powerful figure in the entire Tianbei galaxy, the Lord of Tianbei Star. His level had reached LV-299, and he was also the chairman of the Tianbei Star Council. Yes, since Senior Tianbei has spoken, let's leave it at that. Haha, with our current 10-member team, I think there's some hope for this dungeon run. Indeed, the probability of passing the 4th wave is estimated to be 30%. In an instant, the other Star Lords nodded in agreement. Even though their galaxies didn't have a representative selected, as long as they were part of the Tianbei galaxy, they could enjoy certain benefits. At the very least, the cost to enter this dark gold-level dungeon was less than 1/10 of that for other galaxies. This could greatly enhance the growth rate of their galaxy's strength. Since everyone agrees, then, seeing this, the Lord of Tianbei Star was about to announce the confirmation of the 10-member team list. Wait, my Longting Star's strongest genius hasn't made a move yet. How can you finalize the list? At this moment, Longting spoke up directly. His words left all the Star Lords dumbfounded. Wait, isn't Su Miaoran your Longting Star's strongest genius? Longting, are you joking? This isn't funny at all. In an instant, all the Star Lords looked at Longting in disbelief. Longting smiled slightly and was about to explain when suddenly, a message came through on his smart device. He glanced at it instinctively and immediately smiled. The next moment, he slowly raised his head, his gaze deep as he looked at the projection. My Longting Star's strongest genius has emerged. Longting Star, Purple Gold Thunderbird Dungeon Rift. With a wave of spatial fluctuations around him, a figure slowly emerged from the rift. Seeing this, the anxious Sikong Shuiyun's eyes lit up with excitement. He's out. Sikong Shuiyun breathed a sigh of relief. As the figure became clearer, it was naturally Ling Yan who emerged. You finally made it out. Any later, and you'd have to solo the dungeon. Sikong Shuiyun said with a hint of exasperation. There was a small delay. Ling Yan replied with a slight smile, though he was puzzled. Why hasn't the strongest team selection been finalized yet? Their efficiency is quite lacking. But then he smiled again. Regardless of whether the team members were chosen or not, this time he would opt to solo the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon. Because now, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. With this in mind, he directly checked his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human. Profession, Passive Plunderer, Child of Fortune. Level, LV-201. Strength, 254 billion. Agility, 1635-2000. Constitution, 156800. Soul, 2260. Innate passives, Flame Mastery LV-15, 010000. Fire Damage 1500. Thunder Mastery LV-20, 244,110 million. Thunder Damage 2000. Water Mastery LV-16, 020000. Water Damage 1600. Poison Mastery LV-9, 0512. Poison Damage 900. Ling Yan's attribute panel displayed impressive statistics. Thorn Armor LV-8, 0256. 40 chance to reflect 40 damage. King's Blood Fury LV-1 purple, 200 all attribute boost. 100. Deep Sea Heavy Water Purple, 500 Heavy Water Damage, 60 Penetration Damage per second. Lethal Poison Explosion Purple, 500 Poison Damage, 1 Health Loss per second. Endless Thunder, 500 Lightning Damage, 50 Armor Penetration, 50 Destruction Damage per second. Weapon, Purple Gold Thunderbird King Set LV20 Purple, Lightning Attribute Damage Reduction, Damage 6000, Health and Mana Recovery 60s, 40 Damage Boost against Lightning-type monsters. Currency, 300, 000 120 billion locked. Although Ling Yan's attribute points could not increase due to the level lock, his thunder power and speed enhancement had reached LV20. Combined with his newly equipped Purple Gold Thunderbird set, his combat power had surged. With a confident smirk, Ling Yan thought to himself, soloing a royal-level boss should be a breeze. Sikong Shui Yun urgently grabbed Ling Yan's hand, urging, hurry up and get a spot. If we're late, those 10 sets of high-level golden gear will be gone. Ling Yan, however, smiled and replied, no need. Sikong Shui Yun was taken aback and asked, what do you mean by no need? I'm planning to solo this dungeon, Ling Yan explained. Teaming up might mean competition for monsters, and with my current strength, there's virtually no difference between going solo and in a group. Why share the glory and the loot? Sikong Shui Yun widened her eyes in disbelief. Are you kidding? Soloing a dark gold-level dungeon? Less than 10 people in the entire human race have succeeded so far. Ling Yan confidently responded, you'll see soon enough if I'm joking. Since there are only 10 sets of high-level golden gear, I need to grab one first, or else I won't be able to speed up my dungeon runs early on. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying thunderous power erupted around Ling Yan. Under Sikong Shui Yun's astonished gaze, he transformed into a streak of purple lightning, swiftly traversing the connecting passage and speeding towards the Tianbei starship. Sikong Shui Yun watched in awe, muttering to herself, that's purple thunder power, which only appears at LV15 and above. And that speed is terrifying. If Sikong Shui Yun hadn't reached LV99 herself, she wouldn't have been able to track Ling Yan's movements. She watched as the streak of purple lightning vanished into the distance, her heart filled with shock and anticipation. Ling Yan's breakthrough in strength left Sikong Shui Yun utterly astonished. Her red eyes sparkled with both delight and confusion as she pondered. Ling Yan is only at level 20, yet even with my 20-level advantage, I can barely follow his movements. His talent must be at least SS level with speed enhancement and the power of thunder. How is this possible? How many professions has he awakened? At that moment, a rumble echoed from the platform of the Tianbei starship. A massive arena descended slowly, signaling that the candidates for the 5 combat divisions had been determined. Luo Sang stepped forward, his towering frame over 10 meters high causing everyone to hold their breath. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. In that case, leave this dungeon run to us. With me, Luo Sang, you can attack without reservation. An S-level Thunder Berserker nodded slightly. With our lineup, passing the 4th wave and gaining access to the dark gold-level dungeon is definitely within reach. Ji Wuxue glanced around disdainfully and said arrogantly, I only care about my gold set and skills. As for the battle, just make sure you don't hold me back. He glanced at his attribute panel, brimming with confidence. The others, accustomed to his attitude, turned their gaze to the sky where the Jin Xian Star Lord stood. Without hesitation, the Jin Xian Star Lord waved his hand, and in an instant, 10 sets of blood-red equipment, exuding a terrifying aura, appeared out of thin air. Upon closer inspection, they were all Dragon Slayer sets. The equipment attributes were instantly revealed to everyone. Dragon Slayer set. Level, LV20. Quality, Gold. Attributes. All attributes 3000. Damage to dragons and damage reduction 100. Mana and health regeneration, 200s. Attached skill, Dragon Soul, Roar Gold. Effect, releases the soul of a slain dragon, increasing the next attack's damage by 1 million, and absorbs Dragon Soul power for recovery 1 million. Seeing the attributes of this set, all the geniuses were thrilled. Su Miaoran thought to herself, with this set, I could easily solo the Purple Gold Thunderbird dungeon. Others also wore satisfied smiles. Previously, they could only reach the 2nd wave boss, but now they felt confident enough to challenge Emperor-level monsters directly. In addition to the Dragon Slayer set, the Jin Xian Star Lord also produced 10 purple skill books, all general amplification-type purple skills. The crowd's confidence soared even higher, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming challenges. The Dragon Slaying Secret Art Level 1, a skill of tremendous power, increases damage against dragons by 300 while consuming 20 of magic power. Its perfect combination with the dragon slaying gear ignited hope among everyone present for the upcoming Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon. The atmosphere instantly became electric as many prodigies enviously watched the 10 chosen warriors. They understood the significant gap between their own talents and those of these elites. Suspended in the sky, The Xianjin Star Lord surveyed the prodigies below with a piercing gaze. He announced solemnly, "For this dungeon, the Tianbei star system has spared no effort. The equipment requested is specifically tailored for the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon. After the assessment, you are free to choose a set of gear of the same level. As for skills, consider them a gift from us. You may select a top-tier purple skill based on your own talents." The 10 prodigies nodded in acknowledgement and prepared to step forward to receive their equipment. Suddenly, the Xianjin Star Lord's brow furrowed, and his eyes shot like lightning towards the direction of the Longting Star spacecraft. His expression froze, and his eyes widened in shock. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted, and the golden equipment and skill books vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes. As the thunder ceased, a young man clad in a purple and gold Thunderbird King set suddenly appeared before all the prodigies. The missing golden gear and skill books were now securely held in his hands. Dragon slaying gear and dragon slaying secret art? The young man's appearance and the treasures in his hands left everyone present in shock and confusion. With this gear and skills, conquering the dungeon will be a breeze. Ling Yan thought as he held the equipment glowing with a purple light, a confident smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, a burst of dazzling purple lightning erupted around him, electrifying the atmosphere and captivating the audience. Everyone present was taken aback, their eyes immediately fixed on Ling Yan. Murmurs of disbelief spread through the crowd. Where did this guy come from? He's actually a thunder element professional. Whoa, purple lightning. That's at least level 15 thunder power. Considering thunder power is rated a level higher than regular elemental classes, doesn't that make this kid at least an SS? Maybe even SS level genius? What? At least SS? Could he be from another galaxy? Someone recognized Ling Yan and exclaimed, "He's from the Longting Star's Longting ship. Could he be the legendary genius who took down the 4 ultimate bosses in the beginner village?" It must be him. Su Miaoran is talented, but her potential is only S. She couldn't possibly defeat even one ultimate boss. Compared to this young man, they're on completely different levels. In an instant, the attention of tens of thousands of geniuses focused on Ling Yan, eyes filled with disbelief. Even the few S-level talents furrowed their brows, unable to keep up with Ling Yan's incredible speed. It's not just thunder power. He must have speed enhancement too. And it's no lower level than Jing used before, someone analyzed. A shocking thought crossed everyone's minds. This kid is strong, possibly stronger than me. Ji Wuxiue stared at Ling Yan, his eyes gradually turning blood red, a fierce killing intent emanating from him. He pondered whether he had any chance of eliminating Ling Yan. Meanwhile, other chosen geniuses, especially those from combat classes, frowned deeply. They realized that Ling Yan's arrival might mean one of them could be outperformed. Ling Yan even has speed enhancement and thunder power. No wonder you said he could lead a team to the final boss, someone realized, their voice filled with awe and respect for Ling Yan's abilities. Su Miaoran finally understood why her master valued Ling Yan so much. However, she didn't realize that at this moment, her master was even more surprised than she was. Previously, she couldn't discern that Ling Yan possessed the power of thunder. Her master thought to herself that based on Ling Yan's previously displayed strength, he might even reach the final boss. But now, could he possibly clear the entire level? She quickly dismissed this idea. After all, the other team members were too weak. She fantasized that if everyone were at the SS level, fully equipped with top-tier golden gear and skills, and Ling Yan had a set of dark gold gear, success would be assured. Unfortunately, even top-tier golden gear was beyond the reach of the small Tianbei galaxy, let alone dark gold sets. Meanwhile, Long Tongue was utterly shocked. Who would have thought that your Longting Star would harbor such a super genius? Truly SS. Long Tongue, are you playing mind games now? He pondered. However, this is getting interesting. With 5 out of 4, who will be eliminated? In the control room, all the star leaders were astonished the moment Ling Yan appeared. A thunder-type genius at least SS level, combined with at least an S-level speed enhancement. They were completely reassured. If the chance of clearing the 4th wave was only 30% before, it had now risen to 90%. In the Yan God Galaxy, a genius of this caliber might appear in hundreds of mid-level galaxies only once every few years. How could they not be amazed? Longting felt somewhat dizzy. Even he was baffled when he saw Ling Yan transform into thunder and rush out. When did Ling Yan gain a thunder ability? He wondered. Luo sang, never one to miss the fun, laughed heartily. Ha! Who would have thought another genius would show up? Ji Wuxiue, which 5 are you planning to choose as the combat team? As the strongest tank, he knew he wouldn't be excluded. As expected, his words made the 5 combat experts frown. With Ling Yan's displayed talent, at least SS, how could they bear to give him up? Yet this meant one of them would have to step down. Who would willingly give up such a hard-won opportunity? At that moment, Ling Yan smiled slightly and spoke. Wait, I think you might be misunderstanding something. Everyone paused, looking at Ling Yan in confusion. I'm not planning to join a team, Ling Yan continued. So your so-called strongest 10-person squad remains the 10 of you. I'm going solo. With that, he put away his Dragon Slayer gear, preparing to enter the dark gold level dungeon alone. Boom. His words were like a bomb, instantly igniting the entire crowd. Over 100,000 geniuses were in an uproar, staring at Ling Yan in disbelief, their minds filled with a single question. Solo a dark gold level dungeon? Is he serious? Even an SSS genius couldn't solo a dark gold level dungeon. Stop. Ji Wushue's face darkened instantly as he shouted sternly. What do you mean by this? Ling Yan's words exploded like a bomb among the crowd. People who were already displeased because he had snatched the title of the top genius of the Tianbei galaxy were now seething with anger. Don't get me wrong. I just feel that there's no difference between me being solo and being in a team. It's not that you're weak, Ling Yan quickly explained, noticing their agitated expressions and realizing his words might have been misunderstood. However, his explanation only fueled the fire. What the hell? No difference between solo and team. Doesn't that mean this top 10 team is as good as non-existent? Arrogant, too arrogant. That's what you expect from an SS super genius, speaking so bluntly. If it were me, I wouldn't stand for it. The murmurs grew louder as the S-level geniuses voiced their opinions, some even itching for a fight. Those who enjoyed the spectacle nearly brought out popcorn, ready to watch the drama unfold. Among the 10-member team, only Su Miaoran seemed speechless at Ling Yan's bluntness, while the other 9 wore expressions dark enough to drip water. Even an SSS genius wouldn't dare claim they could solo a dark gold level dungeon. Who do you think you are? Coming from a small place, as expected, you can't even see the situation clearly. The team members continued to mock Ling Yan, their words filled with disdain and anger. I've never seen anyone more arrogant than Ji Wuxue. Let's see if he really has the skills, or if he's just all talk. Even Losong couldn't help but join in the sarcasm. It's one thing for the combat types to be insulted, since no one's talent could match Ling Yan's. But I'm the top tank here. Surely Ling Yan's health points can't be higher than mine. Hearing these taunts, Ling Yan raised an eyebrow. He thought he had been polite enough, but if they were determined to humiliate themselves, so be it. If you didn't like my earlier statement, let me correct it. Ling Yan said helplessly. Everyone assumed he was about to apologize, fearing the group's collective wrath. Even an SS-level genius might not prevail against all of them attacking together. An SSS might not even manage to take them all down if they scattered. Teaming up with you isn't entirely unnecessary. Ling Yan said slowly. See, the kid's going to apologize. The thought crossed everyone's mind simultaneously. Ji Wuxue and others smirked, thinking, no matter how talented you are, how can you possibly offend the entire strongest team of 10? However, Ling Yan's next words were like a heavy blow to their egos. I can easily handle the first 4 waves alone, but with you dragging me down, I might not even clear the 4th wave. For the future of the Tianbei galaxy, you should just play by yourselves. If you die in there, it'll be a huge loss for the Tianbei galaxy. After all, a set of golden equipment and purple skills are quite valuable. Ling Yan's tone was filled with contempt as he glanced around before delivering the final blow. I'm not targeting any one of you. I just mean everyone here is trash. Ling Yan's lips curled into a slight smile as he slowly voiced his thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking, the square fell silent. The onlookers widened their eyes in shock. Did Ling Yan just say these prodigies were nothing but burdens? In his eyes, the value of these top talents was less than a set of golden equipment? Such words were even more arrogant than those of an SS-level genius. The pride on the faces of the elite team members began to fade, replaced by bewilderment, which quickly turned into raging fury. How dare he insult us like this? He's courting death, Ji Wuxue roared. Let's take him down together. In an instant, all members of the elite team, except for Su Miaoran, attacked simultaneously. To them, Ling Yan's words were not only an insult, but also a disdain for the families behind them, which was more severe than killing them. However, Su Miaoran, who understood the terrifying nature of the dark gold-level dungeon, knew that while Ling Yan's words were harsh, they were not unfounded. With their lineup, passing the 4th wave was impossible. Even the Star Lords might not comprehend the horror beyond the 4th wave of the dark gold-level dungeon. In such a fearsome dungeon, they truly would only hold Ling Yan back. Can't handle a bit of truth? Your mental resilience is really poor. Ling Yan sneered. In that case, let me show you what real genius looks like. Before he finished speaking, a purple spear appeared in his hand. With a deafening thunderclap, his figure transformed into a streak of purple lightning, instantly arriving in front of Ji Wuxue. Ji Wushue's face changed drastically, and he hastily activated his golden skill, Void Flash. Shrouded in endless black mist, his figure vanished on the spot. Too slow, Ling Yan sneered, thrusting his spear towards a distant empty space. Thunder Fire Rending Spear. With a shout, a purple and red thunder fire burst forth, transforming into a devastating spear light that shot towards the empty ground with astonishing speed. At that moment, Ji Wushue's figure suddenly appeared there. He looked on in horror as the thunder fire rending spear light rushed towards him, incredulous as he roared. Impossible. How can it be so fast? Yet, before his voice could fully escape, the thunder fire engulfed him entirely. With an earth-shattering explosion, a massive damage value floated above the blast 190,000. Everyone, including the thousands of Star Lords, widened their eyes in shock. A damage of 190,000. Could a person at LV-20 wearing a purple set achieve such damage? For a moment, everyone gasped, the same thought crossing their minds. Could Ling Yan's level of thunder power have reached LV-20? However, before these Star Lords could ponder further, Ling Yan had already set his sights on the remaining few. A berserk troll, huh? Body enhancement must be quite something, right? Perfect, my physique enhancement level is a bit low. Ling Yan's lips curled into a smile as he vanished on the spot, rapidly charging towards Lo Song. Hurry, have Xian Jin stop Ling Yan, the Star Lord of Juek shouted in terror. Only then did everyone react, hastily contacting Xian Jin, but it was too late. Ling Yan appeared instantly before Lo Song and the others, striking out with a palm. Endless thunderclap. In an instant, countless terrifying bolts of thunder rained down on Lo Song and the other 7 or 8 prodigies. Damn it, I'm a berserk troll, you think you can one-shot me? Lo Song roared. With LV-14 physique enhancement and LV-12 strength enhancement, his health was 10 times that of an ordinary person, reaching over 300,000, with astonishing defense. However, Lo Zhang's speed was too slow to evade Ling Yan's thunder power. Even if the deceased Jing Yu and Ji Wuxue, both with extremely high speed enhancements, were still alive, they could not escape Ling Yan's thousands of thunder strikes. The thunderous roar was incessant, as the massive thunders struck these prodigies. Instantly, the weaker ones turned into scattered charcoal. One by one, horrific damage values appeared above these prodigies' heads. Although each thunder strike could only deal single damage, they carried an armor-piercing attribute. Even with the strongest defensive skills, these prodigies could not completely negate the thunder's attack. When the thunder reduced their defense by 50%, coupled with the 40 armor penetration effect of the purple gold Thunderbird King set, they were left with only 10% of their defense, and the next thunder strike killed them instantly. All 7 prodigies, except Lo Song, died instantly. Even with over 400,000 health, Lo Song, with only 10% defense left, had little resistance against these thunders. Additionally, with bad luck triggering 4 critical hits, just 4 heavenly thunders depleted over 300,000 of his health. At this moment, Lo Zhang's 10-meter-tall body had been blasted into a massive piece of charcoal. He gritted his teeth and roared. I still have 100,000 health left. I refuse to believe your last heavenly thunder can one-shot me. Lo Song shouted in a mix of anger and shock, his eyes locked onto the sky, filled with thunderbolts. He knew well that Ling Yan was unleashing the ultimate move of the purple gold Thunderbird King Endless Thunder. Though the sky was filled with lightning, only the final strike held true power. Lo Song calculated silently that if he could withstand this last blow, reinforcements would surely arrive in time. Boom. The final bolt of lightning struck Lo Song in an instant. In that moment, a deafening roar echoed across the land. Before Lo Song could react, his massive body exploded into countless fragments. The mighty giant demon, the strongest tank, had perished, leaving only charred remains with no trace left behind. A massive damage value appeared where Lo Song fell. The square fell into a dead silence. People looked on in disbelief. Lo Song was actually dead. Ling Yan had killed him with a single skill. Even against a king-level monster, a powerful move would at most reduce a third of Lo Zhang's health. Yet, under Ling Yan's hand, he was killed in one strike. At that moment, Jin Xian received an urgent message from the Lord of Tianbei Star and others, asking him to stop Ling Yan. Jin Xian looked at the charred remains on the ground, his mouth twitching. He thought helplessly, now you think of asking me to stop him, but it's too late. Jin Xian had considered intervening, but as an examiner, he had asked whether to prevent potential fatalities. Almost all the Star Lords had dismissed this idea. They believed it was a battle, not child's play, and deaths were normal. Moreover, even with a noticeable talent gap, one wouldn't be instantly killed by an opponent of the same level. If someone didn't have basic survival skills, being killed by a stronger opponent was understandable. They even imagined the appearance of a genius capable of instantly defeating opponents, thinking that if one person were killed, others would wisely concede. So when Ling Yan announced he would challenge everyone alone, Jin Xian hesitated only briefly. He assumed Ling Yan wouldn't be instantly killed and that others would have a chance to surrender before being killed. Unfortunately, that brief hesitation cost him the chance to save a life. Boom. This terrifying scene sent everyone on the deck into a frenzy. People exclaimed repeatedly. He was killed instantly. Even Lo Song was killed instantly. Did I see that right? Fatal attacks appeared 2 or 3 times in a row, and almost every strike was a critical hit, even a decisive strike. What incredible luck. No wonder Ling Yan said having these 10 people fight together would just be a burden. It turns out he was right. In that instant, all eyes were fixed in shock on Ling Yan. The brutal scenes of battle replayed in their minds, and the scent of blood seemed to linger in the air. If everyone were to enter the dungeon together as a 10-member team, they feared they would merely be a burden to Ling Yan. Reflecting on Ling Yan's initial remark, "There's no need to form a team," they had thought he was insulting them. But now it was clear that his words had been more than polite. Ling Yan's strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. With a single move, he had annihilated all his opponents, his ruthless methods striking fear into their hearts. The scene was silent, save for the gentle breeze sweeping across the battlefield. Eventually, someone couldn't help but voice their concern, questioning whether Ling Yan had gone too far. It was just a conflict. Was it necessary to go to such extremes? This comment immediately sparked a fierce rebuttal from those around. Brutal? Didn't you hear Ji Wuxue threaten to kill Ling Yan from the start? So, these geniuses from big families are allowed to kill, but others can't fight back? When geniuses of the same level clash, a single move can determine life or death. If he hadn't made a decisive strike, who knows if they would have ambushed him? If they succeeded in ambushing him, it would be Ling Yan who'd be dead. What are you barking about? Haven't these people killed enough during the assessments? Which of those in combat hasn't at least got a few lives on their hands? A torrent of angry retorts drowned out those who felt Ling Yan had gone too far, and soon all dissenting voices disappeared, leaving the scene silent once more. Su Miaoran looked at Ling Yan in awe, her heart filled with admiration. This genius from the same planet and city as her had such astonishing strength. She realized that she hadn't exchanged more than a few words with Ling Yan until now. Master, his power is incredible. Su Miaoran couldn't help but murmur in amazement. The elder beside her nodded in agreement. This young man's hidden strength is indeed terrifying. Even in single combat, he could likely pass the fourth wave of the assessment. His gaze at Ling Yan was full of admiration. It seems your Tianbei star system has produced a true super genius. A voice filled with intrigue echoed in Su Miaoran's mind. Once you enter the Yan God Galaxy, if developed properly, you might even become a formidable force ruling a large galaxy. These words sent a shiver through her, and she was further astonished to hear her master believe that Ling Yan could single-handedly conquer the fourth wave. She pondered the significance of passing the fourth wave alone. It meant Ling Yan could effortlessly clear the Golden Dungeon by himself. It's important to note that the final boss in the Golden Dungeon's fourth wave is not just one entity. Such talent undeniably reached the SSS level. Meanwhile, in the spacious control room of the Tianbei starship, the Star Lords watched the projected images in silence. The Star Lords of planets whose prodigies were slain by Ling Yan wore grim expressions. Some lost apprentices, others lost descendants. Yet, under the current circumstances, they couldn't act out. After all, 9 individuals had provoked him and were all instantly defeated by one person. After a long silence, the Tianbei Star Lord sighed and broke the quiet. Gentlemen, what do we do now? Are we really going to let Ling Yan tackle the final assessment alone? He paused and continued. Ling Yan's strength is evident. With his abilities, the likelihood of passing the fourth wave solo is high. Since he doesn't want to team up, let him proceed alone. If he fails, we can have him join a team. At this point, Long Tongue stepped forward, smiling. Even I am surprised by Ling Yan's sudden surge in power. He might even reach SSS level, though the chances are slim. The surrounding Star Lords nodded in agreement. However, someone quickly raised a new concern. What about Ji Wuxue and the others? Their talents are also quite strong. In a typical year, our Tianbei Galaxy produces only one S-level talent. But this year, besides Ling Yan, we've had 4. We can't just let them die, can we? This question plunged the control room back into deep thought. Everyone was weighing how to handle this complex situation, ensuring Ling Yan received the respect and opportunity he deserved while not overlooking the value of other talents. The atmosphere grew tense and delicate. A Star Master spoke with a complex expression, his words revealing deep internal conflict. The reality of the Tianbei Galaxy's lack of resources forced him to weigh the pros and cons. The benefits brought by Ling Yan far exceeded those of the 9 talents by dozens of times, yet the thought of losing these rare talents filled him with regret. Ladies and gentlemen, the master of Tianbei Galaxy took a deep breath. If we can make the Tianbei Galaxy stronger, the resources we gain will also increase. What do you think? These words plunged everyone present into deep thought. The Resurrection card, a rare item only dropped in gold level or higher dungeons, suddenly became the focus. It not only had limited uses, but also required different levels of cards based on the level of the subject being resurrected. Legend has it that there exists an even higher level red resurrection card, capable of reviving talents above SSS. However, such a resurrection card has never appeared in human history. To date, no one has been able to clear a red dungeon. Even the strongest pioneering team, led by a level super strong individual with 9 SS level or higher super strong individuals, ended in a tragic outcome with 4 deaths and 6 severely injured. Because of this, Ling Yan in the previous life was meticulously protected. If he died, there would be no chance of resurrection. After all, his professional level was capped at level, requiring a red resurrection card to be effective. However, in this life, Ling Yan clearly understood that his professional level was not limited to level. With more time, he could even replicate countless level professions. The gold resurrection card, though not as precious as the red one, was still expensive. Even when split among over 1,000 star masters, it was a considerable expense. For those who needed to contribute 30, this cost could take 2 or 3 decades to recover. Yet, they did not feel the pain, as it was for their own talents. Such talents might not appear on their planets even in a century. At worst, they could have these talents repay the money in the future. At this moment, the master of Longting Star stepped forward with a determined expression and said, "Everyone, with Ling Yan here, this dungeon exploration is sure to succeed. If Ling Yan can solo successfully, then Longting Star will receive 100 of the dungeon's profits. For the future of the Tianbei Galaxy, Longting Star is willing to lend 20 of the cost to resurrect these talents. Even if the solo attempt fails, they can team up with the other 9 talents, and they can pay the cost themselves. However, let me be clear, this money is a loan and must be repaid." With Longting's words, all the Star Masters suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, if Ling Yan could solo the 4th wave successfully, the entire dungeon's profits would belong to Longting Star. It was known that the funds required to enter a dark gold-level dungeon were immense. This level of dungeon not only offered higher monster experience points, but also did not require active searching, as monsters would come in overwhelming waves, significantly boosting the speed of monster farming. Even the drop rates far exceeded the norm, especially for beginner dungeons, which are in high demand. Launching a beginner-level gold dungeon is like having a money tree. Ling Yan's solo success means Longting Star's assets will multiply dozens of times within a year. In less than a century, Longting Star is bound to become the wealthiest planet in the entire Tianbei Galaxy. A mere 20% share is just a drop in the bucket for them. More importantly, all their planet's geniuses will enjoy a 90% discount when entering the dungeons from now on. This will significantly enhance the entire Tianbei Galaxy's strength. Thinking of this, the Star Masters present couldn't help but be envious of Longting Star. This rule originates from the Earth Federation. No matter how profitable a dungeon is, no one dares to covet it. Since Longting Star's master has already expressed agreement, other Star Masters chimed in. "I have no objections." "I agree too." In no time, all Star Masters nodded in agreement. Although it was a loan, they weren't the ones repaying it, so they were naturally happy to contribute less. Subsequently, everyone quickly pooled the funds, and the Tianbei Star Master entered the Apocalypse continent to purchase a total of 12 golden resurrection talismans from the Apocalypse Mall. Since they were reviving, they decided to revive everyone at once. In the command room, over 1,000 Star Masters watched the void intently. The Tianbei Star Master slowly announced the list of players to be revived. Ji Wuxue, Luosang Jingyu. As soon as the words fell, 10 golden resurrection cards exploded instantly, turning into countless light particles. These particles quickly gathered, finally forming the figures of those super geniuses. They slowly opened their eyes, looking around in confusion, momentarily bewildered. "Weren't we fighting Ling Yan? How do we end up here?" Luosang immediately recognized his master, towering like a mountain at 1,000 meters tall. Upon hearing this, Juk was furious, roaring, "How dare you speak? 9 of you got taken down by one person. Do you even know how to play?" This was not just about money. It was a loss of face. 10 people were defeated in one move, and one of them was a super tank. The most embarrassing part being that this tank was his apprentice. "What? We got taken down." Only then did the 2 support-type geniuses recall. "Yeah, after Ji Wuxue was taken down by Ling Yan, we also fell one after another." They finally realized they had been resurrected, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. After all, the usage of resurrection cards is limited. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Where's my gear? Wait, my skills are gone too." Only then did everyone notice that not only were their gear gone, but their skills were also nearly wiped out. Damn, it must have been looted by Ling Yan. My fury of thunder, I begged my family for ages to get that. Damn Ling Yan. Suddenly, curses filled the air, full of resentment towards Ling Yan. Ling Yan's achievements astonished everyone. He not only defeated his opponents, but also seized their equipment, skills, and even some passive abilities. Although the passive abilities remained, these geniuses had suffered significant losses. "Everything's gone. The drop rate is insanely high," someone exclaimed. "Technically, it's impossible for everything to drop like that," another person agreed. "Maybe it's just an extraordinary stroke of luck. Geniuses often have luck that ordinary people can't compare to," someone speculated. The Star Lords saw that the geniuses killed by Ling Yan were almost completely stripped of their possessions and frowned. The drop rate was indeed terrifyingly high, but they quickly came to terms with it. Geniuses are often considered such because of their extraordinary fortune, awakening extremely powerful professions. With such fortune, it stands to reason that their drop rates would be higher than usual. Although Ling Yan's luck seemed outrageous, Who could say that someone with great luck couldn't have another stroke of fortune? At that moment, a jarring voice broke the silence. What? 9 of you were killed by one person? Pathetic. Jingyu suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, and what about Su Miaoran who killed me? Could it be that no one revived her, and she's dead for good? Well, she was just an genius, not worthy of revival. Ha ha ha. In the end, I'm still the winner. Jingyu couldn't stop laughing, but the Star Lords around him watched his clownish behavior with twitching lips. This fool clearly didn't know that not only was Su Miaoran alive and well, but she also obtained golden equipment and purple skills. And Jingyu's survival was entirely due to Long Tongue covering 20 of the revival cost. Hold on. Long Tongue suddenly spoke up. I remember that aside from me, no one else was willing to pay to save Jingyu, right? Tianbei Sr., did you cover the extra cost yourself? If that's the case, I'll pay for all of it. Star-Lord Tianbei explained. No need for that. Jingyu was revived with 80 funded by Ing Yilong himself. He paid? No way. Long Tongue scoffed. Hearing this, Ing Yilong felt insulted and snorted. Humph. I, Ing Yilong, can afford the revival cost for my disciple. I don't need your pity. Long Tongue, no longer pretending, showed disappointment instead. What I wanted was the interest. Too bad, you actually paid 80. Interest? Ing Yilong was initially confused but then realized. Oh right, revivals can have interest set on them. How did I forget that? Damn it. Long Tongue, how much interest did you set for my disciple? As Long Tongue spoke, the surrounding Star Lords suddenly understood. They realized that the huge debt Jingyu incurred from this revival would likely keep him working to pay it off for the rest of his life. As soon as Long Tongue finished speaking, the group of geniuses looked at each other in shock, as if struck by lightning. They had initially thought the Star Lord of the Tianbei system was generously funding their revival, only to find out it was a loan with high interest. Long Tongue smirked slightly, his gaze sweeping over them with a hint of mockery in his voice. Listen up, boys. 20 of the funds used to revive you are temporarily loaned from Longting Star. According to the standards of the Tianqi continent, the annual interest rate is 10. Don't even think about defaulting. Pay Ling Yan directly, with interest due monthly. If you dare forget, be prepared to die again. He specifically looked at Jingyu, emphasizing, Jingyu, your interest rate is 16. Before he finished speaking, Long Tongue turned to the other geniuses, his tone suddenly becoming gentle and nagging. The stark contrast left everyone present dumbfounded. What the hell? 10 interest? One genius couldn't help but curse, and others quickly caught on. 10 annual interest? Why not just rob us? Someone muttered under their breath, but quickly fell silent at Long Tongue's gaze. Considering the astronomical cost of the revival card, even geniuses from prominent families felt dizzy. With their talent and growth speed, it might take 60 or 70 years to repay it. By then, the debt could have increased 20-fold. However, they had no choice. Preconditions were set before revival, and if violated, the revival card would immediately become invalid, resulting in instant death. Although these conditions had certain limits, the maximum interest rate could reach 16, which was the rate for Jingyu. While the other geniuses found it unfair, they could still accept it. However, for Ing Yilong and Jingyu, Long Tongue clearly treated them differently, setting their interest at the maximum. For Jingyu, this meant that after a century, the interest alone would be at least 100 times the principal. Although young, the geniuses present understood the terrifying nature of compound interest. They all looked at Jingyu with a mix of sympathy and relief that it wasn't them. This debt would likely cast a long shadow over their future. In an instant, the atmosphere in the conference hall froze. The other Star Lords exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with shock and sudden realization. Damn, so that's it. One Star Lord muttered under his breath. I was wondering why Long Ting suddenly became so generous, even offering to cover Jingyu's medical expenses. Didn't expect he was setting us up for this. The figure of 16% interest echoed in everyone's minds. Even if Jingyu were to become a Star Lord in the future, it would be nearly impossible to repay such a massive debt. The Star Lords present couldn't help but gasp, some even murmuring. It's terrifying, even worse than a loan shark. Recalling Long Tongue's previous righteous demeanor, the corners of the Star Lords' mouths twitched simultaneously. They realized Long Tongue was far from benevolent. Among the 12 geniuses present, 10 had perished at the hands of Long Tongue's star geniuses. With Long Tang's vengeful nature, his willingness to lend money clearly had ulterior motives. This kid probably planned this all along, an older Star Lord analyzed quietly. It's a pity for these so-called geniuses. They've just stepped out of the beginner's village and are already burdened with debts they might never repay. Who told them to provoke those they shouldn't have? Another Star Lord chimed in. If they lack strength, they shouldn't take others' courtesy as an insult. Who else should be eliminated if not them? Discussions buzzed around, with Ling Yan's name repeatedly mentioned. This time, Ling Yan's hit the jackpot. The newly revived Ji Wuxue and others listened to the chatter around them, their expressions turning grim. They realized that after regaining life, they'd spend the rest of their days working off their debt to Ling Yan. The frustration was suffocating. What made them feel even more hopeless was that with Long Tongue naming Ling Yan as the creditor, they could never act against him. Any hostile action would nullify the revival card's effect, leading to their immediate death. At least until the debt was cleared, they dared not make a move. Some speculated that this might be Long Tang's way of protecting Ling Yan indirectly. After all, Long Tongue Star hadn't yet gained any subsequent revenue from the instance, and the money Long Tongue provided was likely all his savings. His grand gesture undoubtedly paved a path for Ling Yan toward becoming a formidable force. Everyone present had to admit that Long Tongue's move was both strategic and considerate, seeking revenge, protecting his own, and laying the groundwork for future growth. As soon as the words of the master of Tianbei Star fell, the eyes of the resurrected geniuses sparkled with hope. They realized that if they could clear the fourth wave of the dungeon before Ling Yan, they could repay their debts within a year or two. Even more exciting was the fact that they not only possessed the dragon-slaying set and secret technique, but also had an unclaimed reward up purple skill. Without hesitation, they entered the Apocalypse Rift and arrived at the Apocalypse continent. They quickly used their privilege as SS-level geniuses of the Human Federation to purchase skills suitable for themselves at the Apocalypse Mall. Then, they swiftly left the control room and headed to the deck. A single thought ignited in each of their minds. If they were fast enough, they could break free from the shackles of debt. However, resurrection was not without cost. Although they had escaped a calamity, what awaited them might be a lifetime of hard work. The resurrection card, while powerful, had its limitations. The Human Alliance offered one free resurrection opportunity to those with a certain level of talent and rank, on the condition that they remained loyal to humanity. Some ill-intentioned individuals had abused the resurrection card, attempting to deplete the resurrection chances of geniuses through repeated resurrection and killing. To counter this, the Apocalypse continent established a mechanism. Resurrected individuals could choose to forfeit their resurrection within 3 days, dying directly, without consuming a resurrection chance. This effectively curbed malicious actions by hostile forces, as the price of a resurrection card was high, and the cost of losing the gamble too steep. They would only risk it when facing a super genius. At this moment, Ling Yan was unaware that Ji Wuxue and others had been resurrected, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. His attention was entirely on the back-end list. Congratulations, player, for killing the opponent, Ji Wuxue. Experience points gained, 300 million. Star coins, 30 million. Congratulations, player, for killing the opponent, Lo Song. Experience points gained, 300 million. Star coins, 30 million. Congratulations, player, for killing the opponent, Su Hanhua. Experience points gained, 150 million. Star coins, 15 million. Looking at these notifications, Ling Yan couldn't help but scoff. Trash. 9 of them combined don't even give as much experience as a single king-level monster. Although these individuals were as powerful as king-level monsters of the same rank, the experience points they gave were far less. When Ling Yan defeated the Purple Gold Thunderbird King, it alone granted him a whopping 10 billion experience points. These SS-level geniuses combined didn't reach that number, only slightly higher than ordinary leader-level monsters. However, what Ling Yan truly cared about wasn't the experience points and star coins. The system notifications continued to flash. Detected passives: Speed Enhancement LV13, Body Enhancement LV13, Strength Enhancement LV11, Dark Mastery LV15, Thunder Mastery LV13, Vitality LV4, Titanium Body LV11. Plunder Success Rate 0.00000001. Fortune Wheel activated. Success Rate Multiplier 100 billion times. Success rate increased to 10. Congratulations, player, on successfully plundering passives. Dark Mastery LV15, Curse Mastery LV11, Vitality LV4. Fortune Wheel activated. Drop rate increased by 10,000 times. Acquired equipment: Shadow Hunter set LV20 purple, Giant King set LV20 purple. Acquired skills: Void Flash Gold, Berserk Giant / purple, Life Revival purple. In an instant, all the genius's equipment and skills were looted by Ling Yan. Not only that, but he also gained 3 powerful passives. 1. Dark Mastery LV15 allows control over dark forces, increasing the power of dark-type skills by 1500. 2. Curse Mastery LV11 enhances negative-type skills by 100 to 1100. 3. Vitality LV4 increases lifespan by 400, allows control over life force to heal any damage, and enhances healing-type skills by 400. Ling Yan was pleased with these newly acquired passive attributes and loaded them without hesitation. Instantly, 3 types of energy surged through his body, eventually converging into 3 massive elemental spheres in his mind: black, gray, and green. Not far from these new spheres hovered the fiery red flame power sphere, the purple thunder power sphere, and other passive elemental spheres like earth power and wind power. Ling Yan was particularly intrigued by the vitality. Even at just LV4, it reached SS level, and the value of this passive was astounding. Considering the 400 lifespan boost, he marveled at the era's lifespan disparities. Ordinary people could live to around 100 years, while the lifespan of the strong increased significantly with their power. Second-tier powerhouses LV50100 had a lifespan of 150 years, third-tier powerhouses LV100150 200 years, and fourth-tier powerhouses 500 years. Fifth-tier powerhouses like Seekong Jian LV200 had lifespans soaring to 1,000 years. For geniuses with vitality, even ordinary people could have a lifespan comparable to fourth-tier powerhouses. This terrifying boost filled Ling Yan with anticipation for the future. The lifespan of a Tier 4 warrior is more than twice that of a Tier 6 warrior, which means they have more opportunities to advance to higher levels. However, those with life force face a dilemma. Offensive life skills are extremely rare. With only ordinary skills, their combat ability is no different from the average person, with the sole advantage being their near immortality. Although ranked as S level, their leveling speed is much slower than geniuses of the same level, and even slower than ordinary levels. No matter how long they live, their ultimate achievements are only comparable to a regular S level. Ling Yan was eager to harness the power of life force. He planned to travel to the Tianqi continent to hunt monsters possessing life force to acquire passive skills and other useful abilities. He firmly believed that this astonishingly fundamental ability, combined with life-extending passive skills, would be incredibly promising. At that moment, Ling Yan noticed the skill, Life Resurrection, being revealed. It's a purple-quality LV1 skill with astounding effects. Instantly restores 50,000 health points to the target, with an additional 1 health recovery per second for 10 seconds. The recovery range is 10 meters, affecting up to 10 people simultaneously. It requires consuming 20 of total magic power to use, and the learning condition is LV20 with Life Force Mastery of at least LV1. Ling Yan quickly calculated that if this skill were upgraded to LV4, its effects would quadruple, instantly restoring 200,000 health points, with a 4 recovery per second, totaling 40 health recovery over 10 seconds. The range would expand to 40 meters, and the target limit would increase to 40 people. Such terrifying healing power, even at LV1, could turn enemies into unkillable pests, let alone at higher levels. However, even such formidable healing abilities were futile before Ling Yan. His attacks were too swift, instantly killing enemies, leaving no chance for them to use such skills. Speaking of the most powerful skills, Ji Wushue's Void Blink was unmatched. This golden quality skill allowed instantaneous teleportation to any position within 10 meters and entering a void state. It had no cooldown or cast time, only requiring 10 magic power consumption. The learning conditions were stringent, requiring Dark Mastery and Speed Mastery both at LV5 or higher, or having any one of Void, Space, or Teleportation Mastery at LV1. Void Blink almost touched the realm of spatial teleportation. Ling Yan was able to defeat Ji Wuxue solely due to his unimaginable speed. As Ji Wuxue teleported, Ling Yan's attack had already struck, giving no time for reaction. If not for the vast disparity in strength, one with this skill could almost remain undefeated until their magic was exhausted. For this reason, the learning threshold for Void Blink is extremely high. Even Ji Wushue's LV15 Dark Mastery could only extend the teleportation distance to 30 meters. However, for those proficient in space, void, or teleportation skills, the difficulty of learning this skill is significantly reduced. A glint of shrewdness flickered in Ling Yan's eyes. He mused that geniuses adept in spatial manipulation and teleportation naturally possessed teleportation abilities, making Void Mastery seem the only remaining valuable skill. Nonetheless, these prodigies were indeed remarkable, each one a treasure in their own right. They not only had high passive levels, but also boasted numerous powerful skills and equipment. Ling Yan's lips curled into a sly smile as he surveyed his surroundings, plotting his future moves. Although he was momentarily tempted to target these human geniuses, he quickly dismissed the idea. After all, he wasn't deranged enough to harm his own kind. Suddenly, a grander plan formed in Ling Yan's mind. He remembered that besides the human race, there were other races in the galaxy, long-standing enemies for tens of thousands of years. If he could eliminate the super geniuses of these races, it would undoubtedly infuriate these powerful races. Ling Yan secretly resolved that upon reaching the Apocalypse continent, he would specifically target the strong members of these races. For now, however, enhancing his own strength was the priority. Ling Yan unhesitatingly commanded the system. System, learn all the skills available, and include the dragon-slaying secret technique. The system promptly responded. Ding. Command received. Congratulations on learning the following skills. Void Flash LV1 Gold, Life Revival LV1 Purple, Furious Thunder Rage LV1 Purple, Blood Depletion LV1 Purple, Reduces target's maximum health by 10 for a short duration. Dragon Slaying Secret Technique LV1 Purple. Increases damage to Dragon-type monsters by 300 for 1 minute. Consumed 10,000 mana. In an instant, the memories of learning these skills surged into Ling Yan's mind. Due to class restrictions, he ultimately mastered only 5 skills, including the Dragon Slaying Secret Technique. Ling Yan was surprised to discover that the curse effect of blood depletion couldn't be directly enhanced to 11-fold, prompting him to ponder how to further amplify the power of this skill. Ling Yan furrowed his brows in thought, suddenly realizing a critical issue. Wait a minute, if a 10 reduction in maximum health is increased 11-fold, wouldn't that mean it would drop to 0 and even become negative? He murmured to himself. If that were the case, I would have died instantly when I was hit by the curse effect before. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. If the curse profession truly had such power, it would undoubtedly become the most formidable force. After all, a 110 reduction in maximum health would mean even gods wouldn't escape instant annihilation. Ling Yan's thoughts shifted to his newly acquired skill. The Wrath of Thunder was a stark contrast to Endless Thunder, focusing on a single target thunder attack. It could instantly summon a thunderbolt of incredible power, unleashing 1,000 spell damage. While it lacked sustained damage, its burst potential was terrifying. When dealing with groups, this skill's output might not even reach 1% of Endless Thunders. Ling Yan weighed silently. But against a single formidable enemy, the instant burst damage is downright terrifying. He concluded, Endless Thunder excels in group attacks and slow kills, while Wrath of Thunder focuses on instant kills. Each has its strengths. However, what truly excited Ling Yan was the Dragon Slayer set he had just acquired. He eagerly donned the blood-red armor, and in an instant, a surge of power coursed through his entire body. Boom! It was as if an invisible explosion had erupted within him. Ling Yan was astonished to find that compared to the previous Purple Thunderbird King set, which only increased all attributes by 1,200 points, the Dragon Slayer gear boosted all attributes by a staggering 3,000 points. Instantly, he felt his strength soar by 1,800 points. With his heart racing, Ling Yan couldn't wait to open his attribute panel and examine it closely. The attribute table displayed. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human. Profession, Passive Plunderer, Child of Destiny. Level, LV201291 billion. Strength, 3,360. Agility, 343520001441100000. Constitution, 33608007256. Soul, 4060. Innate passives. Fire Mastery LV15010-000. Fire Damage 1500. Thunder Mastery LV22441100000. Thunder Damage 2000. Dark Mastery LV15010-000. Dark Damage 1500. Curse Mastery LV11020000. Curse Effect 1001100. Skills. King's Blood Fury LV1 Purple. 200 All Attribute Boost. Void Instant Flash Gold. Can teleport to any location within a 10-meter radius. Life Revival Purple. 50,000 health boost. 1 health regeneration per second. Endless Thunder. 500 thunder damage. 50 armor penetration. 50 destruction damage per second. Weapon. Dragon Slayer set LV 20 gold. Dragon damage reduction. Damage 100. Health and mana recovery 200s. Damage accumulation 01. 000. Currency. 120.3 billion. As Ling Yan looked at this detailed attribute table, he marveled inwardly. He knew there were many other skills and passive abilities that weren't shown on this table because they were either not important enough or recently acquired. Yet, even so, the data before him gave him a clearer understanding of his own strength. This is the legendary Dragon Slayer set. It gleams with golden light and exudes an imposing aura, leaving everyone in awe. The crowd's eyes were filled with envy, as such a golden set is rarely seen, even by S-level geniuses, let alone having the chance to wear it. Only the strongest team deserves to wear such divine armor, someone remarked. Unfortunately, the strongest team now has only Su Miaoran left. What should we do with the remaining Dragon Slayer set? Another person asked. At that moment, a voice interrupted their discussion. Do you think death is really the end? Ever heard of a resurrection card? A resurrection card? The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Is there really such a thing? Yes, the person explained. Resurrection cards do exist, but they can only drop from Emperor-level monsters. Their price is so steep that it rivals golden equipment. We S-level geniuses wouldn't even have a chance to see one if we weren't from prominent families. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but lament the unfairness of the world. However, the person continued, what's unfair about it? Blame it on your bad luck or lack of talent. If you had enough talent, you'd even get free resurrection opportunities. Once again, all eyes focused on the Dragon Slayer set on Ling Yan, their envy palpable. This golden set might be something they could never wear in their lifetime. Just then, Ling Yan spoke up. Senior, may I enter the dungeon now? Meanwhile, on the deck of the Tianbei starship, Ling Yan also inquired of the Jin Xian Star Lord in the sky. Jin Xian nodded slightly. Yes, anytime. The same goes for everyone else. All right, I'm off then. Ling Yan smiled slightly and walked without hesitation towards the rift hovering above the deck. Suddenly, Ling Yan approached Su Miaoran, as if remembering something. Su Miaoran, I apologize for including you when I insulted those fools earlier. Ling Yan's words left the people around them stunned. They didn't expect the arrogant Ling Yan to apologize. Could he be interested in Su Miaoran? Although Su Miaoran was cold by nature, she was indeed as beautiful as a fairy. Su Miaoran responded coolly. You weren't wrong. My strength does hold us back. Ling Yan smiled helplessly. You're still the same. You'd look better if you smiled more. With that, he stepped into the dungeon rift. With a wave of spatial distortion, Ling Yan's figure vanished from the deck. Su Miaoran frowned slightly, pondering. Did he know me before? Ling Yan's attitude towards her was as if they were old acquaintances. Shaking her head, Su Miaoran decided not to dwell on it. Never mind, I'm going in too. If what my master said is true, the items that can drop from this dungeon will be extremely useful to me. She looked in the direction Ling Yan had gone, her gaze turning serious. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from a nearby hatch. Immediately, 11 powerful auras burst forth, with Ji Wuxue and 8 others among them. Damn it, we're still late, they said with grim expressions. Ling Yan has already gone in. The group was secretly anxious, knowing that if Ling Yan cleared the 4th wave before them, they might spend the rest of their lives in debt. Unless they sought help from their families to pay off the debt, which could be even more dangerous than owing money to Longting Star. After all, some families had wealth surpassing the entire Longting Star. However, the collective thoughts were interrupted by a commotion. Ji Wuxue and Lo Song appeared before them. How is this possible? Weren't they dead? Someone exclaimed. Of course, they used resurrection cards, another person calmly analyzed. Using 12 at once is no small feat. It must have cost money pooled from thousands of planets, and we'll likely see a portion deducted from our resources in the future. This speculation made the geniuses present gasp. The value of resurrection cards was indeed staggering, but what pained them more was the possibility that they might end up footing the bill. Jingyu scanned the crowd but saw no sign of Su Miaoran, which ignited his fury. He had just learned that Su Miaoran, who had killed him, was still alive, and he was ready to seek revenge. In his view, his previous failure was entirely due to his own carelessness, not anticipating the opponent's substitute trick. At that moment, Ji Wuxue coldly commanded, Jingyu, join our team. Jingyu erupted in anger. Is this how you invite someone? Before he finished speaking, a blood-red longsword was already pressed against his neck. Feeling the powerful dark energy emanating from the blade, Jingyu's expression changed, and he quickly retracted his words. Ill join. Ill join. It was then he realized that although he feared no one else present, Ji Wuxue was an exception. Their talents were similar, but Ji Wuxue excelled in every aspect. If they were to fight, Jingyu would undoubtedly lose. Ji Wuxue snorted, picked up the remaining 8 sets of golden armor, and led Lo Song and the others into the dungeon. Notably, 2 of the geniuses had inferior armor, with attributes that weren't specifically designed to counter the dungeon's monsters. Interesting, it seems Ji Wuxue and his group want to compete with Ling Yan for speed, observers speculated. Although Ling Yan's strength could easily crush their group of 10, that's assuming they're careless. Moreover, when it comes to dungeon speedruns, 10 people are surely faster than 1. Indeed, this will be exciting to watch. Let's head into. Opportunities to enter a dark gold-level dungeon are rare. We can't waste this chance to get in for free. With that, the remaining tens of thousands of geniuses quickly formed teams after a brief discussion and surged into the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon. For them, opportunities to enter a dark gold-level dungeon were exceedingly rare, perhaps once in a decade, so they were eager not to miss out. Time has flown by, and 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the prodigies have been free to access the LV-20 dungeon, which has been an unexpected boon for them. However, this level of the dungeon is merely a temporary advantage. Unlike Ling Yan, who is exceptional, they can't gain much experience and equipment from low-level dungeons. Soon, they will need to level up and seek more suitable challenges. As waves of spatial fluctuations occurred, the prodigies entered the dungeon one after another. In the control room, the Star Lords held their breath, hoping someone would be the first to successfully conquer it. This was about more than just immediate victory. It would also affect the future growth rate of these novice prodigies. Time is power, and every minute saved could be a precious opportunity for future breakthroughs to higher levels. Amidst this tense atmosphere, a piercing alarm suddenly resounded throughout the control room. Alert! Alert! An unidentified battleship is approaching. The AI's voice carried a hint of urgency. What's happening? All the Star Lords frowned instantly, their expressions grave. The North Star Lord immediately commanded. lock onto the unidentified battleship's position. Analyze the battleship data. The AI quickly processed the information and delivered a shocking result. Analysis complete. The unidentified battleship is a 7th-tier ship from the Starlu clan. The level is too high. Specific data cannot be analyzed. Alert! Our data has been compromised. This news hit like a sledgehammer, shattering the composure of everyone present. A 7th-tier battleship is a colossal entity that only those above level 300 have the right to command. In comparison, the North Star system's proud 6th-tier ships seemed insignificant. What was more alarming was that the intruders were from the Starlu clan, one of the 4 major races in the galaxy, whose profound heritage far surpassed that of humans. The Starlu clan? How dare they intrude into the Flame God system? Someone exclaimed. Are they looking for war? Have they lost their minds? Panic spread like a tide, and all the Star Lords' faces turned extremely grim. Faced with a level 300 and above powerhouse with a 7th-tier ship, they had no chance of winning. The North Star Lord quickly contacted the highest commander of the Flame God system, the Flame God. However, the response he received darkened his expression further. What did Lord Flame God say? Longting couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with unease. The North Star Lord sighed deeply. This time, it seems our North Star system will miss out on this dark, gold-level dungeon. What happened? Everyone inquired, their brows furrowed. The North Star Lord slowly revealed a little-known secret. Lord Flame God sent word that 70 years ago, our Flame God system made a deal with the Starlu clan's caster system. Back then, our Flame God system obtained an LV-70 dark gold-level dungeon from the caster system. This unexpected information plunged everyone into contemplation, making them realize that the Starlu clan's arrival might be intricately linked to that long-ago transaction. The master of Tianbei Star sighed helplessly. This time, the Starlu people from the Caster Galaxy will attempt to conquer our dark gold-level instance, as per our agreement. If they succeed before us, the instance will be theirs. Otherwise, it will belong to us. The Star Masters present were immediately in an uproar. What? The Caster Galaxy? One Star Master exclaimed. Aren't they a large intermediate galaxy with over 100,000 life-supporting planets? Their number of geniuses is 100 times ours. How can we compete? Another Star Master interjected angrily. It's not fair. We were promised 10 days. The Master of Tianbei Star shook his head with a wry smile. Alas, what's fair or unfair? Lord Yin has given us this opportunity, which is already something. Even Lord Yin might think it's difficult for us to conquer the instance, considering our Yin God's Galaxy once obtained their dark gold-level instance. Even so, an older Star Master frowned. A level 70 dark gold-level instance is far more valuable than a level 21. For a moment, all the Star Masters wore expressions of frustration, yet they felt powerless. After all, it was Lord Yan's decision, involving a transaction between 2 major races, and they dared not oppose it lightly. At this moment, Longting suddenly spoke with a smile, brightening the other's spirits. Right, a genius like Ling Yan appears maybe once a year in our entire Yin God's Galaxy, let alone in the Caster Galaxy, which is much smaller. However, their joy was quickly dampened by reality. Someone murmured, but Ling Yan is going solo. Instantly, everyone fell silent again. If only Ling Yan could team up with Ji Wuxue and others, there might be hope. But now, the chance seemed slim. The Master of Tianbei Star took a deep breath, his gaze serious. Alas, it's fate. Let's leave it to destiny. Come, let's see how these Starlu people are preparing. With that, he led over 1,000 Star Masters into the sky, leaving the control room and heading into the starry expanse. Before long, a massive spaceship appeared in their view. Is that a spaceship from that galaxy? Someone exclaimed. It's huge. Looks like a tiers-even ship. Starless. Another person wondered. Why is their ship here? Are they invading? Impossible. An experienced Star Master shook his head. Although the 4 great civilizations have occasional conflicts, they wouldn't invade so openly. It would spark a war between the 2 civilizations. As the tiers-even spaceship from the Carlos Galaxy arrived, the Guardians on the Tianbei starship grew increasingly tense. They immediately recognized the ship belonged to the Starlu race. They're not here with good intentions, someone whispered. Suddenly, a drastic change occurred. A terrifying aura burst forth from the tiers-even spaceship, its palpable pressure spanning tens of thousands of kilometers of space, crushing down on all the strong individuals aboard the Tianbei starship. Thud, 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 thud. In an instant, more than 100 strong individuals, led by Sikong Jian, including those at level 200, all coughed up a mouthful of blood. Huge damage numbers appeared above their heads simultaneously. Fortunately, whoever attacked seemed to hold back, as everyone was only lightly injured, with no serious injuries. Damn it, a Star Master roared. How dare they attack us? Do they think our race is defenseless? Back then, it was said that the supreme being of the divine marshal spared mercy. Otherwise, the entire galaxy would have long been under human dominion. This tale circulates through the stars, serving both as a lament and a warning. At this moment, The defensive fleet of the Tianbei star system faced an unprecedented insult. Although it caused no substantial damage, the fury in everyone's hearts surged like an interstellar storm. All eyes turned sharply towards the distant 7th-tier ship, burning with the fires of anger. Ha ha! Humans, truly nothing but ants, laughed a three-turtle Starlu being clad in golden armor on the deck of the Carlos starship. This formidable figure, named Taller, was strikingly distinct with a head resembling a blue catfish and two tentacles dangling beside a massive mouth, making for a rather grotesque appearance. The evolutionary history of the Starlu is a tortuous saga of struggle. Initially amphibious creatures, they rose to prominence only after a cataclysmic ice age, eventually becoming the sole intelligent species. It took them a painstaking million years to leave their mark across the galaxy. Compared to humans, this process was excruciatingly slow, and hence they harbored both fear and envy towards humans. A bunch of barbaric monkeys that rose in just tens of thousands of years can stand on equal footing with the Starlu? Ridiculous. Taller continued to mock. If it weren't for their so-called Marshal Supreme, humans would have been wiped out by our three great races long ago. Humph, who knows if that old geezer is dead yet? He's been around forever. Behind Taller, several near 7th-tier LV-299 warriors shared a smirk at his words. Yet, at the mention of the human Marshal Supreme, a shiver of fear crept into each of their hearts. That earth-shattering battle had nearly wiped out the top warriors of the three races. If not for the consideration of his human kin, the top warriors of the three races might have been completely annihilated. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the Tianbei starship. Over 1,000 powerful presences, ranging from level 200 to Star Lord level, surged toward the 7th-tier ship like a tidal wave. The sheer strength of this combined force instantly caused the expressions of the near 7th-tier warriors to change dramatically. Oomph. Even ants dare to resist. Taller snorted coldly, raising his hand to strike into the void. Instantly, a dazzling golden light burst from his body, suppressing the 1,000-strong aura spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. The intense clash of energies caused the nearby black hole to tremble wildly, as if it were on the verge of being torn apart. Taller, a cold, sharp voice suddenly rang out, using the medium of spatial vibrations to reach Taller and everyone on the Castor starship from tens of thousands of kilometers away. As a 7th-tier warrior, have you come to the Tianbei star system just to flaunt your 7th-tier prowess? Why not try challenging the mightiest star systems of my Yin-Shin galaxy? With these words, Taller's expression turned icy. However, he withdrew his power, clearly unwilling to provoke a larger conflict at this moment. He knew better than anyone that the Yin-Shin star system was not a place to cause trouble. If things really got out of hand, it wouldn't be easy to walk away unscathed. Suddenly, powerful auras surged from all directions. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 star lords from the Tianbei star system gathered there. Even Terror and the few Quasi 7th-level powerhouses behind him couldn't help but look serious in the face of such a lineup. Although these star lords individually couldn't shake Terror's defenses, if they truly managed to break through, a combined strike from over 1,000 powerhouses could threaten Terror's life. Terror, looking down from above, sneered, "Tianbei brat, long time no see. I didn't expect even you to become the lord of a mid-level star system." The Tianbei Star Lord couldn't be bothered with such obvious provocation. He knew well that the person before him was over 4,000 years old and, as a 7th-level powerhouse, had a lifespan of 7,000 years. In terms of both heritage and power, he was far beyond a Quasi 7th-level powerhouse who had lived for just over 2,000 years. The Yin-Shin Lord has already explained the reason for your arrival, the Tianbei Star Lord said calmly. I wonder if you have brought the geniuses for this explore mission? I must remind you that the geniuses of the Tianbei star system entered just a few minutes ago. If you want to explore, you'd better hurry. Terror snorted dismissively. Ha! Just a few minutes. What's an hour to you? Come forth, prodigies of the Starro clan, and show these humans what true geniuses are. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive mechanical fissure slowly opened on the deck of the Carlos starship. Floating platforms emerged, each carrying a young Starro. The aura emanating from them was undeniably formidable. The leading Starry youth sat cross-legged, floating in the void, eyes closed in deep concentration, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Yet, the tendrils of black and red energy radiating from him made the Star Lord's presence feel a chill. This genius's professional level was certainly not to be underestimated. Seeing that there were only a little over 500 of them, the Star Lord's present breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, Terror's next words instantly changed their expressions. Though there are only 500, Terror announced with a cold smile, making no attempt to hide it. Every single one of them is an S-grade genius. And among them, there are 9 who are SS. Boom. These words were like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of all the Tianbei star system Star Lords present. 500 geniuses, all S-grade. It was simply unbelievable. Such a terrifying number of geniuses left them utterly shocked. Although the number of geniuses among the starless is smaller compared to humans, their unique lifestyle blurs this disparity. On a planet of the same size, the population of starless can be 5 times that of humans. This is because starless tend to live in groups, with a family typically having 7 or 8, or even 10 children. The Castor Galaxy, as a top-tier intermediate galaxy, governs 100,000 life-bearing star systems, making it 70 to 80 times larger than the Tianbei Galaxy. By proportion, the Castor Galaxy should theoretically produce at least 300 S-level geniuses. Considering their population advantage, having 500 S-level geniuses is not surprising. However, what is truly astonishing is that the Castor Galaxy not only has a large number of S-level geniuses, but also boasts 9 SS-level supergeniuses. This number makes the Tianbei Galaxy's 4 S-level geniuses pale in comparison. Even with an outstanding figure like Ling Yan, the odds seem negligible in the face of such a disparity. Terror wore a disdainful smile, provocatively looking at the Tianbei Star Master. Tianbei, how do you find the lineup of us starless? The Tianbei Star Master took a deep breath and had to admit, not bad. Indeed, the geniuses of my Tianbei Galaxy are no match. Terror was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Oh, you actually admit defeat? Ha ha ha, that's rare. At that moment, the Tianbei Star Master stroked his long beard thoughtfully, his gaze shifting to the young boy exuding a black and red aura. He curiously asked, aren't you afraid of encountering a genius like before, who might slaughter his own kind? Terror answered without any hesitation. It doesn't hurt to tell you. This is the child of the Castor Star Master, Karsa. He possesses SS-level slaughter power and S-level magic warrior passives. We brought 9 SS geniuses this time to break through this instance in one fell swoop. Terror's words made the pupils of the Tianbei Galaxy's Star Masters contract sharply. The Castor Star Master is the strongest in the Castor Galaxy, a peak 7th-tier powerhouse. Feigning shock, the Tianbei Star Master exclaimed, wow, a slaughter demon lord, truly a powerful profession. And it seems equipped with dark gold level gear, too, as expected of the child of the Castor Star Master. However, at that moment, a voice from the crowd, belonging to Ying Along, scoffed arrogantly. So what if he's a slaughter demon lord? The geniuses of my Tianbei Galaxy entered the instance several minutes ago. If you don't hurry, you might fall behind. A mere slaughter demon lord is but an ant. As soon as Ying Yilong finished speaking, the faces of Terror and the other 6th and 7th-tier powerhouses changed drastically. Even Karsa, who had been resting with his eyes closed, furrowed his brow and slowly opened his eyes. Karsa's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. SS-level thunder power and speed power. Interesting, this mission might actually be thrilling, he thought to himself, eagerly anticipating the challenge ahead. At that moment, Terror snapped out of his daze and finally realized the true intention behind the North Star Lord's unusual behavior. It turned out the opponent had been stalling for time, waiting for their prodigy to complete the dungeon mission. Recalling the clear start time mentioned when the fire god informed them about this dark gold-level dungeon, Terror regrettably realized that he had deliberately arrived over 10 minutes late just to show off. The atmosphere around them instantly grew tense. The North Star Lord and those who understood his intentions wore grim expressions, their eyes sharp as daggers directed at Kageiichiro. Feeling the angry glares from all directions, Kageiichiro loudly defended himself. What are you looking at me for? I'm using our human prodigy to intimidate them. Didn't you see how their faces turned pale? He struck a righteously dignified pose for the sake of humanity, but his words did little to quell the crowd's anger. Terror dared not delay any longer and immediately ordered, everyone, move out. Full-scale assault on the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon. As soon as he spoke, the prodigies of the Starro clan swiftly activated protective barriers around themselves and shot out from the spaceship's energy field like arrows, racing toward the North Star battleship. Seeing the situation was beyond repair, the North Star Lord had no choice but to open the ship's barrier, allowing the prodigies to enter the North Star battleship. The prodigies, including Karsa, charged into the dark gold-level dungeon rift without hesitation. Thus, the original dungeon mission escalated into a fierce contest between two great civilizations. The scene suddenly shifted, and Ling Yan appeared amidst a desolate city ruin with a ripple of space. The continuous rumbling echoed all around, the sound of skyscrapers collapsing. Ling Yan focused, spotting countless giant lizards rampaging through the city, destroying buildings. These giant lizards were colossal, each stretching 7 to 8 meters long, their bodies crackling with terrifying lightning. Their power was even more daunting, like bulldozers flattening everything in their path. Ling Yan remotely accessed one of the giant lizard's attribute panels. Wild Monster, Thunder Lizard. Level, Normal, Enhanced Level, LV20. Innate Passive, Thunder Power, LV3. Can manipulate Thunder Power, unleashing 300 lightning damage. Strength Enhancement, LV3. Strength Attribute increased by 300. Constitution Enhancement, LV3. Constitution attribute increased by 300. Tail sacrifice for survival LV3. When suffering a fatal blow, can substitute any limb to take the hit. Upon successful survival, temporarily boosts all attributes by 190, and the severed limb can be regenerated. The higher the level, the stronger the passive, and the faster the regeneration. Health, 300, 000 300 000. Magic, 4, 0004 000. Attack, 2000. Speed, 200. Defense, 4500. Skill, Thunder Charge White Skill. Effect, transform into a Thunder Chariot, leveling everything in its path, dealing 200 damage. Ling Yan analyzed these details, already formulating a strategy. The scene before him was fraught with danger and challenge, but it also held limitless opportunities. He knew the real test was just beginning. These are the attributes of the Thunder Giant Lizard. Ling Yan carefully examined the data of this enhanced ordinary monster in front of him. Although its basic attributes and passive levels weren't as high as elite monsters, its 4 level 3 passive skills made its combat power impressive. A trace of excitement flashed in Ling Yan's eyes. The more passive skills, the better for him. Especially the Tail Severance Survival skill, which not only boosts its strength after losing its tail, but also allows it to regenerate its body. In this game era, such powerful healing abilities are considered rare. Without hesitation, Ling Yan clenched his right hand in the air. With a hum, a blood-red giant sword appeared out of nowhere, the Dragon Slayer sword from the Dragon Slaying set. This level 20 golden quality weapon exuded an intimidating aura, with a roaring blood-red dragon's phantom emerging on the blade, its eyes slowly opening. As soon as Ling Yan brandished the weapon, the distant group of giant lizards reacted as if facing a natural enemy, letting out furious roars and charging at him wildly. Ling Yan was undaunted, unleashing the power of thunder throughout his body. Purple lightning surged like a flood, converging instantly onto the giant sword. Slash! Ling Yan shouted angrily, bringing the Dragon Slayer sword down heavily on the foremost Thunder Giant Lizard. As the blade descended, a deafening dragon's roar echoed across the land. With a splatter, the lizard's head was cleaved open, blood spraying everywhere. The damage value was immense, leaving the lizard no chance to use its tail severance survival skill. It died instantly. The Dragon Slayer's sword's momentum did not wane, crashing into the ground forcefully. With a thunderous boom, the earth was struck, creating a giant crater. The surging thunder power spread like waves, enveloping dozens of surrounding giant lizards. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst continuous explosions, numerous damage values emerged. Over 30 thunder giant lizards suffered heavy blows, letting out cries of agony. However, at that moment, an eerie scene unfolded. The giant lizards let out an earth-shattering roar the moment they were attacked. In an instant, their bodies seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, exploding into a blood mist that enveloped the surroundings. As the mist dissipated, all that remained were a few tails charred by lightning, while the thunderous giant lizards had mysteriously reappeared several meters away. At that moment, a notification sounded in Ling Yan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on creating the skill Thundershock/Green. When used, it deals 100 lightning magic splash damage to enemies within a 20-meter radius. Mana cost, 100. A hint of delight flashed in Ling Yan's eyes. 220,000 base lightning damage. That's several times more than before. If I use Thunderfire Tier Slash to boost the power by 650, wouldn't the impact be explosive? He couldn't help but exclaim in awe at the formidable power. Ling Yan quickly calculated in his mind. His current soul value was 4,000, and the power of thunder could enhance his attack 20-fold. Plus, the Dragon Slayer set doubled his attack power against Dragon-type monsters, bringing his attack to an astonishing 160,000. Not to mention, leveling up the Giant Lizard Slayer passive to LV2 after killing numerous lizards in the newbie village added an extra 40 damage. This was the real reason he could unleash a terrifying 220,000 damage, even without using any skills. With this Dragon Slayer set, my attack power against Dragon-type monsters has increased nearly 4-fold. Ling Yan thought with relief. Luckily, these giant lizards have dragon bloodlines, or the Dragon Slayer set would be ineffective. This is the allure of a golden set. I wonder if a dark gold set is even more powerful. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ling Yan's gaze turned to the lightning lizards, who had lost their tails and fled a short distance away. He raised an eyebrow slightly. This tail-shedding survival is impressive. What should have been a fatal blow allowed them to escape so far? He recalled the lizard's strange movements earlier, feeling both surprised and pleased. The first giant lizard couldn't use its passive successfully, probably because the power gap was too great, and it died before it could react, Ling Yan analyzed. The remaining lizards, seeing their companion's gruesome death, were so frightened they immediately used tail-shedding survival. He quickly grasped the utility of the skill. As long as the power gap isn't too vast, there's a chance to successfully escape. But if the gap is too large, Without even time to react, how can one use a skill? Ling Yan thought to himself. If I can replicate this passive, as long as I react before being killed, I might escape danger. Perhaps with a higher passive level, it might even trigger automatically without conscious reaction. With this thought, he was even more eager to replicate the skill. Time to hunt the monsters. Ling Yan's eyes focused with anticipation. I wonder how much this time will raise the levels of these 4 passives. He gripped his weapon tightly, ready to continue his hunt. Ling Yan's eyes flickered as he launched himself forward like an arrow, charging into the endless tide of giant lizards. In an instant, a terrifying domain of thunder and fire erupted around him. The surge in his attributes and the power of thunder increased his mana consumption significantly, but thanks to his new golden set of gear, he managed to sustain it with a regeneration of 200 mana per second. As the giant lizards approached the domain of thunder and fire, the terrifying power of thunder unleashed like a storm. Amidst the thunderous noise, the lizards, each with a health of 300,000, were blasted away, unable to use their tail, severing survival tactic, turning into charred remains. Massive damage numbers appeared above their heads. Ling Yan's previous monster hunting had leveled up his Thunderfire domain to LV2, increasing the damage boost from 150 to 165. Although the increase wasn't huge, it still added a substantial 25,000 more damage for Ling Yan. Inspired, Ling Yan decided to integrate his newly acquired powers of darkness and curse into the Thunderfire domain. He channeled the gray curse power and the pure black dark power into the domain. With the addition of these elements, the originally purpler domain began to turn black. After a brief instability, a massive black-purple orb of light formed around him, with thunder, fire, darkness, and curse powers swirling wildly inside. A system notification sounded, granting Ling Yan the golden skill Destruction Domain LV2. This domain not only weakened opponents' attributes by 50, but also inflicted an 80 slowdown and 270 per second of the strongest elemental magic damage. Ling Yan was overjoyed. The power had nearly doubled, marking a qualitative leap. Just as Ling Yan was reveling in his newfound strength, the ground around him surged with a wave of lightning lizards, charging madly at his destruction domain. However, as soon as they touched the domain, they were ground to dust by an invisible force. Their attributes were instantly halved, and their health plummeted from 300,000 to 150,000, unable to withstand Ling Yan's terrifying damage. Realizing the might of his golden skill, Ling Yan was exhilarated. He no longer waited for monsters to come to him, but took the initiative. With a step, he created a deep pit several meters wide, rushing towards distant groups of lightning lizards at astonishing speed. Wherever he went, the lizards turned to dust, without even a chance to use their tail-severing escape. Ling Yan rampaged through the area, slaughtering the lightning lizards around him. Wave after wave of lizards fell before him, ultimately all being annihilated. Once the lightning lizards in the surrounding city were all eradicated, no new ones appeared. The system notification sounded again, congratulating Ling Yan on defeating 400,000 lightning lizards, earning 4 billion experience points and 400 million locked star coins. Then, the fortune wheel activated repeatedly, allowing Ling Yan to successfully replicate multiple passive skills and significantly enhance various attributes. In just about 20 minutes, Ling Yan personally slaughtered 400,000 giant lizards, an astounding feat that earned him 2 new passive skills and even enhanced his physical attributes. However, upon checking the progress of his thunder power, he frowned. To upgrade thunder power to LV20, I need at least 100,000 passives. The monsters here carry passives that are only LV3, Ling Yan thought to himself. It seems that after this dark gold level dungeon, I'll need to quickly advance my level and find higher level monsters to grind on. He knew well that the higher the monster's level, the higher the level of the passives they carried. A high-level monster could be equivalent to hundreds or even thousands of small monsters' passives, significantly speeding up his passive level progression. Unlike now, where he needed to kill millions of monsters to level up a single passive. Ling Yan's thoughts suddenly shifted to the ultimate boss of the dungeon, a Hell Thunder Dragon. I wonder if the Giant Lizard Slayer achievement will be effective against the ultimate boss, he worried. If it's not, that would be troublesome. He understood that some dungeons required dozens of attempts not just because of getting stronger, but because achievements increased damage to the ultimate boss. If this achievement didn't affect the ultimate boss, the dungeon's difficulty would increase significantly. Just then, a deafening roar of thunder came from the distant void. Ling Yan looked up to see a massive black dragon with a wingspan of over 20 meters and a length of more than 10 meters breaking through the clouds, diving toward him. The first wave boss has appeared. Please be cautious, the system's voice echoed in Ling Yan's mind. Ling Yan quickly opened the opponent's attribute sheet to examine the data of this Dark Thunder Dragon King. Compared to the same level Purple Gold Thunderbird King, this dragon's attributes were noticeably stronger. It not only retained passive skills like thunder power, strength enhancement, and physical enhancement, but also replaced Tail's severance for survival with dark mastery. No wonder it's a dark gold level dungeon. Even the first wave of monsters is this powerful. Ling Yan marveled to himself. At that moment, the dark dragon in the sky let out an earth-shattering roar, as if announcing that an epic battle was about to begin. Boom! A purple-black lightning breath erupted from the mouth of the dark thunder dragon, like a cataclysmic bolt of lightning, heading straight for Ling Yan. Ling Yan's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Thunder Dragon's breath? Not bad. With a swift motion, he swung his Dragon Slayer's sword, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Thunderfire rending slash, he shouted, as a terrifying sword energy, over 10 meters long, shot skyward to meet the dragon's breath. Crash! The two forces collided violently in midair. However, to the dark thunder dragon's shock, Ling Yan's sword strike instantly shattered its breath. The sword energy, unstoppable and ferocious, slashed toward the dragon. The dark thunder dragon roared in anger, channeling its thunder and dark powers to form a protective shield. But the next moment, the thunderfire rending slash cut through the shield like a hot knife through butter, striking the dragon's neck directly. Splat! Blood gushed from the massive wound. The unbalanced dark thunder dragon plummeted from the sky, its enormous body crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaving a gigantic crater. A series of blood-red numbers flashed before Ling Yan's eyes, 4.23 million. This was the damage after accounting for defense. Ling Yan calculated inwardly. Even without a critical hit, this strike easily surpassed the 1.4 million mark. With a magic value of 4,000, augmented by the power of thunder, the base damage soared to 80,000. Coupled with the 650 boost from the Thunderfire Rending Slash, the doubling effect of the Dragon Slayer set, and the 40 bonus from the Giant Lizard Hunter, such staggering damage was not surprising. The key was that these so-called dragons were just oversized lizards in Ling Yan's eyes, making the Giant Lizard Hunter's effect still applicable. Ling Yan's lips curled slightly upward, secretly pleased. As astounding as this damage was, it was within his expectations. After all, this was a golden set. A typical SS-level genius could solo a king-level boss with a purple set. But Ling Yan not only had a golden set, his passive level was comparable to SSS level. If all passives were uniformly assessed, Ling Yan's class level would definitely not be below SSS. With the added support of the golden equipment, taking down this Dark Thunder Dragon was a breeze. The 500,000 continuous bleeding damage meant that even with 24 million health, the Dark Thunder Dragon wouldn't last a minute. This was an unstoppable rending damage, and the opponent was bound to retaliate desperately. Sure enough, the Dark Thunder Dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. Arg! The Dark Thunder Dragon felt its health plummeting rapidly and let out a deafening roar. Its massive body was instantly covered in cracks, with blood gushing out like a fountain. Ling Yan raised an eyebrow, understanding what was happening. The dragon's fury was about to be unleashed. Sure enough, the blood seemed to come alive, surrounding the Dark Thunder Dragon. A suffocating power erupted from its body, and its purple-black scales gradually became stained with blood. Ling Yan sneered, doubling all attributes? Then I'll cut them in half. Destruction field, fully open. Ling Yan shouted. Instantly, a black sphere expanded wildly, growing from a 10-meter diameter to 50 meters. The energy consumption surged from 100 points per second to 1,000, but Ling Yan remained unfazed. He launched himself like an arrow toward the fallen Dark Thunder Dragon. The massive sphere followed closely, enveloping the wounded dragon. The curse power of the field flooded into the dragon's body. A system notification flashed. Field curse effect triggered. Dark Thunder Dragon's attributes halved. Speed reduced by 80. The dragon's recently unleashed power was abruptly nullified. Worse yet, it was losing one of its health per second, about 240,000 points. Coupled with the 340,000 damage per second from the destruction field and 500,000 from bleeding, the dragon was losing over 1,000,000 health points every second. Feeling its power revert and blood pouring out, the Dark Thunder Dragon roared in terror. Desperately, it flapped its wings, trying to escape. Ling Yan was slightly surprised. It can run away? But he quickly understood, even the weakest monsters have their own minds. Who wouldn't want to flee from death? Too bad, Ling Yan scoffed. Your speed is impressive, but not as fast as mine. Besides, where can you escape to within my domain? Indeed, no matter how hard the Dark Thunder Dragon flapped its wings, it couldn't take flight. Just then, a shout came from behind it. Thunderfire Rending Slash. The dragon turned in fright, only to be met by a terrifying blade light. In a flash, its head was severed, and a massive death damage number soared into the sky. The Dark Thunder Dragon fell. System notifications followed. Congratulations, player, for slaying Dark Thunder Dragon LV20. Gained 10 billion experience points. Experience bar filled. Gained 10 billion star coins. Fortune Wheel activated, successfully copied passives. Thunder Power LV8, Constitution Enhancement LV8, Strength Enhancement LV8, Dark Power LV8. Fortune Wheel activated, drop rate increased by 10 million times. Acquired equipment, LV20 Dark Thunder Dragon Set. Acquired skills, Purple Thunder Dragon Breath LV3, Blue Dragon's Fury LV1. Acquired items, LV20 King Level Thunder Crystal Core 1, LV20 King Level Dark Crystal Core 1, LV40 Purple Equipment Upgrade Scroll 5, Backpack Expansion 200 slots, Purple Essence 10,000, Dark Thunder Dragon Remnant Soul 1. Acquired Dark Thunder Dragon Knight, Class Change Scroll 1 SS level. Ling Yan's pupils contracted sharply. The drop rate skyrocketed to 10 million times. This was even more terrifying than when he killed the Purple Gold Thunderbird King. This meant there was undoubtedly a powerful item worth more than all other items combined. Ling Yan immediately focused on that item, the Dark Thunder Dragon Knight, Class Change Scroll. It turned out to be the legendary Class Change Scroll, and its SS level. Its value far exceeded a set of gold equipment, even more precious than dark gold equipment. Using this scroll allows one to directly change class to Dark Thunder Dragon Knight. It's known that the Dark Thunder Dragon is a king-level monster. Usually only S-level geniuses can defeat it alone. With the identity of a Dragon Knight, combat power can definitely reach SS level. Ling Yan thought of Long Tong, who is a Dark Demon Dragon Knight. Initially, his Dark Demon Dragon was only a leader level due to low passive levels and base attributes. But with secret training, it has reached king level, making his talent level comparable to SS level, even exhibiting a hint of royal aura. If the Dark Demon Dragon could be nurtured to an Emperor-level monster, it would be extraordinary. Dragon Knights with Emperor-level monsters are at least SSS level, potentially reaching SSS. Of course, not all Dragon Knights enjoy such treatment. The Dark Demon Dragon's innate passive potential is immense, boasting not just dark power, but also enhancements in speed, strength, and constitution, along with an unawakened element. This configuration is only possessed by Emperor-level monsters. No wonder Flame God once said Long Tongue is the most talented potential genius in the Flame God galaxy. However, having potential talent is one thing. Actually developing it is rare. After all, leveling up a dragon's passives is as challenging as for humans. Back to the class change scroll. While it's a game changer, it has limitations. Changing class means resetting the previous class and level, requiring a restart from the beginning. Otherwise, top-tier strong players could hoard many class change scrolls, effectively gaining numerous passives like Ling Yan. Moreover, these class change scrolls have usage conditions. Even so, many geniuses from major families with low talent might opt to use class change scrolls to enhance their talent level. Ling Yan lowered his head to examine the job change scroll in his hand, a shrewd gleam in his eyes. Although the Dark Thunder Dragon Knight job change scroll held no practical value for him, it was a treasure of immense worth. He calculated silently that selling this scroll could undoubtedly exchange for a vast amount of resources. He quickly opened the attribute panel to carefully review the scroll's details. Item: Dark Thunder Dragon Knight job change scroll. Level SS. Description: grants a Dark Thunder Dragon Egg and the Dragon Knight profession upon use. Includes Strength Enhancement LV25 and Dark Power LV18. Usage requirements: must have Strength Enhancement above LV20, Dark Power above LV15, or Knight Class Passive above LV15. Ling Yan furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, these usage requirements are quite high. He recalled that the basic level of Strength Enhancement was only class, one major grade lower than elemental types. Strength Enhancement at LV25 is comparable to S level, while Dark Power at LV15 has reached S level. With both combined, it's no wonder the profession level reaches SS. He shook his head slightly. There probably aren't many who meet these conditions. However, once this scroll hits the market, its price will surely skyrocket. Especially since this type of Dragon Knight job change scroll comes with a Royal Dragon Egg, its power surpasses other SS levels by a fair margin. Ling Yan decisively stored the scroll in his backpack, contemplating the potential to trade it for resources in the future. The scroll's value far exceeded dark gold equipment and was worth much more than all his current assets. After all, an entire human civilization might not see a job change scroll of this caliber in a decade. At that moment, a loud announcement echoed through the sky, reverberating throughout the entire instance space. Instance announcement. Detection of two civilizations simultaneously raiding the instance. Changing instance mode. Opening, instance battle. Rest periods between each wave of monsters can be skipped directly. This announcement not only reached Ling Yan's ears, but also startled all the geniuses who entered the instance. Ling Yan's brow furrowed, a series of questions racing through his mind. Two civilizations? Besides my human race, which other civilization is raiding this instance? Could it be a war? Impossible. Even though my Tianbei galaxy is on the edge, it wouldn't be contested by other civilizations. With a grave expression, he murmured to himself, damn, this instance was already tricky, and now with the instance battle mode activated, many lives will likely be lost. Other geniuses also wore grim expressions upon hearing the news. Meanwhile, Ling Yan, upon receiving this information, raised his eyebrows, recalling his past experiences. Although he hadn't been qualified to participate then, he had heard of this event. Now, the wheels of fate had turned once more, and he found himself caught in the vortex. It seemed to be a deal between the Starless Civilization and the Flame God Star system. Ling Yan recalled the outcome of the battle over the dungeon, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. The team that prided themselves on being geniuses failed to conquer it, with the final boss's strength exceeding everyone's expectations. Their arrogance led to a heavy price, costing them their lives. Although Ling Yan didn't know the specific details, he was well aware that the talents of the Tianbei star system suffered significant losses in this operation. The rules of the dungeon battle flashed in his mind. Typically, it opens at the 4th wave, and only the victorious side qualifies to challenge the 5th wave. While participants can leave the dungeon upon sensing danger, a moment's distraction in battle could lead to death and oblivion. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on Ling Yan's lips. In the previous life, the Tianbei star system suffered a major setback, but this time, he intended to turn the tables. No rest. Start the 2nd wave immediately, he ordered decisively into the void. With Ling Yan's command, the dungeon responded at once. The ground suddenly shook violently, and giant lizards emerged one after another from beneath the earth. Unlike the previous thunder lizards, these exuded a powerful aura of earth energy. Ling Yan curiously examined these newly emerged creatures and then brought up their attribute table. Wild monster, Earth giant lizard. Level, LV20. Innate passives. Earth power, LV3. Manipulates earth power to unleash 300 earth-type damage. Strength enhancement, LV3. Strength attribute, receives a 300 boost. Constitution enhancement, LV3. Constitution attribute, receives a 300 boost. Tail severance, survival, LV3. Can replace any body part when hit with a fatal blow, temporarily boosting all attributes by 190 upon success, and regrow the severed limb. Health, 300, 000 300 000. Mana, 4, 0004 000. Attack, 2000. Speed, 200. Defense, 4500. Skill, Earth Spike White Skill. Effect, manipulates earth power to unleash terrifying earth spikes to kill enemies, dealing 100 spell damage. After quickly scanning the attribute table, Ling Yan had already devised a strategy. Although these earth giant lizards were formidable, he believed he had the capability to handle them. Now his sole goal was to advance to the 4th wave as quickly as possible, triggering the battle and giving those so-called geniuses a surprise. Ling Yan stood on the desolate ground, and a peculiar thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Earth giant lizard? Oh right, I think I have the power of the earth. It seems the boss of this level also possesses earth power. A glint of excitement appeared in his eyes. If I can acquire a purple earth-type attack method, maybe I can integrate this earth power into my domain. As Ling Yan was immersed in this thought, the ground suddenly shook violently. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Sharp spikes shot up from the earth beneath his feet, aiming at his lower body. Damn, it's the spike monster again, Ling Yan exclaimed, quickly reacting. He immediately unleashed his domain power, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped his entire body. Boom. A loud explosion echoed as the ground within a 10-meter radius was blasted into a massive crater, and those spikes shattered instantly under the immense force. Die! Ling Yan roared, propelling himself forward like an arrow towards the swarm of giant lizards. In the blink of an eye, he reached the front of the lizards, carrying his spherical destruction domain. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In the next moment, the giant lizards, having just emerged from the earth, were obliterated by Ling Yan at a blistering speed. A hail of damage values appeared on the ground, all instant kills. However, this was only the beginning. A second wave of monsters surged forth like a tidal wave, their numbers staggering, totaling a whopping 4 million, 10 times the first wave. Even with Ling Yan's strength, it took over an hour of relentless slaughter to annihilate all the monsters. With the fall of the last giant lizard, a system notification echoed in Ling Yan's mind. Congratulations to the host for killing 4 million Earth giant lizards, earning 40 billion experience points and 4 billion star coins locked. Subsequently, a series of Fortune Wheel rewards followed. Fortune Wheel activated. You successfully copied Passive Earth Mastery LV 36940, upgrading Earth Mastery to LV 16388420000. Fortune Wheel activated. You successfully copied Passive Physique Enhancement LV 36266, upgrading Physique Enhancement to LV 16225420000. Fortune Wheel activated. You successfully copied Passive Strength Enhancement LV 36443, upgrading Strength Enhancement to LV 16178420000. Fortune Wheel activated. You successfully copied passive tail regeneration LV36808, upgrading tail regeneration to LV1622224200000. Giant Lizard Hunter upgraded to LV3, additional damage increased by 60, and hate range increased to 1000 meters. Hate value 70. Ling Yan was pleasantly surprised to discover that his physique enhancement, strength enhancement, tail regeneration, and earth mastery had all advanced to LV16. Even the Giant Lizard Hunter skill had been upgraded. Eagerly, Ling Yan checked the attributes of the LV16 tail regeneration. Tail regeneration LV16. When suffering a fatal blow, you can use any piece of flesh no smaller than 100 cubic centimeters to block the damage. Upon successful survival, all attributes are temporarily increased by 580, and lost flesh can automatically regenerate. The higher the level, the stronger the passive effect, and the faster the regeneration speed. This passive can automatically activate upon detecting a crisis, with no need for manual use. The estimated regeneration time for a piece of flesh lost to survive once is 1 hour. Damn, 100 cubic centimeters? Isn't that about the size of a palm? Ling Yan murmured in disbelief, eyes wide open. According to this, an arm could at least survive a few times, right? That's way more cost-effective than before. Ling Yan pondered over his newly acquired ability, feeling a surge of excitement. The enhanced recovery speed was practically a godsend, allowing him to fully recover every hour, akin to being reborn each time. If he reached LV16, this ability would undoubtedly be classified as level. With this passive skill, he no longer had to worry about being easily defeated by opponents of equal or slightly greater strength. However, against adversaries whose power surpassed his by tenfold or more, even abilities at LV16 or LV36 would be futile. Such opponents could annihilate him with a mere flick, and even if he revived with 5 times his strength, it would only mean enduring a few more blows. Thus, this skill was best suited for dealing with opponents stronger than him, but not overwhelmingly so. Suddenly, Ling Yan recalled another passive skill he had acquired earlier last strike. If he could trigger this skill after a successful substitution, his attributes would increase by 5.8 times. Moreover, if he managed to maintain his health at the critical 10 threshold, last strike would further boost his power by 400, effectively granting him a 22-fold increase in strength. Although it could only be used once, the sheer force of this strike might be enough to defeat opponents far above his level. Ling Yan calculated in his mind that with the boost from the LV16 physique, even at just 10 health, he would be stronger than other players at full strength of the same level. Previously, he was hesitant to use last strike for fear of being instantly killed, but now, with the added safety of his new survival skill, the risk was significantly reduced. Nonetheless, this approach remained risky, so Ling Yan would only attempt it as a last resort. As Ling Yan was contemplating, sudden, furious roars erupted from deep within the earth. Massive purple-gold dragons began emerging from the ground, enveloped in flickering lightning. The surrounding earth seemed to melt and then rapidly repair itself, as if welcoming their arrival. A total of 10 dragons roared skyward, their cries deafening. Ling Yan quickly assessed the attributes of these wild creatures. Earth Thunder Dragon King, level LV20. Innate passives. Thunder Power LV8. Can manipulate thunder power, dealing 800 thunder damage. Strength Enhancement LV8. Strength attribute enhanced by 800. Constitution Enhancement LV8. Constitution attribute enhanced by 800. Earth Mastery LV8. Can manipulate earth power, dealing 800 earth damage. Health 24 000 00024 000 Mana 100 000100000. Attack power 5000. Speed 500. Defense 100,000. Skills 1. Thunder Dragon's Breath LV3 Blue skill. Releases a torrent of thunder breath, dealing 400 thunder damage with continuous breath damage. Cost 3,000. 2. Earth Star LV1 Purple skill. Gathers earth power within a 300-meter radius to form a star, dealing 500 instant damage to targets within, with 50 continuous damage per second. Duration 30 seconds, 10,000 mana per second. Ling Yan took a sharp breath, realizing he was about to face a daunting battle against these formidable dragons. Whoa, Earthly Celestial Star. Ling Yan's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the skill name and its description. 50 continuous damage for 30 seconds? That means it can unleash 15 times the attack power, and with instantaneous damage, it's a total of 20 times. This power rivals that of ordinary golden attack skills. Ling Yan's lips curled up slightly. This skill is not bad, it's mine now. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying force erupted from within him. A black field of destruction expanded wildly, instantly reaching a diameter of 100 meters. Ling Yan's mana decreased at an astonishing rate of 4,000 points per second. Suddenly, earth-shaking dragon roars echoed all around. 10 Earth Thunder Dragons charged towards Ling Yan from all directions, causing the ground to writhe madly. As they collided with the field of destruction, a series of damage numbers floated above the dragon heads. Due to their defense value of 100,000, the damage was significantly reduced. However, all the Earth Thunder Dragons' expressions changed drastically. Their health, strength, and defense were halved, and their speed was reduced to just 20 of the original. Worse still, their health continued to plummet rapidly. Ling Yan sneered. "Since you're all here, let's test my new skill on you." He leapt up suddenly, reaching several dozen meters into the air. "Dragon slaying secret art," Ling Yan shouted fiercely. A gigantic, blood-red dragon soul roared out from his body, swiftly enveloping him and transforming into ferocious blood-red dragon patterns. The 10 giant dragons instantly turned pale, their eyes filled with deep fear. Although Ling Yan didn't feel a boost in his own strength, he knew that the damage against dragonkind had skyrocketed by 300. King's Blood Fury. Ling Yan unhesitatingly activated a second enhancement skill, this time a purple one. A phantom of a howling wind wolf king enveloped Ling Yan. A terrifying aura erupted, and he clearly felt his strength double in an instant. However, the cost was his health rapidly declining. With LV-16 physique enhancement, Ling Yan's total health reached over 500,000. While this was less than an average boss, compared to ordinary players, it was incredibly formidable. As the skill activated, his health decreased by 50 points per second. Excitement flashed in Ling Yan's eyes as he prepared for the intense battle ahead. With his power pushed to the limit, Ling Yan unhesitatingly summoned all the elements under his control. In an instant, the forces of thunder, fire, wind, darkness, and curse surged into the Dragon Slayer blade in his hand. Endless power gathered along the blade, turning its blood-red surface into a dark purple hue, while the surrounding destructive field was rapidly absorbed. "Die!" Ling Yan roared, swinging the Dragon Slayer blade with a thunderous slash. A black-purple blade of energy, stretching dozens of meters, descended fiercely upon the Earth Thunder Dragons below. Facing this terrifying blade, the Earth Thunder Dragons, knowing escape was impossible, opened their massive jaws. In a flash, torrents of thunder breath erupted from their mouths, blasting towards Ling Yan's blade. Each breath contained a staggering 160,000 points of damage, yet before Ling Yan's blade, they crumbled like fragile paper. Swoosh! The dragon's breath was instantly shredded by the blade, not even causing a ripple. The descending blade then tore through the two central Earth Thunder Dragons, leaving massive damage numbers hovering above them, signaling their demise. But it was far from over. The colossal blade struck the ground, unleashing a terrifying force that sent a wave of destruction in all directions. Instantly, the remaining 8 Earth Thunder Dragons were engulfed, their bodies turning to ash under the onslaught. Roar! In agony, the dragons let out their final cries, only to be obliterated by the aftermath. One by one, large damage numbers appeared above them, marking the total annihilation of the 10 Earth Thunder Dragons. The system notification followed. "Congratulations, player, for creating a skill by fusing 5 elements. Destructive Rending /LV 3 gold. Destructive Rending /LV 3 gold. A powerful skill created by fusing 5 mighty elements. Instantly deals 1140 spell damage. The damage can also cause equivalent shockwave splash damage. The larger the area, the greater the damage caused." Ling Yan reflected on the power of his new skill, marveling at the strength of a gold-tier skill. He couldn't help but think of those geniuses with similar abilities, realizing he must not underestimate them. If they unleashed their power, even Ling Yan himself might not escape unscathed. Yet, while awestruck by the skill's might, Ling Yan also felt a weight settle in his heart. He realized that anyone with similar equipment, skills, and talent could execute such an attack. If he were to face such an opponent, could he truly withstand it? The answer was dauntingly uncertain. Ling Yan frowned in thought, realizing there was a significant gap in his defensive skills. Even with the fusion of all elements, plus the power of earth and water, it was unlikely he could reach a golden quality. He pondered silently, knowing he needed to find a blue or even higher level elemental defense skill to break through this bottleneck. Although the skills he developed himself could suffice, their principles were too simple to fully unleash the power of the elements. Just as Ling Yan was lost in thought, the system notification suddenly interrupted him. "Congratulations, player, for killing 10 Earth Thunder Dragons at LV20. You have gained 100 billion experience points. Experience points have been accumulated in the experience bar." Then, a series of reward notifications came flooding in. "You have received 100 billion star coins. The fortune roulette has activated, successfully copying the passives. Thunder Power LV8, Constitution Enhancement LV8, Strength Enhancement LV8, Earth Power LV8. The fortune roulette has activated, increasing drop rate by 100 million times." Ling Yan's eyes lit up. The rewards were substantial. The system continued to announce the abundant loot. Received equipment, LV20 Earth Thunder Dragon set in purple X10. Skills, Thunder Dragon Breath LV3 in blue X10, Earth Heavenly Star LV1 in purple X10. Items received. LV20 King Level Thunder Crystal Core X10, LV20 King Level Earth Crystal Core X10, LV40 Purple Equipment Upgrade Scroll X50, Backpack Expansion by 2,000 slots, Purple Essence X10900, Earth Thunder Dragon Remnant Souls X10. Finally, the system's voice carried a hint of excitement. Earth Thunder Dragon Knight Job Change Scroll X1, SS Great. Ling Yan couldn't help but gasp. Today's luck was incredible. The value of these 2 job change scrolls was enough to purchase thousands of life planets. It was astonishing that just 2 waves of monsters had brought such rich rewards. Not wanting to waste time, Ling Yan immediately commanded, "Third wave of monsters, commence, be ready." Meanwhile, in another dungeon space, Karsa's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the swarm of giant lizards around him. In the next moment, he unleashed a thunderous roar. Slaughter Domain. Instantly, a blood-red domain spread wildly like a tide, enveloping 100 meters around him. Tens of thousands of earth giant lizards had their eyes dyed blood-red, crazily charging into the massive slaughter domain. However, just as these lizards touched the edge of the domain, countless blood-colored blades shot out from the void. The continuous sound of slicing filled the air, as if a gigantic meat grinder was frantically shredding these powerful earth giant lizards. In an instant, flesh flew everywhere, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Countless damage values constantly popped up. Although each individual value wasn't large, the sheer number was staggering. Each earth giant lizard, after enduring 10 blade attacks, was instantly obliterated. Witnessing this scene, the SS-level geniuses around Karsa couldn't help but gasp, silently marveling. What terrifying strength! With every passing second, Karsa's blade descended like a torrential storm, with at least 20 strikes accurately hitting a single monster. This terrifying attack power likely exceeded the 500,000 damage threshold. Undoubtedly, this was a golden-tier domain skill. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp. Even if they unleashed their most powerful defensive skills, they could only last a second against such an assault. The disparity in strength was truly chilling. The equipment that Lord Castor prepared for Karsa was even more astonishing. The dark gold-grade slaughter necklace reportedly cost a fortune. It could boost soul value by a staggering 6,000 points, twice that of ordinary golden equipment. However, that was far from all. Rumor had it that Lord Castor also purchased 10 LV, 20 golden soul attribute fruits for Karsa. Each could enhance soul value by 100 points, totaling an incredible 1,000 point increase. Combined with the necklace's bonus, Karsa's soul value was a full 7,000 points higher than average. The SS-level geniuses present were green with envy. But Karsa was a prince-level figure in the Castor galaxy, and he was the most talented of them all. This venture was merely a training exercise for him, while others were just supporting characters. As for the talents from the Tianbei galaxy, they were insignificant in comparison. For this training exercise, every one of Karsa's followers was equipped with top-tier golden sets. With such a lineup, even if 100,000 geniuses from the Tianbei galaxy joined forces, they wouldn't be enough to withstand them. Under Karsa's terrifying output of over 600,000 points per second, every Earth Drake that charged in was instantly killed. Although this damage was comparable to Ling Yan's destructive domain, Karsa's set wasn't the dragon-slaying set specialized for dragon-type monsters. Nevertheless, it provided a 5,060 boost against all wild creatures. Theoretically, Karsa's attack power was 1.3 times that of Ling Yan. More importantly, his soul attribute was more than double that of Ling Yan. The only possible gap was Ling Yan's domain skill level suppression and special lethality against drakes. Without the Drake Hunter's boost, and considering Karsa had 9 SS-level allies, if a Real fight broke out, the outcome would be uncertain. As Karsa continued his massacre, other geniuses refused to be outdone. They unleashed their full power, furiously slaughtering the surrounding Earth Drakes. Although they arrived 10 minutes later than Ji Wuxue and the others, their progress quickly surpassed them. However, even so, they couldn't match Ling Yan, who possessed speed enhancement LV20. The combined speed of 10 people couldn't rival the efficiency of Ling Yan alone. Karsa's killing field operated like an efficient meat grinder, swiftly annihilating the second wave of monsters. Soon after, 10 enormous and intimidating Earth Thunder Dragons appeared on the battlefield. Each of these beasts boasted an astounding 2.4 million health points, and even with the advantage of Karsa's killing field, the team took a full 7 to 8 minutes to bring them down. While this achievement was enough to cause a sensation after all, defeating 10 king-level bosses with a total of 24 million health points in just 7 to 8 minutes is nothing short of miraculous. Unfortunately, not a single piece of purple equipment dropped from these formidable foes. However, no one was surprised, as the drop rate for purple equipment has always been notoriously low. It's finally over, someone cheered. 7 minutes and 44 seconds to take down 10 dragon-type bosses. That's an impressive feat. Indeed, another agreed. Even 10 years ago in the Dark Gold dungeon of the Roll Star system, a team led by an SS-level genius with 9 SS-level geniuses only managed a record of 7 minutes and 55 seconds. Please, how could that SS-level genius compare to young Master Karsa? Someone scoffed. With young Master Karsa on our side, we might just clear this dungeon. The 9 SS-level geniuses seemed to transform into humble followers, showering Karsa with praise. Yet, Karsa merely cast them a cold glance, not bothering to respond. He was well aware that these so-called geniuses were merely trying to curry favor with him, hoping for benefits when they entered the Imperial Academy in the future. Focus on the battle, Karsa said coldly. Your job is to assist me in clearing the dungeon, not to flatter me. With that, he initiated the third wave of monsters. This indifferent attitude left the 9 SS-level geniuses feeling awkward, but they dared not speak out. After all, in the Star Civilization, geniuses are not treated as generously as among humans. If they angered this young master, their gear might be confiscated, severely diminishing their strength. They could only hope to safely accompany Karsa through the fifth wave of monsters and then retire with their achievements. However, they were unaware that Karsa's ambitions extended far beyond this. His goal was to conquer the dungeon's ultimate boss. At that moment, an invisible wave swept through the entire space. The 10 geniuses immediately felt the temperature plummet, and layers of frost began to form on the shattered ruins of the city. Soon, countless ice-blue giant lizards emerged from the ice, charging towards the 10 geniuses with earth-shattering roars. Ice lizards? Interesting, Karsa sneered, but still just ants. With that, he unleashed his killing field once more, leading the team into another round of frenzied slaughter. Meanwhile, over on Ling Yan's side, he had already wiped out all the ice lizards. The number was staggering, totaling 12 million. Fortunately, due to their vast numbers and density, coupled with Ling Yan's destruction field that could turn enemies to dust, the battle wasn't hindered by corpses. In just 2 hours, he resolved the battle, leaving only a small mountain of dust beneath his feet. The system notification rang out. Congratulations, host, for killing 12 million ice lizards. You have gained 120 billion experience points and 12 billion locked star coins. The wheel of fortune began to spin, and Ling Yan successfully copied a large number of passive skills, with Ice Mastery directly upgrading to LV18. Additionally, his physique enhancement, strength enhancement, and survival skills also rose to LV18, with proficiency nearing 20,000. Ling Yan was secretly pleased, estimating that the fourth wave of monsters might directly boost his passive skills to LV20, while the fifth wave could potentially break through LV20. He couldn't help but marvel at the rich rewards of the Dark Gold level dungeon, where every wave cleared significantly elevated his passive skill levels. However, Ling Yan also understood that completely clearing this dungeon remained highly challenging. After all, the power of Emperor-level monsters far exceeded his imagination. Just then, the surrounding air temperature dropped once more, even colder than before. Ling Yan raised an eyebrow, realizing that the boss of the third stage was about to appear. An Emperor-level monster? This is the first time I've encountered one. I wonder how powerful it is, Ling Yan thought, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Suddenly, a terrifying cold wind swept in. Ling Yan unhesitatingly unleashed his fire power to fend off the chill. If it were an ordinary level genius, they would likely have been frozen by this cold. The icy wind tore at the flames surrounding Ling Yan. Just then, a high-pitched dragon's roar echoed from the sky. Ling Yan looked up to see a massive ice-blue dragon with a wingspan of 30 to 40 meters and a body length of tens of meters breaking through the clouds, diving down at an incredible speed and coming to a halt above him. The dragon let out another earth-shattering roar, its gaze coldly fixed on the ground where Ling Yan stood. Not only did it emanate a terrifying chill, but countless purple lightning bolts also surged around it. Purple lightning? Ling Yan felt a jolt of apprehension, realizing that this battle would not be easy. Ling Yan's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart pounded wildly. The attribute panel of the wild creature in front of him displayed a terrifying power level of Thunder Force above LV15. He quickly opened the detailed attribute sheet of the opponent, scrutinizing every piece of data. The Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor, an Emperor-level monster, was at LV20. It possessed several formidable passive talents. Thunder Mastery LV15, allowing it to control thunder power and unleash 1500 thunder damage. Its strength, constitution, and speed attributes were each boosted by 1500. Ice Mastery LV15, enabling it to control ice power and unleash 1500 ice damage. Its health was a staggering 150 million, with 1 million magic, 15,000 attack power, 1,500 speed, and an astonishing 300,000 defense. It also mastered several powerful skills. The blue skill, Ice Dragon Breath, LV5, which could unleash a furious thunder breath causing 500 thunder damage plus dragon breath damage. The purple skill, Ice Age, LV3, releasing endless cold to freeze a 1,000-meter radius. causing 700 spell damage and 70 ongoing damage. The purple skill, Ice Barrier, LV3, boosting defense by 700. The special gold skill, Dragon Emperor Phantom, LV1, which could summon a phantom with the combat power of an Emperor-level boss to assist in battle. Wow, with attributes like these, how am I supposed to fight this thing? Ling Yan couldn't help but curse, feeling a deep sense of awe. The terror of this creature went beyond just its attributes. Its health reached an incredible 150 million, with a physical defense as high as 300,000. Adding the LV20 ice power and the 700 enhancement from the ice barrier, its total defense soared to around 1.8 million. Even an SS-level genius would struggle to break through without a gold set and purple attack skills. Its attack power was equally intimidating. With a base attack of 10,000, it reached 150,000 after a 15-fold increase. Using the Ice Age skill, a single strike could cause up to 1.05 million damage. This was an area attack, covering a kilometer in diameter, making it difficult for Ling Yan to completely evade, even with twice the speed. Fortunately, Ling Yan had prepared in previous battles. He fused all elements to create a golden shield, greatly enhancing his defense. His Constitution Enhancement LV18 had already boosted his defense to over 60,000, and the golden defense skill, using his 4,000 soul value as a base, with 20-fold spell damage and a 1,000 golden skill boost, formed an unbreakable barrier. Facing such a formidable opponent, Ling Yan took a deep breath and began strategizing. This battle was destined to be a heart-stopping showdown. Ling Yan felt the surge of power within him, and his defense skyrocketed to an astonishing 860,000. This incredible value was almost half of the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor's. He was secretly delighted. With this level of defense, coupled with the weakening effect of the destruction domain, he could withstand the opponent's icebound world. However, Ling Yan knew that defense alone was not enough. The best defense is a good offense, he reminded himself, realizing the importance of attacking aggressively to suppress his opponent and neutralize their attack power. At that moment, an unsettling thought crossed Ling Yan's mind. The Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor still had one trump card left, the Dragon Emperor's Phantom. This golden skill could summon a terrifying Emperor-level Dragon Emperor, essentially forcing Ling Yan to face two formidable foes at once. Most people would likely retreat in the face of such a challenge, but Ling Yan was no ordinary person. He was secretly relieved that he might not need to use those special passive skills in this battle. Ling Yan's gaze fell on the Dragon Emperor's Phantom skill, and he couldn't help but marvel at its power. If a player were to obtain it, its value would rival that of a dark gold-level skill, potentially creating a Dragon Knight with an Emperor-level giant dragon. A flicker of hope ignited in his heart, wishing for the good fortune to acquire this skill. Without any hesitation, Ling Yan launched his attack first. Destruction Domain, activate. With a low shout, a massive dark aura erupted from within him, instantly enveloping the surroundings. With an astonishing speed of level 20, Ling Yan appeared like a phantom in front of the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. With a thunderous crash, the vast destruction domain struck heavily upon the dragon's head. An endless curse-like force surged into the Dragon Emperor's body like a tide, and a system notification sounded immediately. The Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor felt its power plummet dramatically, its expression changing drastically. Yet Ling Yan gave it no chance to recover, shouting fiercely, "Die!" The dragon-slaying secret art was instantly unleashed, and with a swift slash of the sword, the rend and tear strike aimed straight at the dragon's face. The Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor let out an earth-shattering roar. The battle was about to begin. Feeling the immense power of Ling Yan's strike, the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor let out a thunderous roar without hesitation. In an instant, its entire body erupted with ice energy like a tidal wave, forming a massive ice barrier around itself. However, Ling Yan's destruction slash struck like lightning. With a deafening crash, the terrifying force shattered the ice barrier into pieces. Although its power was reduced by a third, the destruction slash still landed heavily on the Dragon Emperor. With a puff, a huge gash was instantly torn open on the Dragon Emperor's body. Curses, lightning, fire, and several other elemental forces exploded from the wound, creating a massive, corrosive damage. In excruciating pain, the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor let out an ear-splitting roar. Its ice energy erupted once more, sweeping in all directions in an attempt to freeze the world. Yet, with its attributes weakened, the move seemed to have lost its former might. Seeing this, Ling Yan smirked coldly. He quickly released powerful elemental energy to shield himself. As the icy aura swept past, Ling Yan remained unmoved, fully immune to the damage. Meanwhile, a terrifying ice energy enveloped an area of 1 kilometer around. "I'll take this skill," Ling Yan said calmly, a glint of greed in his eyes. The Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor, seeing Ling Yan's arrogance, roared again and unleashed a 10-meter-wide thunder dragon breath. However, this blue-tier skill couldn't even shake Ling Yan's shield and dissipated with a loud crash. Ling Yan stopped holding back and used an amplification skill, Dragon's Fury. With a dragon's roar erupting from the void, a shadowy dark thunder dragon appeared behind Ling Yan, then merged into his body, transforming into a dark thunder dragon tattoo. Instantly, a chilling aura of terror burst forth from Ling Yan. Sensing Ling Yan's surge in power, the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor grew solemn. Unwilling to be outdone, it let out a sky-shaking roar, releasing a terrifying aura as a Dragon Emperor's shadow slowly separated from its body. Trying to use your Dragon Emperor's shadow? Too late. Ling Yan sneered, stomping the ground forcefully. With a booming sound, the earth caved in to form a deep pit several meters wide. In the next moment, Ling Yan's figure appeared ghost-like in front of the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. Before it could react, the dragon-slaying blade in Ling Yan's hand sliced through the air, aiming directly for the Dragon Emperor's neck. Despite its efforts to protect its vital spots, the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor struggled to defend against the attack. As a series of notifications chimed, Ling Yan glanced over the experience points and Starcoin data. As an expert with a level exceeding 10, these figures no longer captured his interest. Even the experience points from an Emperor-level boss had significantly diminished, leading him to wonder if the 3 trillion could even leave him with 10 billion. However, the real gain was something far more exciting. Ling Yan's eyes lit up as he discovered a thrilling treasure, the Dragon Emperor Phantom. He eagerly opened the description. Dragon Emperor Phantom LV1, Golden Quality. It can summon a phantom of an Emperor-level boss of the same level as the user, with elemental passive skills of the same level, to join in battle. To conjure the Dragon Emperor, one needs any Emperor-level dragon's remnant soul and a crystal core of the corresponding level. It requires elemental passive skills to be LV15 and attribute passive skills to be LV20. Each type of Dragon Emperor can only be conjured once. The description also outlined the conditions for conjuring a Dragon King. Any King-level dragon's remnant soul, elemental passive skills at LV10, and attribute passive skills at LV15. Each type of Dragon King can be conjured 10 times. In terms of consumption, an Emperor-level dragon requires 50,000 mana, while a King-level dragon requires 5,000 mana, with a duration of 1 minute. Ling Yan widened his eyes, incredulous, as he repeatedly confirmed the description. This skill actually allowed for the conjuring of multiple Dragon Emperors, and it could even conjure Dragon Kings? This was a divine skill tailor-made for him. For ordinary people, possessing 5 passive skills above LV15 simultaneously is almost impossible. Such a genius is rare to find even annually in the entire Yin God galaxy, let alone throughout human civilization's history. Even if there were, they could at most summon just 1 Dragon Emperor. But for Ling Yan, the situation was entirely different. He possessed various elements, theoretically able to combine dozens, even hundreds, of Dragon Emperors. If he mastered more elements in the future, the number of summonable Dragon Emperors would be even more astonishing. Nonetheless, Ling Yan's current strength and physique hadn't reached LV20, so he couldn't summon a Dragon Emperor just yet. He decided to try summoning an Earth Thunder Dragon first. Without hesitation, Ling Yan learned the skill, then took out 10 remnants of Earth Thunder Dragons and a series of Earth and Thunder elemental crystal cores, beginning the process as instructed. He imprinted seal after seal into the remnants, awakening the slumbering spirits of the Earth Thunder Dragons, while branding his soul imprint upon them. As time passed, the 10 Earth Thunder Dragon remnants gradually revived. Suddenly, powerful auras erupted, accompanied by flashes of lightning, and dragon roars echoed across the sky. The remnants transformed into 10 colossal Earth Thunder Dragon phantoms, soaring into the sky. The system notification followed. Congratulations, player, for forging 10 Earth Thunder Dragons. Dragon Emperor Phantom Experience 1000. Dragon Emperor Phantom level increased to LV2. All attributes remain unchanged. Duration extended to 3 minutes. Ling Yan examined the attributes of these Earth Thunder Dragons, finding them identical to those of the living Earth Thunder Dragons. However, the cost was staggering. Each Earth Thunder Dragon required 5,000 mana, totaling 50,000 mana for all 10. Ling Yan clicked his tongue in disbelief. Even so, he understood the immense power of this skill. Summoning just 1 Earth Thunder Dragon was comparable to a peak purple skill, even surpassing some weaker golden skills. Summoning 10, the high cost made sense. With this in mind, Ling Yan stopped the mana output. The 10 Earth Thunder Dragons in the sky instantly turned into dazzling light, vanishing into the sky, transforming into soul light spheres that fell into Ling Yan's hand. Ling Yan pondered with some resignation. At just LV20, the mana consumption was already so high. By the time he reached LV100, or even LV200, the consumption would likely be even more staggering. After all skills consumption increases with level. However, since the Dragon Emperor Phantom had upgraded to LV2, extending the duration to 3 minutes, spending 50,000 mana for 10 Dragon Kings to fight for 3 minutes was still quite cost-effective. Despite the immense power of the Dragon Emperor Phantom, The materials required for its forging were also extremely valuable. Ling Yan's eyes flickered as he considered that to forge an Ice Thunder Dragon, he would need the remnant soul of an Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor, along with Ice and Thunder Emperor level crystal cores. Just the price of these 2 crystal cores was astronomical. The drop rate for a soul fragment is comparable to that of ordinary golden equipment, while a complete soul fragment is worth more than an entire set of golden equipment. Ling Yan felt a surge of joy. By defeating just one Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor, these rare items would be within his grasp. He then turned his attention to the other rewards. Golden Essence. A full 10,000 of them. Such a quantity is astonishing, as even dismantling hundreds of level 20 golden equipment wouldn't yield this much. Ling Yan felt a twinge of regret, realizing that upgrading level 20 golden equipment to dark gold quality would require far more essence, at least 30 to 40,000 more. However, the 4th round of the challenge featured at least 3 Emperor-level dragon beasts. If each could drop 10,000 golden essences, it would be enough to upgrade the necklace in his Dragon Slayer set. Ling Yan calculated that his soul value would surely soar, greatly increasing his chances against the Hell Thunder Dragon. The appearance of the job change scroll left Ling Yan deeply moved. This scroll was so rare that it could cause a stir throughout human civilization. An SSS-level profession is exceedingly rare among humans, potentially not appearing for decades. Now, with just one scroll, a successful job change could be achieved. If word got out, it would likely be snatched away within a day. Ling Yan decided to keep it safe, as it might prove useful in the future. Lastly, there were 40 golden attribute fruits. Ling Yan picked up a strength fruit and examined it closely. Level 20 golden quality, which permanently increases strength by 100 points upon use. The notes indicated that only 10 of the same level and quality strength fruits could be consumed in a lifetime. Ling Yan was thrilled. Each of these fruits was equivalent to a full set of equipment of the same level, but with an even lower drop rate. Obtaining 10 at once was incredibly lucky. He didn't hesitate and chose to consume them all immediately. A powerful energy surged through his body, and Ling Yan felt his attributes rapidly increasing. This sensation was different from equipment bonuses. It was more akin to the experience of adding points. Moments later, the 40 attribute fruits were gone. A system notification echoed in Ling Yan's mind. Congratulations, player, on consuming 10 each of level 20 strength, speed, constitution, and soul fruits. All attributes 1,000. Ling Yan suddenly understood why the geniuses and scions of great families in this world could far surpass ordinary people of the same level. These rare attribute fruits played a significant role. The average total attributes for a level 20 player typically range around 4 or 500. However, the golden elemental fruit in Ling Yan's possession can boost attributes by a staggering 1,000 points. This made him wonder, if a dark golden fruit existed, wouldn't its effects be even more astounding? Ling Yan sighed inwardly, acknowledging that fairness was never a given in this world. Since the day of career awakening, fairness had become an elusive concept. Yet, with his unique professions, Child of Fortune and Passive Plunderer, he undeniably stood at the pinnacle of this so-called fairness chain. His eyes scanned over 3 resurrection cards, and a slight smile tugged at his lips. Unfortunately, these are useless to me, Ling Yan thought. If I wish to resurrect, I can only rely on passive rebirth. Even a red resurrection card cannot bring me back to life. The last valuable reward was the Golden Frost Thunder Dragon set. Although high level, it paled in comparison to the power of the Dragon Slayer set in this instance. Ling Yan shook his head lightly and opened his attribute sheet. The data on the attribute sheet was astonishing. Name: Ling Yan. Race: human. Professions: Passive Plunderer, Child of Fortune. Level: LV2 of 3.15 trillion. Strength: 4360180017451400000. Agility: 44352000741411000000. Constitution: 4360180017451400000. Soul: 5060. In innate passives, mastery of fire, thunder, frost, and earth had reached LV15, LV20, LV18, and LV16 respectively, with corresponding damage multipliers being remarkable. In the skill bar, powerful abilities like King's Blood Fury, Void Blink, Life Revival, Dragon Emperor's Shadow, and Icebound World were all present. In the weapon bar, the LV20 Golden Dragon Slayer set shone brightly, its attribute bonuses being highly desirable. Ling Yan glanced over the attribute sheet, a confident smile playing on his lips. At this moment, all his attributes had reached 4 or 5,000, indicating that the damage he could unleash would far exceed previous levels. The next wave is about to start the instance contest, Ling Yan murmured, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. I wonder if the geniuses from the Star Civilization have reached the 3rd wave boss yet? With their strength, it might take some effort, but it shouldn't be a problem. Taking a deep breath, Ling Yan spoke to the void. Apocalypse, initiate the fourth wave. As soon as the words left his mouth, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared. In the next instant, Ling Yan's figure vanished within this peculiar wave. Meanwhile, as Ling Yan had anticipated, Khazar, leading 9 other geniuses, arrived at the Frost Thunder Dragon Emperor just as Ling Yan finished the third wave challenge. 2 powerful teams were about to engage in a thrilling battle on this battleground. Although the battle with the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor was more challenging than facing 10 Earth Thunder Dragons, the cooperation among the 10 geniuses was remarkably seamless. Even with its formidable skills, the Dragon Emperor's phantom struggled to withstand their relentless and powerful attacks, especially under the effects of weakening skills and self-enhancements. The mighty Frozen World skill couldn't breach the tenfold strengthened purple defensive shield. When the battle concluded, the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor fell, leaving the 10-member team with only a single piece of golden Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor armor. Compared to Ling Yan's haul, this reward was like a chasm. Nonetheless, except for the wealthy Karsa, the other 9 were ecstatic and showered him with flattering praise. Though Karsa was disdainful of their sycophancy, he couldn't help but display a proud smile. Initiate the fourth wave. With his low command, the team of 10 vanished from their spot. Meanwhile, Ling Yan's figure emerged amid a spatial ripple on a scorching planet. Looking up, he saw 3 blazing suns hanging high, roasting the land. The surface temperature soared to nearly 200 degrees Celsius, enough to roast an ordinary person instantly. However, Ling Yan, with his formidable strength and mastery over fire, was unaffected by such an environment. So, this is the location for the fourth wave's assessment? Could it be fire-type monsters? Ling Yan's eyes lit up, eager to enhance his fire mastery level. At that moment, a dungeon notification sounded. Attention! This round is a dungeon contest. Infinite monster mode activated. Monster density increased, and monster respawn intervals removed. First contest round. Limited to 5 hours. At the final tally, the 10 teams with the most monster kills will advance to the second round, the boss contest. Upon hearing this, Ling Yan was thrilled. Wow, infinite monster mode. Is this tailor-made for me? His passive level-up speed had been slowing down, as he was only at LV 20 and needed to kill a vast number of monsters to level up. However, he understood that to reach LV 50 or even LV 100, the number of monsters in an ordinary dungeon would need to be in the millions or more. By then, his passive level-up speed would also skyrocket. Ling Yan felt a surge of excitement. At level 20, he possessed such formidable power, which exceeded his expectations. With the infinite mode activated, he anticipated substantial passive level gains over the next 5 hours. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, signaling the arrival of wild creatures. As expected, the crimson earth split open, and countless fiery red giant lizards, each 3 to 4 meters long and engulfed in flames, emerged from below. These fearsome creatures swarmed in a dense mass, creating a daunting scene. Ling Yan leaped high into the air, ascending over 20 meters to survey the distance. His pupils contracted slightly at what he saw. With his extraordinary vision, he could discern scenes over 10 kilometers away, and due to the flat terrain of the planet, he had a rough idea of what lay even further, over 100 kilometers away. The sight was overwhelming. As far as the eye could see, everything was a sea of blood red. The fiery giant lizards surged forward, piling up into a fiery wave dozens of meters high. The sheer number, conservatively estimated, was in the billions, and this was only within the visible range. After landing, Ling Yan immediately checked the attributes of one of the fiery red giant lizards. Creature, Crimson Flame Giant Lizard Normal, Enhanced Level, LV 20. Innate Passives. Flame Power LV 3. Can wield the power of flames, unleashing 300 fire damage. Strength Enhancement LV 3. Strength Attribute, receives a 300 boost. Constitution Enhancement LV 3. Constitution Attribute, receives a 300 boost. Tail Regeneration LV 3. Can substitute any limb when suffering a fatal blow. Temporarily enhances all attributes by 190 upon success, and the severed limb can regenerate. Health, 300, 000 300 000. Mana, 4, 0004 000. Attack, 2000. Speed, 200. Defense, 4500. Skill, Earth Fire Surge White Skill. Description, manipulates the power of flames to erupt pillars of fire from the ground to attack enemies. Beware of unexpected attacks. Seeing this attribute description, especially the last warning, Ling Yan couldn't help but twitch a smile. He silently mocked how more and more creatures seemed to have surprising attacks these days. Before he could gather his thoughts, countless fire pillars, each 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter, shot up from the ground, covering an area of over 100 meters. Although these ordinary monsters' flames couldn't harm Ling Yan, he remained vigilant. Destruction Domain. Ling Yan activated his domain without hesitation. Instantly, a domain with a diameter of over 20 meters enveloped the surroundings. While his domain could extend up to 100 or 200 meters in diameter, it consumed too much energy, even for Ling Yan. The current range was sufficient to handle the situation. As the domain expanded, the surrounding fire pillars extinguished with a series of puff sounds. Ling Yan stood at the center, prepared for the intense battle that was about to unfold. As Ling Yan's domain expanded, dozens of crimson flame giant lizards were instantly crushed into dust. However, even more lizards surged forward, seemingly endless. Ling Yan leaped, transforming into a massive black sphere of light that obliterated every lizard in its path, turning them to ashes. Just as he cleared an area, the ground erupted with more crimson flame giant lizards. This endless mode was indeed true to its name. Ling Yan lamented that 5 hours were too short and wished he had 1,000 years to fight to his heart's content. Realizing that relying solely on his destructive domain wasn't fast enough to clear the creatures, Ling Yan decisively took out 10 soul orbs and infused them with immense magic. The orbs burst forth with a terrifying aura, and the sky echoed with the roar of dragons. The 10 orbs shot into the sky, transforming into the colossal silhouettes of earth thunder dragons. Each dragon gathered the power of the earth, forming a fist-sized black sphere in its mouth, which it then launched high into the air. A vast gravitational force spread from the spheres, covering hundreds of meters. The ground shook violently, cracking inch by inch. Massive fragments and countless crimson flame giant lizards were drawn toward the sky, crushed into 10 enormous earth balls with diameters of 30 to 40 meters amidst terrified screeches. These earth balls were as long as a basketball court or as tall as a 10-story building. Under the immense gravity, the lizards' health points rapidly depleted, and their flesh merged completely with the earth fragments. A system notification sounded. You have slain 125,424 crimson flame giant lizards. With a single move, Ling Yan had wiped out over 100,000 lizards, leaving him astonished at the power of the purple skill, Earth Celestial Star. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What if he could incorporate other elements into the Earth Celestial Star? Would it become even more powerful? After all, when the power of the Earth is condensed to its extreme, it carries an immense gravitational force. This idea filled Ling Yan with a sense of endless possibilities. Ling Yan stood at the center of the battlefield, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. A bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. What if he injected other attack elements into the Earth Star to enhance its gravitational range and power? The thought made his heart race, and he decided to act immediately. He quickly clapped his hands together, unleashing a surge of earth power that flowed into his palms like a tidal wave. As he slowly separated his hands, a black orb, no larger than a ping-pong ball, hovered between them. Though smaller than the Earth Thunder Dragon's attack, it contained energy several times greater. Ling Yan didn't rush to release the condensed energy orb. Instead, he began infusing it with all the elemental powers he controlled: wind, fire, lightning, ice, curse, darkness, water, along with the original earth power, a total of 8 elements interweaving and colliding within the tiny sphere. If any high-level superpower users witnessed this, they would surely exclaim, "Madman," or "suicidal." Fusing multiple elements to create a powerful skill is no easy task. Even merging 2 elements usually requires extensive research. Yet, relying on his confidence and his luck, Ling Yan attempted to fuse 8 elements, completely ignoring conventional wisdom. As expected, the elements initially repelled each other fiercely, nearly spiraling out of control. But as Ling Yan's luck wheel turned, a miracle occurred. The chaotic elements suddenly stabilized, slowly merging in an almost perfect manner. This process consumed Ling Yan's mana at an alarming rate, draining 500,000 points in an instant. Fortunately, Ling Yan was a walking human boss, with 5,000 soul points, and the strongest Thunder Mastery LV20 support. Even with the previous 50,000 mana points spent summoning 10 Earth Thunder Dragons, the total consumption of 550,000 mana points only halved his mana reserves. Finally, a black and red orb appeared in Ling Yan's palm, still the size of a ping-pong ball, but its power was several times greater than before. Even Ling Yan himself could feel the terrifying, destructive force contained within. Without hesitation, Ling Yan raised his hand and launched the orb into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the black and red orb soared 1,000 meters high. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted as the orb burst apart, releasing an infinite gravitational force that spread out like a flood in all directions. The ground within several kilometers trembled wildly, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The scene was terrifying, and Ling Yan's experiment exceeded his expectations, showcasing an astonishing level of destruction. Within this area, countless fiery red giant lizards soared skyward like a reverse blood rain. The ground began to violently split apart, with massive fragments ranging from tens to hundreds of meters in diameter shooting into the sky. This terrifying power left Ling Yan visibly shocked. In the sky, a colossal earth sphere with a diameter of over 300 meters rapidly formed. its volume exceeding 1,000 times that of the Earth Drake's conglomerate. The giant lizards sucked into the sphere were instantly crushed, with a multitude of damage values appearing simultaneously. Ling Yan calculated that by using the King's Blood Fury and Dragon-slaying secret technique, the damage could increase sixfold, reaching an astounding base damage value of 43 million. Even more astonishing was that this was a large-scale attack covering several kilometers, annihilating at least 1 million giant lizards in one strike. However, the assault did not end there. Ling Yan focused on the massive Earth sphere in the sky, making a grasping motion in the void. Instantly, with an earth-shattering explosion, the sphere detonated. Countless fragments imbued with the powers of thunder, fire, darkness, and ice rained down like meteors, covering an area of 10 kilometers. The giant lizards that had just emerged from the ground were instantly obliterated by these meteors, with a dense array of varying damage values soaring skyward. Although Ling Yan was within the attack's range, he remained unscathed due to activating the destruction field. However, 10 Earth Drakes were shattered by the collateral damage, their soul orbs buried beneath the Earth. A system notification quickly followed. Congratulations, player. You have slain 5.54 million giant lizards. Ling Yan was now certain that this was no ordinary golden skill. Its power far exceeded expectations. Indeed, another notification rang out. Congratulations, player, on creating a new skill. Destruction Black Hole LV1 Dark Gold level. Formed by the fusion of 8 elemental forces, it can absorb all matter within a 10-kilometer radius to form a gravity sphere, dealing 2,000 damage. The subsequent attack has two forms, Starburst and Black Hole. Starburst detonates the sphere, releasing countless meteors, each attack carrying 100-2000 spell damage. Black Hole fully unleashes gravitational force, transforming the sphere into a black hole to continue devouring everything around it. A prompt sound resonated in Ling Yan's mind. This form requires a minimum soul value of 1 billion to activate. Ling Yan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, the destructive black hole can indeed transform into a true black hole, but the conditions for its use are extraordinarily high, requiring a full billion soul points. He pondered deeply, realizing that even a black hole the size of a fist could swallow the entire planet if unleashed on Earth. Creating such immense power naturally demands an equally formidable strength. Despite the stringent conditions, the skill's power is astonishing. 2,000 attack power, double that of a golden skill. Ling Yan couldn't help but marvel. My attack power has truly skyrocketed now. This destructive black hole would undoubtedly become his most powerful trump card. However, such a potent skill isn't one to be used lightly, as it consumes 500,000 mana each time, which is a strain even for Ling Yan in his current state. He mused to himself that without a passive element skill of level 15 or above, gathering the mana required for a dark gold level skill would be challenging. Skills that don't require elemental levels would instead consume health or other resources. Clearly, this skill is not suited for clearing small monsters due to its massive mana consumption. Suddenly, Ling Yan recalled a wild monster area on the Apocalypse continent, where the creature's passives could accelerate mana regeneration. A glint of insight flashed in his eyes as he thought, I should find time to check it out. If I can boost my mana regeneration, I could use dark gold level skills as if they were minor ones. With that thought, Ling Yan unhesitatingly activated a skill. Dragon Emperor Phantom, appear. In an instant, earth-shaking dragon roars echoed around as 10 phantom earth thunder dragons burst forth from the ground, spreading in all directions to unleash a frenzied assault on countless crimson flame giant lizards. Meanwhile, Ling Yan activated the destruction domain, swiftly obliterating the surrounding crimson flame giant lizards. At his current mana regeneration rate, Ling Yan could recover about 50,000 mana per minute, using part to sustain the destruction domain and the rest to continually summon earth thunder dragons. This allowed him to use the destructive black hole roughly every 30 minutes. Under the relentless assault of the 10 thunder dragons, in just 1 hour, Ling Yan had already obliterated 21.4 million crimson flame giant lizards. He quickly calculated, at this pace, I should be able to slay 100 million crimson flame giant lizards in 5 hours. With this thought, Ling Yan couldn't help but smile. Such a vast number of crimson flame giant lizards would be enough to upgrade all his passive skills, like strength and constitution enhancements, to level 20 or even higher. Ling Yan fought like a precise killing machine, mercilessly slaughtering the enemies in front of him. Meanwhile, Karsa and his team launched an assault on the crimson flame giant lizard. Each of these 10 SS level geniuses wielded domain-type purple skills, and with the enhancement of top-tier golden armor, their attacks could instantly annihilate the giant lizard. The combined efforts of the 10 were almost as swift as Ling Yan's solo onslaught. If they knew that their entire team's efficiency couldn't surpass that of Ling Yan alone, they would probably be furious. Besides Karsa's group, over a dozen teams from the Stala tribe had reached the fourth wave. Each team comprised 10 S-level geniuses, nearly all equipped with golden armor. Although these armors weren't as high quality as Ji Wuxia's Dragon Slayer set, their formidable professional abilities made up for it. Almost every genius from the Stallid tribe could reach the fourth wave, while among humans, only a few elites like Karsa could achieve this. This vast gap is undoubtedly due to innate talent. Meanwhile, in an icy realm, Su Miaoran had finally reached the third wave. If news of her soloing to the third wave spread, it would surely cause a stir across the galaxy. After all, this was a dark gold-level dungeon, with the second wave boss boasting the strength of 10 king-level monsters. Even with the Dragon Slayer set, her ability to solo 10 king-level foes likely exceeded an SS rating. Behind all this was the work of her mysterious master. Although rules prevented the master from intervening directly, they could control Su Miaoran's body. When the 10 Earth Thunder Dragons appeared, her master used a terrifying secret technique to amplify her power fivefold. Then, an ice move even stronger than Icebound World was unleashed, instantly obliterating the 10 dragons. This astonishing scene left Su Miaoran in awe, but she quickly realized the downside of such a possession attack. There were no rewards, experience points, or star coins, and no items dropped. Clearly, the dungeon system detected her master's presence and imposed penalties. Worse, her master's power was sealed, almost irreversibly, until they left the dungeon. This meant they were powerless against the third wave's Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. However, Su Miaoran's true goal wasn't to clear the dungeon. They sought a rare ice material called the Ultimate Ice Lotus, which only appeared with the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. Finding it would allow her first ice transformation at level 20. Yet, her master regretfully noted that, with their power sealed, acquiring the Ultimate Ice Lotus was unlikely. It required suppressing the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor while finding and collecting the Lotus, a feat only a team like Karsa's could achieve. Other S-level teams struggled just to defeat the Dragon Emperor, leaving no room for anything else. In this predicament, Su Miaoran's master thought of one candidate, Ling Yan. With Ling Yan's power, it might be possible. Although Su Miaoran had little interaction with Ling Yan, her master suggested offering a golden-level lightning skill as compensation. The proposal shocked Su Miaoran. A golden-level skill was more precious than the Ultimate Ice Lotus, and her master had warned against revealing valuable items. In response to her doubts, her master cryptically assured, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Now hurry and clear the nearby mobs." With that, Su Miaoran stopped questioning and unleashed her ice domain to swiftly eliminate the surrounding monsters. As her understanding of the ice domain deepened, upgrading it to a golden level seemed within reach. However, as expected, despite spending hours clearing all the mobs, she had to exit the dungeon the moment the formidable Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor appeared. Without her master's aid, she couldn't contend with it and risked perishing with the slightest mistake. Thus, Su Miaoran's adventure temporarily concluded, and the story's focus shifted to the skies above the Tianbei starship. A sudden flicker in the spatial rift caught everyone's attention as Su Miaoran emerged from it, drawing all eyes toward her. Her tardy entrance sparked a wave of hushed conversations. Why is Su Miaoran only coming out now? How did it take her so long to solo? Did she manage to reach the third wave? Impossible, right? Her talent is only S. Even an SS would struggle to pass the second wave boss solo. Maybe she took a long break between the first and second waves. The Star-Lords quickly speculated, but soon shifted their focus. Although Su Miaoran had decent talent, her S ranking wasn't even in the top 20 in the Tianbei galaxy. Her combat ability was strong, but her potential was limited by her talent. At that moment, the Tianbei galaxy was engaged in a dungeon confrontation with the Cast galaxy, and all hopes were pinned on Ling Yan. However, without surveillance access, they were clueless about the situation inside the dungeon. Time dragged on in anxious anticipation. Most participants had fallen before the third wave boss, the Ice Thunder Dragon King, with 17 members even losing their lives. The losses were heavy. According to those eliminated, the fourth wave would be a melee mode dungeon battle. Tianbei Galaxy had only one 10-person team left, while Cast Galaxy had a formidable 500 S-level geniuses. Ta Luoer laughed wildly, taunting, 500 against 10, do you think you have a chance? Unless all 10 of you are SSS geniuses. Haha, humans are truly impressive, developing so fast, geniuses indeed. His powerful followers joined in the mockery. Longting Star-Lord, Tianbei Star-Lord, and others looked grim. They hadn't anticipated the dungeon battle would be a melee mode, rather than the usual speed or elimination mode. Melee meant one wrong move could lead to total defeat. What was more concerning was that Ling Yan had yet to appear. They feared he might have already been defeated by the Ice Thunder Dragon King in the third round. Earlier, other eliminated participants revealed the attributes of the Ice Thunder Dragon King, causing everyone to gasp. It was undoubtedly a top-tier Emperor-level boss, far exceeding the strength of ordinary Emperor-level bosses. While ordinary Emperor-level bosses wielded 2 elemental powers, they typically had only one passive skill, if any. This top-tier Emperor-level boss had not only dual elemental passives, but also possessed multiple passive skills like strength enhancement and speed enhancement. Even an SS-level powerhouse would struggle to solo it with just golden gear and purple skills. Defeating it easily would likely require SSS strength. Ling Yan's fate hung in the balance, causing deep concern among the Tianbei Star Lord and the surrounding Star Lords. They discussed Ling Yan's talent level, which, though impressive, might not reach the SSS level or earn the coveted golden skill. This situation left them in a dilemma. If Ling Yan were only an SS talent, reviving him would be considerably easier. Reluctantly, the Tianbei Star Lord proposed asking Lord Yanshun for help in reviving Ling Yan, but this was no simple decision. Dark gold revival cards were scarce, typically reserved for top-tier geniuses of SSS or even SSS level. The entire Yanshin galaxy would feel the pinch of reviving Ling Yan even once. At this moment, all they could do was hope Ling Yan could escape the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor's deadly strike. However, events took an unexpected turn. Within the dungeon, Ling Yan endured 5 hours of an endless monster mode. When the dust settled, a mountain of scarlet flame giant lizard corpses, hundreds of meters high, bore witness to the astonishing slaughter. The system notification chimed, announcing the shocking results. Congratulations, player, for slaying 112.4 million scarlet flame giant lizards in 5 hours. You have gained 1,125 billion experience points and 112.4 billion star coins locked. Immediately after, the fortune wheel activated repeatedly, bringing a series of remarkable ability enhancements. Flame Mastery increased from LV3 to LV23, 125,000 cap, 400,000. Constitution Enhancement increased from LV3 to LV23, 154,000 cap, 400,000. Strength Enhancement increased from LV3 to LV23, 188,000 cap, 400,000. Tail Survival increased from LV3 to LV23, 174,000 cap, 400,000. Finally, the Lizard Hunter skill upgraded to LV5, boosting extra damage by 100, expanding the aggro range to 10,000 meters, and increasing aggro points by 100. This series of enhancements not only confirmed Ling Yan's survival, but also showcased his astonishing growth rate under extreme conditions. The stark contrast between external concerns and Ling Yan's actual achievements hinted at an exciting turning point on the horizon. A series of notification sounds echoed in Ling Yan's mind, signaling the end of this round. He sighed softly, feeling a bit of regret, but he was quite satisfied with what he had gained. He could sense the abundant power within him, with all his passive skills having advanced by 3 minor levels. At this rate, a few more dungeon runs should be enough, Ling Yan thought. It's a pity this unlimited monster spawning mode is only available during the dungeon contest. I won't be so lucky next time. At that moment, a grand announcement resonated throughout all the dungeon spaces. The first round of the dungeon contest's unlimited monster mode has ended. The distribution of the first round rewards will now begin. The reward calculation is as follows. Number of kills in unlimited mode divided by team members equals points. The system then detailed the relationship between points and damage bonuses. Over 100,000 points, 20 damage bonus. Over 1 million points, 20 damage bonus. Over 10 million points, 40 damage bonus. Over 100 million points, 100 damage bonus. Ling Yan's mind received a personalized notification. Your points are 112 million, granting you a 100 damage bonus. A 100 power boost. Ling Yan raised an eyebrow. This dungeon seems determined to wipe out the Stru people. He estimated that others could at most reach 10 million points, and some might not even achieve that. This meant his strength, already far superior to the Stru geniuses, had now become even more formidable. Meanwhile, Karsa's team also received a notification. Their team had killed 10,041,000 monsters, averaging 10 million points per person, earning a 40 power boost. Karsa's teammates erupted in cheers. A 40 power boost. This time in the boss contest, our team can crush any other team. Someone sneered. This dungeon doesn't seem to want those so-called human geniuses to survive. But they're just a bunch of low-level trash. How dare they call themselves geniuses? Exactly, another chimed in. No strength, yet they dare to solo dark gold-level dungeons, truly courting death. Our young Master Karsa is humble, someone flattered, powerful, and possessing more than one gold skill, yet he still chooses to team up. Now that's a truly smart genius. Listening to his teammates' praises, Karsa's face remained cold and disdainful, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Just then, the system announced again. Second round. Free-for-all mode. Boss contest begins. Rule 1. In the free-for-all, you can also attack others within the same civilization. After all the teams had lasted 5 hours in the infinite mode, a series of rules suddenly flooded the minds of the 500 teams. What the heck? 20 gatekeeping bosses? Someone exclaimed. That many? Not really, another voice responded. It's like each team facing 2 bosses. Strong teams will even steal kills, while weaker teams might not be able to defeat even one. Suddenly, someone realized a more pressing issue. Wait a minute. Only 10 teams can win the melee, which means we have to face Lord Karsa's team. Are you out of your mind? Someone immediately scolded. You dare think of challenging Lord Karsa's team? Exactly. Another calm voice interjected. Going against Lord Karsa is a death wish. The best strategy is to eliminate the 2 human teams and compete for the remaining 9 slots. The geniuses in each dungeon space began to discuss intensely, and their conversations were surprisingly similar. Meanwhile, Ji Wuxue and his team were completely stunned. 52 teams. Jing Yu couldn't help but curse. What kind of civilization is competing with us for this dungeon? They recalled the scene where they barely managed to defeat the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor, losing 2 team members in the process. Now, the will of Apocalypse informed them that there were 51 other teams besides theirs. One of them is likely Ling Yan, someone whispered, their face filled with fear. Although he can't solo the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor, I have a feeling he can reach the 4th wave. This meant the other civilization had a full 50 equally strong teams. If a melee broke out, they would likely be annihilated in an instant, without any chance to fight back. What do we do now? Someone asked, trembling. Are we supposed to quit the dungeon? Ji Wuxue spoke coldly. We've only been killed once. If we're killed again, the cost will be something we can't afford. We might really end up working to pay it off for the rest of our lives. Hearing this, the others hesitated, as fear and despair filled the air. Just then, a taunting voice broke the silence. What? Have you become so cowardly that you don't even have the courage to face an enemy? Lo Song stood tall and imposing, his 10-meter frame towering over his hesitant teammates. A smirk of disdain played on his lips as he surveyed their reluctance. As soon as he spoke, the others glared at him, their eyes blazing with anger. Ji Wuxue scoffed, clenching his fists, ready to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. However, Lo Song remained unfazed, becoming even more brazen. Did I say anything wrong? If you lack the courage, you might as well go home and retire. If everyone feared death, our human race would have no strong warriors. He looked around and continued. Besides, we're just taking a look. If the enemy is truly overwhelming, we can always retreat immediately. Why be so cowardly? Lo Zhang's words struck a chord, hitting everyone present like a hammer. They stood frozen, lost in thought. Indeed, without the courage to face formidable foes, what good is talent? They would never truly grow. More importantly, among the 50 teams mentioned, a considerable number might be geniuses from the Flamestar system. If they fled without even daring to take a glance, they would become a laughingstock across the galaxy. Seeing the thoughtful expressions on their faces, Lo Song couldn't be bothered to say more and directly announced. I'm going ahead. You can catch up later. With that, he unhesitatingly initiated the boss battle. He was eager to see who would challenge them for the instance. Boss battle initiated. Initiating teleportation. With the system's prompt, Lo Zhang's figure vanished instantly. Infuriated by Lo Zhang's disdain, Ji Wuxue snorted and disappeared right after him. The others quickly followed suit. In the depths of space, a shattered continent floated in the void. At its center, a barrier divided it in two. As space rippled, teams of Starlu geniuses appeared one after another on one side of the barrier, each team less than 100 meters apart. On the other side, where the humans should be, there was no one. The Starlu geniuses burst into laughter at the sight. All from my Castor star system. Where have the human geniuses gone? Ha ha. They probably heard about the 52 teams and were too scared to come. Exactly. Humans are indeed a bunch of cowardly waste. Just then, a wave of spatial energy surged, and Lo Song and his team appeared on the scene one by one. Instantly, all Starlu eyes focused on them. Starlu, Jing Yu and the others' faces changed dramatically. Damn, it's the Starlu civilization. This is big trouble. They scrutinized the opposing team's formations and felt a sinking feeling. Look at their teams, they're almost all fully staffed. This means they suffered almost no losses in their battle with the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. So, the Starlu geniuses here are likely all S level or above. Everyone understood that among the major races, the relationship between the Starlu and humans was the most hostile. This was mainly because their territories bordered each other the most, leading to constant conflicts. Now, faced with such formidable opponents, they couldn't help but feel an overwhelming pressure. When humanity was on the rise, the slaughter of human warriors by the Starlu people was indescribable. Now, as the two sides meet again, the air is thick with tension. Although the status of human civilization is now secure and large-scale war is unlikely, who can guarantee the safety of these S-level geniuses? Ji Wuxue and his companions wore grave expressions, in stark contrast to the mocking smiles on the faces of the Starlu elites. They thought to themselves, 8 against 500 if they lose, they might as well commit mass suicide. The team led by Karsa was even more dismissive, not even bothering to give Ji Wuxue's group a second glance. In their eyes, this team, which couldn't even match the average level of the Starlu's 500, had no right to earn the admiration of these at least SS-level geniuses. Just as tensions were about to erupt, the space suddenly rippled. A young figure appeared out of nowhere, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Ling Yan, they exclaimed in disbelief at this unexpected arrival. How is this possible? He actually made it to the fourth wave. His strength is terrifying. We once thought of killing him, how laughable. Although Luo Sang and the others had anticipated this, witnessing Ling Yan's appearance firsthand still left them deeply shocked. The Staru elites were equally surprised. Even the arrogant Karsa couldn't help but frown as he stared at Ling Yan. Impossible. It must be that an entire team was wiped out, leaving only him to pass by chance. Karsa speculated. The Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor is a top-tier boss. If he really defeated it alone, his talent level must be at least SSS. The scene erupted into chaos as everyone intensely discussed Ling Yan's origins. No one believed he had truly soloed to the fourth wave, yet Karsa felt an inexplicable pressure. Humph, these humans are truly overconfident, daring to tackle a dark gold-level dungeon with such standards. Exactly, they couldn't even gather a team of S-level geniuses. Where did they get such courage? Ha ha ha, isn't this a living example? They've already perished until only one is left. The surrounding SS-level geniuses mocked without restraint, but Karsa suddenly spoke up. Be cautious of this guy. His strength may very well surpass mine. At these words, all the team members' faces changed drastically. Stronger than young Master Karsa? Gasp. How is that possible? Young Master Karsa, could you have made a mistake? They stared at Ling Yan in disbelief. Although he wore only a Golden Dragon Slayer set, which might enhance his speed in defeating dungeon monsters, could such an advantage really make his strength surpass Karsa's? Doubt and unease filled their hearts. However, compared to others with golden sets of the same level, the combat power is significantly weaker. After all, this is merely a set designed for farming monsters. On the other hand, Karsa not only possesses a full set of top-tier golden equipment, but also has a matching dark gold weapon. If someone could surpass Karsa with that, could it be that Ling Yan really soloed the mighty Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor? Faced with the shock and doubt of those around him, Karsa remained silent, quietly watching Ling Yan from afar. Sensing Karsa's gaze, Ling Yan looked back. Boom! At the moment their eyes met, a terrifying pressure weighed down on Karsa's heart. Interesting, very interesting. Who exactly is this person? Such a genius from the small Tianbei galaxy. In an instant, Karsa was convinced that Ling Yan's strength was indeed on par with his own. However, he felt no fear or anger, only an overwhelming killing intent. If he could kill such a genius here, what level of reward would he receive? The reward for eliminating an SS-class genius is no small matter. Karsa couldn't help but lick his lips with a sinister smile. What's with this guy? Is he a creep, or what? Looking at Karsa's smile, Ling Yan couldn't help but shiver, feeling a bit creeped out. Ignoring Karsa, Ling Yan turned his gaze to Ji Wuxue and the others. Oh, you guys are back. Seeing that they had revived, Ling Yan couldn't help but smile. As soon as he spoke, Ji Wuxue and the others instinctively took a step back in fear. Ling Yan, don't do anything rash. This is a dungeon battle, and our common enemy is the Starro people. The girl with mastery of life quickly reminded Ling Yan. Right. If we start fighting among ourselves, the Starro people will benefit, Lo Song quickly added. After realizing the gap in strength between themselves and Ling Yan, they understood how much face Ling Yan had given them before. Ling Yan, right? I heard you're strong, but you don't look like much, someone else chimed in directly. Let me be frank. Even though you're powerful, without our help, you have no chance of defeating the Starro genius. We're short 2 people now. If you join us, we'll give you a 20 share of the rewards. How about it? However, there's always someone who doesn't believe in the odds. Jingyu, confident in his speed mastery being superior to Ji Wushue's, believed he could escape even if Ling Yan wanted to kill him. With a condescending attitude, he made his offer to Ling Yan. It was a joke. They were 8 people, after all. Offering Ling Yan 20 was already generous. As soon as he spoke, not only did Lo Song and the others' expressions change, but even Ji Wuxue felt a shock. Everyone instinctively distanced themselves from Jingyu. They knew from the start that Ling Yan's strength was beyond their comparison. Now, having seen Ling Yan solo the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor, even Ji Wushue's fear of him had peaked. Yet Jingyu dared to be so arrogant toward Ling Yan. Who is this guy? Where did you find such a useless teammate? Ling Yan said, digging into his ear, somewhat surprised by Jingyu's audacity. Did this guy not see how I effortlessly defeated Ji Wuxue and the others? Ling Yan pondered silently, his sharp gaze sweeping over the confident-looking Jingyu before him. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Or is it that people these days are just this bold? Do they think having a golden set of armor means they can exchange blows with me? As soon as Ling Yan finished speaking, Jingyu's face turned livid. Trash? Did you just call me trash? You fool. You're asking for it. Jingyu roared in anger, but he unconsciously took 2 steps back. His fingers trembled slightly as he secretly prepared to flee by communicating with the will of the heavens. Ling Yan originally didn't intend to say much to Jingyu, but that word fool ignited a deep-seated fury within him. Fool! Wait, are you from the Little Sun tribe? Lo Sang quickly interjected. He's not, but his master is. Ever since he became his master's disciple, he thinks he's of the ancient Hua tribe's lineage. Jing Yu snorted disdainfully at this. Humph, I'm not from the ancient Hua tribe, but once I marry my master's daughter, my descendants will be noble Hua tribe members. Ling Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice low. His master wouldn't happen to be Kajichiro, would it? That's right, my master is Star Lord Kajichiro, a noble descendant of the ancient Hua tribe, Jing Yu declared arrogantly, as if it was a prestigious status. Ling Yan's gaze turned icy cold. Very well, in that case, you can die now. Ji Wuxiue and the others around him turned pale at these words. In the next moment, Ling Yan's figure vanished like a ghost. A flash of fire appeared, and Jing Yu's head flew into the air, a black death damage number appearing above. This scene shocked not only Ji Wuxiue and his group, but also the nearby talents from the Starlight Civilization, who were visibly taken aback. What incredible speed! Did you see that? No, what kind of speed is that? No, it's not just speed, it's a spatial skill. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Even Carls's pupils contracted sharply. Ji Wuxiue turned pale, muttering to himself. Void Flash, that's my Void Flash, how is this possible? Ling Yan couldn't have learned it, even if he exploded. He knew the requirements to learn Void Flash. It needed not only speed enhancement, but also mastery of dark power. But wasn't Ling Yan supposed to have thunder power? How did he also have dark power? Suddenly, Ji Wuxiue recalled earlier rumors. Ling Yan possessed 4 elements. Now with thunder and dark power, that made 6 passive elements in total. At this moment, Ji Wuxiue finally realized how foolish it had been to provoke Ling Yan with Lo Sang and the others. A system notification sounded in Ling Yan's ear. Congratulations, player. You have defeated the enemy Jing Yu, earning 10 million experience points and 10 million star coins. The fortune wheel spins, increasing passive copy success rate by 10,000 times. Congratulations, you have copied passives, Speed Enhancement LV11, Stealth Power LV9. The fortune wheel activates, increasing drop rate by 1,000 times. You have obtained equipment, Dragon Slayer Set 1. You have acquired skills, Dark Domain Shadow Kill LV1 Purple, Phantom Step LV1 Purple. A series of notifications suddenly echoed in Ling Yan's mind, making his eyebrows rise and his eyes light up. 2 purple skills, and one of them was a movement skill. For someone who had always lacked movement skills, this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Although the Dark Domain Shadow Kill wasn't of much use to him, as a purple skill, Ling Yan didn't hesitate to learn it. Congratulations, player, for learning Phantom Step LV1. Congratulations, player, for learning Dark Domain Shadow Kill. The system notifications sounded in quick succession, followed by the skill descriptions. Phantom Step LV1, a purple movement skill. When used, it turns the user into a phantom, masking surrounding detection and increasing speed by 500. Dark Domain Shadow Kill allows the user to instantly turn into a phantom and appear behind the enemy to deliver a fatal blow. It is similar to Void Flash, but the difference is that Dark Domain Shadow Kill involves rapid movement, not direct teleportation. As Ling Yan was immersed in his newly acquired skills, Luo Sang spoke in a deep voice. Ling Yan, isn't it a bit much to casually kill a human genius like that? The others were startled by Luo Sang's courage. Ling Yan merely glanced at Luo Sang indifferently and said coldly, "Do you have a problem with that? Or would you like to join him?" Just a single look made Luo Sang's large frame shudder involuntarily. He dared not say more, having exhausted all his courage just to ask the question. After all, Ling Yan was different from those who only talked big. He was genuinely capable of killing. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered with Luo Sang, thinking to himself that these so-called geniuses always believed they could kill others, but couldn't accept being killed themselves. If he weren't reluctant to dirty his hands, these disgusting people would have been wiped out long ago. He didn't kill Jing Yu just because he had the potential to become a member of the Hua tribe, but more importantly, because of Ying Yilong. Ling Yan vividly remembered how he was almost killed by a foreign strongman because Ying Yilong had betrayed him. Ying Yilong was one of many spies secretly cultivated by the Star tribe. Because of him, the Dragon Source Star was destroyed, and Ling Yan's family and the Star's master, Long Tongue, were all killed. Since Jing Yu dared to show off in front of him, Ling Yan didn't mind sending him to meet his Amaterasu ahead of time. Turning to Ji Wuxiue and the others, Ling Yan said coldly, "The battle here isn't something that 7 or 8S level geniuses can change. You'd better leave now, or once the contest begins, you won't be able to leave. Dying again, I can't guarantee anyone will come to save you." With that, he no longer paid attention to Ji Wuxiue and the others, turning his gaze to the Staru geniuses nearby, who were already under Karsa's secret transmission. Clearly, they intended to launch a thunderous strike against Ling Yan the moment the battle began, to eliminate this super genius directly. As for whether Ling Yan would escape, they weren't worried. If Ling Yan dared to flee before the battle even began, the Stara tribe would broadcast the video of Ling Yan fleeing in fear to all human networks. At that point, Ling Yan's so-called genius reputation would be ruined, and under public pressure, the Federation wouldn't provide any rewards or support. The girl who had awakened the power of life looked at Ling Yan, puzzled, and asked, "What about you? They have as many as 500 geniuses. Maybe you should leave too? Better to live to fight another day." Ling Yan smiled slightly, unconcerned. "They're just a bunch of star garbage. 500 of them together are still just 500 pieces of garbage." His words left Ji Wuxue and the others speechless, thinking Ling Yan was too arrogant. While Ling Yan was powerful and possibly an SS-level genius, this was 500 S-level geniuses. There might even be at least 5 SS among them. Even an SS level, or even an SSS or level strongman, without a full set of dark gold equipment, couldn't defeat so many geniuses. In the end, Ji Wuxue backed down. "Let's go." The others didn't hesitate any longer and disappeared from the scene. Knowing that the other 50 teams were all enemies, there was no reason for them to stay. The Stara geniuses saw this and mocked Ling Yan. "Human genius. Your civilized people have all left. Aren't you going to run too? Ha ha ha. Typical humans, fleeing before the battle even starts. What bravery. You should leave too. Your courage isn't much greater than theirs." Ling Yan just quietly watched these clowns, thinking to himself, their positioning is just within 10 kilometers. It seems even the heavens don't favor you. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Finally, a notification echoed across the continent. Preparation time is over. The boss contest begins. The barriers separating the two civilizations disappeared instantly. At that moment, an SS genius suddenly shouted, "Skill. Activate life and death." A red light burst from his body, targeting Ling Yan. An alarm sounded in Ling Yan's mind. "Warning, you are in combat status and cannot leave the instance." A sudden notification echoed in Ling Yan's mind, causing him to raise an eyebrow with a hint of delight in his eyes. This skill could directly lock onto a target. Impressive. He planned to study it thoroughly once it was fully developed. Just then, Carson noticed that Ling Yan couldn't leave the instance, and immediately let out a deafening roar that echoed for miles around. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, more than 500 elemental geniuses from the Starro clan launched their most powerful attacks, aiming straight at Ling Yan from a kilometer away. Among the 500 professionals, 60% were elemental, totaling over 300. Various skills rained down like a colorful storm, creating a scene both spectacular and terrifying. Facing this overwhelming assault, Ling Yan shouted without hesitation, "King's Blood Fury." Immediately, all his attributes doubled. At the same time, a terrifying destruction field with a radius of 100 meters unfolded around him. Boom, 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 boom. Countless attacks rained down on Ling Yan, yet to everyone's shock, as soon as they touched the destruction field, they were entirely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. This terrifying sight caused all the S-grade geniuses to pale, including Karsa. He stared at Ling Yan in disbelief, as his most powerful killing spear attack vanished inexplicably. "This is impossible," Karsa roared internally. "What level is this field? Even a golden field couldn't be this strong. What attribute is this field?" Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Karsa's mind. Could he have fused 5 or 6 elements to create a new type of field? A collective gasp echoed as everyone inhaled sharply in horror. Fusing elements to create new skills is a gift for geniuses with multiple elemental powers. 2 combined S-grade elemental professions can rival SS, but the fusion probability is extremely low and highly dangerous. A slight mistake could lead to elemental outbursts, causing severe injury or even death. In the worst case, it could trigger catastrophic consequences. Yet, Ling Yan had successfully fused 5 or 6 elements. Unbelievable. Within the destruction field, Ling Yan observed the shocked reactions of over 500 geniuses, a slight smile tugging at his lips. He knew his field wasn't invincible, as it was merely a field skill, not a defensive one. Some exceptionally powerful attack-type geniuses, with attack power exceeding 1,000,000, had indeed breached his field. However, surrounding Ling Yan was an additional barrier created by the fusion of 8 elemental forces. This barrier was incredibly strong, even withstanding Karsa's full-force strike, which was shattered upon impact. Ling Yan stood calmly, as if the earth-shattering assault was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Confidence gleamed in his eyes, as though victory was already assured. "Now that your attack is over, it's my turn." Ling Yan's domain vanished in an instant. He looked at the 500 geniuses opposite him, a confident smile playing on his lips. Arrogant. He must have used some secret technique to become immune to magical attacks. Everyone attacked together with physical force. An SS-level genius quickly realized and shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly understood and adjusted their tactics. Since their opponent could resist magical attacks, they decided to crush him with physical power. With this in mind, The 500 geniuses surged towards Ling Yan like a tidal wave, none of them hesitating. After all, if they had to flee from a 500 to 1 fight, their civilization, Staru, would surely become a laughingstock among the other major civilizations. Immune to magical attacks? That's just a comforting excuse you made up for yourselves. Ling Yan scoffed disdainfully. Buzz. In the next moment, the Dragon Slayer set on Ling Yan transformed into an ice blue armor. Roar. As the armor changed, a massive phantom of the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor erupted from the armor, its presence overwhelming. A system notification appeared. Equipment. Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor set. Level, LV20. Quality, Gold. Attributes. All attributes 3000. Increases Ice-type attack by 50. Ice-type attack. Damage reduction 30,000. Mana and health regeneration 200s. Attached skill. Revenge of the Ice Dragon Emperor Gold. Accumulate ice power. Release it all to cover a 10-kilometer radius instantly. Anyone enveloped by the cold will enter combat mode and cannot leave the instance. 1-000-0001-000-000. The attached skill of the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor set was the key for Ling Yan to prevent these star geniuses from escaping. Although the skill was powerful, it had limitations compared to the one used by the star genius earlier, as it was a set skill that could only be used while wearing the armor. Once Ling Yan reached a higher level, it would be impractical to wear this LV20 set. However, the opponent's skill was different. It could be used even if Ling Yan reached level 1000. Ice Age. Ling Yan activated the set's effect without hesitation. Roar. A deafening dragon's roar echoed across the sky as the blue chill from the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor set exploded, transforming into a tide of energy that spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire 10-kilometer radius was engulfed in cold. Simultaneously, a warning sounded in the minds of all Staru civilization geniuses. Warning, you have been targeted by the remnant soul of the Ice Dragon Emperor and cannot leave the instance. What's going on? He actually set up a blockade. Is he afraid we'll run away? Absurd, absolutely absurd. He's underestimating us. Damn it, kill him. In an instant, all the geniuses were furious. Being worried about escaping when it's 500 against 1 was a blatant insult. However, in the next moment, their anger was abruptly replaced by disbelief and shock. The health of the three-headed Hell Thunder Dragon had dropped to over 400 million. Ling Yan estimated that the bleeding effect would last at least another 5 seconds. Once the time was up, this behemoth's life points would be just over 100 million. However, Ling Yan did not let his guard down. Instead, he became even more serious. He knew well that a boss is often most dangerous in its final moments. At that moment, the dying Hell Thunder Dragon in the deep pit suddenly burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha! Human! What a human, ha! Ling Yan mocked. What? Gone mad from the beating. The Hell Thunder Dragon slowly flapped its damaged wings and struggled to fly in front of Ling Yan, staring at him with a cold gaze. Human, your power is very strange. It finally understood why Ling Yan, with only a set of golden equipment, dared to challenge it. The terrifying crippling attacks and bizarre lethal damage were not something an ordinary person could wield. Ling Yan responded calmly. Thanks for the compliment, but you'll be dead soon. As he spoke, a dazzling elemental shield erupted around him. Though originally a defensive skill, it displayed an astonishing power, combining the forces of more than a dozen elements. Even with its 2 heads, the Hell Thunder Dragon couldn't comprehend the existence of such a skill. The Hell Thunder Dragon sneered. Human, if you can withstand my next move, I will acknowledge your strength. But I advise you to run now. As soon as it spoke, the Hell Thunder Dragon's remaining 2 massive heads roared to the sky. Instantly, endless dark and undead forces erupted from its body, shooting skyward, merging in a bizarre manner to form a massive black hole. Around the black hole, endless thunderclouds began to gather wildly. An alarm sounded in Ling Yan's mind. Alert! The 3-headed Hell Thunder Dragon is about to use its ultimate move, the Hell Emperor's Tower. You are locked by the power of Hell and cannot leave the battlefield. Please escape quickly. Please escape quickly. Ling Yan's expression turned grave. It's finally here, the Hell Emperor's Tower. This was a dark gold-level skill, its power not to be underestimated. Suddenly, a large amount of thunder struck the Hell Thunder Dragon, which absorbed it quickly. Even more surprising, the thunder gathered where the Lightning Dragon head had fallen, gradually forming a new lightning head. Additionally, its injuries began to heal rapidly. Ling Yan exclaimed, "It can regenerate even without a head? Damn, it's like cheating." A system notification sounded. The 3-headed Hell Thunder Dragon has healed all wounds. Bleeding effect stopped. Ling Yan was utterly speechless. Damn it, it's cheating. Initially, he had hoped to bleed it out, but he didn't expect it could heal its injuries. Fortunately, it couldn't recover its health, otherwise Ling Yan would have been out of options. However, the most dangerous threat wasn't the fully restored 3-headed Hell Thunder Dragon, but rather the black hole in the sky. Suddenly, Endless thunder struck the black hole, and the base of a 100-meter-wide giant tower slowly extended down. The massive dark red tower emitted a suffocating pressure, making Ling Yan feel breathless. So this is the Hell Emperor's tower? Ling Yan's pupils contracted. He didn't want to flee, but he simply couldn't escape and had to face it heat in. Suddenly, an immense pressure slammed into Ling Yan's elemental shield. The shield instantly radiated a blinding light, energy surging to its limit, but in the next moment, it shattered under the overwhelming pressure. Ling Yan had no time to react as his body was crushed, shattering like glass into countless fragments. The pressure continued to crush the ground within a kilometer radius. With a deafening crash, the ground was forcibly sunken several meters deep. Such terrifying power was astonishing. The three-headed Hell Thunder Dragon snorted. Human, truly weak. Despite Ling Yan's formidable strength, capable of resisting dark gold-level skills like the Sea of Undead, he was ultimately no match for absolute power. However, just as the three-headed Hell Thunder Dragon thought everything had settled, a strange fluctuation suddenly emanated from the ground. To its shock, Ling Yan stood perfectly unharmed not far away, as if untouched, with only a small section of his right pinky missing, which was rapidly regrowing. Tail regeneration. This is tail regeneration. How could he possess such a talent? The three-headed Hell Thunder Dragon's expression changed drastically. As a powerful member of the dragon race, it knew well that lizard-like dragon creatures had a strong substitution ability. It was rumored that the dragon race was a hybrid born from the union of the divine dragon and a giant lizard to inherit this powerful talent. Unfortunately, they did not inherit this formidable ability. The life and death of young Master Karsa had become the focus of everyone's attention. The human warriors were secretly calculating, knowing that even if Karsa fell, the Starlu clan could easily shift the blame onto a human genius. However, what truly concerned them was that Karsa and his group had yet to emerge from the dungeon. Could it be that they really dared to challenge the ultimate boss of the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon? Someone whispered. Even Jiro wouldn't dare attempt that lightly. It was well known that an Emperor-level boss possessed an unmatched aura, and once it erupted, everyone present would be doomed. Time ticked away, and several hours passed. Longting couldn't help but sigh deeply, convinced that Ling Yan was in grave danger. If Ling Yan has truly fallen, reviving him will be incredibly difficult, Longting pondered. However, if his solo achievement against the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor is reported, it might elevate his genius rating to SSS, or even SSS. If that happens, the hope of revival increases significantly. Su Miaoran looked at the scene before her, her face full of helplessness. She softly said to the person beside her, Master, it seems Ling Yan really met with misfortune, and the Starlu clan has taken the dungeon. We probably won't be able to obtain those precious materials. Her master had once told her that the materials in the dungeon were extremely rare and valuable. If acquired, she was confident she could elevate Su Miaoran's talent level to SSS within 10 years. If they couldn't obtain them, they would have to settle for other materials, significantly slowing her growth, possibly taking decades to reach SSS. Although progressing from S talent to SSS was already an extraordinary feat, it was much slower compared to achieving it in 10 years. More importantly, the materials could only be used when Su Miaoran reached level 20, and missing the opportunity would render them ineffective. The Ice Domain Lord spoke slowly, with a hint of resignation. It's fate. If the materials can't be obtained within a week, you'll have to give up. You also need to quickly reach level 40 to trigger the first passive rebirth. Delaying too long will affect subsequent rebirths. By then, it won't just take decades, but even hundreds of years to elevate your talent to SSS. As everyone was lost in thought, a sudden wave of energy emanated from the direction of the dungeon rift. The Starlu clan's warriors were instantly excited. Ha ha, young Master Karsa isn't dead. Taller laughed excitedly. However, a disdainful voice suddenly came from the dungeon rift. Claim the dungeon? Your Starlu clan geniuses are all dead. What are you claiming it with? The next moment, a human youth clad in golden dragon slayer armor slowly emerged from the rift. The tens of thousands of geniuses and thousands of star lords on the Tianbei starship couldn't believe their eyes, and even Su Miaoran was shocked. Ling Yan. It's Ling Yan, he's really alive. Cries of surprise erupted from the crowd. The Starlu clan's warriors looked grim and began to discuss heatedly. Taller suddenly had a flash of insight. That's it. Those human geniuses must have tricked us. They must have left at the start of the fourth wave and deliberately spread false news that the fourth round boss battle had begun. After waiting for a few hours, thinking everyone was dead, we would leave. In reality, the fourth round boss battle is just starting now. Ling Yan probably got scared seeing so many of our Starlu clan geniuses and ran out. That's why none of our geniuses have come out yet, because they're still in the fourth wave. Ha! Taluer couldn't help but burst into laughter, his voice echoing across the starry sky. Once again, the humans had set a trap. These seemingly weak humans were surprisingly cunning. First, they elevated Arsa, and now they played a timing trick. Truly, they lived up to their reputation as the most cunning species in the galaxy. Taluer confidently declared. Too bad. The wise Taluer has seen through your schemes. As soon as he finished speaking, the powerful beings around him, including the human warriors on the deck of the Tianbei starship, were stunned. They looked curiously at the Tianbei Star Lord, as if to confirm whether such a plan really existed. The Tianbei Star Lord also began to doubt whether Ling Yan and Ji Wuxue had colluded. But on second thought, it was impossible. Ling Yan had just killed Ji Wuxue and his group, and if they met again, a fierce battle would be inevitable. Ling Yan couldn't resist mocking. TCH, TCH, TCH. The Staluo clan truly lives up to their reputation as the galaxy's most foolish species. Not only are you foolish, but you're also incredibly narcissistic. Do you really think your so-called geniuses are worthy of making me put on a show here? Hearing Ling Yan's taunt, Taluer instantly flew into a rage. What did you say, boy? Boom. In an instant, a terrifying pressure swept toward Ling Yan. However, the Tianbei Star Lord and others, who were well prepared, released their powerful aura without hesitation, instantly countering the terrifying force emanating from Taluer. The Tianbei Star Lord sneered. Taluer, do you dare attack our human genius? Have you forgotten that this is the flame god galaxy of our human race? Taluer's previously furious aura calmed down, and he sneered. Umph. You say you didn't run away, so where have the geniuses of my Staluo clan gone? Ling Yan replied matter-of-factly. Naturally, they're dead. I killed them all. I must say, although I didn't defeat 20 dragon emperors, killing a few hundred pieces of trash was a breeze. At this, the entire starry sky fell silent. All the Staluo warriors looked at Ling Yan in disbelief. Several Staluo warriors suddenly burst into laughter. Huh? Killed by him? That's hilarious. How could he possibly kill the geniuses of our Staluo clan on his own? Ha ha ha, delusional. One against over 400. How could he lose? It's impossible to lose. The people of the Tianbei galaxy were also shocked as they looked at Ling Yan, clearly in disbelief. Only Ji Wushue's group looked at Ling Yan, utterly astonished. As part of the human team in the boss battle, they had speculated about this possibility since Ling Yan emerged. They just couldn't believe that one person could kill over 400 geniuses, each at least S level. If this got out, it would cause an uproar among the entire human race. This talent had reached the SSS level. At that moment, a cold prompt sounded from the rift, spreading instantly across tens of thousands of kilometers of starry sky. Notice, all participants from both civilizations have left. Instance contest mode closed. Normal exploration mode activated. The previously laughing Staluo warriors instantly fell silent, their expressions shifting from bewilderment to shock and disbelief. They murmured incredulously. Dead? All dead. Are you kidding? Damn it. How could this be possible? How could this human be so powerful? 400 against 1 and still lose? Are you kidding? The human side erupted in excitement. We won. Ling Yan actually won. Does that mean he really killed over 400 Staluo geniuses on his own? SSS. Ling Yan is definitely an SSS super genius. The tens of thousands of human geniuses celebrated wildly. All the star lords of the Tianbei galaxy were thrilled, and at that moment, everyone surrounded Ling Yan, fearing that Taluer in the sky might make a move. Taluer was hesitating whether to act. He thought, SSS level. This kid's talent is definitely SSS level. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Karsa and the others. If I kill him, even if I die, the higher-ups will definitely resurrect me and give me substantial rewards. A surge of killing intent gradually emanated from him. The Tianbei Star Lord sternly warned. Taluer, the will of the heavens has already announced the news. I suggest you leave now, unless you plan to stay for dinner? Oh, and just so you know, His Majesty the Flame God has brought our human geniuses nearby and will arrive soon. You'd better not have any bad ideas. Because even if you all attack together, you won't be able to touch a single hair on Ling Yan under our protection. These words doused Taluer's intentions like cold water. He realized that even if the other side's strength was inferior, with 1,700 Star Lords, they could stop him for days and nights. By then, even if the Flame God started a battle, he would have enough time to arrive. Several Staluo warriors around him advised, Lord Taluer, maybe we should just let it go. Yes, we have no hope. Taluer's eyes flickered slightly, and he discreetly tapped a few times on his smart wristband. Then he looked coldly at the Tianbei galaxy crowd below and snorted. Tianbei, Tianbei, who would have thought your little Tianbei galaxy would produce such a genius? Well, very well. I hope he has the life to survive. We're leaving. Terrell waved his hand one last time and turned to leave. The other peak level 6th-tier powerhouses collectively breathed a sigh of relief. If a fight had broken out, it would have been disastrous for them all. As the Staru clan's ship slowly took off, all the Star Lords in the Tianbei galaxy felt a weight lifted from their shoulders. A battle would have resulted in the deaths of at least 100 Star Lords. The strength of a 7th-tier powerhouse was indeed formidable. Ling Yan watched Terrell depart with a tinge of disappointment. He knew that if Terrell had truly attacked, he would have been the first to fall. Yet, Ling Yan remained unperturbed. thanks to his secret weaponized life-saving skill that defied the odds. In his past life, Ling Yan had been too conspicuous, leading to multiple ambushes and his eventual demise. Even with a teleportation scroll, he couldn't use it before being instantly killed. But this time, things were different. His life-saving skill had reached level 20, allowing him to sacrifice part of his body to revive instantly, even if ambushed and killed in a flash. Upon his second revival, Ling Yan would immediately use the teleportation scroll to escape, with no one knowing his destination. He could hide in the Tianqi continent, biding his time until he was strong enough to seek revenge. Though Ling Yan had revealed his talent, he hadn't fully exposed his strength. He wore the Dragon Slayer set to conceal the fact that he had defeated 3 Hell Thunder Dragons. While killing 3 Hell Thunder Dragons might not always yield a dark gold weapon, appearing with a complete set or a specific weapon would betray his achievement. Of course, no one truly believed Ling Yan could solo 3 Hell Thunder Dragons. After all, he wielded only golden weapons, and soloing such beasts required an R-level talent. Furthermore, Ling Yan had mentioned that although he had killed Karsa and others, he hadn't passed the 4th round's test of 20 Dragon Emperors. Everyone speculated that Ling Yan might possess a powerful area attack and the ability to trap people in dungeons. While these abilities were rare, they were more common than soloing 3 Hell Thunder Dragons or 20 Dragon Emperors. Even with 9/10 of his strength hidden, Ling Yan's talent was still rated as an SSSSS genius. Though the human race was not populous, every decade, 1 or 2, or even 4 or 5 such geniuses would emerge. Over a century, this accumulated to dozens. An SSS-level genius had the potential to reach the 8th tier, provided they survived. Of course, the greatest challenge was survival, not to mention the assassination threats from other civilizations. In this perilous world, powerful bosses and special monsters can easily endanger adventurers. Dark gold-level resurrection cards are extremely rare, only obtainable by those with a strong background, such as having a powerful master, or by individuals who have reached an SSS level of strength. As a result, out of 100 SSS geniuses, only a few can grow into 8th-level powerhouses, the pillars of the human race. Take the Yenshin star system, for example, where there are only 3 SSS geniuses, the 8th-level pinnacle Yenshin and his 2 disciples. However, even the limits of SSS stop at the 8th-level pinnacle, and breaking through to the 9th level requires an level talent. Speaking of which, Ling Yan's score this time will reach the pinnacle of this generation of the human race. The purpose is simple: to acquire valuable intelligence resources. These resources include newly opened high-level dungeons, refreshed bosses, and classified information on passive creatures useful to Ling Yan, usually accessible only to the strong or super geniuses. Surprisingly, this time Taler was so straightforward. As he watched the Taler family's spaceship gradually disappear, the Tianbei Star Lord couldn't help but snort coldly, and the other Star Lords also relaxed their vigilance. At this moment, a Star Lord with speed power passively asked in confusion, "Ling Yan, did you not obtain the 1st-level permission this time?" Ling Yan explained helplessly, "That's right. After killing Karsa and the others, to get permission, I still need to kill 20 Emperor-level bosses, which is simply impossible. Besides, I've almost exhausted all my magic power and had to retreat." The surrounding Star Lords suddenly understood. The speed-type Star Lord's eyes lit up as he approached Ling Yan and suggested, "If that's the case, why not team up with Ji Wuxue and the others now and quickly take down the 4th wave? By then, this dark gold-level dungeon will belong to our Tianbei star system." This suggestion also excited the other Star Lords. Though Ji Wuxue and his companions were somewhat fearful of Ling Yan, the god of death, the thought of redeeming themselves by passing the 4th wave made them excited. However, Ling Yan shook his head. "No need for that. Normally, the 4th wave only has 2 Emperor-level bosses. I can solo one of them, and for the other, just find me a helper." However, Ling Yan outright rejected the proposal from the Star Lord. This decision made Ji Wuxue and the others twitch their lips, thinking to themselves, "Clearly, he doesn't want us around." But on second thought, they could understand. Ling Yan's strength was indeed formidable. He could single-handedly defeat Karsa and others, and even take down 2 Emperor-level bosses alone, so he really didn't need a 10-man team. Seeing this, the Star Lord of Tianbei smiled understandingly and said, "Since you're so confident, go ahead and arrange things as you see fit. Lord Flame God has given us 10 days, and despite the interruption by the Starlu clan, the deadline remains unchanged. You can plan at your leisure, and if you think one helper isn't enough, feel free to find more." The surrounding Star Lords nodded in agreement, with someone remarking, "Thanks to Wuji's reminder, otherwise we almost forgot about this. No wonder he's a master of speed. His mind works fast." However, when the words Wuji reached Ling Yan's ears, his expression suddenly froze. He looked around warily, his gaze finally landing on the Wuji Star Lord who had somehow silently appeared beside him. Ling Yan's pupils contracted sharply, and without hesitation, he activated his Void Flash skill. Just as Ling Yan vanished, the Wuji Star Lord, as if anticipating this, instantly appeared behind where Ling Yan had been. His sword swung out forcefully, and a deafening metallic clash echoed all around. Clang! A terrifying sword energy, stretching tens of thousands of meters, sliced through the spot where Ling Yan had just been, slashing fiercely onto the deck of the Tianbei starship. The massive ship shuddered violently, and a terrifying chasm, tens of thousands of meters long, instantly appeared on the deck. The surrounding Star Lords were thrown off balance by the sudden explosion. Fortunately, though the Wuji Star Lord was incredibly fast, his attack power was relatively weak, and since his target was only Ling Yan, even the Star Lords with the lowest defense suffered only minor injuries. Some of the more powerful Star Lords reacted quickly, promptly suppressing the explosion's shockwaves with their powers. However, when everyone's gaze returned to where Ling Yan had been, their faces changed drastically. Kajichiro exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this Wuji guy is a traitor too, trying to kill an SSS genius right off the bat, impressive." Before he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in Kajichiro's eyes. He roared, "Bakiaro! Wuji, how dare you betray our clan? Witness my shadow instant kill." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kajichiro's form transformed into a streak of black light and vanished. His speed was so incredible that even the Wuji Star Lord couldn't react in time. Thud! With a dull sound, a blood flower suddenly bloomed on the Wuji Star Lord's chest. A black katana had somehow pierced through his body. Huge damage numbers floated above the Wuji Star Lord's head, and his life force plummeted by more than half. This scene completely ignited the fury of all the Star Lords present. They shouted angrily as they charged at the Wuji Star Lord. "Wuji is a spy, kill him! Treacherous traitor, die! Kill him!" Seeing the crowd swarm towards him, the Wuji Star Lord laughed maniacally. "Ha! Even if you kill me, so what? I will be resurrected by the mighty warriors of the Starlu clan, and I'll even receive a huge reward." As powerful attacks rained down, Wuji Star Lord remained fearless, laughing wildly at the sky. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, his figure was engulfed by the concentrated assaults. The explosions were deafening, and dust filled the air. When the smoke finally cleared, everyone was shocked to find that the Tianbei starship had been half destroyed. Even more astonishing was that Ling Yan's life value had dropped to 0. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Some had been wary of Ying Ilong and other suspicious figures, but none had anticipated that Wuji Star Lord would suddenly turn violent. This might explain why, among the human race's SSS-level geniuses, fewer than 5 out of hundreds could reach their full potential. When even the highest ruler of your star system wants you dead, who can you trust? In the distance, other human geniuses stood in shock, their faces pale. "A traitor among the Star Lords," someone exclaimed. "Wow, I underestimated the number of traitors among the Star Lords. I should have been more cautious of the other great civilizations," a voice remarked from nearby. Everyone turned towards the voice, eyes widening in shock. There stood Ling Yan, unscathed, with a thoughtful expression on his face. "Ling Yan! It's Ling Yan! He's alive!" Gasps erupted from the crowd. "How is this possible? Is it some sort of teleportation skill?" someone speculated. Suddenly, a pained shout rose from the crowd. "Damn, that's my void flash!" Ji Wuxue cried out in frustration, clutching his head. The only golden skill his family had acquired at great cost was gone, just like that. At that moment, everyone remembered that Ling Yan had previously taken Ji Wuxue's void flash. Shocked, they began to ponder deeply. Not only does Ling Yan possess enhanced speed, but does he also wield dark power? And how many elemental powers does Ling Yan actually control? This question lingered in everyone's mind, refusing to settle. So far, it seems there have been 5 or 6 different types, right? Ling Yan's talent left everyone present in shock. With the potential of harnessing 5 or 6 elemental forces, Ling Yan's potential seems to have room for further growth if developed in the future. Suddenly, an overwhelming and terrifying aura descended from the infinite void. This aura was so powerful that even the nearby black hole shuddered violently. Everyone who felt this aura was filled with fear and turned their gaze towards the source. When they saw the scene before them, their expressions changed drastically. In the endless starry sky, a massive flaming hand, with a diameter of several million kilometers, emerged from the void. This enormous hand slammed fiercely onto the distant, colossal ship of the Staru clan. In an instant, the Staru clan's ship exploded. Although no sound could be heard in space, the terrifying sight, comparable to a star exploding, left everyone gasping in shock. The Flame God's giant hand. The Flame God has taken action. The Flame God was here all along. It seems the one who attacked Ling Yan was indeed Taller, instigated by the Wuji Star Lord. I can't believe he actually dared to make a move on Ling Yan. Letting him die so easily is way too lenient. In a flash, all the Star Lords figured out who had made the move. The Flame God's giant hand was a signature move of the Flame God. Although not the most powerful skill, only the Flame God could wield it with such force among the human race. However, at that moment, the shockwave from Taler's ship explosion suddenly struck the Tianbei starship. Instantly, the entire Tianbei starship began to tremble violently. Fortunately, the distance was great enough that the impact had significantly weakened. If you were nearby, even the shockwave from the explosion could shatter the Tianbei starship into countless fragments. The spaceship shook violently, taking a full minute to gradually stabilize. Suddenly, the distant space twisted and deformed as a massive man-made wormhole slowly opened. A gigantic spaceship, engulfed in purple flames, emerged. This vessel was astonishingly long, reaching 40 to 50,000 kilometers, far exceeding Earth's diameter. It was the pinnacle of human technology, an 8th-tier spaceship known as the Flame God Starship, one of the few in the entire galaxy. The Lord of Tianbei star trembled with excitement. As the strongest individual in the Tianbei star system, he rarely had the chance to witness the Flame God. After all, there were thousands of intermediate star systems like Tianbei in the entire Flame God star system, with even larger ones being commonplace. The Flame God starship hovered steadily above the Tianbei starship. Then, a large hatch beneath the Tianbei starship slowly opened. An elderly man in purplured armor, with his hands behind his back, led 10 youths into the air, instantly appearing above the Tianbei starship. Surrounding the elder was a terrifying flame god avatar, towering tens of thousands of meters high, glaring down menacingly. This was the supreme avatar possessed by those above the 8th tier, enhancing both power and presence. With the avatar as a backdrop, the flame god appeared as if a true deity had descended. The 10 youths all carried an air of arrogance, looking down upon Ling Yan and the others below. As the elite selected from hundreds of SSS geniuses, they indeed had a reason to be proud. The only exception was a little girl in the middle, dressed in a powerful dark gold outfit, exuding an aura that surpassed the combined presence of the other 10. Ling Yan guessed she must have consumed many golden attribute fruits, perhaps even some of dark gold great. The little girl carried a disproportionately large axe on her back, curiously surveying her surroundings, quickly locking her gaze onto Ling Yan. Ling Yan awkwardly touched his nose, wondering why this girl had taken an interest in him. This little girl, named Murong Xingyu, appeared gentle, but was actually a super violent girl. She possessed an SS grade destroyer class, with strength, speed, and constitution attributes all enhanced to LV30, along with LV25 in dark power, shattering force, and great axe mastery. She was a pure elemental physical warrior with exceptional combat talent. This talent was evident in her skill usage and combat experience, allowing her to easily overpower opponents with similar attributes, but less combat talent. In esports, like CS, even with the same equipment, there's a vast difference between professional players and regular individuals. It would take 10 ordinary people to match one professional player, showcasing the terrifying nature of combat talent. This is why, despite being only SSS level, Murong Xingyu can hold her own against most SSS geniuses, as the gap between the two levels isn't that significant. Ling Yan noticed the battle spirit burning in the opponent's eyes, but chose to ignore it. Murong Xingyu was staring at Ling Yan, not because she knew his achievements, but simply because she saw him as the one she most wanted to fight. This girl had a penchant for fighting anyone she met, which had gotten her into a lot of trouble in her past life, resulting in being beaten by many high-level experts. Ling Yan had often witnessed her being sent back to Yanshin Star, covered in injuries. However, it was precisely this intense battle spirit that propelled Murong Xingyu to rapidly enhance her strength. 10 years later, she made it into the top 10 of the human race's genius list. To make it with an SSS-level talent meant she was exceptionally formidable, as the list accounts for talents under 100 years old, and there are dozens of SSS-level geniuses. At this moment, Murong Xingyu licked her lips, thinking to herself, this guy seems to have some strength. Should I go down and strike him with an axe? If Ling Yan knew her thoughts, he would undoubtedly call her a lunatic. Just then, the Lord of Tianbei Star respectfully saluted the Yin Shun in the sky. Tianbei. Greetings, Lord Yin Shun. Instantly, all the Star Lords, human geniuses, and powerful beings from various planets excitedly paid their respects to Yin Shun. Yin Shun nodded slightly, and said, no need for formalities, rise. An invisible, yet gentle force enveloped the crowd, slowly lifting everyone up. With eyes that seemed capable of igniting stars, Yin Shun turned to Ling Yan and said, you must be Ling Yan, right? Ling Yan clasped his fists in salute. Junior Ling Yan greets Lord Yin Shun. Yin Shun spoke calmly, yet his words shook everyone present. You did well in the recent dungeon battle against the Starro clan. That's how you deal with other civilizations. Kill as much as you can. Kill until they fear you, until they tremble at the mention of your name. This was Yin Shun's philosophy, using iron-fisted methods to intimidate foreign races and protect human civilization. It was through the means of such strong individuals that the human race had managed to stand on equal footing with the other three great civilizations within just tens of thousands of years. Ling Yan responded earnestly. Thank you for your praise, Senior. I will strive to do even better in the future. He held deep respect for Yin Shun. The Flame God, a formidable protector of the Flame God galaxy for millennia, has dedicated nearly his entire life to the human race. Not only was he the savior of Ling Yan in a past life, he now speaks highly of him. Murong Xingyu and others, upon hearing the Flame God's praise for Ling Yan, couldn't help but curiously observe this genius from the small Tianbei galaxy. The Flame God's eyes shone with admiration. He especially appreciated decisive talents like Ling Yan, which was why he had taken Murong Xingyu, with her rare SS-level talent, as his disciple. Now, he was even considering taking Ling Yan under his wing. I've assembled a special team from the Flame God Galaxy to tackle this Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon, the Flame God said with a smile to Ling Yan. Ling Yan, are you interested in joining? If you are, you could lead them. Once completed, you'll earn the Hell Thunder Dragon set. The Flame God's words made the 10 accompanying geniuses widen their eyes in shock. To have Ling Yan lead them, including the SS-level Murong Xingyu, the 9 SS-level geniuses felt confused and indignant, thinking the Flame God was underestimating them. Murong Xingyu, however, reacted differently, feeling extremely excited. The giant axe on her back began to tremble slightly, as if ready to clash with Ling Yan. I knew this guy must be strong. Her eyes were filled with battle intent, and she even showed a slightly maniacal smile. Ling Yan stroked his chin and ultimately declined the Flame God's offer, saying, "Sorry, Flame God, I plan to secure the dungeon's access first. Besides, these 10 geniuses are top-tier talents. They don't need my help." Upon hearing Ling Yan's response, the surrounding Tianbei galaxy leaders breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Yan's bold personality was well known, and posturing in front of the Flame God could have caused unnecessary trouble. The 9 super geniuses also looked at Ling Yan with softened expressions, finding him rather humble for a small-town genius. However, just as everyone thought the matter was settled, Ling Yan added, "Of course, if they can't handle it, I'll be happy to assist." His smile was gentle, as if stating the most ordinary fact. This statement left everyone stunned. Even the Flame God paused for a moment. Then, he burst into hearty laughter. "Ha, truly bold. That's exactly why I admire you." While the Flame God was pleased, the 9 other strong figures were not convinced. They couldn't understand what kind of strength Ling Yan possessed to earn such regard from the Flame God. After his laughter, the Flame God looked at Ling Yan with satisfaction and addressed the Tianbei galaxy leader. "Tianbei, I'll leave the matters here to you. I have other business to attend to and will return in a month to collect these youngsters." He then turned to Ling Yan. "Here's a set of dark gold armor. It's not the best, but you can use it for now. Consider it a reward for defeating the Starlu clan genius. You can later exchange it for a dark gold set below level 100. With that, the Flame God waved his hand, and a set of dark gold armor flew towards Ling Yan. Although it was only level 20 with an attribute boost of 6,000, it was permanent, unlike the temporary set lent to Murong Xingyu. Ling Yan feigned happiness. "Thank you, Flame God." This armor was indeed useful for him, allowing him to appear capable of using dark gold gear. The others were green with envy, as it was equivalent to 8 sets of dark gold armor ranging from level 30 to level 100. The 9 geniuses realized that Ling Yan's talent might surpass even Murong Xingyu's. Just as the Flame God was about to leave, he remembered something and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. Your talent certification, having reached SSS, requires approval from the highest council of humanity, which will take about 10 days. If successful, there will be further rewards." "What? SSS?" everyone exclaimed. "How is that possible? An SSS talent appearing in a small place like the Tianbei galaxy? SSS is so rare that one might appear in the entire human civilization only every few years. No wonder the Flame God wants him to lead us. Someone eligible for an SSS talent rating indeed has that qualification." In an instant, the expressions of the 9 geniuses froze, their eyes filled with disbelief. An SSS-level genius is a rare sight in the entire Yanshan galaxy, and here stood such a legendary figure right before them. As Yanshan finished speaking, he vanished with a slight spatial ripple. The Yanshan starship remained suspended in place, evidently to protect Murong Xingyu, Ling Yan, and the others. Yanshan didn't teleport. He used a teleportation scroll. Yanshan had 2 purposes for this visit. First, to intimidate the increasingly rampant Stalu clan and warn them not to underestimate the human race. Secondly, to escort his disciple, Murong Xingyu. Although her talent had not fully manifested, as Yanshan's disciple, she naturally required special protection. This scene had occurred in a previous life as well. At that time, Yanshan also came to observe Ling Yan, the legendary possessor of the only unique talent and profession. However, Yanshan quickly discovered the huge drawbacks of this profession. Its success rate was extremely low. Thus, he had to report Ling Yan's situation and convene the highest council of the human race to discuss countermeasures, delaying matters for a whole month. Despite this, Yanshan still assigned an 8th-tier super strong fighter to guard Ling Yan on Lungting Star. After Yanshan left, Murong Xingyu couldn't contain herself and swiftly descended onto the deck of the Tianbei starship on her hoverboard. She looked at Ling Yan with a cheeky grin and challenged. Hey, handsome, wanna have a fight? Ling Yan, uninterested in dealing with the violent enthusiast, responded coldly. Sorry, not interested. You don't get a choice. Murong Xingyu, disregarding any sense of fairness, swung her massive axe at Ling Yan. Ling Yan's figure vanished in an instant. With a resounding crash, the axe slammed heavily onto the deck. The terrifying force made the surrounding Star Lords' faces change dramatically. Wow, someone gasped. This girl is only level 20. How can she have such immense power? Her strength must be enhanced to at least level 25 or above. Otherwise, even with a dark gold set, she couldn't deliver such a powerful attack. Looks like another prodigy of the human race. Although this axe's power was far less than a previous Star Lord's attack, and it didn't leave a mark on the deck, one must remember Murong Xingyu was only level 20. This strike would have been a sure kill on anyone of the same level present, even those SS-level geniuses. Only Ling Yan could withstand it. Murong Xingyu, without hesitation, swung her axe fiercely behind her again. Smack! In the next moment, a hand shrouded in black mist shot out like lightning, precisely catching the massive axe. The terrifying force that erupted left Murong Xingyu unable to break free. Although Ling Yan's strength level was only LV27, lower than Murong Xingyu's, he had consumed 10 dark gold-grade power fruits. These rare fruits were not only expensive, but even had a higher drop rate than dark gold-grade equipment. In comparison, Murong Xingyu had likely only consumed a few gold-grade power fruits. Ling Yan's 10 dark gold fruits not only bridged the talent gap, but also amplified his strength several times over. If not for wearing the low-level dark gold set granted by the Flame God, he could have endured the axe attack unscathed. Murong Xingyu stared wide-eyed in shock, incredulously asking, "What on earth did you eat to have such strength? Are you purely a power type?" She had never encountered an opponent of the same level with greater strength and couldn't retrieve her axe. Ling Yan squinted his eyes, warning coldly, "You brat, if you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Bring it on. Do you think I'm scared?" Murong Xingyu retorted defiantly. "All right, you said it." Ling Yan smiled slightly and moved instantly. A blur flashed by as Ling Yan used his void instant flash, disappearing from his spot. The next moment, before Murong Xingyu could react, he had pinned her across his knee. Smack! A crisp slap echoed around them. To everyone's shock, Ling Yan unhesitatingly slapped the girl on her soft backside. Instantly, the entire Tianbei starship fell into dead silence. The geniuses in the sky stared at Ling Yan, all thinking the same thing. How dare he? Boom! Suddenly, a surge of black energy mixed with destructive power erupted from Murong Xingyu. Sensing her impending outburst, Ling Yan quickly vanished again, reappearing 10 meters away. "Ling Yan, you're courting death." Murong Xingyu roared, her body surrounded by a furious destructive aura. Her eyes, now pure black, locked onto Ling Yan with murderous intent. "Die!" Murong Xingyu shouted, swinging her axe fiercely at Ling Yan. In an instant, a terrifying 100-meter-long black axe materialized, slashing down toward Ling Yan. Boom! A deafening crash sounded as the terrifying energy wave spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the surrounding area was filled with strong individuals, and the Tianbei Star Master waved his hand, instantly forming an energy barrier on the ground to contain the rampant destructive force. The onlooking geniuses exchanged glances, utterly shocked. Is this Murong Xingyu's full strength? It seems she didn't even use 30% of her power when she beat us up on the ship. Sigh, the gap between SS grade and SS is more terrifying than I imagined. Yeah, I thought managing to withstand 10 moves against her would be impressive. Turns out, she could finish me off in a single strike if she wanted. At that moment, the 9 SS-level geniuses gained a clearer understanding of Murong Xingyu's terrifying power. However, as the destructive force gradually dissipated, everyone was shocked to discover that Ling Yan was surrounded by a colorful energy shield. This was the elemental sky shield. Although Ling Yan only used one type of energy to form it, and its level was only gold, it was strong enough to withstand Murong Xingyu's golden skill attack. What kind of turtle shell is this? Ling Yan, come out! Murong Xingyu shouted angrily, furiously activating the golden skill, Giant K Destruction Axe. Boom, boom, boom. Huge axes slammed into Ling Yan's elemental sky shield, but they were all absorbed. However, the shield quickly reached its limit, and if it exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ling Yan coldly watched Murong Xingyu's frenzied attacks, and said calmly, "Still so hot-headed. You lose your cool so easily. I've got other things to do, so I won't stick around. If we keep this up, someone might get seriously hurt." In the next moment, Ling Yan clenched his right hand in the air, gathering 7 or 8 elements in his palm. Elemental Sealing. He flickered and instantly appeared in front of Murong Xingyu. Seal. With a low shout, Ling Yan's large hand pressed down on Murong Xingyu's head at incredible speed. Buzz. Runes formed by the power of 8 elements instantly spread across Murong Xingyu's body, completely sealing her power. This sealing skill was originally the 8 trigrams spirit sealing technique, a purple skill Ling Yan learned from a genius of the Stalo clan. Enhanced by 8 elements, its level rose to gold, capable of sealing an opponent with attributes no more than twice Ling Yan's for 10 seconds. Against the much weaker Murong Xingyu, the sealing time extended to a full minute. As Murong Xingyu was sealed, silence fell over the area. The Star Masters watched in shock, their minds racing. This is a sealing skill. 8 elements. Ling Yan has truly awakened 8 elements. Did he develop this skill himself? How else could it perfectly match his attributes? How is this possible? Ling Yan didn't explain, but turned to the Tianbei Star Master. Tianbei Star Master, can I enter the dungeon now? Tianbei Star Master nodded quickly, the shock still evident in his eyes. Anytime you want. Great. Ling Yan smiled slightly, then looked towards Su Miaoran, who was standing not far away. Su Miaoran was momentarily stunned as Ling Yan said, I'm planning to run through the dungeon. Do you want to team up with me? The sudden invitation left Su Miaoran frozen in place, unsure how to respond. Why choose me? Su Miaoran frowned in confusion. Her skills were decent, but there were others like Ji Wuxue around. Ling Yan chuckled and said matter-of-factly, because you're prettier. Would you rather I team up with those old men, or that bratty girl? He pointed towards Ji Wuxue and Murong Xingyu, who was sealed and could only glare at him. The people around widened their eyes at his words. Ling Yan's bluntness surprised them, but on second thought, there was some truth to it. Compared to Su Miaoran, the young girl was indeed not in the same league. They couldn't help but admire Su Miaoran's cold yet captivating beauty and her alluring figure, and then glance at the still-developing Murong Xingyu, silently approving of Ling Yan's taste. Even Su Miaoran blushed slightly at his comment. She nodded slowly. All right, I agree. As soon as she spoke, she felt something was off and quickly corrected. I'll go with you. But this sounded even more awkward, leaving Su Miaoran unsure of how to phrase it. Ling Yan, amused by her rare display of cuteness, laughed and said, Let's go then. With that, he turned towards the dungeon, and Su Miaoran quickly followed. With a ripple in space, their figures vanished before everyone's eyes. Almost simultaneously, Murong Xingyu finally broke free from her restraints. Her first action was to charge towards the dungeon, shouting, Ling Yan, you just wait. I'll tear you apart when I get out. Before she finished speaking, she dove into the dungeon rift. The other SS-level talents quickly chased after her. This scene left everyone speechless, yet feeling a sense of pity. If Ling Yan had chosen to join Murong Xingyu's team, they might have successfully cleared several dungeons and even acquired a piece or two of the ultimate Hell Thunder Dragon gear. However, on reflection, even with a perfect team, it would take at least 17 to 18 hours to clear a dungeon once. To collect an entire Hell Thunder Dragon set, Ling Yan would need at least 2 months, given that Murong Xingyu was also there for the gear. In that time, with Ling Yan's talent, he could likely reach level 60 or beyond. Murong Xingyu had no choice but to grind because she didn't have Ling Yan's high talent certification or enough merit points, so she had to work hard to obtain a permanent dark gold set. Ling Yan, on the other hand, already had a set and could change it freely below level 100. Although it was just a lower-tier dark gold set, it was sufficient for him, unlike Murong Xingyu, who needed to spend time on it. Understanding this, the Star Lord of Tianbei and others realized why the Flame God didn't directly assign 9 other SS talents to assist Ling Yan. While dark gold level sets are important, level is even more crucial. Even with a red set, a level 100 expert can easily crush you. Ling Yan entered the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon and unhesitatingly unleashed an 8-element version of the destruction domain. The surrounding wild creatures were instantly swept away and vanished. This scene left Su Miaoran and her mentor, the Ice Domain Master in her consciousness, utterly shocked. Ling Yan's previously created 8-element sealing technique was already formidable, and now he showcased such a complex domain skill, which was truly awe-inspiring. However, Ling Yan's domain skills had yet to break through to the purple level. Even when simultaneously unleashing more than 10 elements, he could only reach the gold level, unable to cross into dark gold. This was the true purpose of his visito make a deal with Su Miaoran. Ling Yan was well aware that Su Miaoran possessed the knowledge of using gold, or possibly even dark gold, domain techniques. He had meticulously planned and found a flimsy excuse to bring her into the dungeon, aiming to acquire this precious domain construction method to elevate his own domain level. In the dungeon, a horde of giant lizards roared as they charged into Ling Yan's domain, only to be instantly annihilated. This terrifying attack power left Su Miaoran in awe, proving that the power of a dark gold level set was indeed formidable. When Su Miaoran was about to lend a hand, Ling Yan stopped her. No need, I can handle it alone. Even if the boss appears, I can deal with it by myself, he said, slowly revealing his true purpose for this trip. I brought you here mainly to propose a deal. I wonder if you're interested, Su Miaoran. Su Miaoran was taken aback by his words, then became wary. She realized Ling Yan had ulterior motives, as someone capable of soloing an Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor might not be unable to take down two. What kind of deal? She asked cautiously, ready to leave the dungeon at any moment. Ling Yan didn't answer directly but smiled and reintroduced himself. Hello, let's get to know each other again. I'm Ling Yan from the 7th High School of Longting Star's North City. Su Miaoran replied seriously. Su Miaoran, Longting Star, 1st High School of North City. Ling Yan got straight to the point. Su, I saw you using a domain-type skill during your battle with Jing Yu after coming out of the purple gold Thunderbird dungeon. That seemed to have reached the gold level, but it seems you didn't fully unleash its power. Su Miaoran raised her eyebrows in surprise. How did you figure that out? Ling Yan didn't answer directly, but suddenly waved his hand, releasing a staggering ice power. In an instant, the ground within a kilometer radius was frozen, and all the giant lizards were instantly encased in ice. With a snap of his fingers, the frozen lizards exploded into a mixture of ice shards and blood. Ice power, at least level 15. Su Miaoran exclaimed, her mouth slightly agape in shock. Even the ice domain master in her consciousness couldn't help but marvel. 9 elements. Who would have thought such a genius emerged from the small Longting Star? It took Su Miaoran a while to recover from her shock, and she couldn't help but feel a little dejected. Her ice power was only level 9, and what she once prided herself on seemed insignificant before Ling Yan. Although her mentor had ways to enhance her talent level, even SSS was just a starting point for Ling Yan. So what exactly is the deal you're proposing? Su Miaoran took a deep breath and looked at Ling Yan with curiosity. With so many hidden cards, Ling Yan still wanted to make a deal with her. Was it for a domain? But with Ling Yan's talent, acquiring a gold-level ice domain construction method shouldn't be difficult. Ling Yan admitted. You might have noticed that my domain is quite simple because its core construction is merely based on a purple skill. Elevating it to barely gold is already its limit. To further increase its power, I need to strengthen its construction. If you have a dark gold-level domain construction method, I can offer you materials you can't refuse. Ling Yan took a deep breath, his gaze heavy as he looked at Su Miaoran. He knew that the Golden Realm was within his reach. He just needed to use his authority. Although realm-type skills were incredibly rare and valued dozens or even hundreds of times more than skills of the same level, for an SSS-level genius, obtaining a Golden Realm was not difficult. However, just a Golden Realm seemed to be of little use to Ling Yan. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Miaoran frowned, her tone icy. Are you joking? How could I have a dark gold-level skill? I haven't even fully mastered the Golden Realm. She began to suspect that Ling Yan was toying with her. Unfazed, Ling Yan continued. Others naturally can't have it, but you're different. Perhaps you, or your master behind you, might have such a skill. These words hit Su Miaoran like a hammer to the heart. Even the ice domain master within her sea of consciousness looked at Ling Yan incredulously. Su Miaoran tried to argue. What master? I don't know what you're talking about. A glint of insight flashed in Ling Yan's eyes. I guess you came to the Ice Thunder Dragon dungeon for the Ice Dragon Blood Lotus, right? That thing is indeed key to enhancing ice-type talents. But such knowledge is impossible for a mere student from Longting Star. Moreover, you possess the ice-type Golden Realm and Golden Substitution skills, and it seems you didn't acquire them through skill books, but learned them just from detailed descriptions. Therefore, you must have an extremely powerful master behind you. Only someone who understands the power of ice to the utmost can teach a skill just from descriptions. He paused before speculating further. If I'm not mistaken, she must be the unrivaled Ice Empress, one of the top 10 human powerhouses, right? As her disciple, even if you can't get a dark gold-level realm skill book, you should be able to obtain the method to construct the realm, shouldn't you? Ling Yan's eyes burned as he laid out his conjecture to Su Miaoran. Of course, the so-called unrivaled Ice Empress was just a smokescreen. From his past life's conversations with Su Miaoran, he had already deduced that her master was not from the Milky Way, but from a tremendously powerful civilization that had somehow fallen into the Milky Way. At this moment, Ling Yan and Su Miaoran's relationship was clearly not as close as in his previous life. His goal was simple, to expose the existence of that powerful figure and test the power of his rebirth passively. Sure enough, upon hearing Ling Yan's conjecture, Su Miaoran was initially taken aback, then she relaxed. Yet, she was still deeply impressed by Ling Yan's insight. Despite being of similar age, he could deduce that she hadn't learned through skill books just from the completeness of her skills. At that moment, Su Miaoran realized she hadn't hidden well enough. Just then, the Ice Domain Master in Su Miaoran's Sea of Consciousness spoke up. Miaoran, ask him what he can offer in exchange if we give him the method to learn a dark gold-level realm. A single Ice Dragon Blood Lotus doesn't hold that much value. She wanted to see what valuable item this young man could come up with. However, she also warned that even with a training method, without someone experienced in the skill to guide you, it was as dangerous as creating a new skill, potentially fatal. Seeking a super strong mentor would cost more than a skill book. Su Miaoran took a deep breath and said seriously, you guessed right. I do have the method for a dark gold level realm. But what can you offer in exchange? Ling Yan's eyes lit up at her words. Indeed, finding Su Miaoran was the right choice. What was a rarity among humans, her mysterious master could casually provide. I said, it's something you can't refuse. Ling Yan smiled slightly, and then clenched his hand in the air. Buzz! Instantly, a scroll appeared out of thin air in his hand. He casually tossed the scroll to Su Miaoran without any defenses. Su Miaoran instinctively caught it, but when she saw the scroll's attributes, her pupils dilated. Even her master, the Ice Domain Master, emerged from her sea of consciousness in disbelief. Although Ling Yan couldn't see him, he sensed an unusual aura from the broken domain. Is this that aura? Ling Yan was shocked internally but kept a calm exterior. The Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor Knight Transfer Scroll. How is this possible? Su Miaoran couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, what Ling Yan produced was the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor Knight Transfer Scroll. Although Su Miaoran couldn't use it yet, its value was enough to drive countless people crazy. The scroll's attributes indicated, upon use, you gain an Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor Egg and the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor Knight profession. It grants Strength Enhancement LV30, Speed Enhancement LV30, Constitution Enhancement LV30, and Ice Power LV30. The usage requirements are having any attribute enhancement above LV30, or Ice Power above LV25, or a Night-type passive above LV25. These attributes were explosive, although not as formidable as the Hell Thunder Dragon Transfer Scroll. If released, the entire human race would undoubtedly be in an uproar. And Ling Yan had 20 such scrolls, estimating he could run the dungeon 7 or 8 more times. Once strong enough, he could completely arm a super strong army. Is this really just in exchange for a dark gold-level realm training method? You could trade this with the Alliance. Su Miaoran looked at Ling Yan in disbelief. Even for a training method, if Ling Yan asked for a skill book, the entire upper echelon of humanity would instantly offer it. The value of this item was simply too terrifying. Su Miaoran was puzzled. Why would Ling Yan give something so valuable to her instead of selling it to the higher-ups? She couldn't help but feel an endless curiosity about this handsome and mysterious young man. I trust you more than the Alliance, Ling Yan said with a dismissive smile, revealing a shocking secret. There are spies from other major civilizations among the top ranks of the human race, and they hold very high positions. If it weren't for the resources I need, I wouldn't expose myself. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left. Hearing this, Su Miaoran was momentarily stunned but quickly understood Ling Yan's intentions. She asked, puzzled, but you also have a considerable level of ice power. If you could undertake an ice-related job change task, you could surely use it. Ling Yan smiled and replied. A job change requires you to clear all passives and keep only the new ones. Do you think I need that? Only then did Su Miaoran realize that in the eyes of an SSS-level individual like Ling Yan, a level 30 ice power might not be that valuable. She wanted to refuse this precious gift, but under her master's encouragement, she eventually relented. She took a memory crystal from her storage bag and handed it to Ling Yan solemnly. This contains the information you need. I know it's not as valuable as a job change scroll, but I promise to find a way to repay you in the future. Ling Yan accepted the crystal with a smile and crushed it. A flood of memories surged into his mind. Upon reviewing them, he found that the knowledge not only covered dark gold-level domain power, but even included hints beyond that level. Training according to this method would yield a success rate 100 times higher than usual and a strength 3 times that of a golden domain. What a bargain! Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh. Trading something he couldn't use for such valuable training knowledge was a clear win. It also served as a repayment for the many times Su Miaoran's master had saved him in his past life. By the way, don't you need the Ice Dragon Blood Lotus? I got it earlier, and it's useless to me, so it's yours. Ling Yan remembered that in the previous life, Su Miaoran had mentioned that the lack of an Ice Dragon Blood Lotus delayed her talent growth to SS by 10 years. With it, her progress in this life would surely surpass that of the past. Holding the Ice Dragon Blood Lotus, Su Miaoran was at a loss for words. She felt as if Ling Yan knew everything about her, and an inexplicable sense of trust arose within her. In the end, she could only say, thank you, while secretly vowing to repay him in the future. Ling Yan continued, all right, let's deal with the monsters ahead. After I finish off the 4th wave, if you're interested, you can join me in challenging the 3-headed Hell Thunder Dragon. But if not, you can leave then, as leveling up is more important. Su Miaoran was stunned and incredulous. Just the 2 of us challenging the ultimate boss. To her, even Morong Xingyu with 9 SS talents might not defeat the 3-headed Hell Thunder Dragon, let alone just the 2 of them. Ling Yan didn't offer much explanation, simply saying, the choice is yours. Now let's start with the monsters. With that, he waved his hand, and several soul orbs flew out. In an instant, earth-shattering dragon roars filled the air. To Su Miaoran's astonishment, 5 Dragon Emperor Phantoms and 11 Dragon King Phantoms appeared simultaneously. The terrifying aura instantly suppressed all the dark giant lizards on the ground, making them tremble and cower. The Ice Domain Master immediately recognized this as the Dragon Emperor Phantom skill of the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor from the dungeon. With Ling Yan's talent for 9 types of elemental power, the skill's power exceeded that of a typical Dark Gold level skill. For Ling Yan, it was tailor-made since he could theoretically summon dozens of Dragon Emperor kinds. Amidst the rumbling, the 5 Dragon Emperors and 10 Dragon Kings began to wreak havoc on the land, slaughtering large numbers of dark giant lizards. Ling Yan sat in place, studying the Ice Domain learning method Su Miaoran had given him. As he delved deeper, he realized how rudimentary his previous destructive domain setup had been. Based on the purple skill, Ling Yan's newly created ice field had disappointing power and effect. He pondered silently, realizing that to create a dark gold level domain, deeper research was necessary. Time quietly slipped away as Ling Yan delved into his studies. Meanwhile, Su Miaoran wasn't idle either. She activated her ice field and began hunting powerful wild monsters. As a dark gold level dungeon, the monsters here were challenging but offered exceptionally rich experience points. Su Miaoran calculated that once she left, she could level up by at least 3 or 4 levels. Not to mention, if she could solo a royal level boss, the experience points would be terrifying enough to shoot her straight to LV30. As for the experience from an emperor level boss, it was beyond imagination. Ling Yan's hunting speed was astonishing. With just the 2 of them, they surpassed the team of 10, led by Murong Xingyu in another dungeon. This was mainly due to the strength of the Dragon Emperor's Phantom. Even if Murong Xingyu, clad in a gold set, tried to kill a single Dragon Emperor, it would be extremely difficult, let alone her SS-level teammates. The Dragon Emperor not only had powerful individual strength, but also possessed wide-range attack skills, making it incredibly efficient at clearing waves. Coupled with the assistance of 10 Dragon Kings, Ling Yan's team advanced at an unrivaled pace. In no time, Ling Yan and his team reached the 4th wave. As the last batch of minions was cleared, 2 Dragon Emperors roared as they emerged. However, they were met with an assault by 5 Dragon Emperors. With Su Miaoran providing intense long-range support, it took just a few minutes for the 2 Dragon Emperors to fall with mournful cries. The system notification rang in Su Miaoran's mind. Ding! Congratulations, you assisted in killing 2 Dragon Emperors. You gained 20 billion experience points. Received 20 billion star coins locked. Congratulations, player, you successfully obtained materials, a strength fruit 1 gold. Overjoyed by the message, Su Miaoran eagerly retrieved the blood-red strength fruit, intricately carved with mysterious runes, from her backpack. This fruit not only permanently increased strength, but was more valuable than a low-level gold set piece. Her first instinct was to give it to Ling Yan, but he declined. No need. I've already maxed out on gold strength fruits. You keep it. Su Miaoran was momentarily stunned by his response, standing there with her mouth agape. Ling Yan chuckled helplessly and confirmed again. Yes, I'm maxed out. Keep it. He then glanced at his own system notification, noticing that the 2 Dragon Emperors only contributed 19.8 trillion experience points, far less than the 30 trillion from solo kills. This made him realize that teaming up significantly reduced experience gains, which were also distributed based on output. This further solidified his resolve to solo farm. Seeing that Ling Yan wasn't joking, Su Miaoran reluctantly put the fruit away. She asked worriedly, Ling Yan, are you really going to challenge the 3-headed Hell Thunder Dragon? Ling Yan smiled slightly. Yes. If you don't want to go, then that's fine. After thinking for a moment, Su Miaoran realized that her presence would only burden Ling Yan and take away experience. Having already benefited greatly, she felt it wasn't right to leech more. My strength won't help you, so I won't go, she said, shaking her head slowly. Ling Yan nodded and said, in that case, could you do me a favor? This is the primary key for this dungeon. Deliver it to the North Star Lord and the others. He handed her a bronze key engraved with the words Hell Thunder Dragon and a number. This was the primary key, while Ling Yan kept a silver secondary key. Su Miaoran solemnly nodded in agreement and then disappeared. Ling Yan thought that Su Miaoran would know how to handle things after leaving, so he needn't worry. With that settled, it was time to start frenzied dungeon farming. He smiled slightly and vanished instantly. Elsewhere, Murong Xingyu and her team finally managed to kill 2 Dragon Emperors. When the system prompt asked whether to start the 5th wave, Murong Xingyu suddenly realized her primary key was missing and furiously exclaimed, wait, where's my primary key? How did it disappear? Did you Dog Tianchi embezzle it? A cautious teammate reminded her. Ahem, maybe Ling Yan and his team got ahead. Murong Xingyu initially couldn't believe it, but eventually accepted the reality of being surpassed by Ling Yan. She haughtily declared, Humph, I refuse to believe he can defeat the ultimate boss of the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon alone. Once I get the Hell Thunder Dragon set, I'll seek revenge. With that, she decisively ordered to enter the 5th wave. Meanwhile, Su Miaoran had already delivered the key to the North Star Lord, informing them that Ling Yan intended to challenge the dungeon multiple times to hone his combat skills and wouldn't be coming out soon. Although the North Star Lord and the others didn't doubt it, They were shocked by how Ling Yan, with Su Miaoran, surpassed Murong Xingyu in clearing the fourth wave so quickly. His terrifying strength likely far exceeded Murong Xingyu's. Thus, Ling Yan spent a full 10 days in the dungeon. In the past 5 days, the prodigies from various planets returned to their homelands to prepare for the upcoming university life. After Longting returned to Longting Star with Su Miaoran, he immediately began organizing the opening ceremony for the imperial capital's first university. Coincidentally, the opening day happened to be the same day Ling Yan emerged from the dungeon. On the surface, everything seemed to return to normal, but this experience left an indelible mark on everyone's hearts. Even if Ling Yan were to fall in the future, they would never forget the powerful and talented young man. Of course, Ling Yan wasn't going to die easily. Time flew by, and soon it was the final boss stage of the 14th dungeon, the Infernal Thunder Dragon dungeon. Before them lay a vast expanse of ruins, a dilapidated city resembling a wounded beast emitting low moans. In the sky, endless thunderclouds surged wildly, with lightning flashing rapidly within, ready to pour down at any moment. Suddenly, 3 earth-shattering dragon roars ripped through the sky. Immediately after, a 3-headed infernal thunder dragon, shrouded in blood-red necrotic energy and purple lightning, descended from above. Its presence darkened the entire world, as if all light had been consumed. The 3-headed infernal thunder dragon surveyed the surroundings arrogantly, but when its gaze fell forward, it froze. Sweat poured down its heads as it faced a terrifying hell gate towering hundreds of meters high. In front of the hell gate lay a sea of enormous bones, with over 100 dragon king-level undead and more than 50 dragon emperor-level undead. Even more terrifying, there were 14 undead 3-headed infernal thunder dragons and 14 undead holy light dragons. Above this undead army stood a young man clad in black armor, standing proudly atop a living 3-headed infernal thunder dragon, his cold gaze looking down at the newly arrived dragon. The terrifying sight caused the new infernal thunder dragon to tremble all over. The black-armored youth, seeing this, didn't say a word but simply waved his right hand gently. Instantly, hundreds of dragon soul undead erupted, sending beams of dragon breath toward the 3-headed infernal thunder dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The 3-headed infernal thunder dragon, unable to react, was instantly engulfed by countless dragon breaths. The terrifying explosions echoed throughout the world, with countless damage values soaring into the sky. As the blazing fire and lightning gradually faded, only a more desolate ruin remained. The 3-headed infernal thunder dragon had vanished without a trace. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, player, for instantly killing the 3-headed infernal thunder dragon. You have gained level 3 permissions for this dungeon. Level 3 permissions allow you to modify drop rates, increase or decrease the probability of all item drops, modify player strength bonuses entering the dungeon, and receive a 100 money bonus. Unlock the hidden function, full screen insta-kill. Can be used once per dungeon, not applicable to the ultimate boss. The notification sound made Ling Yan raise an eyebrow, suddenly realizing the key to obtaining level 3 permissions was to instantly defeat the dungeon boss. This challenge was significantly harder than soloing the 3-headed Hell Thunder Dragon, which explained why no one had ever achieved it. Reflecting on the explanation from the Will of Apocalypse, Ling Yan couldn't help but marvel. Not only were level 3 permissions elusive, even level 2 permissions only existed in dark gold level dungeons, and they required solo completion to obtain. However, throughout history, no human had ever possessed the strength to uncover such a secret within the dungeons. Ling Yan pondered the immense power of level 3 permissions. Not only could they modify drop rates, but they also allowed for a full-screen instant kill. After a quick exploration, he discovered the drop rate could be increased to 200 or decreased to as low as 50. Even more astonishing was the potential to boost strength by 100. Coupled with the ability to instantly kill everything on screen, the speed of clearing monsters would undoubtedly increase dramatically. However, for Ling Yan, who had been running dungeons for over 10 days, these enhancements seemed somewhat redundant. The relentless dungeon grinding had already elevated his strength, speed, and constitution to a level of LV 33. His 6 passive skills darkness, light, flame, thunder, undead, and life had also reached LV 31, thanks to the consistent drops from the Hell Thunder Dragon and the Holy Light Dragon. Notably, the power of flame reached LV 32 due to the 4th wave's flame mastery and Ling Yan's use of infinite monster mode, which consistently yielded the equivalent of 3 million LV1 passives each time. Darkness Mastery was even more terrifying because it appeared in both the 1st and 5th waves, with the latter being elite monsters. Each dungeon run granted 7 million Darkness Mastery, eventually reaching an astounding LV 33. The passive skills of Ice and Earth, due to infinite monster mode, each lasted 5 hours per run. Although they didn't gain direct LV 25 passives, their levels eventually climbed to LV 32. Among all passives, Survival Instinct had the highest level, reaching an incredible LV34, with a progress of 39 million out of 50 million. Meanwhile, Ling Yan's skill levels had also seen significant improvement. The Destruction field successfully advanced to the Annihilation field, reaching LV3. This dark gold level domain skill was formidable. Within its area, it could weaken opponents' attributes by 70, inflict a 90 slow effect, and deal 650 of the strongest elemental spell damage per second. Such terrifying power meant even a king-level boss could barely withstand a few seconds in Ling Yan's domain. More frighteningly, this field could persist indefinitely unless voluntarily deactivated. Ling Yan marveled internally at the 70 attribute debuff and 90 slow effect, combined with the continuous high damage, making it a nightmare for bosses. He felt the surging power within him, knowing his strength had reached a new pinnacle. Under the oppressive aura, Ling Yan felt his strength suddenly drop to just 30 of its original power. This terrifying effect was enough for him to defeat enemies beyond his level, but he knew that if his opponent had a field of the same level or was significantly stronger, this ability would be rendered ineffective. Nonetheless, the damage remained. Ling Yan sighed, looking at the nearly 7 quadrillion experience points he had accumulated. It's time to level up, he murmured. Such a shame all this experience will be wasted. Without hesitation, he chose to level up and unlock his level cap. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming heat flooded Ling Yan's body like a tidal wave. He could feel power rapidly increasing within him, and the system's notifications sounded in his ear. Your level has increased to LV21. All attributes 50, gained 100 free attribute points. Your pet's level has increased to LV21. Remaining experience points, 3.4 quadrillion. Ling Yan was startled. Less than 1/millionth of his experience points were consumed, yet due to leveling up, they were halved, losing over 3.4 quadrillion in the process. The attribute bonuses and free points he received this time were lower than when he reached LV20, but this was expected. Every 10 levels mark a threshold, providing a significant boost in power. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from nearby. Ling Yan turned to see Xiao Te roaring to the sky, a terrifying aura emanating from it, as its body began to grow rapidly. Without hesitation, Ling Yan commanded through the system's will. System, distribute all free attribute points from the level up evenly across all attributes. Subsequently, Ling Yan's level began to rise rapidly. Your level has increased to LV22. All attributes, 55-inch. Your level has increased to LV23. Your level has increased to LV29. All attributes 95, gained 450 free attribute points. Your pet's level has increased to LV29. Remaining experience points, 15 trillion. Your level has increased to LV30. All attributes 300, gained 1,000 free attribute points. Your pet's level has increased to LV30. Remaining experience points, 7.4 trillion. Ling Yan was astonished. System, what's happening? The system explained. Ding, Emperor level boss experience can increase up to 15 levels without resetting. King level experience can increase up to 20 levels without resetting. However, starting from the 10th level, each level up reduces experience points by 80. Ling Yan realized. I see, this Emperor level boss is even more valuable than I thought. He couldn't help but laugh, then complained. But seriously, Xiao Te, why are you so hard to maintain? Xiao Te's experience consumption was 10,000 times that of Ling Yan's. Fortunately, Ling Yan stopped at LV30 in time, or his experience points might have been exhausted. Ling Yan decided that he would only level up Xiao Te when he had excess experience points. Otherwise, he would let it level up slowly in the wild or in dungeons. Hearing Ling Yan's complaint, the now 70-meter-tall Xiao Te, with a wingspan of 150 meters, whimpered softly. Ling Yan ignored it and continued leveling himself up. Finally, upon reaching LV35, the system prompted. Your level has increased to LV35. All attributes 150, gained 750 free attribute points. Remaining experience points, 240 million. Leveling up complete, star coins unlocked. Retained all star coins from the first dungeon. Subsequent dungeon earnings will be reduced proportionally. You ultimately received 754 trillion star coins. Ling Yan was surprised to find he had retained 754 trillion star coins. He quickly understood why. The first time clearing a dungeon doesn't reduce rewards, or else no one would attempt them. The reduction in subsequent dungeon earnings made sense. Ling Yan calculated that in a 10-person team, the original 300 trillion experience points and star coins would reduce to 1, or 3 trillion, averaging 300 billion per person. For a super talent capable of clearing dark gold level dungeons, this amount was significant, but not overwhelming. Over 700 trillion, if my dad and the others knew, they'd be shocked. Ling Yan thought, unable to suppress a smile. This was a trillion-level sum, not just a few billion. Of course, compared to the precious materials in Ling Yan's backpack, these star coins were relatively insignificant. Ling Yan stood in the treasure vault, his gaze sweeping over the hundreds of golden resurrection cards in his hand as he calculated silently. Each of these cards was worth trillions, and the even more precious dark gold resurrection cards were worth tens of thousands of times more. Coupled with countless attribute fruits, the wealth in Ling Yan's possession was enough to buy a significant portion of the Castor Galaxy, which contained 100,000 life planets. Without hesitation, he commanded the system, use the dark gold level equipment upgrade scroll to level up my Hell Thunder Dragon set to LV35. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious force surged into Ling Yan's black and red dragon soul armor. The immense energy infusion caused a massive three-headed Hell Thunder Dragon phantom to appear on the armor. The three dragon heads roared thunderously, as if they intended to devour everything around them. Ding! Upgrade successful. With the system notification, the upgraded attributes of the three-headed Hell Thunder Dragon set appeared before Ling Yan. All attributes 50,000, lightning, dark, and undead damage bonus 500, regenerates 20,000 mana and health per second, armor and magic penetration effect increased by 150. The set also includes the Emperor's Pressure effect, preventing anyone within 50,000 meters from leaving combat mode. The skill Dragon Emperor Soul Execution can absorb the souls of slain creatures, and when at the limit, can be released instantly, boosting soul value by 50,000 points for 1 minute. This attribute boost was terrifying, enhancing all attributes more than 8-fold. Previously, Ling Yan had evenly distributed his free attribute points across all attributes, and this upgrade skyrocketed his total attributes from just over 12,000 to more than 56,000. With this in mind, Ling Yan eagerly opened his attribute panel. Name: Ling Yan. Race: human. Class: Passive Plunderer, Child of Fortune. Level: LV35. Strength: 566003300, 17.7, 4,040,000,000. Agility: 567003300, 14.11,040,000,000. Constitution: 566003300, 25.11,040,000,000. Soul: 57,300. Innate passives: Tail Severance, Survival LV34 39 million 50 million. Resurrection, Level Boost 1120. Thunder Mastery LV31 14.1 million 20 million. Lightning Damage 3100. Dark Mastery LV33 2.5 4 million 40 million. Dark Damage 3100. Undead Mastery LV31 15.4 million 20 million. Undead Damage 3100. Skills: Heavenly Demon Blood Sacrifice LV1 Gold. 400 all attribute enhancement. Void Flash LV3 Gold. Can teleport to any point within 30 meters. Ling Yan looked at the astonishing attribute boost, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. This upgrade not only significantly strengthened his power, but also laid a solid foundation for his future battles. Ling Yan gazed at his newly updated attribute sheet, utterly astonished. The Hell God Emperor Tower had risen to level 2 dark gold, with damage skyrocketing to 2,200 and an additional 4,200 sustained damage after sacrificing all health points. The Dragon Emperor's Phantom had advanced to level 3 gold, capable of summoning 11 king level and 5 emperor level dragon shadows, lasting up to 10 minutes. The Sea of the Undead reached level 4 dark gold, with a 15 weapon boost. The three-headed Thunder Dragon set was even more impressive, providing a 500 boost to thunder, dark, and undead damage, while restoring 20,000 magic and health points per second, increasing armor and magic penetration by 150, and doubling the soul accumulation speed. His beast companion, an Emperor-level 3-headed Hell Thunder Dragon, had already grown to level 30. Meanwhile, his wealth had reached an astonishing 754 trillion. Ling Yan couldn't help but marvel at the incredible power leap brought by leveling up. At just level 35, he could effortlessly wipe out hundreds of his level 20 self. He pondered what reaching level 100 would be like. At this moment, he deeply realized that level was the key. Without it, everything else was meaningless. Suddenly, Ling Yan remembered the level 3 authority he had obtained. Though seemingly minor, it held significant potential, boosting drop rates, enhancing combat power, adjusting dungeon entry fees, and even permanently closing dungeons. While he had no intention of doing the latter, this power gave him the desire to contribute to the human race. After all, in both his past and present lives, he had benefited from the support of humanity. Without the sponsorship of the Human Federation, he wouldn't have had the chance to enter this dungeon. After careful consideration, Ling Yan issued a command to the system. Apocalypse. Increase the dungeon drop rate to 200 of the original, and boost the combat power of all entrants by 30. This adjustment wouldn't disrupt the game's balance, but would significantly reduce players' time costs. What used to take 10 attempts to obtain an item could now be achieved in 5, a substantial boon for geniuses. The system quickly responded, command accepted, adjustments complete. With the task done, Ling Yan decisively said, "Exit the dungeon." Before the words finished, his figure had already vanished from the spot. Upon reappearing, Ling Yan found himself in the center of a city floating in the starry sky. This city, shrouded by a massive formation, was crucial to guarding the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon. However, unlike the bustling scene when he first arrived, the deck of the Tianbei starship now hosted only a few scattered timber teams preparing to tackle the dungeon. Ling Yan's sudden appearance immediately caught the attention of these talents. They began to whisper in astonishment. Alone? How can he enter the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon by himself? Wait, look at his gear, that's dark gold. Could he be the legendary Ling Yan? What? The Ling Yan who doesn't level up or team up, and soloed ordinary monsters in a dark gold dungeon for 10 days. Voices of surprise echoed as Ling Yan's name was repeatedly mentioned, like an unbelievable legend. Who else could possibly own a dark gold set? Ling Yan's identity was immediately speculated by those around him. As he looked around, he noticed these talents came from other intermediate star systems within the Yenshin galaxy, including some outstanding SS-level individuals. The rarity of the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon set made it hard to imagine anyone possessing multiple sets. After all, no matter how strong one's talent, leveling up is the ultimate goal, and most people would only run the dungeon once or twice before choosing to train on Apocalypse Continent. Ignoring the whispers, Ling Yan took out his smart wristwatch to contact Si Kong Shuiyun. Almost instantly, Si Kong Shuiyun's image appeared, her voice filled with surprise. "Ling Yan? You're out." Ling Yan smiled slightly, teasing, "Shuiyun, did you all just leave me alone in the black hole?" Without saying more, Si Kong Shuiyun ended the call abruptly. Within a minute, a roar came from the sky. Her figure, engulfed in flames, sped towards Ling Yan and landed in front of him in the blink of an eye. "Ling Yan, you're finally out. If you hadn't come out soon, everyone would have thought you were dead." Si Kong Shuiyun exclaimed excitedly as she approached him. Ling Yan chuckled. "How could that be? If I were that easy to kill, I'd have been dead long ago." Si Kong Shuiyun suddenly understood. Indeed, Ling Yan, who could evade an attack from a Star Lord, couldn't possibly die so easily. However, she didn't know that Ling Yan hadn't actually dodged it at the time. Although Void Blink is powerful, at LV1 its teleportation range is only 10 meters, which wasn't enough. At that moment, he was instantly killed, but thanks to sacrificial survival, he sacrificed a little finger and managed to revive. With the terrifying recovery speed from the combination of sacrificial survival and life force, he had already fully restored his finger by the time he spoke. Ling Yan marveled to himself. No wonder he's rated as an S-level super genius at LV3. Now at LV34, the effect of sacrificial survival is almost equivalent to immortality. Even if reduced to ashes, he could instantly revive, needing only to sacrifice a grain-sized piece of flesh each time. With his current size, he could revive tens of thousands of times. By the way, have the others left? Ling Yan asked, looking around curiously. Si Kong Shuiyun's expression turned serious. "We'll discuss this on the way. Let's head back to Long Tongue Star first." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Ling Yan refrained from asking further questions and followed Si Kong Shuiyun away from the dungeon rift. Si Kong Shuiyun led Ling Yan to an enormous landing platform. Ling Yan's attention was immediately captivated by the sight before him a gigantic starship connected to the entire floating city via a transmission passage. The scale of the starship was astounding, stretching thousands of kilometers in length, several times larger than the floating city itself. Placed on Earth's surface, it would rival a continent. Ling Yan estimated that the starship was at least of the 7th tier. Unexpectedly, Si Kong Shuiyun did not pause there, but instead guided Ling Yan directly into the starship through the transmission passage. "Follow me," she said succinctly, her expression suddenly becoming serious. They traveled through the starship's interior via a sublight speed transmission passage at a breathtaking speed of several kilometers per second. A few minutes later, they finally arrived at the control room located at the heart of the starship. With a heavy clunk, the massive doors slowly opened, revealing the figure of an elder before Ling Yan. The elder hovered in midair, exuding a suffocatingly powerful aura. Si Kong Shuiyun respectfully bowed and said, "Vice Dean, I have brought Ling Yan." The elder opened his eyes, and in an instant, an infinite golden light burst forth from his gaze. Ling Yan immediately recognized the elder and felt the powerful golden elemental force emanating from his eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure enveloped Ling Yan entirely. This force was tens of times more oppressive than that of a three-headed Hell Thunder Dragon, and even Ling Yan, as he was now, had to muster all his strength to barely withstand it. Seeing Ling Yan's upright posture and the swirling 10 elements around him, a glint of admiration flashed in the elder's eyes. "You must be the Ling Yan that the flame god speaks of. Remarkable. Awakening 10 elemental forces is truly unbelievable," the elder praised. He thought to himself that Ling Yan's ability to withstand pressure that even ordinary level 60 powerhouses couldn't endure suggested that his fundamental 3 attribute passive levels were quite high. greatly increasing his chances of reaching the pinnacle. Ling Yan quickly cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Elder, for your praise. Sikong Shuiyun introduced. Ling Yan, this is Vice Dean Murong Tu of the Flame God Academy. He is here specifically to protect you. Ling Yan respectfully bowed. Junior Ling Yan greets the Vice Dean. Although he feigned a first meeting, Ling Yan knew that during his past life at the Flame God Academy, he had been summoned by these powerful figures many times in attempts to develop his passive abilities. Unfortunately, such matters were notoriously difficult to control and could not be forced. Ling Yan stood at the entrance of the academy, feeling a sense of nostalgia. In his past life, it was the Flame God who personally came to welcome him, but this time, it was only Vice Dean Murong Tuesday. Although the reception seemed less prestigious, Ling Yan didn't mind. He understood that despite his talent being rated at SSS, others might think it was merely due to his mastery of multiple elements. Murong Tu approached slowly, his somewhat weathered face carrying a hint of seriousness. As the great-grandfather of Murong Xingyu, he had a special mission on this visit. I am here under the orders of the Flame God for two important matters, Murong Tu stated straightforwardly. First, to present you with your SSS certification rewards. After thorough research by the Supreme Council of Humanity, your talent level has been officially recognized as SSS. With that, Murong Tu waved his hand, and a virtual projection appeared before Ling Yan. It detailed the privileges and rewards of an SSS genius, which Ling Yan began to examine closely. The first item on the list was a set of dark gold armor. However, since Ling Yan already possessed it, it was converted into 10 star sources, equivalent to 10 quintillion star coins. While this wealth could purchase dozens of life planets, it seemed slightly lacking compared to a permanent dark gold set. Nonetheless, Ling Yan didn't care. Star coins were just numbers to him. The second reward was also 10 star sources, bringing his total to 20 star sources, a substantial amount indeed. The third reward was the right to choose skills. Ling Yan could select any 3 top-tier gold skills from the Federation's skill store. The fourth item was attribute fruits. Every 10 levels, Ling Yan would receive 40 gold attribute fruits of that level, plus 1 dark gold fruit. These rewards left Sikong Shuiyun wide-eyed with amazement. However, Ling Yan remained unfazed. These material rewards meant little to him. What he valued most was the final reward of privileges. SSS Genius Privilege 1. A 20 discount on any items, materials, or equipment purchased within the Federation, provided they are for personal use and not for resale or gifting. Additionally, selling gold or higher-level items would yield more funds and points, which could be exchanged for advanced resources. Privilege 2. Immediate access to all new dungeons and secret realms within the human territory, with the entry costs covered by the Alliance. Ling Yan memorized these details, already forming a plan in his mind. These privileges were the true keys to helping him advance further. Ling Yan carefully contemplated the privileges he had just acquired, making silent calculations in his mind. The first two benefits were undoubtedly the most appealing to him. The priority purchasing rights and discounts, as well as the real-time notifications of all boss appearances on the Tianqi continent. The third privilege, a one-time free resurrection, was valuable but seemed less urgent to Ling Yan. He glanced at the items in his backpack, quickly estimating their worth in his mind. If I were to sell them all, they'd fetch at least several thousand star sources, he thought, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Of course, this estimate excluded the valuable class change scrolls, whether for the three-headed Hell Thunder Dragon Knight or the Dragon Emperor Knight. Each of these scrolls was worth thousands of star sources, enough to exchange for dozens of low-level dark gold sets. Looking up at Vice Dean Murong Tu, Ling Yan curiously asked, Sir, are there any other rewards besides these? Murong Tu paused, somewhat surprised by Ling Yan's calmness in the face of such generous rewards. He couldn't help but recall his own excitement when he received an SS-level reward years ago, and he sighed. I'm getting old. The vision of today's geniuses is truly remarkable. With a light chuckle, Murong Tu continued. The second matter is that His Majesty, the Flame God, has asked me to inform you that the Federation's Ultimate Academy has sent you an admission notice. Your talent ranks among the top 3 in the entire human race this year, and entering the Ultimate Academy is well within your reach. Although our Flame God Academy is excellent, we lack the experience needed to nurture a super genius like you. Only at the Ultimate Academy can you fully realize your potential. The opening ceremony is in 3 days, and I will come to Longting Star to escort you. Hearing about the opportunity to attend the Federation's Ultimate Academy stirred a sense of excitement within Ling Yan. He knew that the Ultimate Academy was located on Earth. Although this world's Earth was vastly different from the one he knew in his previous life, the familiar landscapes and waters remained. Having once lived on Earth for many years, Ling Yan held a special affection for this planet. I appreciate your trouble, Vice Dean. I will be ready to welcome you when the time comes, Ling Yan said solemnly. He couldn't help but recall his initial goal after his rebirth, to gain admission to the Imperial Academy of Longting Star without exposing his passive plunderer identity. Yet, in just over half a month, events had unfolded at a breathtaking pace. His talent had advanced so rapidly that even the Vice Dean of the Flame God Academy admitted he could not adequately guide him. Ling Yan deeply sensed that the wheels of fate were spinning swiftly, and he stood at the threshold of a brand new future. No problem. Since that's the case, let's set off. In the next couple of days, have a good chat with your family. Once you leave, it might be a long time before you return. Morong too smiled faintly as his mental power instantly connected with the spaceship. In a flash, the massive vessel trembled, and a probe several kilometers long and hundreds of meters in diameter slowly extended forward. Energy surged like a tide to the tip of the probe, forming a beam of light with a 100-meter diameter, slicing through the starry sky and striking the void tens of thousands of kilometers away. A gigantic artificial wormhole appeared. The spaceship accelerated, quickly reaching speeds of hundreds of kilometers per second. With a ripple, the colossal ship entered the wormhole and vanished. The wormhole then closed, as if it had never existed. On Longting Star, in the city of Haibei, the Ling family on the 12th floor of Building 8 in the Longwei community was particularly lively today. In the kitchen, Ling's mother and Ling Moran were busy preparing dinner. In the living room, Ling Yan was chatting with Longting, the Star Master of Longting Star. Longting's visit served two purposes: to report that Ling Yan was returning soon and to enjoy a meal. He remarked, "Brother Ling Yan, you have quite an outstanding son. Unfortunately, my son hasn't been as promising." Meanwhile, a shrunken dark dragon the size of a small dog was on the floor, greedily licking the leftovers Ling Moran had given it. Longting felt embarrassed watching his dragon act so undistinguished. Ling Yan humbly replied, "It was just luck. That boy's achievements are thanks to the nurturing from you, the Star Master." Longting waved his hand. "You jest. I don't have the capability to nurture someone like Ling Yan. His talent level has reached SSS, and within the human race, only those legendary 8th-tier masters, or our strongest, the War God, could possibly guide him." At the mention of the War God, Longting's eyes shone with admiration. Ling Yan remained silent, seemingly unable to join in such a high-level conversation. At that moment, the door lock turned, and Ling Yan entered with the alluring Sikong Shuyun. "Mom, Dad, I'm back." Sikong Shuyun, upon seeing Longting, exclaimed, "Uncle, what are you doing here?" Longting laughed and explained, "Oh, Shuyun, I'm just here sharing some of Ling Yan's glorious feats on the Tianbei starship with his parents." As he spoke, he discreetly nudged his dark dragon with his foot, muttering, "This silly dog, still licking the bowl. How embarrassing." Ling's mother rushed out of the kitchen, looking Ling Yan up and down. "Xiaoyan, you're finally back." After confirming her son was safe, she breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Yan reassured her, "Mom, I'm fine. Your son is strong. Nothing could happen to me." Ling Moran walked out with the dish, giving Ling Yan a sidelong glance. "Strong? With those skinny arms and legs, you call that strong?" Ling Yan boasted. "Wow, big sis. I'm an SSS genius. I'm already at level 30. Believe it or not, I could take you down now." Before he finished, Ling Moran's fist landed heavily on Ling Yan's head. "Ouch, that hurts." Ling Yan winced, clutching his head. Ling Yan was taken aback. Although he had hidden the appearance of his dark gold armor, its attributes were real. His overall stats were now above 50,000, stronger than the average level 60 player. Hadn't his sister just reached level 30 last month? Both Sikong Shuyun and Longting were equally surprised. Such speed required at least level 90, or a speed talent maxed at level 10 with a base level of 70. Ling Moran seemed just 17 or 18, and if she truly was level 90, her talent would be terrifying. Ling Yan frowned at his daughter's incredible speed. Ling's mother quickly tried to change the subject. "Oh, Moran, what are you doing? We have guests." Ling Yan's eyes lit up. "You can't just hit me like that. That's over the top. At least wait until the guests leave." However, Ling's mother's next words made Ling Yan's mouth twitch. Ling Yan stood up, smiling. "Sorry about that, folks. Please don't mind us." Ling's mother shifted the topic. "Anyway, the food is ready. Let's eat first, and chat more after the meal." Longting eagerly rubbed his hands together. "Great. I've been smelling the delicious food for a while now." All his previous imposing demeanor vanished. Sikong Shuyun said exasperatedly, "Uncle, did you come here just for the food?" Longting shot her a look. "Of course. You should know your aunt's cooking skills are so bad, even dogs wouldn't eat it. If I don't find a good excuse to eat elsewhere, I'd be in trouble." Everyone, including Ling Yan, was speechless, surprised that the Star Master of Longting Star was so afraid of his wife. Sikong Shuyun nodded in agreement, recalling her aunt's cooking. After enjoying a meal at the Ling household, Longting and Sikong Shuyun left. However, the atmosphere at the Ling house turned strange. Everyone's eyes were on Ling Moran. "Why are you all looking at me?" Ling Moran asked in confusion. Ling Moran felt guilty under the scrutinizing gazes of Ling Yan and Ling Yan, and hurriedly explained her situation. As soon as she finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence. Moran, I remember you being a berserker. How come your rating is only level, yet you could easily suppress even your brother just now? Ling Yan asked with a frown, his eyes subconsciously glancing at their mother, a hint of doubt in his gaze. Ling Yan couldn't help but chime in. Exactly, sis, aren't you cheating or something? Although he hadn't yet experienced a growth spurt in his level, he instinctively judged, given how you crushed me just now, you must be at least level 80. Either that, or your talent is above S level, reaching level 60, and you're wearing a golden set. Realizing she couldn't hide it any longer, Ling Moran shrugged with a proud smile. Well, I wanted to get along as an ordinary person, but since it's come to this, I won't pretend anymore. She took a deep breath. I awakened a new class last year, Light Oracle. She enthusiastically detailed her abilities, level 25 Light Attribute, Flame Power, and level 10 Life Force. All attributes boosted to level 30, class rated at SSS level, and I'm at level 100. At this point, she added with a touch of pride. I've even apprenticed under one of the top 10 Human Federation powerhouses, the Light God. However, my master concealed all information to protect me, so even the Human High Council knows nothing of my identity. Ling Yan was dumbfounded, utterly stunned. Whoa, sis, doesn't that make you as awesome as me? He couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he didn't stand a chance against this powerhouse of a sister. Ling Moran, however, smirked with arrogance. No, no, no. Your sister will always outshine you. You'll always be the little brother. Though Ling Yan was exasperated by his sister's words, he was more puzzled. By the way, why didn't I know about this in my past life? He quickly came to terms with it, recalling being taken away from Longting Star in his previous life, only for it to be destroyed alongside him during an 8th tier attack. Perhaps his sister also perished in that catastrophe before her SSS talent could truly emerge. That must be it, Ling Yan thought to himself. Otherwise, my sister would have come looking for me. He suddenly found the three elements familiar, but couldn't recall where he'd heard of them before. Ling Yan's expression grew serious as he made a silent vow to himself. In this life, I must keep my distance from my family, at least until my power fully develops. Otherwise, history might repeat itself. Ling Yan silently made a firm decision in his heart. From today onwards, he would train relentlessly, without pause. He knew that only by becoming powerful could he ensure the safety of his family. This belief was as unyielding as steel, firmly rooted in his heart. When Ling Yan heard about Ling Mo Ran's talent, his eyes widened in disbelief. A light oracle? An SSS talent? The disciple of the light god? He murmured to himself, then turned a questioning gaze towards his wife. Seeing her husband's expression, Ling's mother looked slightly evasive and quickly changed the subject to praise Ling Mo Ran. Mo Ran, since the light god instructed us not to make this public, there must be a reason. You should keep your talent hidden and quietly improve your strength. That's the safest way. Her tone was filled with concern. Ling Yan, with a serious expression, advised Ling Mo Ran. Don't be as high profile as your brother. Be careful, or one day you might be ambushed by other races without even knowing it. Ling Yan, hearing this, protested with a pained expression. Dad, am I really that high profile? I've hidden 99 of my talent. If I showed my full strength, the entire galaxy might be shaken. Ling Yan sternly replied. The news of you being an SSS genius has already spread throughout the galaxy. Among human SSS geniuses, less than 1 in 10 actually reach their potential. Your high-profile actions will be extremely dangerous in the future, do you understand? Ling Yan felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that even revealing a small part of his talent was enough to draw attention from other civilizations. However, he also secretly admired his father's foresight. Seeing this, Ling's mother sighed and advised, Honey, stop scaring the children. With you and other strong humans around, what trouble could Ling Yan get into? Ling Yan glared at his wife, his tone suddenly turning cold. You're just spoiling them. By the way, we still have a matter to settle. Go back to the room. Ling's mother felt awkward and reluctantly returned to the room. Ling Mo ran, watching the scene, teased. Wow. Dad, are you going to get violent with Mom? What matter? Ling Yan glared at his daughter. Yes, domestic violence. What? Do you think you're strong enough to stop me? Ling Mo ran scoffed. I don't believe it. You? Be careful, or Mom might beat you up. Ling Yan muttered, damn girl, under his breath and strode towards the room. There was a click as the door locked. Ling Yan, deep in thought, said to his sister, Sis, don't you think Mom and Dad are acting a bit strange? In other families, having a child with an A-level talent would be cause for celebration. We have SSS, yet they seem so calm. Could it be? Mom and Dad are actually hidden powerhouses. Ling Mo Ran decisively denied it. You're overthinking. Mom and Dad are just ordinary people. If there was anything special, my master would have told me. Her tone shifted as she warned. And you? Be careful in the future. Don't go causing trouble and dragging us into it. Ling Moran glanced coldly at Ling Yan, a slight smile playing on her lips. Although she claimed to fear being implicated, the concern in her eyes was undeniable. This proud girl always struggled to express her emotions openly. Yeah, I understand, Ling Yan replied seriously. Good to know. Ling Moran shifted the conversation. By the way, your little girlfriend, Su Miaoran, came looking for you a few times recently. She mentioned going on an adventure in some secret realm and said something about repaying a favor when she gets back. What's that about? Did you save her? Don't tell me she's planning to offer herself in gratitude. There was a teasing tone in Ling Moran's voice, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ling Yan rubbed his chin, a smile tugging at his lips. We just made a deal, that's all. I got plenty out of it too. As for offering herself, well, I wouldn't say no. Before he could finish, there was a sharp snap as Ling Moran flicked his forehead, making him clutch his head in pain. Miaoran is a good girl, don't bully her. Ling Moran shot him a glance before turning to head back to her room. Wow, you've only met her a few times, and you're already defending her. Ling Yan muttered helplessly. Despite thinking that his family was a bit odd, he felt a warm sense of happiness. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Oh right, I still have those Holy Light Dragon Knight advancement scrolls. Maybe I should find a chance to give them to my sister? These Holy Light Dragon Knight scrolls were our level, higher than the three-headed Hell Thunder Dragon Knight scrolls. They came with life force, granting the user powerful life energy, far surpassing the dark, undead, and thunder elements. Although the Holy Light Dragon wasn't as powerful as the three-headed Hell Thunder Dragon, becoming its knight could lead to a stronger profession. Most importantly, with his sister's current talent, she was qualified to use them. She could become the strongest genius to surpass the war gods in human history. Yeah, I'll talk to her about it tomorrow. Ling Yan grinned mischievously. But I'll make her beg for it, ha. Imagining his sister pleading with him, Ling Yan couldn't help but smile smugly. He then returned to his room, took a shower, and went to bed early. Meanwhile, as Ling Yan slept peacefully, the two rooms next door were anything but calm. Honey, do you think Xiao Yan exposing his talent like this will lead to other civilizations hunting him down? Ling's mother sat on the bed, her face full of worry. Ling Zhan gazed out the window, sighing deeply. After we got together, we hid our identities and settled on this remote planet to let the kids grow up peacefully, avoiding the attention of the major civilizations. But with our bloodline, they were never going to be ordinary. I just didn't expect the kids to have such strong talents, reaching SSS right after awakening without even completing their reincarnation tasks. Perhaps their achievements will rival our own. Turning to Ling's mother, Ling Zhan furrowed his brow. By the way, when did you realize Xiao Ran had awakened? How did you end up taking your own daughter as a disciple without me knowing? Ling Zhan stood in his home, his brow furrowed with a tinge of sadness. As the head of the family, he was unaware that his daughter's talents had awakened. Just then, his wife Mo Lingyun's voice broke his train of thought. You can't blame yourself, Mo Lingyun said, a note of resignation in her voice. Last year, when you were battling the Tarsus on the galactic battlefield, I sensed Xiao Ran's awakening. To protect her, I had to bring her into an alternate space to complete her awakening. Mo Lingyun continued. You know how that girl is, just like you, always eager for a fight. I had no choice but to take her as my disciple under my true identity and have her keep her abilities hidden. Otherwise, she would have been assassinated countless times by other civilizations this past year. Her tone suddenly turned stern. As for you, you've barely been home this year, always on the battlefield. If not for Xiao Yan awakening with an SSS talent, you probably wouldn't have come back. As the war god of humanity, you neglect your children, yet you have the nerve to complain here. Mo Lingyun shot Ling Zhan a reproachful glance. If outsiders heard their conversation, they would be terrified. This couple was none other than the war god, the strongest human, and Mo Lingyun, one of the top 10 powerful beings known as the light god. The war god was the only 10th tier human, arguably the most powerful being in the galaxy. However, no one knew they were married and had 2 children. Even more shocking, both children were SSS-level geniuses. If this news got out, the other 3 major civilizations would undoubtedly join forces against humanity. Despite rapid development, humanity's foundations were shaky, with few strong individuals. Against an alliance of the 3 civilizations, humanity would have no chance of survival. Ling Zhan contemplated. But coming back this time, I didn't expect the talent to be SSS. When the Flame God Senior showcased his battle scenes at the Supreme Council, I was stunned. Did I misjudge? Mo Lingyun analyzed. Perhaps. Didn't you notice Ling Yan also has a concealment talent? He might have used it to block others' perceptions. Even for you and me, seeing through others' talents and professions is extremely difficult, let alone when he's hiding his own. Ling Zhan nodded, his expression turning serious. It seems we need to keep our identities even more hidden. If others find out our children awakened with SSS talents, it could prompt the other major races to unite against us. Not only Xiao Yan and Xiao Ran, but all of humanity could be doomed. No matter how strong I am, facing the 3 supreme leaders of the 3 races, I can't defeat them quickly. Mo Lingyun nodded in agreement, then raised another troubling issue. I just don't know what's going on with Xiao Ran. Ever since her talent awakened last year, she's been training obsessively. Her battle talent is incredibly strong, surpassing many 9th-tier strongmen. The dark gold skills I gave her are leveling up rapidly. Her talent is definitely above ours. Ling's mother voiced her doubts, but the god of war showed no surprise. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, what's so strange about it? I'm the most gifted warrior in the galaxy. It's only natural that my daughter takes after me, isn't it? Listening to her husband's narcissistic remarks, Ling's mother couldn't help but shake her head in exasperation. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Ling Yan was gazing at the family photo, lost in thought. Her eyes scanned each face in the picture, finally resting on the innocent visage of her younger brother, Ling Yan. Xiao Yan, Mom, Dad, in our last life, you perished at the hands of outsiders. This time, I won't let history repeat itself. Ling Yan vowed silently, her eyes shining with determination. I've already become a disciple of my master a decade earlier in this life, and she's been very kind to me. I will work hard to train and grow powerful in a short time. In truth, both Ling Yan and Ling Yan were reincarnators, but she was reborn many years after Ling Yan's death. In her previous life, she accidentally awakened as a bright oracle before Longting Star's destruction and was taken to Earth by the light god for training. Before she could return, disaster struck Earth was destroyed, and her parents couldn't even be revived with a resurrection card. At that moment, Ling Yan was plunged into despair. At her plea, the light god ordered Ling Yan to be brought to Earth, as it was the safest place. However, the condition was that she couldn't reveal herself to Ling Yan until she was strong enough. And level Ling Yan was already enough to drive outsiders crazy. If it were known that his sister possessed an SSS talent, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar across the galaxy. This suggested that Ling Yan's level talent might not be an issue, but rather a matter of incorrect development. In such a scenario, both Ling Yan and Ling Yan would face relentless pursuit from outsiders, possibly triggering an attack on humanity by the 3 major civilizations. This concern was not unfounded. After Ling Yan's death, Ling Yan, upon learning the news, lost control completely. She stole her master's 8th-level spaceship and headed straight to the Tianbei star region, where she decisively destroyed the traitor Ing Along. She then ventured to the Staru civilization, where her ship's formidable firepower reduced thousands of planets to ashes. Fortunately, the god of war intervened in time and brought her back. However, her identity as Ling Yan's sister was exposed. From that day forward, the 3 major civilizations began a joint assault on humanity. This protracted war lasted a century, during which millions of human life planets were obliterated. The 3 supreme leaders of the 3 civilizations were eventually slain by the god of war, but he succumbed to his injuries after being besieged by dozens of 9th-level warriors. After a century of warfare, Ling Yan had grown into a formidable 8th-level powerhouse. During those years, Su Miaoran emerged, reaching a level of power comparable to Ling Yan. Aware of Su Miaoran's connection to Ling Yan, Ling Yan became close friends with her, and the two supported each other for decades. In a final battle, Ling Yan sacrificed her life in a fight against a 9th-tier powerhouse. However, fate seemed to grant her a second chance. Ling Yan suddenly opened her eyes and realized she had returned to a year earlier. Her soul carried the profound insights from her past life, and she instantly awakened the vocation of a light, oracle, a powerful role that had taken years to awaken in her previous life. Even more astonishing, she was once again discovered and accepted as a disciple by the god of light. This time, I will definitely protect Ling Yan and my parents, Ling Yan resolved, her eyes gleaming with determination. Without hesitation, she summoned a portable rift of revelation and stepped into it decisively. From the day of her rebirth, Ling Yan began training tirelessly, day and night. In a year's time, her level soared to an astounding 170, far surpassing the publicly declared level of 100. This meant she was already a 4th-tier powerhouse, her strength hundreds of times greater than Sikong Xian. Even Sikong Jian, who was just over level 200, would struggle to escape defeat against her. Clad in a dark gold set of armor, Ling Yan had become a formidable force. Meanwhile, Ling Yan finally awoke from his slumber. Lazily, he walked into the living room and turned on the projection TV. The news was reporting an astonishing event. A 9th-tier king-level boss had appeared in the outer space, slaughtering humans indiscriminately. However, the human warrior, known as the god of war, obliterated this starry monster with a single, earth-shattering attack, saving the entire Yin god galaxy from destruction. Holy, the god of war really is something else. Took down a 9th-tier king-level boss in one hit. Ling Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Although the news did not show the god of war, Ling Yan could hardly imagine that this legendary figure was actually his own scruffy, seemingly disheartened father. Having just finished a night of monster hunting, Ling Yan emerged from her room and, hearing Ling Yan's words, also showed a look of admiration. She was well aware of the terrifying achievements of the god of war in her past life, and her admiration for him had reached its peak. 10th tier? Really? Isn't the god of war just recently at the 10th tier? Even if he could defeat it, it's not like he could one-shot it, right? Ling Yan questioned, somewhat puzzled. What do you know? He's the god of war. Ling Moran rolled her eyes at Ling Yan, then noticed her father wasn't home, prompting her to ask her mother, who was busy in the kitchen, Mom, where's Dad? Your dad went out to hunt monsters this morning. He should be back soon, her mother replied casually. What? He's out hunting monsters again? Tell him to stop. It's too dangerous, Ling Moran said worriedly. Ling Yan here has already received the SSS Genius Award, enough to support our family for tens of thousands of years. Exactly, it's enough for billions of years, even. Ling Yan nodded in agreement, looking serious. He often heard tragic stories of classmates' parents going out to hunt monsters for money, never to return. Such cases made him deeply concerned for his father's safety. Ling Yan stood in the room, his heart a mix of emotions. He had the ability to use a revival card to bring his parents back to life, but each death would consume one precious opportunity. He understood his father Ling Zhan's stubborn nature, insisting on protecting the small guild despite all advice. His mother could only accept this helplessly. Just then, the door slowly opened, and Ling Zhan walked in wearing dusty level 30 white equipment. His face showed a tired yet satisfied smile. Oh, you're up early? Great. I brought back 2 polar bear paws for you. Xiaoran, don't you love bear paws? I'll have your mom cook them for you later. As he spoke, Ling Zhan took out a bear paw half as tall as a person from his storage backpack, proudly showing it to his children. Ling Yan and Ling Mo Ran looked at their father, imagining the tough battles he fought outside, wearing basic gear, risking his life, only to earn a few dozen star coins and a giant bear carcass, yet still overjoyed. This scene filled the siblings with emotion, knowing that their father, though not good with words, had given everything for the family. Ling's mother walked over, complaining, Look at you, covered in dust again. However, her thoughts directly conveyed to Ling Zhan. You really went all out, didn't you? Rolling around in the satellite's dirt before coming back. What? Trying to show how hard you work as a dad? Ling Zhan blushed with embarrassment. Oh no, how did you know? It turned out he had rolled several times on the satellite around Dragon Star before returning, only to be seen through by his wife. Ling's mother gave him a sidelong glance. Humph, I sensed it as soon as your spaceship returned. You really put on a show, acting all worn out. What? A level 9 early stage king monster was that hard for you? Look at those 2 little ones, fooled into thinking you're having such a tough time. Even though he was exposed, seeing the concern in his children's eyes made Ling Zhan feel it was all worth it. To establish a strong fatherly image in their hearts, he was secretly pleased. Ling Yan knew his father wouldn't give up the small guild he had run for decades, so he offered some equipment to support him. Dad, here's a gold set I got, already upgraded to level 30. Use it for now. Here are some upgrade scrolls, too, for when you level up. And these are some unused purple skills I found. Train with them. ITLL, make fighting monsters with your friends easier. Good son, then I won't be polite. Ling Zhan was moved to tears, happily accepting the gold equipment. On closer inspection, it turned out to be the top-level Crimson Thunder Dragon set, likely from the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon, upgraded to level 30. Such a devoted son, he sincerely exclaimed. Ling Mo ran, not to be outdone, handed her father a pile of resources. Dad, these are some leftover gold attribute fruits, and 1,000 storage backpack slots. Keep them. Xiaoyan doesn't need these. Ling Zhan accepted his daughter's gifts, filled with gratitude. Xiaoran, I didn't spoil you for nothing. Seeing his children's filial piety, he felt all his hardships were worthwhile. Ling Zhan watched his daughter's reaction, his eyes red as if he was genuinely moved. This scene, however, left Ling's mother feeling exasperated. She thought to herself that Ling Zhan's greatest talent might not be in combat, but in acting. All right, enough with the sentimental stuff. Let's eat first. Ling's mother interrupted the emotional moment with a hint of helplessness. Ling Muran, with a mischievous glint in her eye, joked. Hey mom, are you getting jealous? Don't worry, there's something for you too. With that, she pulled a fruit from her bag and handed it to her mother. Mom, this is a Sanctus fruit. It can enhance your charm attribute and make you look years younger. Ling's mother's eyes lit up. Wow, such a wonderful thing. My daughter really knows me. She eagerly used the fruit. However, the system notified her that her charm level had reached its limit and couldn't be increased further. Cleverly, Ling's mother used a disguise technique to slightly adjust her appearance, making herself look a bit more like her younger self. This small change had a remarkable effect. The beautiful woman who appeared to be in her early 40s suddenly transformed into a stunning woman in her late 20s. Wow, was mom this beautiful when she was younger? Ling Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Muran was also taken aback. Is the charm fruit really this effective? She was happy about her mother's transformation, but couldn't shake the feeling that the younger version of her mother looked familiar. She quickly dismissed the thought, laughing at herself for overthinking. All right, enough of that. Let's eat, Ling's mother said proudly, giving Ling Zhan a triumphant glance as she called the family to the table. After breakfast, Ling Yan glanced at his mother washing dishes and his father engrossed in the heroic scenes on TV, then mysteriously called Ling Yan into his room. With a click, the door locked. Ling Yan immediately activated a dark gold level domain, enveloping Ling Yan and the entire room within it. 18 elements? How is that possible? Ling Yan's pupils constricted in shock as she stared at Ling Yan in disbelief. Her mind raced, and she quickly recalled that in her previous life, Ling Yan's talent was a passive plunderer. Could it be that in this life, Ling Yan had discovered the correct way to use it? That would explain why he had managed to plunder so many elemental passives. Ling Yan was thrilled. She had suspected that Ling Yan might have successfully plundered passives, and now it was confirmed. It seemed that in this life, the burden of protecting the family didn't rest on her shoulders alone. Of course, Ling Yan only knew about Ling Yan's passive plundering ability, unaware that this ability could be upgraded by stacking passives. This secret might bring even more surprises in the future. If they knew about it, they would be utterly shocked. The ability to stack and upgrade means that Ling Yan's talent level could be limitless in the future. Moreover, Ling Yan's most terrifying passive talent isn't the passive plunderer, but rather being the child of fortune. Ling Yan estimates that the level of child of fortune far exceeds that of the passive plunderer. With this, he has a high chance of naturally awakening various elemental powers. This means that even without the passive plunderer, Ling Yan could potentially awaken dozens of elemental passives, albeit at a slightly slower pace. More importantly, in this world, the strongest aren't just those with innate passive talents, but also those with powerful materials and equipment. With strong enough gear, even ordinary individuals can easily defeat high-level bosses. With the Child of Fortune, Ling Yan can acquire the best equipment from any monster he defeats. Coupled with the Passive Plunderer, which can stack Ling Yan's passive levels, this is the key to his rapid power growth. Xiaoyan, how did you awaken so many elemental forces? Ling Yan looked at Ling Yan in disbelief. He surprised, sis? But that's not the reason I brought you here. Ling Yan replied with a mysterious smile. Not that. Then what is it? Ling Yan asked, puzzled, as she noticed the complexity of Ling Yan's domain and the addition of more than 10 passive skills, giving off a sense of nearing a dark gold level breakthrough. Ling Yan didn't waste words and directly took out a scroll from his backpack. The scroll bore the words, Bright Holy Dragon Knight Job Change Scroll. In an instant, Ling Yan's eyes widened. Bright Holy Dragon? An Emperor-level boss, Bright Holy Dragon. Ling Yan actually has a job change scroll for such a powerful existence. How is this possible? In her previous life, when she grew strong enough to fight against 9th-tier experts, she understood well what such a scroll represented. Ling Yan looked at Ling Yan in disbelief. How could he have such a thing? Especially after she glanced at the scroll's attributes, her breath quickened. Item, Bright Holy Dragon Knight Job Change Scroll. Level, R. Description, upon use, obtain an Emperor-level Bright Holy Dragon Egg and the Bright Holy Dragon Knight profession. Gain passives, Strength Enhancement LV50, Speed Enhancement LV50, Constitution Enhancement LV50, Life Force LV20, Flame Force LV40, Light Force LV40. Dragon Knight Passive LV40. Usage conditions. Possess LV40 or higher all attribute enhancement, or LV30 or higher light and flame force. And Life Force LV10 or higher, or Night-type profession passive LV40 or higher. Even Ling Yan, looking at these attributes, felt envious. Level 50 Strength and Speed enhancements. Ling Yan's current all-attribute enhancement hasn't reached this level. Besides, even if he did, he wouldn't use it. However, Ling Yan, looking at the job change scroll's attributes, couldn't believe her eyes. R. It's actually the legendary R profession level. These attributes seem tailor-made for her. This was something I accidentally got from the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon. I thought no one in the entire human race could use it. But who knew you had such talent, sis? Life is full of surprises, Ling Yan sighed. Gulp. Ling Yan, absorbed by the scroll, didn't hear Ling Yan's words. Her eyes were fixed on the job change scroll. If in the previous life I had this scroll, perhaps after 100 years, I could have grown to the 9th tier and helped the god of war fend off some attacks. Maybe the human race wouldn't have been completely wiped out. Ling Yan's eyes were filled with hope. Seeing Ling Yan's gaze, Ling Yan, who originally wanted to tease his sister, was stunned. For some reason, from Ling Yan's eyes, Ling Yan saw an age-old exhaustion that didn't match her age. Here, you seem to like it, so it's yours. After all, you're my sister, who else would I give it to? Ling Yan chuckled, handing the scroll to Ling Yan. Ling Yan, hearing Ling Yan's words, felt warmth in her heart. Her nose tingled with emotion, as she hadn't felt this family care in over a century. Stinky brother, thanks a lot this time. But her pride made her ruffle Ling Yan's hair before quickly taking the scroll and leaving his room. Watching his proud sister leave, Ling Yan smiled, feeling a weight lifted from his heart. Yet, the next moment, he became vigilant. With his sister using this scroll, her talent would reach R. meaning a dark gold level resurrection card would no longer suffice for her. Red resurrection cards can only be obtained from red dungeons or emperor level bosses. However, there are only 5 red dungeons or secret realms discovered within the human territory. The lowest level requires reaching level 150 to explore. As for emperor level bosses, although several have been discovered on the continent of Apocalypse, they are of much higher levels, with the lowest being LV 200, and the conditions to trigger them are extremely difficult. It seems I need to level up quickly. It's time to head to the continent of Apocalypse. Ling Yan thought for a moment and made his decision. Then he waved his hand. Instantly, a Tumter-high Apocalypse rift appeared before him. This rift was a reward given by Murom Tuesday. Although these portable Apocalypse rifts aren't cheap, they aren't overly expensive either, costing just 1 star source each. For a genius of Ling Yan's level, even dozens would be nothing. Ling Yan stepped forward and entered the Apocalypse rift directly. The continent of Apocalypse, a vast land whose full extent is unknown, divided into different servers for different civilizations, merging only during civilization wars. Before server mergers, it's impossible to see professionals from other civilizations. Human server, Tianwei City. Ling Yan's form appeared amidst a ripple at the new player spawn point in a town with a population of over 1 million. Besides Ling Yan, other newcomers occasionally appeared there. Ling Yan looked up at the sky, where 2 lines of large characters floated over Tianwei City. One read, Tianwei City, and below it, LV10, LV49. It was evident that Tianwei City was a first-tier city, meaning it only allowed first-tier professionals to exist within its walls. Second-tier individuals could not enter. As Ling Yan arrived for the first time and stepped out of the newcomer teleportation point, he was struck by the scene before him. The city was bustling with noise, filled with people of all kinds coming and going. Although the will of Apocalypse wouldn't interfere here, the rules of the Human Federation still applied. No fighting was allowed within the main city, and violators would face appropriate punishment. Of course, if someone were bold enough to go on a rampage at level 49, theoretically, if they could fight against thousands or millions, no one could stop them. But such a scenario was clearly a fantasy. Suddenly, a group of vendors surrounded Ling Yan, eagerly trying to sell their goods. Hey there, newbie. Need some training services? We've got special rates. Check out this level 10 green longsword. Only 150,000 star coins. Young man, want to try my deepwater bomb? Special discount for the young. Faced with this overwhelming barrage of sales pitches, Ling Yan had a sudden flash of inspiration and feigned innocence. I'm just a college freshman with no money. Can you give it to me for free? At these words, the vendor's enthusiasm quickly cooled. Let's go, he's just a broke student, they grumbled as they dispersed. However, an older woman who had called herself sister continued to pester him. Seeing this, Ling Yan was startled and transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight. His display of power left the departing vendors in shock. Holy cow, a lightning element professional. Damn, we just insulted him. Are we going to face retaliation? Leaving behind a group of regretful vendors, Ling Yan was already far away. He wasn't interested in dealing with these small-time merchants. He had more important matters to attend to. Open the map, Ling Yan commanded in his mind. With a hum, the map of Tianwei City unfolded before him. Beyond the city, however, was nothing but blank space. Unperturbed, Ling Yan retrieved an SSS-level human server map crystal from his backpack. As the crystal activated, the blank areas lit up instantly. The map expanded wildly, eventually covering a range of several light years. Beyond 1 light year, though, large blank areas appeared, with only sparse traces of human exploration visible as faint lines. Gazing at the vast map, Ling Yan felt a surge of excitement. This unexplored world awaited him to discover and conquer. There are still uncharted areas in the human realm. Ling Yan stood before the map of the Apocalypse Plain, his gaze scanning the vast, boundless region. Although the Milky Way galaxy spans a diameter of 100,000 light-years, that's merely a measure of space. The actual surface area is even more astounding, enough to encompass the living space of all human planets, with plenty left over. Ling Yan pondered that despite countless people entering the Apocalypse Plain over tens of thousands of years, the explored regions remained just the tip of the iceberg. He shook his head, temporarily casting aside those unknown blanks. For now, he had a more urgent goal: to find high-level monster zones suitable for leveling up. His eyes swiftly moved across the map, quickly pinpointing several potential targets. The LV-50 giant worm, with its Devour and Rebirth passive, capable of consuming everything to restore itself. The LV-60 hill hound, with the locking eye passive, able to break through enemy stealth and disguise. The LV-45 decayed zombie, possessing the blood god passive, enhancing its strength through bloodsucking in battle. Ling Yan weighed the pros and cons of each option. Although the blood god passive was powerful, he didn't want to be seen as a vampire. Ultimately, he decided to hunt the giant worm first and later move on to the hill hound. A few minutes later, Ling Yan arrived at a vast swamp. This place was rarely visited by humans, and the unwary could easily get trapped in the mire. Moreover, the giant worms, which lived in groups, were extremely aggressive towards any intruders, posing a challenge that ordinary teams could not handle. Without hesitation, Ling Yan donned the three-headed Hell Thunder Dragon set, cleverly concealing its appearance. He could feel the terrifying power surging within him. With a wave of his hand, dozens of soul shards flew out instantly. In an instant, a thunderous dragon roar echoed across the sky. 5 LV-35 Dragon Emperor Phantoms led by 11 Dragon King Phantoms emerged with an awe-inspiring momentum. Soon, a commotion arose from the swamp. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless giant worms poked their heads out of the mire, emitting piercing hissing sounds, as if responding to this sudden challenge. A sudden surge of powerful energy in the sky triggered a cataclysmic transformation. The once calm mud swamp began to boil violently as countless giant worms erupted from the mire like a tidal wave. These monstrous creatures were formidable in size, each stretching 10 meters long with a diameter of 2 meters, their gaping maws spanning 3 to 4 meters wide, enough to intimidate anyone. Ling Yan immediately issued an attack order. In an instant, an aerial legion composed of the fearsome Dragon Emperors and Dragon Kings swooped down. The air was filled with deafening roars as an intense battle erupted. Ling Yan quickly assessed the attributes of these worms. Wild creature, giant worm. Level, normal LV50. Innate passive abilities. 1. Devour and Rebirth LV5. Can consume anything to restore lost body mass and regain 50 of spell power and health. 2. Power of Corrosive Acid LV5. Controls acidic power, gaining 50 to 500 acidic attack enhancement. Attributes. Health, 5, 000, 0005, 000. Mana, 100, 000, Attack power, 30,000. Speed, 2,000. Defense, 40,000. Skill, Acidic Spit White Skill. Effect, instantly spits acid-laden saliva, corroding enemies and inflicting 10 spell damage per second for 15 seconds. Ling Yan marveled at these stats. With such high health and attack defense values, if not for the worm's lower innate levels, even a LV-35 king-level boss would struggle to contend. However, he remained unfazed, as the Dragon King's attack power had reached an astounding 100,000 at LV-35, while the Dragon Emperors wielded a terrifying 300,000 attack power. Coupled with various skills and passive boosts, even LV-35 king-level Dragon Kings could easily dispatch these giant worms. The battle quickly reached its peak intensity. The swamp's sky echoed with thunderous explosions. Each breath from the Dragon Emperors obliterated swathes of worms, while the Dragon Kings needed only a few strikes to clear large areas of enemies. System notifications incessantly chimed in Ling Yan's mind. Ding! You have overleveled and slain one giant worm, gaining 30 million experience points. Ding! You have overleveled and slain one giant worm, gaining 30 million experience points. Ding! You have overleveled and slain one giant worm, gaining 30 million experience points. In less than a minute, Ling Yan received a significant notification. Ding! You have overleveled and slain 330 giant worms, gaining 10 billion experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV36. All attributes 200, and you have gained 1,000 free attribute points. With each level gained, the experience points from each giant worm dropped from 30 million to 20 million. Nonetheless, it was still a substantial gain. Ling Yan smiled slightly, deciding to personally join the battle. Without hesitation, he activated the Destruction Domain. Instantly, the black domain power surged outward like a tide, enveloping a 100-meter radius. Thanks to his level increase, even with the domain's diameter extended to 100 meters, Ling Yan's automatic mana regeneration could comfortably keep pace. Ling Yan's body rose into the air under the shroud of his domain, directly charging into it. For him, controlling his body to fly within his own domain was a simple task. However, as soon as he entered, countless giant worms surged towards him like a tide, their writhing white bodies in the air presenting a chilling scene. Ling Yan remained unperturbed, instantly unleashing his Destruction Domain. The incessant hissing sounds filled the air as the domain's terrifying power vaporized the advancing worms. Massive damage numbers appeared above the swarm, and even with just a normal attack, without triggering a critical hit, it was enough to easily annihilate these so-called formidable enemies. Amazingly, Ling Yan was not even using any enhancement skills or achievements like Wormslayer. This was purely his basic elemental damage, merely enhanced by a 650 domain strength. Once these worms came into contact with the domain, they were immediately affected by a curse effect, causing all their attributes to plummet to 30 of their original state, reducing their 5 million health to 1.5 million instantly. With such a terrifying power disparity, it was no surprise they were killed in a single blow. Subsequently, Ling Yan began to manipulate the dragon soul phantoms in the sky, directing them to charge in all directions to attract more giant worms. The swarms of worms, resembling massive white maggots, frantically twisted their bodies as they rushed towards Ling Yan, seemingly eager to meet their demise. Watching this scene, Ling Yan couldn't help but reflect. It's no wonder that those with high talent level up as easily as drinking water, while those with low talent find leveling up harder than childbirth. These worms have 5 million health, yet an average level 50 player, even using burst skills, can only deal tens of thousands of damage. It would take dozens of skills to kill just one worm, and they can't afford to be hit a few times, as the worm's terrifying strength can kill a player of the same level in just 1 or 2 moves. As a result, typical level 50 players usually avoid fighting monsters of the same level, opting instead to farm those a few levels lower. However, this results in significantly reduced experience points and drop rates. As their level increases, even monsters 10 levels lower become hard to defeat for ordinary people. At that point, it signifies that the person's potential has reached its limit, and they will never level up again in their lifetime. This rule applies not only to ordinary people, but also to talented grade geniuses. When they reach level 100, if they can't defeat monsters 10 levels lower, that marks their end. Only with powerful equipment and skills can they push this limit up by dozens or even hundreds of levels, provided their equipment level can keep up. Therefore, once someone reaches their talent limit, no amount of effort will help. At that point, it's all about backing and resources. Even if you're in grade genius, without strong backing, you'll still hit a ceiling around level 200. If you have powerful support that provides you with golden equipment, you can reach at least level 250. This statement reveals the harsh reality of leveling up in the real world. In this world, ordinary people without any profession have a lifetime achievement cap of just level 50, with little hope of further advancement. Ling Yan understands the fundamental difference between this world and games. In games, even if you're unlucky and don't spend any money, as long as you work hard enough, the game company will eventually let you reach the max level. The only difference might be that you're slightly weaker than the lucky ones, and those who spend a lot. However, in the real world, ordinary people can only struggle to survive at the bottom. Yet, level is not the sole measure of strength. A special factor, combat talent, can break the norm. Those with strong combat talent can fight multiple opponents or even take on dozens of ordinary people, even with the same attributes. Combat talent is set by the will of Apocalypse as a special passive ability, and its level fluctuates with strength changes. Ling Yan recalls a typical case. A level 100 expert who, after being stuck at the same level for decades, mastered all skills and combat techniques to perfection and successfully activated the combat talent passive. However, when he suddenly encountered a fortuitous event, skyrocketing 50 levels with all attributes multiplying dozens or even hundreds of times, his previously exquisite skills became mediocre at the new level. The drastic change in control due to the surge in power caused his combat talent level to drop sharply, possibly even to 0, making him no different from an ordinary level 150 expert. For ordinary people who have lost hope of awakening a profession, improving combat skills becomes their last straw. Unfortunately, the improvement of combat skills is also limited by talent, and even with hard practice, it can only slightly enhance, remaining far from activating the combat talent passive. Ling Yan remembers a human with exceptional combat talent who, with just an S-level profession, managed to raise his level to 310, becoming a powerful Tier 7 expert. With his outstanding combat talent, he was among the top within Tier 7 experts. Sadly, the limitations of talent ultimately constrained his achievements. Putting aside these thoughts, Ling Yan focused on his current leveling task. As more giant worms fell to his sword, Ling Yan's level steadily increased. System notifications kept appearing. You killed 1,000 level 50 giant worms. Gained 20 billion experience points. Ding, congratulations, player. Level up to 37. All attributes 220. Gained 1,100 free attribute points. You killed 4,000 level 50 giant worms. Gained 40 billion experience points. Feeling the surging power within him, Ling Yan continued his hunting journey. Ding. The system notification chimed, delivering a series of exhilarating messages to Ling Yan's ears. Congratulations, player. Level up to LV 38. All attributes 240. Receive 1,200 free attribute points. Ling Yan felt a surge of joy, but the system alerts didn't stop there. You have slain 60,000 LV 50 giant worms. Gained 150 billion experience points. Another alert followed swiftly. Congratulations, player. Level up to LV 40. All attributes 500. Receive 2,000 free attribute points. At the same time, Ling Yan felt a powerful force surging within him. The system notified once more. Congratulations, host. You have replicated the passive Devour Rebirth LV 51250. Level increased to LV 16254120000. Before Ling Yan could fully process this, another message arrived. Congratulations, host. You have replicated the passive acid control LV51540. Level increased to LV166541200000. In just over 10 minutes, Ling Yan's level had rocketed up by 5 levels, reaching LV40. Reflecting on his achievements, he realized he had only slain about 80,000 giant worms. Such a terrifying speed of leveling up was undoubtedly due to his exceptional talent and powerful equipment bonuses. Meanwhile, the passive skills acquired from the giant worms had also been elevated to LV16. Without hesitation, Ling Yan took out a dark gold-grade weapon enhancement scroll, boosting his three-headed Hell Thunder Dragon set to LV40. Instantly, he felt a surge of immense power flooding his body, with all attributes soaring to an astounding 80,000 level. Scanning his surroundings, Ling Yan observed that the entire area was teeming with billions of wild creatures. He mused to himself, the sheer number of monsters here is enough to elevate my level even further. Without a moment's delay, Ling Yan dashed into the endless sea of giant worms like a lightning bolt, launching into a frenzied slaughter. Simultaneously, he activated the Sea of the Undead skill, channeling the souls of the slain giant worms into the gate of hell. In an instant, a massive wave of undead giant worms surged in all directions. These death-defying undead soldiers could revive through Ling Yan's Sea of the Undead skill, even if defeated. While individual undead creatures weren't highly powerful, their overwhelming numbers allowed groups of 4 or 5 to attack a single target effectively. Even more fearsome was the presence of numerous Dragon Emperor, Dragon King undead, and Dragon Soul phantoms joining the slaughter. In no time, the area within several kilometers was cleared of giant worms, creating a vacuum zone. Notably, Ling Yan refrained from releasing the LV20 Dragon Emperor undead. Firstly, their level was relatively low, and secondly, he was wary that revealing the Emperor-level undead might expose his secret of soloing the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon, potentially inviting endless trouble. Meanwhile, at the distant gates of Tianwei City, a team of young adventurers was taking a head count. The team's leader was none other than Wu Yi, the genius summoner Ling Yan had encountered before the purple gold Thunderbird dungeon. At Wu Yi's feet lay a 10-meter-tall, majestic Gale Wolf, an LV50 leader-class beast that was undoubtedly his most powerful summoned creature. Wu Yi's teammates were all formidable, each at LV45. After scanning the group and confirming everyone was present, Wu Yi proudly announced, "Everyone, I finally broke through to LV50 yesterday. This time, our target is the giant worm map. Let's get ready for a big fight. Once we reach the map, you all better listen to me carefully, or don't blame me if you end up dead," Wu Yi declared, scanning the group of geniuses around him with an air of undeniable authority. His confidence was not unfounded. Although he had lost a level 20 leader-class monster to Ling Yan last time, upon returning to his family, Wu Yi unexpectedly bonded with an even more powerful Gale Wolf. This leader-class beast had talents that surpassed the previous Berserk Bear by a considerable margin. With the aid of the family's abundant experience potions, the Gale Wolf propelled Wu Yi to level 50 in just 10 days. Armed with this strength and his family's vast resources, Wu Yi quickly gathered 4 talented individuals from common or small family backgrounds to form his elite team. "Got it, Captain. Don't worry, Captain, we'll follow your lead." Haha, with the captain's Gale Wolf, those giant worms are no match for us. The 4 team members showered him with compliments, their eyes gleaming with admiration. They knew that a normal monster hunting party was limited to 4 people, but when facing a boss, the team could expand to 10, and even larger teams could be assembled for higher-level bosses. Players could exceed the level of a boss, making wild bosses easier to handle than their dungeon counterparts. However, bosses were rare, causing fierce competition whenever one appeared. Even a leader-level boss, daunting in a dungeon, could be beaten in the wild with enough manpower, and even king-level bosses could potentially be defeated. Of course, this strategy didn't work on high-level bosses. These powerful entities often had devastating area attacks that could wipe out entire maps. For average players, more numbers just meant more casualties. Once their preparations were complete, Wu Yi led his team toward the lair of the giant worms. A few kilometers from their destination, a team member suddenly spoke up. "By the way, Captain, I heard that Ling Yan just emerged from the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon. They say he spent 10 whole days in there, but no one knows what he was up to." This revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. Ling Yan, who had consistently outshone all other geniuses, had been battling in a dungeon for 10 days before emerging. Could he be grinding for skill levels since he couldn't get dark gold equipment alone? One person speculated. "Very likely," another agreed. "He's from a common family, and after reaching level 100, he can't rely solely on federal rewards to significantly boost his skill levels." "Wow, if he's only level 30 now, Captain, you might actually stand a chance against him," someone exclaimed with newfound enthusiasm. "Yeah," the others chimed in. "The captain is in strength genius, plus with purple gear, level advantage, and the Gale Wolf. Beating Ling Yan now isn't impossible. Listening to his subordinate's flattery, Wu Yi couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha, too bad we can't see him, or I'd definitely teach him a lesson. Though it was just talk, a flicker of excitement flashed in Wu Ye's eyes. Even though Wu Yi knew that Ling Yan might not be able to defeat him, he dared not provoke Ling Yan in reality. Ling Yan's status as an SS-level genius made Wu Yi shudder. He was well aware that if he dared to mess with Ling Yan, not only would his family disown him, but they might even personally deal with him. Such a genius could easily grow to control thousands or even tens of thousands of planets in the future. As Wu Yi pondered these thoughts, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed, mixed with the shrieks of countless giant worms. Wu Yi frowned, thinking to himself, could it be that a powerful figure is here to slay the creatures? No, the disturbance is too vast. The giant worm swamp stretching for miles seems to be in chaos. Could a boss have appeared? Wu Ye's expression changed drastically, and he said to his team in a deep voice, find a vantage point to take a look. If a boss had indeed appeared, he must report to his family immediately, which would surely bring rich rewards. With that, the group swiftly approached the swamp, climbed a towering tree, and looked into the distance. However, the sight before them turned their faces pale. Tens of thousands of giant worms were engaged in a frenzied battle with an equal number of skeletal giant worms. The swamp was filled with green worm blood, and the cries and roars echoed everywhere. An undead master. Wu Yi gasped. How many wild creatures did he kill to gather so many soul fragments of giant worms? Billions. The astonishing scene left everyone speechless. Suddenly, a team member pointed and exclaimed, look over there, a black sphere. A massive black orb was swiftly moving through the swamp, causing giant worms to explode into ashes wherever it passed. A domain skill. Wu Ye's eyes widened. And likely at the golden level. This powerful figure must be a giant worm enthusiast, here specifically to expand his undead army. As the group speculated, the black orb suddenly dissipated. With the destruction domain withdrawn, a figure came into clear view. Boom. Wu Yi and his team felt as if struck by lightning, because the figure was none other than the alto familiar Ling Yan. In an instant, a shocking realization exploded in the minds of several people. Ling Yan. That unforgettable, graceful figure was actually a necromancer. Everyone stared in disbelief at the familiar figure in the distance, while Wu Yi trembled, his pupils constricting. He suddenly remembered his earlier boastful words, claiming he would teach Ling Yan a lesson. Although it was just a casual remark and they were 10 kilometers apart, who knew if such a genius could hear him? Considering the terrifying consequences of offending Ling Yan, Wu Ye's knees suddenly went weak, and a warm liquid trickled down his leg, splashing onto the team members below. Damn it! Who the hell peed? The drenched team member cursed angrily. All eyes immediately focused on Wu Yi, who looked utterly embarrassed, shaking like a leaf. The team members' eyes flashed with endless disdain, some unable to hide it from their faces. Feeling the stares of his subordinates, Wu Ye's face turned crimson. In a buzz, his figure vanished, clearly logging off to escape. The other team members quietly regretted choosing such a coward as their leader. The team member who got soaked was so furious he logged off as well, thinking that not only did they gain nothing, but he also got drenched in urine, and if word got out, he'd be laughed at for life. Others glanced at the hellish scene in the distance and decisively chose to log off too. After all, Ling Yan was known for slaughtering 500 SS-level geniuses from the starless civilization, who knew if he might just casually wipe them out as well. Ling Yan naturally noticed their appearance and departure, but he didn't care. He knew he would eventually have to reveal some of his cards, and this Sea of the Undead was one of them. After all, he needed to use this incredibly fast monster farming technique for leveling up in the future. With Ling Yan's frenzied slaughter, his level quickly rose, and his monster-killing speed increased. The Sea of the Undead accumulated more and more giant worm undead, and these undead could be revived after death by simply restarting the Sea of the Undead. Although the monster farming speed increased, the rate of level progression gradually slowed. After 5 hours of relentless slaughter, Ling Yan astonishingly killed 12 million giant worms, barely reaching level 45, with both of his passive skills reaching level 25. At this moment, the previously frantically writhing giant worms suddenly stopped and started surging rapidly towards the depths of the swamp. Seeing this, Ling Yan's lips curled slightly, thinking, finally triggered the boss. My luck is still terrifying. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the swamp. With a boom, a massive golden worm burst out of the swamp. This colossal beast had a diameter of 20 to 30 meters and reached an astonishing 100 meters in height, like a 30-story building suddenly emerging from underground. As soon as the golden worm appeared, it spewed a large mouthful of purple acid skyward. Instantly, the corrosive liquid enveloped several kilometers around. The acid rain fell to the ground, instantly corroding countless deep pits several meters in diameter. The surrounding swamp mud sank over 10 meters in an instant and continued to sink. Due to Ling Yan's frenzied monster farming, Many professionals had gathered around the worm swamp. Their levels ranged from 50 to 80, all curious about the identity of this suddenly appearing powerful necromancer. It seemed there was no such powerful necromancer near Longting Star, and ordinary people didn't know of Ling Yan's existence, as his information was completely sealed. These professionals originally intended to befriend this strong figure, hoping to gain some benefits for their families. However, when they saw the appearance of the Golden Worm Emperor, everyone became excited. The idea of befriending and currying favor was instantly cast aside, replaced by a desire for the Emperor-level boss. Emperor-level boss, the Golden Worm Emperor has appeared. Quick, go back and notify the family. An Emperor-level boss has appeared. Damn it. Captain, we need to hurry and call for reinforcements, or those big families will snatch it. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in mind. Take down this wild boss. Forget befriending. The Emperor-level boss was the real opportunity. Even getting a small item from this boss would be enough to make them soar. Since they couldn't win over Ling Yan, they might as well pin their hopes on this unexpectedly appearing boss. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.